You graduated from college, and instead of working in the city, your daughter has returned to the countryside to farm. The old lady said angrily. What's wrong with Xia Qing coming back to farm? The pressure in big cities is so high, and renting a place costs 2 to 3,000. It's better for her to come back.
What's good about that?
How can she be happy if she doesn't earn money? And Mom, could you lower your voice? Xia Qing just spent the whole night on a train. Let her sleep a bit longer, said Xia Guohua. At that moment, Xia Qing was in her room, feeling confused. A few years ago, she awakened a small space with a purification function. She thought it was a great advantage, but after all these years, it only allowed her to store things without providing any real benefits. When she returned, she brought a small suitcase and saved a lot on shipping by using her space to carry her belongings from her rental. However, now some items stored in her space were missing. Her clothes and daily necessities were still there, but where were the snacks she bought? The local specialties? What about the yogurt and drinks? Her space was supposed to be a still one, and she had stored all these items, but now they were gone. In all these years, she had never encountered such a situation. Could things really disappear into thin air? Then, she noticed some new items in her space. But what were they? They were all torn men's clothes and a rusty knife. She pulled out a box of Oreo cookies, which were her snacks, but half of them were already eaten. The drink was also almost gone. Clearly, someone had eaten them. Who took her cookies and left the leftovers? And these dirty clothes were contaminating her space, so Xia Qing just tossed them into the trash. She suspected someone had broken into her space, but who could enter it? Siyu hadn't eaten for nearly 4 to 5 days. If it weren't for his unusual physique, he might have starved to death. His lips were cracked, and he was extremely dehydrated. Though his face looked dark and cold, his features were sharp, and his gaze was still fierce. In his world, the apocalypse had erupted for a year, and many food supplies had expired and were no longer edible. He had gone out to search for supplies and got injured, thinking he was going to die, but unexpectedly awakened to space. This newfound ability felt like a joke. Where could he find supplies now? But strangely, there were items in this space. However, they seemed to belong to a girl. Shampoo, hair conditioner, and girls' shoes and clothes, along with toilet paper. But he found a big bag of snacks and some water. He thought about taking them out and was surprised that he could. Looking at the snack packaging, it seemed familiar, and the food was clean with no signs of mold. However, he had been hungry for too long and couldn't eat too much, so he only took a few bags and put the rest back, along with his own package, into the space. Although he didn't understand why he had awakened the space and what was inside, he felt that he was meant to survive. Suddenly, he heard an angry girl's voice. It was lively, soft, and pleasant.
Who stole my stuff?
At that moment, he seemed to realize that his awakened ability might be connected to someone else's space. So you found it both funny and frustrating. Sorry, I don't know how I connected to your space. I'm very hungry and haven't eaten in a long time, so I took your food. I can give you a crystal bead. What is a crystal bead? Xia Qing frowned. The man's voice echoed in the space. It was pleasant, though a bit hoarse. This made Xia Qing, who was sensitive to voices, less angry. They couldn't see each other, but they could hear each other's voices and connect in this space. You're hungry and haven't eaten? Don't you have any money? Xia Qing asked, sounding curious. Although she didn't have much money either. Her family lived in the countryside, but at least they didn't worry about food. Xia Qing had worked hard to get into college and could study in the big city, but while others had living expenses of 2 to 3,000 a month, she only had 500, so she had to work part-time. Studying design and art made finding a job difficult, and living costs were high, so she had to return home. Money? The man seemed to find something amusing. Here, money is the least useful thing. A piece of gold is worth less than a loaf of bread. If you can give me food, I can find you lots of gold and jewels, he joked. Here, gold jewelry was everywhere, but food was scarce. He could even provide crystal beads. Really? That's great. What food do you want? Xia Qing said excitedly. Where did this person come from? He had money, but no way to buy food. Listening to Xia Qing's voice, Su didn't think she was joking and cautiously asked, "Anything edible will do. What do you want? Gold? Diamonds? Crystal beads? Crystal beads? What are those, crystals?" Xia Qing didn't feel comfortable asking. "Anything is fine. What do you want to eat? Rice, spicy hot pot? Roast duck?
Hot pot. Roast chicken?
Suyu choked a little at the menu. He hadn't eaten any of those things in a long time and hadn't even heard of them recently.
Free.
We have apples from our farm, and we also have strawberries and peaches. Hearing this made Suyu even more anxious. How could there still be these things? After the apocalypse, plants mutated, becoming inedible and even toxic. But some people had to eat poisonous fruits to survive. Not only food but water sources were also polluted. As Suyu listened, his mouth began to water, without him realizing it. Did she really have all these things? Suyu was now fairly certain that this girl was not from his timeline. Perhaps she was from another timeline, and he had awakened his powers, connecting to her space. This allowed for cross-dimensional communication, bringing hope to his life. "I want to drink water. Do you have any medicine? I can give you a crystal," Suyu asked, as there were other friends in the base who had caught a fever. "Medicine? What kind do you want? Can't you buy it with your money?" Xia Qing asked, puzzled. "We're not in the same timeline. Here, it's an apocalypse. My world is full of zombies and virus infections. Here, there are only extreme heat and extreme cold." Suyu's voice sounded lonely, and his throat felt even drier. "The gold you mentioned is everywhere in any city, but no one wants it. It's worth less than an expired loaf of bread." Xia Qing was shocked. "Gold? It was worth less than an expired loaf of bread. As long as you have gold, diamonds, or anything valuable, you can exchange it with me," Xia Qing said excitedly, her eyes shining. "Do you have water?" the man asked in a hoarse voice. "Bottled water? Purified water? We have milk tea and drinks, even beer. Which one do you want?" "Just water is fine." His lips were cracked. He only wanted some clean water. The bottled water here had parasites in it. In this space, Xia Qing could enter, but Suyu could only access items. Xia Qing cheerfully went to the kitchen, took her cup, and made Suyu a cup of chrysanthemum tea, adding a few pieces of rock candy. "What time is it? Why aren't you out helping? Aren't you going to feed the cows?" The old lady looked at Xia Qing, who had run out in her pajamas, and disapproved. She looked at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. Her grandmother favored boys over girls, and since her parents only had her as their only child, they were always unhappy with their family. Instead, they were very biased towards her uncle's children. Girls are just a waste. They can't earn money, and once they get married, they belong to someone else. Why spend so much money on a college education for a girl? It would be better to save that money to help my nephew find a wife. The old lady watched as Xia Qing walked away, thinking she was being lazy, and just wanted to go back to her room to sleep. Xia Qing put the cup into her space and didn't wait for the man to take it out.
"Hey."
Xia Qing called out, but no one responded. Thinking about what the man said, she wondered if the world he mentioned was so dangerous that she would be killed by zombies right after her space was activated. He had just mentioned that diamonds and gold were lying on the ground, and no one was picking them up. In the ruined city, the sounds of zombies could be heard occasionally. Suyu had a shoulder injury, and his shirt was stained with dried blood. He cautiously looked at the ruins of the city, where thick fog obscured the sky, and everything was gray. The once prosperous city was now in ruins, a paradise for zombies. At that moment, he was in a city occupied by zombies, where the stench of decay was everywhere, and he had to stay alert for the hungry zombies that could appear at any moment. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him, and he swiftly cut off its head, though the injury on his back still throbbed with pain. After replenishing some water and food, he regained some strength. He walked down a street filled with stones, surrounded by many old cars, with weeds growing through the cracks in the ground. The area was littered with abandoned vehicles. Night was approaching, and they needed to find a place to hide quickly, as zombies became more active at night. Su team, I can't hold on much longer. If I die, please take care of my family.
My son is still young.
The man said weakly, his lips cracked and bleeding from lack of water.
Don't say that.
I found you, so I won't let you die here.
Suyufronet.
He intended to take out a half bottle of water from his space for the man, but discovered a steaming cup of chrysanthemum tea instead. It must have been prepared by that girl. He needed to save his brother first, then go to the shop to find gold for her. He thought for a moment and tossed the crystal bead he had just dissected into his space. It was an energy bead, and she should be able to absorb it too. The awakened space should be something that all ability users can absorb. Quick, drink some water. Suyu didn't want to use the cup of chrysanthemum tea he had prepared, so he grabbed the half bottle of drink he had left. Li Yao was surprised when Suyu suddenly brought out a bottle. He was very thirsty and carefully took a sip. It's really good. The alien electrolyte drink that Xia Qing bought tasted nice. It was something not found in their world. Where did you get this drink? Li Yao asked in surprise. It's hard to explain in just a few words, but there will be food in the future. Li Yao's eyes lit up. He believed Suyu when he said there would be food. The girl mentioned gold, diamonds, and crystal beads. He had just put a crystal bead into the space. He wondered if she received it. Xia Qing did receive it. When she saw the drink disappear, she knew he had taken it. But what was this green ball the size of a quail egg? It even had a strange smell? What is this? This is a crystal bead, taken from a zombie's brain. Since you are an ability user, absorbing the crystal bead will increase your energy. The man's voice sounded much better than before. It was no longer so hoarse. Taken from a zombie's brain? Xia Qing was so scared that she dropped the crystal bead. A zombie's head? That meant it was taken from a person's head. As someone who lived in peaceful times, she couldn't understand this. It felt like taking from someone else's brain. I don't think I need it. Just give me gold instead, Xia Qing said, feeling a bit speechless. Our space is too small. This might help upgrade and expand it.
Suyu said.
This way, I can help you find more gold and diamonds. I can also bring you antiques from the museum. I can find anything you want in this world, except for food and water. Their time and space were already in a post-apocalyptic state, with food shortages, mutated plants, strange land, and polluted water. What they needed was food. Okay, so how do I absorb the crystal bead? Xia Qing asked nervously. She carefully picked up the green crystal bead that had fallen on the ground, thinking of what the man said. More space to hold more gold. But before absorbing it, she should rinse it with water first. The best way to absorb it is to swallow it. If you can't do that, you can crush it to absorb it. Okay. Xia Qing exited the space and went to wash the crystal bead under the water. But she always felt a strange smell in her hand.
Pop it?
Are you serious? This thing felt like gummy candy if you didn't mention it came from a zombie's brain. She accepted it easily. After thinking for a moment, she popped the crystal bead, releasing a green mist. Most of the energy evaporated. Only a small amount of energy was absorbed, but the smell was a bit overwhelming. It can evolve your body and make you stronger. The space hasn't gotten bigger, Xia Qing said, a bit disappointed. That must mean there's not enough energy. You need to absorb more. I'll help you get the crystal beads, Suyu added. Although the space didn't expand, she felt strong even without breakfast. And she noticed in the mirror that her dark circles seemed to be fading. Does it also have a whitening effect? But this smell is really awful. Thinking of this, she had given him the crystal beads, so she needed to make him some breakfast. Xia Qing quickly went downstairs and ran to the kitchen. Her parents were out working in the fields. However, there was still breakfast left for her in the pot, a few big buns that were still warm. These were made from home-raised pork, very fragrant. She kept one for herself and put 2 big buns into her space. The rest was rice, flour, and oil. If she took all of that at once, her parents would probably think a thief had come in. Suyu was thinking about rushing into the city to find a store, but now it was dark, and he needed to find a safe place quickly, maybe a residential area where there should be some gold jewelry. The time and space where he and Xia Qing were located were exactly opposite in day and night. It seemed like a time difference. Su Yu and Li Yao found an old apartment building, took care of 2 zombies, but the wound on his back was pulling and about to split open again. They hid in a family building. The room was dusty, and there were spiders crawling on the walls. There were also rotten zombie bodies in the room, which they had both gotten used to. Night had quietly arrived, and the zombies began to stir. Outside, the sounds of growling echoed, and Suyu stepped over a body, taking a gold necklace from it.
Suje.
What are you going to do with a broken gold chain? Li Yao looked at Suyu in confusion. What good is gold? If it were thrown in front of him, he would find it bothersome. Then Li Yao watched as Suyu headed straight for the bedroom in that room, seemingly looking for something. Li Yao, where do you usually keep the valuable things in your house? Valuable? What good is money? Li Yao shot him a glance. Can money be eaten? What was he thinking? He thought Sugo must be out of his mind. If he asked where food was hidden, that would make sense. Li Yao headed straight for the kitchen. As expected, everything was spoiled. Opening the fridge released a terrible smell, and there were a few dead mutated mice inside. Li Yao frowned. They didn't even buy any canned food that could last longer. Suyu took out a big meat bun from his space, which Xia Qing had just put in. It was freshly made, steaming hot. Li Yao was drawn in by the delicious smell. He was already drooling, his eyes wide in shock. Where do you think valuable things would be hidden? Li Yao swallowed hard, watching Suyu take a bite of the meat bun, juices spilling out. His mind was blank. Where did Suyu get this meat bun? I just bought it with a crystal bead, Suyu said. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too.
Li Yao exclaimed excitedly.
Who would be foolish enough to trade useless money for food? Was he out of his mind? Buying with money, right? Most people would hide their money in a cabinet, wouldn't they? Li Yao sprang into action. He had to find gold. In the past, he would kick aside such things if they bothered him. Now he was tearing apart the cabinet just to find some gold. This place can't be that poor, right? Finally, after dismantling the cabinet, he found a jewelry box inside, filled with gold bracelets, rings, and necklaces. Probably wedding jewelry?
Here, boss.
Can you give me a meat bun? I'm starving. Just let me have a bite of that meat bun. Even if it kills me. He could hardly remember the taste of delicious food. He couldn't even find grass to eat when he was hungry. Going a day or 2 without food was normal for him. Suyu didn't hesitate. He and Li Yao were once comrades in battle, and now brothers supporting each other in this harsh world. He took out another meat bun from his space. Xia Qing had only given him 2. Suyu stored the gold in his space, where it would be received immediately. Li Yao picked up the meat bun. Even though his hands weren't very clean, he savored the aroma. His eyes were filled with tears. This is a meat bun. A big meat bun. I can't be imagining this. Li Yao's eyes were red. How long had it been? He hadn't eaten a proper meal in ages. Li Yao was about to take a bite, but he remembered that back at the base, the children were eating expired, moldy food and even gnawing on tree bark. He struggled to swallow, suppressing his desire to eat. I need to go back and get food for my son. Li Yao cherished the big meat bun, thinking about how to wrap it up well. He brought the bun close to his nose, inhaling its delicious aroma.
You eat it.
As long as we find gold and valuable things, we can have these, Suyu said confidently. The girl from that world had no money but could buy food, while in his world, there was no food or water, but money was everywhere. As long as they had enough to trade, it would be fine. He wondered if the girl heard him and absorbed the crystal beads. Let's find it. Tomorrow we'll go to the mall where there are gold shops. We'll collect everything. Li Yao was now excited, like he had been given a boost of energy. Suyu shook his head. There wasn't enough space to collect so much.
Eat.
There will be food,
Suyu said.
Will there really be such big meat buns? Li Yao was still reluctant. He really didn't want to part with it. This was a big meat bun. Where could he find meat now? The animals had mutated, and the meat was green and toxic. There will be spicy hot pot, roasted duck, and rice. So you thought of those delicious foods. Stop talking. I feel like I'm going to drool everywhere. I just want to rush out and find gold. Although Li Yao didn't know what special abilities Su had awakened, why ask so much about food? In this apocalypse, everyone had gradually awakened their powers, except for Su Yu, but his strength was impressive. A soldier king was not to be underestimated. However, everyone's powers didn't help in finding food. It's dark outside, and the zombies are very active. Even a little noise could get us discovered. Going out now is like seeking death, Su said, feeling exasperated. Hearing Su Yu's words, Li Yao suppressed his urge to rush out and find gold. The big meat buns seemed to have awakened his taste buds. He wanted to eat. He wanted more. Men usually have big appetites, and in this apocalypse, their bodies had mutated, needing more energy, but there was no food. The hungrier they got, the worse their physical condition became. We have hope, right? With food and water, the children and we can survive, can't we? Xia Qing looked at the jewelry box that appeared in the space. It really contained gold. Gold chains, gold bracelets, and gold rings. This should weigh about 40 to 50 grams. What is the current gold price? Xia Qing couldn't wait to check on her phone. The gold price is now 599 per gram. Recently, the price has been rising steadily. She should have replaced her old phone a long time ago. It's so slow that it's almost unusable. Her parents support her college education, which isn't cheap. Both of her parents are farmers, and every penny they spend comes from their hard work. After graduating, she worked a demanding job with long hours, and her salary was only enough to cover rent and daily expenses. Eventually, she couldn't handle the pressure and returned home. She remembers calling her mom with a hoarse voice, saying she wanted to come back. Although she felt anxious, Yang Xia was excited and said, "Come back. This will always be your home." At that moment, Xia Qing looked at the gold jewelry in her hand, which she estimated weighed over 50 grams. After changing her clothes, she went downstairs. Her parents were still working outside, and only her grandmother was at home. The elderly woman, hunched over, watched as Xia Qing rode her electric bike out the door. Standing by the street, it wasn't long before a few other elderly women approached her. "Isn't your granddaughter in the big city? Why is she back? I was just thinking of introducing her to someone. He works in the county, has good benefits, and has a nice appearance. Plus, he owns a house in the county," said another woman in a floral dress. Everyone knows that the Xia family has only one daughter. If she gets married, that would mean the end of their family line. The Xia family has land and farming rights. Since there are no male heirs in the Xia family, they often face ridicule from the village. It's hard to believe we supported her through college, and she couldn't even last 6 months in the big city. Grandma Xia felt angry thinking about it. Girls can work hard in the city, just like boys. Maybe getting married early isn't so bad? Another woman chimed in. Grandma Xia thought that if Xia Qing married early, their land wouldn't go to the husband's family. She wouldn't want to give it away to outsiders. When that girl comes back, I'll tell her to go on some blind dates. Girls her age in our village are already dating. Your granddaughter needs to hurry up. Xia Qing was reluctant to return partly because the villagers talk too much, but her parents are her greatest support. Many in the village mock them, but Xia Qing's parents have always stood by her. Xia Qing rode her electric bike from the village to the county town, which took nearly 40 minutes. She went straight to a large jewelry store in the county. Then she sold a box of jewelry. "The price for recycling gold is a bit lower," said the saleswoman at the counter. "But this design is quite unique. Why are you selling it?" This style was from another time and place, so it was rare here. She suddenly thought if she sold it online, could she get a higher price? But she needed money now, so she decided to exchange it for cash to buy some equipment. At the very least, she needed to buy a computer and a new phone for her home. "I'm a bit short on cash right now. I bought this at a high price in the big city," Xia Qing said calmly. The saleswoman smiled and calculated with her calculator. "The current gold price is 599, which is the same nationwide. The recycling price is 499, but since this design is nice, I can give you 550 per gram." Xia Qing knew that the recycling price would definitely be lower. Okay. Xia Qing nodded in agreement. She planned to buy some food, as she would still be getting gold from her space later. The saleswoman showed her the calculator and said it's a total of 55 grams, so at 550, that comes to 30,250. Do you want it in WeChat or Alipay? Alipay, please. Putting it in Alipay would earn some interest. 30,250 yuan has been credited to your Alipay. Xia Qing happily looked at the number on her phone, her heart racing. Previously, her Alipay balance was only a few thousand, but now it was over 10,000. She was thrilled to have made a little profit. However, Xia Qing didn't forget the most important thing. She quickly purchased supplies for Suyu from another time and place. She went to the supermarket and bought instant noodles, a self-heating pot, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and some medicines from the pharmacy. She found a secluded spot and stored all the items she had just bought in her space. She had already spent a third of her savings. Next, she rushed to a big mall in the county town and bought 3 smartphones. One for herself and one for each of her parents. Her parents had been using old phones with poor signal, so now they all had new smartphones. She also bought clothes and shoes for her parents and grandparents and purchased a computer for daily work and drawing. The computer was delivered, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to carry so many things back on her bike. After shopping, it was already 1 o'clock. She ate rice noodles and bought fried chicken in the county town. Ding, ding, ding. Xia Qing's phone rang. She looked at the number and saw it was her mother's call. Qing Qing, where have you been? Why aren't you back for dinner? I made some meat for you, said Mother Xia. I'm in the county town. I'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the things she bought today, feeling happy. It's great to have money to spend. By the time she returned home in the afternoon, it was already around 3 or 4 o'clock. The elderly women at the village entrance loved to gather there, chatting about everyone's gossip. Isn't that the daughter of the Lao Xia family? Why did she buy so many things? Such a waste of money. Who would marry her if her family can't afford it? She came back from the big city. That girl is different. The old ladies were chatting when they saw the daughter of the Sun family returning in a small car. They started gossiping again. Isn't that the daughter of the Sun family? She even drives a car now. Her daughter married into the city and even opened a small restaurant. She's making good money. Xia Qing rode her electric bike home, and it was almost out of battery. She had charged it quickly in the county town at noon. When she has more money, she plans to buy a car, but first, she needs to get a driver's license. She'll encourage her parents to get one too. Carrying her bags, Xia Qing walked into the yard. Yang Xia was feeding the chickens, while Father Xia was sawing wood. Qing Qing, why are you back so late? We saved dinner for you, Yang Xia said happily when she saw Xia Qing return. Noticing the many items in Xia Qing's hands, she hurried over to help and asked, Where did you go to buy so much? Mom, I bought all of this for you in the county town today, smartphones. You and Dad each get one, so you won't have to use that old phone anymore. And these are clothes and shoes for you and Dad. You should try them on. Smartphones? Aren't they expensive? Father Xia quickly put down his tools and wiped his hands. There are only a few people in the village who can use smartphones, and he sometimes watches short videos on them. He heard someone say it was a gift from their son for the new year. Now he has one too, and he happily took the smartphone. How do you use this? Father Xia opened the smartphone, unsure how it worked. I'll go ask son Zhengwo. He knows how to use it. Saying this, Father Xia ran out the door with the newly unwrapped phone. I'm right here. I can teach you, Xia Qing said, watching her father happily run out the door. Your dad is just going to show off to son Zhengwo. Since son Zhengwo got a smartphone after the new year, he often shows it off, and many of the older villagers are envious. Xia Qing looked at the new clothes and shoes she bought and sighed, but I haven't even tried on the clothes and shoes I bought for my dad yet. Let your dad try them on when he comes home tonight. Qing Qing, you feed the chickens first and I'll go try on the clothes and shoes. This fabric feels really nice, Yang Xia said, touching the material of the clothes. Yang Xia went inside to try on the clothes and shoes while her father ran out to show off his smartphone. She had no choice but to help feed a few chicks. Grow up quickly. Then I'll roast you all for some gold. Hee hee. Xia Qing looked at the fluffy little chicks, realizing that they represented money. She bought many things for her parents, which surprised Grandma Xia, who had just returned from her eldest son's house. She heard from people in the street that her granddaughter came back with a lot of items. She hurried home and happened to see young Xia in her new clothes and shoes. Daughter, that outfit looks great. These shoes are so comfortable. I've never worn such comfy shoes before, Yang Xia said happily. Usually, she wore cheap cloth shoes bought at the morning market. Seeing her mother happy made Xia Qing happy too. In the future, she would have money to help her parents live well. Humph. Grandma Xia made a cold sound to get attention. How can you work dressed like that? She can wear whatever she wants. I bought those for my mom. Xia Qing replied, annoyed. Since childhood, Grandma never liked her mother and often spoke harshly to her. Grandma felt heartbroken seeing the expensive outfit, especially since she didn't get anything for herself. I heard you bought your mom a smartphone. But your mom never went to school and only knows a few characters. Your little nephew is in high school. You should give it to him. His high school has nothing to do with my mom. If he wants one, let my uncle buy it for him. I bought things for my mom, and no one else can have them, Xia Qing said with a cold huff. She used to lack confidence, but now she felt strong. I'm doing this for your sake. In a few years, you'll get married, and there won't be anyone to take charge of this house. Grandma said angrily. Am I going to die in a few years? Xia Qing replied defiantly. He's still your cousin. What's wrong with you, as the older sister, giving him something? As Summer Qing was about to argue with her grandmother again, Yang Xia quickly intervened to prevent Summer's grandmother from spreading rumors that could harm her daughter's reputation. Anyway, I spent my money, so I can give it to whoever I want. Dingling. Summer Qing's phone rang. The delivery had arrived. She hurried outside to get the package, which was a large box. More spending? What did you buy this time? You just got back and are wasting money, the grandmother said angrily. She bought gifts for everyone in the family, but didn't get anything for herself. She was still wearing patched clothes and old shoes. Mom, those clothes are for Grandma and Grandpa, Summer Qing said while carrying her computer upstairs to her bedroom. All right, I'll take them to your grandparents right now. They will be so happy. Summer Qing's grandparents lived in the neighboring village, just a short ride away. Looking at the empty yard, Grandma felt left out. Why did everyone else get gifts except her? Grandma, I was afraid you'd say I was wasting money. You are so simple, so I didn't buy you anything. Grandma's face turned red with anger. Was she worried about wasting money? No, she was upset about not spending her own money. Besides, she thought Summer Qing was intentionally leaving her out, which made her even angrier. Sun Zhengwo, how do I turn on this smartphone? Summer's father went to find Sun Zhengwo with his new phone. Oh, a new phone! Sun Zhengwo exclaimed, noticing the brand new Huawei phone in Summer's father's hand, which must have cost around 2,000 yuan. During the new year, his son had only bought him a cheap smartphone for 1,000 yuan. This wasn't bought by me. My daughter insisted on getting it for me. I didn't want it, but she cried, so I accepted it. That girl is too disobedient and wastes too much money, Summer's father said with a smile, looking anything but disobedient. Sun Zhengwo's expression soured. Seeing Summer's father so pleased made him uncomfortable. He forced a smile and said, I don't know how to use this new phone either. You should ask someone else to teach you. He couldn't believe that his daughter, just graduated, could earn enough money. She might have even borrowed money to buy it. Is that so? Then I'll go back and ask my disobedient daughter to teach me, Summer's father said with a proud grin. Sun Zhengwo was so angry that he went home. He was quite happy this year because his son bought him a new phone, and he had been showing it off in the village. But it wasn't long before Xia Jixiang's daughter bought him an even better smartphone, which made him even angrier. Xia Jixiang was everywhere showing off the new phone his daughter bought him. Yang Xia quickly rode her bike back to her parents' home, speeding along the road. As soon as she entered, she cheerfully said, Mom, These 2 outfits were bought for you by your granddaughter from the city. Try them on and see if they fit. Wu Kuling, who was sunbathing in the yard, saw her daughter come in carrying many bags. Qing is back. Wu Kuling smiled. She came back yesterday and brought clothes for you and Dad. Try them on. This clothing looks expensive. It must be from a city mall, said Xia Qing's aunt, who walked over with a smile. This tag says the shoes are $399. That's really expensive. Quickly return them. That amount is enough for my living expenses for a month, Wu Kuling said, waving her hands when she saw the price. This is your granddaughter's way of showing respect for you. At first, Qing's grandmother didn't agree to her going to college because the tuition was tens of thousands a year, but her grandfather helped with some money. Qing bought both me and her dad a smartphone. A smartphone isn't cheap, right? Wu Zuiping said, happy to see her daughter doing well in life. I also want my daughter to go to college and find a job in the city, her aunt said with a smile. Please try them on. Dad's got some too. Wu Kuling said the clothes were expensive, but she couldn't help but love them. She quickly asked Yang Xia to help her go inside to try on the new clothes. Su Yu and Li Yao spent the night in the house. Su Yu looked around and saw medicine, various self-heating hot pots, and a delicious roasted chicken. He couldn't help but drool and immediately took out a portion of the roasted chicken. Wow, am I seeing things? Roasted chicken?
Li Yao exclaimed in shock.
He hadn't seen a chicken in a long time since the apocalypse began, and all animals had mutated. Chickens were no longer delicious, but had turned into disgusting creatures covered in green pus. Not only was it unappetizing to eat, but just looking at it made him wanna. Su Yu was generous and shared half with Li Yao. They both enjoyed the roasted chicken slowly, savoring it, and they even had clean bottled water to drink. Tomorrow morning, we'll look for supplies, then deal with the zombies and return to the base, Su Yu said. Many people at the base were still hungry, and some might not survive much longer. Yes, Li Yao nodded. The feeling of food in his mouth was so comforting. Before, food was just to fill their stomachs, no matter how unappetizing it was all about survival. Some people even ate dirt when they were starving. In the base area, pregnant women who ate mutated plants gave birth to deformed children. Some even lost their babies before they were born. Will we have this kind of food again in the future? Li Yao asked cautiously after swallowing a bite. As long as we find valuable items, we can exchange for it, Su Yu replied firmly. Su Yu frowned slightly, and Li Yao felt nervous, seeing his expression. After tasting the big meat bun, roasted chicken, and drinking clean water, he was afraid of losing it all. The only problem is that the space is a bit small. To exchange for a lot of supplies to feed everyone at the base, we need crystal beads. Only by upgrading the space can they exchange for a large amount of supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, the population had sharply decreased, and the people in their base were barely surviving. Leave the zombie hunting to me, Li Yao said confidently. Although crystal beads were rare, they were not as useful as food. Even though crystal beads could enhance abilities, what was the point if people were starving and couldn't drink clean water? Food is essential. Yes. Once she upgraded, the space would expand. I'll go out and fight zombies right now as long as there's food. First, let's look for valuable items, then return to the base. If those people run out of food, they will starve. We'll give them food, and in return, the people at the base will give us crystal beads and help us find supplies, Su Yu said. Right, my son is still at the base. Can we get some baby formula?
Li Yao asked.
That should be possible. Let's find valuable items and crystal beads first. If they found valuable items for her, she would give him food and water. That could be considered a fair exchange. Su Yu was a very meticulous person. Although they could exchange for supplies now, the space was too small to store many items. Only by upgrading the other person and expanding the space can we store more supplies. The more supplies we exchange, the more people who have a food base will survive. As dawn broke, 2 people headed toward the city, careful not to get too close due to the many zombies, which posed a danger to their lives. They dealt with the zombies they encountered on the way, but most of them did not have crystal beads in their brains. This is similar to those with special abilities. Some awaken, while others do not, and the same goes for zombies. However, for the crystal beads, they would dissect the brains of each zombie they killed. In their small space, half was already filled with the food that Xia Qing had bought. Siyu took out 2 crystal beads and placed them in the space. They were experiencing a time difference. It was daytime for him. It should be nighttime for Xia Qing. The shops on both sides of the street, including convenience stores, small supermarkets, and snack shops, had long been looted. Clothing stores had also been mostly emptied. Siyu looked at the space and noticed that Xia Qing had left a small notebook inside, with neat handwriting saying that she wanted any novels or artistic items. Where is a bookstore? Let's go check it out. A bookstore? Aren't we supposed to go to the gold shop to get gold and money? Liao said, his mind filled with thoughts of wealth. He used to see money as worthless. Just follow me. Suyu didn't want to waste time talking with Liao. The latter obediently followed Suyu, now seeing him as a big shot, knowing there would be rewards. The bookstore was covered in dust, and the books on display were already moldy. He casually placed 2 books on the shelf and added a comic book. Then he went to a nearby jewelry store. While it wasn't a gold shop, it had some valuable jewelry. He collected most of it, but the space was too small to hold too many items. Let's head back to the base. They needed to return the food they exchanged in the space. Okay. The main issue was that the space was too small to collect too much at once. The next day, Xia Qing woke up and immediately entered the space. She had eaten some of the food she bought yesterday and still had plenty left. The rest included several books and comics that Siyu had found for her, along with a bunch of jewelry. Although these weren't gold, they were made of unique materials and had beautiful craftsmanship. She looked at the books and comics, which were from another time and space. The 2 books were novels, the first 2 volumes, missing the last one. She opened her computer and registered as a writer on the most famous novel website. With so many words to type, it would be too tiring, so she needed a scanner. The rest are some beautiful jewelry pieces. I will check online later to see how much they can sell for. Beep, beep, beep. Xia Qing's WeChat kept buzzing. It was her middle school classmate, Wang Cici. I'm getting married this week. Will you be my bridesmaid? Xia Qing thought her relationship with Wang Cici was good since they were both from the same village and classmates, so she agreed to be the bridesmaid.
Sure.
She rarely attended classmates' weddings nowadays. Gatherings had changed, becoming more about competition. It was no longer just about reconnecting, but about comparing jobs, boyfriends, and social status. Afterward, Xia Qing put down her phone and took out some crystal beads from her space to absorb. There were 7 in total, and she popped them all to absorb their energy. At first, she didn't like the smell, but she got used to it. After absorbing them, she felt a bit dizzy and noticed her vision was blurry, so she took off her glasses. She was amazed to see the world clearly without them. Looking up at her computer, she could read everything perfectly. I'm no longer nearsighted.
Haha.
She was no longer nearsighted. She didn't expect the energy from the crystal beads would have this benefit. Now that she knew they came from zombie brains, she didn't care. As long as she could take off her glasses, it was worth it. Not only her eyes, but she also felt more energetic, as if she had endless strength. She could help her parents with farming later. She also noticed that her space had indeed expanded by a few square meters. Absorbing the crystal beads really upgraded her space. The jewelry was stunning, with styles she had never seen before. Thinking about Wang Cici's wedding and being her bridesmaid, she picked a similar pink necklace for her and packed the rest in a big box to sell later. Early in the morning, Xia Jixiang went to the fields and Yang Xia went to the morning market, leaving only the elderly lady at home to soak up the sun or chat with neighbors. Their family and the uncle's family took turns caring for her, switching every month. After breakfast, Xia Qing rode her electric bike to the fields. On the way, she ran into a neighbor. Qing, you were doing well in the big city. Why are you back? Most young people were moving away to develop their careers. Well, I quit my job to help my parents with farming. The neighbor looked at her in surprise, unable to believe it. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Farming is tough work, and you're a college student who came back to do this. The old man shook his head. Parents work so hard to send their children to college to spare them from the hardships of farming. Xia Qing smiled and said, "When I was young, I often helped my parents with work." "What do you call that work?" The old man chuckled. "Farming is tough labor, and you are too delicate for it. Just look at this spray tank I'm carrying, filled with water and chemicals. It weighs dozens of pounds. I have to carry it around the field. Spring is fine, but summer is hot and full of mosquitoes." Compared to other tasks, this work was already quite easy. Xia Qing thought that once she exchanged her gold and jewelry for money, she could buy some machines and hire people to farm, which would save her a lot of effort. However, mechanization is expensive, and hiring workers is even more so. Right now, vegetables and fruits are not selling well, and investing in machinery could lead to losses. The old man watched Xia Qing, who was determined to farm, and couldn't help but feel sorry for her, shaking his head as he observed her walking away. She reached the field and saw her father carrying the heavy spray tank, moving slowly and sweating, soaking his clothes. When Xia Qing saw her, he quickly said, "What are you doing here? Go back. You don't need to help. I told you, I'm here to help you farm. Besides, I can sell these vegetables once they're ready." Did she really need to check on the vegetables? Sell them? You can sell them? Xia Qing asked in surprise. Right now, vegetables are selling for very low prices. The hard work put into growing them is not paying off. Greenhouses allow for off-season crops, and in recent years, everyone has had good harvests, causing prices to drop even further. Now, everyone is focusing on high-quality vegetable cultivation, which requires expensive seeds that ordinary farmers are hesitant to plant. They fear poor yields and unsold produce, leading to losses. I can. Why else would I come back? I have big clients who already paid deposits. We can sell our vegetables. Xia Qing thought about how his daughter had been buying a phone and other things, and maybe she really did have deposits. That's great. I was worried that our vegetables wouldn't sell in the county. The tomatoes we planted this time are really good. Xia Qing looked at the tomatoes in the field, estimating they would be ripe soon. She had already mentioned them to Suyu, which counted as a big client, right? "Dad, take a break. I'll handle the spraying." With that, she took the spray tank from him. "Don't. That's so heavy. You can't carry it." As soon as Xia Qing finished speaking, he saw Xia Qing effortlessly lift the pesticide barrel onto her back. In the past, she might not have been able to do it, but now that she has absorbed the crystal bead, her strength has increased significantly, and her health has improved. She marched confidently to the fields to spray the pesticide, walking as if the ground beneath her feet was light, not feeling burdened at all. Seeing this, Xia Qing felt a bit uneasy. They only had one daughter and had never let her do heavy work. They lived frugally, spending less than 100 yuan a month in their village while she struggled at school. Yet, every month, they sent her 500 yuan for living expenses, and even when she worked part-time, she was reluctant to spend money. He guessed that Qing must have faced many challenges outside. Every time they talked on the phone, she was busy, either working overtime or commuting. If she had to come back to farm, it would be tough, but he wouldn't let her suffer anymore. Perhaps she could find a job in the county instead? Just as Xia Qing was about to suggest that his daughter take a break, he noticed she was carrying the barrel with ease. It seemed as if it didn't weigh anything at all. Before long, she had finished spraying the pesticide. After a quick round, she didn't even seem tired. Xia Qing felt this was definitely related to her absorbing the crystal bead. She finished spraying all the vegetables quickly, while Xia Qing would have needed a break after a long time of work. Xia Qing completed it all, without even catching her breath. Xia Qing had thought his daughter couldn't handle hard work, but seeing her finish the task with a smile made him feel confused. He looked down at his rough hands, feeling lost. It usually took him over an hour to do this job, but she finished it in just a few minutes. Was he getting old? He wasn't even 50 yet. Xia Qing looked at the fresh vegetables and felt pleased. She turned to send her father 5,000 yuan. "Dad, make sure to accept this money. Don't sell our vegetables outside. I've got it covered." 5,000 yuan? That's too much. We don't need that much. Tomatoes are only 30 cents a pound, and they sell for 80 cents in the city. And the cabbage is only about 10 to 20 cents a pound. Xia Qing knew the vegetables were cheap, but she didn't realize they were that inexpensive. Xia Jixian clearly didn't believe her. He usually sold their vegetables for 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, which was already quite good. Sometimes they only sell for 1,000 or 2,000. It takes 2 to 3 months for tomatoes to grow from seedlings to ripe fruit. What else do we have besides growing tomatoes in these 3 months? We planted some watermelons, but they won't be ready for another month, said Xia Jixiang. They only grow seasonal fruits, so vegetable prices don't go up. If they had a greenhouse, they could speed up the growing process and plant some off-season vegetables and fruits, which would sell for a higher price. Thinking about what Xia's father said about the low price of cabbage and its short growing time of just over a month, she said, "Once these tomatoes are ripe in a few days, let's plant cabbage." Cabbage? That's not a good idea. If we plant it now, it won't sell well. We should plant it around November. In November, when winter comes, everyone wants to stock up on cabbage.
Dad.
I have customers who ordered cabbage. Let's plant it. I promise we won't lose money, Xia Qing said seriously. Sweetheart, you don't understand. Cabbage won't sell well right now.
Ding.
Xia Jixiang's phone received a voice notification. WeChat transfer of 2,000 yuan. Looking at the transfer from his daughter, Xia Jixiang's rough hands trembled. In just a moment, his daughter had given him 7,000 yuan. That's as much as he usually makes selling vegetables in 6 months. It's great for a farmer to make 10,000 a year. This really is hard-earned money. Dad, trust me, let's plant cabbage. Xia Qing insisted.
All right.
I'll go buy cabbage seeds. Xia Jixiang was full of energy, especially after receiving that money, and immediately went to buy seeds. He transferred the remaining money to Yang Xia. Why is there so much money? Did you hide some? Yang Xia asked. This is from our daughter. She sold all the tomatoes in the field. Plus, we already have orders for the cabbage we'll plant next month. I'll keep a little money to buy all the cabbage seeds. Let's get them planted, Xia Jixiang said happily. He had never sold so much money from vegetables before. All that hard work was worth it. Growing vegetables is tiring, but selling them is the real challenge. He has to ride a tricycle to the county town at 4 or 5 in the morning and often has to sell all day before he can come back. It's just him and his wife at home, so saying it's not hard would be a lie. Now that the tomatoes in the field are planted, he doesn't have to go out to sell them, saving a lot of effort. Xia Qing thought about renting a warehouse in the county town to keep things discreet. When the time comes, she would transport the vegetables there and store them safely. Suyu looked at the space, noticing that half of the supplies were gone. That half consisted of the jewelry he had collected, while the remaining items were food and water that Xia Qing had found for him. He felt that the space had expanded a bit, which meant the crystal beads were useful. He placed 2 more inside, waiting for Xia Qing to absorb them. They were on their way to the base. I found a gold ring. Li Yao exclaimed happily as he took a gold ring from a skeleton's hand. Fortunately, Xia Qing had no idea where all this gold came from. Otherwise, it would have left her with a psychological burden. Their base was not far from there, but without any transportation, they could only walk. Suyu thought that once the space expanded further, they would be able to store a car and have a means of transportation. After the apocalypse, all the cars were unusable, and gasoline had gone bad due to an acid rain. Some gas stations had been burning fiercely for over half a month. When they returned to the base, it was dirty and chaotic, made up of makeshift shelters, and there weren't even any walls. It had been transformed from an old military base. Brother Su, Brother Yao, you're back. A man in tattered clothes exclaimed, his eyes red upon seeing Suyu. Brother Su, many kids in the base have fevers. They haven't come down yet, he said anxiously, mentioning that one of the feverish children was his younger brother. If we don't find fever-reducing medicine soon, it will be too late, the man said, his eyes welling up. I have fever-reducing medicine. Most of the pharmacies in their city either had expired medicine or had been looted. Suyu took out a few bottles from a space and said, "Let the children use these first. If we run out, I'll find more." "That's great. That's great. We have medicine." Brother Su brought back medicine. "The kids will be saved," the man said excitedly. Hearing about the children with fevers, Li Yao hurried towards the shelter, and Suyu followed him. The shelter was made from military tents, and inside sat a pale woman, Li Yao's wife, Tian Rue. She was in her 20s but looked much older, with a sallow complexion. "Where's the child? How is the child?" Li Yao asked nervously. The woman brought out the child, who was already 2 years old, but looked like he was not even 1. He was pale and malnourished. In front of them was a small pot containing a lump of dark substance, which was made from leaves picked from trees. This substance was sour and toxic. While adults could eat a little without serious issues, it was dangerous for children. "There's nothing to eat. The child hasn't eaten for 2 days. The woman's voice was hoarse from crying, her lips cracked, and her eyes were vacant. There is. Li Yao looked at Suyu for help. Suyu took out the food that Xia Qing had bought from his storage, which included soy milk powder. "Soy milk powder, this can be given to the child," Suyu said. The woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the soy milk powder. Her child finally had something to eat. "Dodo, don't sleep. Daddy has brought you food." Li Yao found an empty drink bottle, poured in some mineral water, and mixed in the soy milk powder. Tian Rue, excited and trembling, took the drink bottle and carefully fed it to Dodo. Dodo opened his eyes sleepily, seeming to lack the strength to eat, but with food nearby, the instinct to survive kicked in, even for a child.
Gulp.
Dodo drank half the bottle. "Don't drink too much. You've been hungry for too long. Eat little by little," Li Yao advised. "There's instant noodles here, Li Yao. Hurry and cook them for Tian Rue," she said. Food was scarce, and even toxic plants nearby had been picked and cooked. However, these mutated plants were poisonous, and many people had toxins in their bodies. If they continued eating them, they might not live long. "I'll go check on those kids and see if we have enough medicine," Li Yao said as he started a fire to cook the instant noodles. The aroma was strong, drawing people from the surrounding area. A few people looked haggard and thin, their eyes focused on the steaming pot of instant noodles that Li Yao was cooking, with steam rising and an enticing smell wafting through the air. Their gazes were filled with a mix of intense desire and an indescribable sadness. The corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily, as if each breath was an attempt to capture the delicious aroma. Some swallowed hard, making faint sounds in their throats. The air felt thick, and time seemed to slow down, with only the sound of the noodles boiling breaking the silence. Each person's eyes showed a strong longing. If someone were to reach out and try to grab the food, the others would likely rush in to join. Li Yao glanced at the people in the nearby shelters. Their faces were not good. Long-term hunger had left them emaciated. Very few people had awakened their abilities. Li Yao turned slightly to block the others' view. "They won't try to take our food, will they?" Their intense gazes felt overwhelming. Tian Rue held the child. Dodo had drunk the soy milk and now seemed to have more energy. "They don't dare." Li Yao's gaze became fierce as he scanned them. The others turned pale with fear and did not dare to approach, but they couldn't help but look over, their mouths watering. Suyu saw the children huddled together in a small shelter. They were orphans, having lost both parents, and they were the only ones to care for them. "Brother Yu, these kids can't eat leaves," Wang Chong said with red eyes. "The leaves are poisonous. Most of these soldiers have evolved and can handle it, but some have developed health issues from eating toxic food for so long. Not to mention these little kids. Give all the food here to the children," Suyu said, pulling out a lot of food, leaving Wang Chong stunned. This is all clean food," Wang Chong exclaimed excitedly. "We have food." A few children saw the food and eagerly desired it. "You all need to find gold and other valuable things for me, and I'll give you food," Suyu said. "Valuable? Gold? What good is that?" "But if it means food, they will search for anything." "Okay, Brother Yu." The space was small, and the food bought by Xia Qing was distributed, with some kept for himself. Hearing about the food, many people gathered around, and some even tried to it. For a bite to eat, people would do anything, but with him there, others didn't dare to cause trouble. Even if they all came at once, they wouldn't be a match for Suyu. Suyu called over 3 other brothers to maintain order and cooked all the instant noodles, distributing them to the children first. Suyu was strong. He was the leader of their base. Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, tell Liao to come with me to the city at dawn tomorrow. These 3 were all evolved with decent physical abilities. The other brothers hadn't evolved, and after long-term consumption of contaminated food, their health had declined.
All right.
Okay. They all replied at once. Suyu used to have a higher physical ability. He had once crossed dangerous jungles alone to defeat rebels, truly a warrior. But after the apocalypse, his physical abilities had also diminished. Later, they discovered crystal beads that could enhance their physical abilities, but the lingering toxins couldn't be eliminated. The space was small, and there wasn't enough food for the children at the base. The children who didn't get any food looked on helplessly. Some even stuffed dirt into their mouths, while some adults struggled to control themselves. There isn't enough food to share. Wang Chong looked at Suyu with a frown and swallowed hard. They had already given the food to the children. Suyu said, Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, go collect any gold, diamonds, or other valuable items you can find. Although Wang Chong and Zhang Liang didn't understand why Suyu wanted these items, they followed his instructions. Next, Suyu sternly addressed the others in the base who had not received food. As long as I, Suyu, am here, each of you will have food and clean water. But to survive here, you must follow my rules. First, no stealing. Second, no bullying the weak or elderly. Third, obey my orders. Anyone who disobeys will either die or be kicked out. We all listen to Brother Yu. Wang Chong quickly agreed. We listen to Brother Yu. Suyu was already strong, and now that he could find food, he was like a savior to them. They would do anything for him. Xia Qing noticed that there were some gold accessories in the space, but they looked dirty and needed cleaning. The food in the space was gone. Remembering that Suyu mentioned a lack of water and food, she went to the county town in the afternoon and bought all the steamed buns and pancakes from a small shop. She found a secluded spot to store them in the space, and then went to a mall to sell the jewelry. This time, she chose a different gold store. It was a bit cheaper than the last one, but she still made 20,000 yuan. Then she searched for warehouses in the market and finally found a suitable one. This warehouse is quite remote in a corner. If you want to rent it, I can give you a discount, 800 yuan a month. Well, since it's in a corner and not very convenient, otherwise for over 200 square meters, I would have to charge 1,500, said a friendly man in a striped long shirt. This warehouse had been hard to rent out, and the owner was quite worried. Okay, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll rent it for half a year, Xia Qing said. She liked this corner warehouse. It was hidden and had no cameras. The man was very happy that Xia Qing was renting it so quickly. He immediately handed her the keys. There was still plenty of empty space, so Xia Qing went to the vegetable market and bought a lot of vegetables while checking the prices. The prices were really cheap. The most expensive was 2.5 yuan per pound, but in the big city, a takeout meal costs 20 to 30 yuan, and a cup of milk tea is also around 20. Pork bones. Xia Qing bought a lot and stored them in her space. Looking at the space, which was already full, she finally felt at ease. It should be late at night over there now. When he wakes up the next day and sees all this food, he will surely be happy. Once the space station is upgraded, she will buy even more food for him. Then, Xia will help her find gold, diamonds, and other valuable items. If she can take out a collectible from that time-space museum, she could probably sell it for a good amount of money here.
Ding.
She looked down at her hand. Her manuscript was approved. At that moment, she remembered that the novel only had the first part, not the second. When she got home, Xia Qing immediately used her phone to download a scanning app. She scanned both parts of the book, totaling 450,000 words. She published the first 50,000 words right after signing the contract, and then she published another 50,000 words. She decided to just publish 10,000 words each day from now on. After scanning the book, she tore it up and threw it in the trash. She wondered if she would receive any royalties. She probably wouldn't know until early next month. If this book became popular, she would ask Suyu to find the second part for her. In the future, she would also ask Suyu to find more novels for him. She could use her royalties to buy more supplies for the people in the post-apocalyptic world. They would surely understand, right? Earning royalties is definitely a more reliable source of income than selling gold. The technology on both sides is similar. They have smartphones here, so you should have them too, right? Xia Qing sold some ordinary jewelry on a second-hand platform with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. Some of these jewelry pieces had tags that were only a few hundred yuan, but they were stylish and attractive. She hadn't checked for half a day, and surprisingly many people had already made purchases. She hurried to the village's delivery service to send everything out. Now, she had received quite a bit of money. Her balance was already 50,000. In just a few days, she had never had this much money in her bank account before. A sense of happiness surrounded her. She felt she would become richer as long as Suyu didn't starve in the post-apocalyptic world. She checked her space. Nothing had changed, so he was probably sleeping? After all, there is a time difference between the two sides. Ding ding. This afternoon at home, we need to rehearse. She suddenly remembered that Wang Sisi was getting married the day after tomorrow. After changing into a new outfit, she headed to Wang Sisi's house. It was just a 10-minute walk to the east side of the village. Xia Qing looked at her phone, scrolling through the novel app. The novel she published was on the Qimao app. On her first day after signing the contract, she published 50,000 words out of a total of 100,000. The rest has been scanned but not yet released. With 100,000 words, her book climbed to the top 3 on the new book list, and many people are asking for more updates. This is a sign that it will become very popular, and she wonders how much her earnings will be this month. Xia Qing felt a rush of excitement inside. As she looked at the comment section, people were continuously posting comments and sending coins. Xia Qing? An incredulous voice came from the front. It really is you? I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Sisi was a bit shocked to see Xia Qing. She had thought of Xia Qing as someone with dark circles under her eyes, tan skin, and thick black glasses. Besides her pleasant voice, there was nothing special about her, which is why she asked her to be a bridesmaid. But the girl in front of her was not wearing glasses, had bright eyes, and her skin had become fairer. This was not what she expected. Since Xia Qing's skin was not fair, she wanted to find someone with darker skin to complement herself. Because Xia Qing rarely returned home during college, the last time they met was probably during the New Year. Taking a regular bus would take all night, and she didn't want to spend too much on a plane or high-speed train. Wang Sisi. Congratulations. Xia Qing was in a good mood after learning that her novel was a hit. Wang Sisi's face twitched slightly.
Comin.
There's another bridesmaid coming soon, Li Chui from our village.
Li Kui.
In her memory, she was a chubby girl. The wedding is tomorrow morning, and the house is already decorated. All the uncles and aunties from the village know each other. Is this Xia Qing? Do you have a partner yet? I heard that salaries are high in big cities. You can earn several thousand or even tens of thousands a month. Xia Qing, you're 22 this year, right? If you're single, I can introduce you to someone. The aunties chatted while eating sunflower seeds. This girl should come back early to get married. Sisi is doing well. She has a house in the county and is a civil servant. Very stable. Girls should find a good partner. Xia Qing, if you're single, the aunties can introduce you to someone. When Xia Qing returned to the village, everyone asked her about her salary, if she had a partner, and when she would get married. They even urged her to have a second or third child after having the first. Xia Qing, you've really become more beautiful in the 6 months since we last saw you. Of course. No wonder I didn't recognize you. Wang Sisi felt uneasy hearing this. If Xia Qing was a bridesmaid at her wedding, wouldn't that make her look less impressive? She would rather spend 200 yuan to hire someone instead of trying to save money. Wang Sisi pulled Xia Qing aside and hesitantly said, You don't need to be a bridesmaid anymore. We have enough people. Xia Qing was pleasantly surprised to hear this. She didn't really want to be a bridesmaid, so this was a perfect excuse to decline. Okay, my sweet potatoes can't be sold. Last year they sold well, but this year no one is buying them. Do you grow sweet potatoes too? We grow them as well, and we will dig them up in a couple of days. The county can't sell them at a good price, so we have to take them to the city. But driving there costs money, and this year it seems like we won't make much profit. Xia Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this. She remembered that Suyu needed more food, and sweet potatoes would be perfect to fill him up. Plus, the price was low right now, so she could buy them and send them to Suyu. Auntie, how many sweet potatoes do you have? I planted almost 3 acres. I thought they would sell well like last year, so I planted more. Xia Qing recalled that last year's sweet potatoes became quite famous, which is why they sold well, but this year there were fewer. Annie, how much are you selling your sweet potatoes for? Last year it was 60 cents per pound, but this year it's only 30 cents per pound. Auntie was also worried. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll buy all your sweet potatoes. Just weigh them, and I'll take them.
What?
Auntie thought she misheard. That was 2 acres of sweet potatoes, which could be several thousand pounds. Qing, please don't joke with me. We're neighbors and this is a big deal. Auntie, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you a 500 yuan deposit. If I can't buy them later, you can keep the deposit. If she sold all 2,000 pounds at 30 cents per pound, that would only be 600 yuan, but she was already giving Annie 500 as a deposit. We also planted 2 acres of potatoes. Will you buy them? Annie asked with a smile. We also grow sweet potatoes. Are you still buying? If you are, I can give you a better price, Mr. Jia quickly chimed in. I grow a special kind of sweet potato and can offer you 40 cents per pound. A note. In this setting, the land is fertile and the prices for vegetables and fruits are low, while other items, like electronics, are expensive. Several people were eagerly asking Xia Qing about her plans. In the village, growing crops was manageable, but selling them was the real challenge. For villagers, selling online was not practical. The shipping costs made it unprofitable. Farming was already hard work. Most villagers sold their produce in the county or nearby cities. Okay, let me check and see what I need, and I'll get back to you. Xia Qing was surprised by the enthusiasm for her purchase of over 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, the bride, Wang Sisi, felt left out. She realized she wouldn't have to be a bridesmaid or attend the wedding tomorrow. She was busy with many things. So, she gave Wang Sisi 200 yuan in advance. She felt generous, knowing she would have even more money in the future. She had tens of thousands now. In the village, contributions for events were common and 50 yuan was typical among neighbors, not relatives. In the city, it started at 200, often 500. Wang Sisi initially felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Xia Qing's skin looking better than hers, but when she received the 200 yuan, she felt happy. She enthusiastically chatted with Xia Qing, realizing that money could indeed influence emotions. When she got home in the afternoon, Xia Jixiang, Yang Xia, and her grandmother were waiting for her. As soon as she entered the yard, Yang Xia eagerly asked, Qing, I heard you bought 3 acres of sweet potatoes from Wu Ernyang and 2 acres of potatoes from the Sun family? In the village, news traveled fast. Yes, I have a friend in the city, and I'm collecting vegetables now. I've already collected the watermelons and tomatoes from our few acres, and I asked my dad to plant cabbages for me to collect too. With the apocalypse, farmland was no longer usable, so there would be a high demand for food. My daughter, you are truly our family's lucky star. It's hard to sell vegetables nowadays, so this saves us a lot of trouble. Otherwise, they would have to take their produce to the county early in the morning. Vegetable prices were higher in the morning, but dropped by the afternoon or evening. Each year, the harvest was better, but prices kept falling, making it harder for farmers to make a living. If it weren't for the young people leaving the village to work in the city, things would be even tougher. If Xia Qing buys everything at once, it will save us several trips. Dad, just collect everything and take it to the warehouse in the county. I have the address and I'll go with you. Okay, sounds good. I knew it was worth it to support my daughter's education. She will definitely do better in the city, Xia Qing said with a big smile. I'll buy a tractor for you in a while, so farming won't be so tiring, Xia Qing said with a smile. But tractors are expensive, costing tens of thousands. Xia Qing was still worried about the money. Machinery is costly these days. Qing, you have a way to collect sweet potatoes. Shouldn't you help your family first? Your uncle still has an acre of land. That should yield at least 1,000 pounds, Grandma Xia said as she rushed over. But Xia Qing has already collected so much. Does she really need more? Yang Xia frowned, having heard that Xia Qing had already given a deposit to Wu Ernyang. Collecting too much could mean she wouldn't be able to sell it all, and Xia Qing could end up losing money. Then just cancel the order with Wu Ernyang and collect from your uncle first, Grandma Xia said carelessly. That's not possible. I've already paid the deposit. How about I confirm with my uncle in a few days? Xia Qing replied, needing to check with Suyu about how many more he needed. Hearing this, Grandma Xia immediately became unhappy, her expression sharp. Why wait a few days? Qing, that's your uncle. How can you prioritize someone else over him? I'm not saying I won't order from him. I just want to wait a few days. Xia Qing sighed, feeling her grandmother was being too biased. Then give me a 500 deposit, and I'll give it to your uncle to secure his sweet potatoes first. Xia Qing didn't mind the 500, but she was bothered by her grandmother's attitude. I really don't have the money right now. I'll have money once I sell the sweet potatoes. Besides, we're family. We don't need to worry about the deposit. You gave Wu Ernyang 500. Why not your own family? Xia Qing, that's your uncle. Seeing his mother about to argue with his daughter again, Xia Qing intervened. Qing, you've worked all day. You should go upstairs. Grandma Xia was determined and wanted to get Xia Qing to pay the deposit today. I'll pay it. I'll cover the 500 deposit. To avoid arguments and upsetting the elderly lady, Xia Qing was concerned that if she fainted, his uncle would blame their family for not taking care of her. Then people outside would gossip again. Xia Qing had just transferred over 7,000 yuan to him yesterday. Then give it to me now, Grandma Xia said, feeling uneasy without the money in her hands. Axia, go get 500 yuan in cash for Mom. The family finances were managed by Yang Xia, who was reluctant to do so. But what if Qing decides not to accept it? Wouldn't she lose out? Yang Xia was still very considerate of her daughter. Xia Qing understood this reasoning well. If his mother caused a scene, it would take a long time to settle down, and they might end up having to host her for another month instead of going to their elder brother's house. Go quickly. Although Yang Xia was unhappy, feeling that their family always ended up at a disadvantage, she remembered the last incident where Grandma Xia stayed at their house for an extra half-month, causing a lot of trouble. She thought of this money as a way to avoid disaster. However, 500 yuan was more than their monthly expenses. Once Grandma Xia received the money, her expression brightened, and she happily left the house. Yang Xia watched her leave with a frown, looking quite unhappy. I'm getting old, so I won't argue with her, Xia Qing quickly said, noticing his wife's displeasure. What if our daughter ends up losing out? We'll just consider it a way to avoid trouble. Qing gave us more money for groceries, so I'll cover this as a way to prevent issues. I can't handle the fuss anymore. Both of them fell silent, recalling the previous commotion caused by Grandma Xia, which had drawn the attention of the whole village. Xia Qing went upstairs, and her phone kept buzzing all afternoon with votes and comments for her. It seemed her novel was a hit, and the food in her space had all been cleared out. She quickly entered the space and informed Suyu that she wanted all the novels from the bookstore she visited last time. When Suyu woke up, he found the space filled with food and instantly became excited. One portion was specially prepared for him by Xia Qing, a grilled meat rice dish, as she considered him a regular customer. It wasn't too much to treat him a little special, right? She even thoughtfully added a cola, which all men love to drink. Suyu felt delighted as he looked at it. Li Yao and the others shared some steamed buns, but there were still too many people at the base, and Xia Qing's small space needed an upgrade. With so many people, the daily food consumption was huge. Even though they bought a lot of buns and pancakes, it was unlikely everyone would get enough. Most people could only have half a bun. But they were excited not to have to eat dirt or toxic tree bark. The soft, fluffy buns made some people emotional while eating. Your milk powder will probably arrive in a day or two, Xia said. That's okay. I still have a few bags of soy milk to drink, came the reply. After going 2 or 3 days without food, just having a normal meal felt like a blessing. Li Yao, Wang Chong, and Zhang Liang were happily munching on their buns when they saw Suyu eating grilled meat with rice, and even drinking cola. Why do you have meat? Li Yao rushed over, excited. Don't laugh at him for being so eager. It had been too long since he had eaten meat, and others quickly gathered around. This is my meal, Suyu said calmly, but inside he felt pleased. After all, it was special treatment for him. With food available these past 2 days, Suyu's complexion was gradually improving. Although others didn't know where he got the food, they only knew he had awakened a magical spatial ability. Smells so good. That drink looks delicious, Wang Chong said, his eyes sparkling at the can of cola in Suyu's hand. I'll get you some to try next time, Suyu promised, thinking about solving everyone's food needs first, then figuring out how to build walls for safe living. Right now, they were in a large underground military shelter. After the 4 finished eating, Li Yao went to check on his son, little Do Ding, who could sit up now and looked much better. They were all heading to the city today to fight zombies, and everyone was determined since they had just eaten well. With a swift motion, Wang Chong sliced a zombie and pulled out the crystal from its brain. There's a supermarket over here, but it's already empty, Wang Chong said regretfully. This city was close to their base, so the food had been looted long ago. It had been a year since the apocalypse, and there was hardly any food left. You go? Where's the bank? Li Yao asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. There must be a lot of money in the bank, but Suyu shook his head. They were in different timelines, and the currency systems were different. We can't.
Brother you.
There's a gold shop over there. Li Yao excitedly pointed to a small gold store across the street. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang were confused. Weren't we out here to fight zombies and find supplies? What good is a pile of gold? Remembering what Suyu said about valuable things, could this be related? Let's go. The 4 of them headed straight for the gold shop. The entrance was intact, and aside from some cobwebs, there were no signs of damage inside. Compared to the chaos of the supermarket, it seemed no one had been here. They dismantled the counters and collected various gold jewelry and jade bracelets into their storage space. Thinking of what Xia Qing had asked him to do, he also went to the bookstore. He gathered a few books until there was no more room in his storage. He would have to come back tomorrow. After collecting these items, they weren't in a hurry to leave. They hunted a few zombies on the outskirts and found about a dozen crystal beads before heading back. By the time they returned, it was already afternoon. As the sun set, the zombies became more active and stronger. Even the evolved ones didn't dare to stay in the city at night. They could easily take down a few zombies, but hundreds or thousands would be overwhelming. When Suyu and the others got back to the underground shelter, the lighting was dim. They had only a few light bulbs powered by an external generator they had found earlier. You, brother you. An older lady stopped Suyu. He thought she was asking for food and frowned, saying, All the food has been distributed today. We won't have more until tomorrow. The old lady took off a jade bracelet she had worn for a lifetime. This is for you. Can you find medicine for my grandson tomorrow? Suyu took the bracelet. It looked nice, but in this world, even a piece of bread was worth more. What illness does your grandson have? Suyu quickly asked. He seems to have acute gastroenteritis. A bespectacled man with a square face approached. He had been a doctor before the apocalypse and was now treating people at the base, but he had no medicine or equipment. Okay, I'll see what I can do, Suyu replied. Many people in the base have acute gastroenteritis. It's probably from eating something unclean, Liao said. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Suyu said, and the others didn't dare to negotiate further. When Suyu and the others left, the grandmother's eyes were red. The doctor nearby wanted to offer some comfort, but didn't know how to start.
Mom, eat.
A little girl held half a steamed bun in her hand, unwilling to finish it, wanting to give it to her mother.
You.
Eat, the woman said weakly, her face pale, eyes sunken, and lips dark, a sign of long-term poisoning from too much unhealthy food. Mom, please don't die. I'll give you all of it. Please stay alive, the 4-year-old girl cried heartbrokenly. A few people watched the scene. Everyone here had seen such things before. In their base, it was still manageable, but it was said that in the neighboring base, people had resorted to cannibalism due to a lack of food. Suyu entered his space and found that the supplies he had stored were still there. Considering the time difference, it should be late at night there, and he had only left a note. The next day, Xia Qing woke up early. She had been feeling refreshed lately, perhaps because of having money, and after absorbing the crystal beads, her body had undergone many changes. The first thing she did upon waking was check her phone, which had 99+ messages from the Qimao novel app. It was only 6 o'clock. Then she entered her space, where shiny gold jewelry dazzled her eyes. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and various gold rings, along with pearls, agate, and crystals. It seemed like he had moved an entire store. Xia Qing guessed correctly. He had nearly moved half a shop. Next, she saw the note he had written, with strong and powerful handwriting, clearly showing he was a person of great strength. The items he needed were steamed buns, flatbreads, and medicine for treating intestinal inflammation. She had to buy them. So much money. Some necklaces and bracelets were really beautiful. She didn't want to sell them, but she had to sell them to have money. However, she needed to handle the jewelry first. She took out a large box from under her bed and stuffed all the jewelry from her space into it. She put on a necklace she liked right away. One suitcase wasn't enough, so she found another large box and filled it, making her bed area full of various jewelry. She also stored quite a bit in her wardrobe. She needed to clear space to store things for Suyu. Fortunately, the house in the countryside was quite large, and her room was over 20 square meters. She took out all the gold bracelets and packed them into her backpack. She planned to sell them in the county today, and if that didn't work, she would go to the city. She couldn't sell so much gold at one jewelry store to avoid raising suspicion, which would be troublesome. Xia Qing opened her phone and saw that her novel was already in the top 3. Excited, she published 20,000 words all at once. Under her bed, there were many gold jewelry pieces stuffed in. Before leaving, she locked her room door. She needed to get a driver's license and buy a car. With money, she could improve her life. Otherwise, what was the point of having money? Why is she rushing out so early? Yang Xia chuckled and shook her head at the energetic Xia Qing. When Xia Qing arrived in the county, she sold 100 grams at a jewelry store. To her surprise, gold prices had risen today. Recently, gold prices had been continuously increasing. This time, she made quite a profit. In the morning, she sold a lot of gold and even signed up for driving school for herself. Then she thought, why not sign her parents up too? In the afternoon, she took a bus to the city and sold gold at various jewelry stores until her backpack was empty. Looking at her bank account, she saw she had 900,000 yuan, a sum she had never dared to dream of before. After working a month for 5,000 yuan with a 996 schedule, she now earned this much easily. At home, she still had several large suitcases full of jewelry. When she sold those, she estimated it could bring in tens of thousands. The rest were crystal and amber jewelry, which weren't as valuable as gold, but she planned to sell them online. Instead of using second-hand platforms, she thought about opening a store on Taobao to sell some unique items from another world. She needed to find a way to get rid of those items. For now, she wouldn't ask Suyu to find valuable things for her. She would slowly sell what she had online. Thinking about what Suyu needed, she went to the pharmacy to buy various medications for intestinal inflammation and fever reducers. Others thought she was stocking up. Then she went to the market to buy buns, steamed bread, and baby formula until she could barely carry it all. This was what Suyu had marked, and she was particularly attentive. Luckily, she had space. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to bring it all back. After filling her space, She finally finished shopping. Not to mention buying things, it was quite enjoyable. There were also a dozen crystal beads in her space that she hadn't had time to absorb yet. With all this activity, it was already afternoon, but she didn't feel tired. Instead, she felt energized, as if she had been given a boost. Earning money and buying things. Was that tiring? Not at all. Before, when I was shopping in the city with my colleagues, I could only look and not buy. Now she has finally found the joy of shopping. She thinks that if in the future, you find something for her from the museum, it could sell for tens of millions or even billions. Xia Qing felt so excited about this idea. They could rebuild their home into a big villa. They might even take her parents on a trip abroad. When she got home, Xia Qing told young Xia and Xia Jixiang, "Dad, Mom, I signed you both up for driving lessons. Download an app and start learning the first subject." Driving lessons? Grandma Xia frowned. Isn't signing up for driving lessons going to cost 1 or 2,000? Her cousin, who graduated from college, still hasn't found a job and is also planning to get a license. When she went back to give money that day, her grandson Xia Jiqiang was on the phone with his dad asking for money, saying he needed 2,000 yuan to get a license in the city. "Yes. Once we get our licenses and buy a car, we can all drive. It will be much faster to go to the county," Xia Qing said with a smile. Riding an electric bike takes 40 minutes, but driving takes less than 20.
Great.
"I'll start learning right away." Xia Jixiang was very happy. Thinking about his daughter buying them a car made him feel overjoyed. He decided to go out and chat with son Zhengwo. "I'll be back for dinner later," Xia Jixiang said, quickly running out. Xia Qing knew he was going out to brag. With a father who loves to show off, she couldn't help it. Their family used to be teased by people in the village, always saying he only had one daughter and wondering who would take care of him in old age. Now they could see that having a daughter is just as good. She is even more filial than a son. "Why did you sign me up too? That's such a waste of money," Yang Xia said, but she couldn't hide her smile. She had faced a lot of teasing over the years. "That's not fair. Once Mom gets her license, I'll buy you a small car, and you can take Grandma out for a drive. Otherwise, when Grandma gets sick and needs to go to a big hospital, they have to borrow a car, or take a taxi to the county, or even to the city. It's really inconvenient." Okay. I'll study my phone." Yang Xia was also excited. When she visits her family, they definitely won't tease her anymore, and she can hold her head high in front of her sister. "What are you learning? At your age, you still want to get a license?" Grandma Xia couldn't help but speak up. Her eldest son's family hesitated to spend money on their son's driving lessons, but now they were paying for her granddaughter Xia Jixiang's lessons, and also for Yang Xia. Each of them cost 2,000 yuan, which adds up to 6,000, right? Thinking of this, Grandma Xia looked at Xia Qing and wanted to say she was wasteful and didn't understand how to manage money. "Grandma, you should be going to my uncle's house tomorrow, right? Should I take you there?"
Yes.
Tomorrow, Grandma Xia would go to her uncle's house. Xia Jiqing's family was going there. Grandma's expression changed suddenly. Xia Jiqing's family had many children and limited space, unlike here, where there was a big room. Since Xia Qing was the only child, no one asked her for money. Xia Jiqing's eldest son had just graduated and didn't earn much, and his younger brother was still in school. They all needed money. How could an old lady from the village have a retirement pension? She favored Xia Jiqing and didn't want to spend her eldest son's money, thinking she could spend it here with Xia Jixiang, believing they only had one daughter. In the future, she would be giving to outsiders. When Grandma Xia heard Xia Qing say she would take her back, she felt a bit anxious. "Can I stay a few more days at my son's house?" "Of course. I just thought you had already been here for a month. I was worried it might be inconvenient for you to walk back, so I offered to take you." In the village, married daughters were like spilled water, and men were responsible for supporting their parents. Initially, the two brothers agreed to take turns visiting each month, and tomorrow would be the first of the month. Time to switch. "It's so close. I can just go over for a meal," Grandma said with a frown. "If it's uncomfortable where you stay, can't you just go eat and come back?" Xia Qing didn't want to argue with her grandmother anymore and quickly went upstairs. She had paid a deposit on Taobao, and the review was completed in 2 hours. She had sold quite a few items on Xianyu and needed to ship them tomorrow. Next, she bought a lot of things on Taobao, like instant noodles and dried noodles. Online shopping is so convenient now. She didn't need to go out to buy anything. Thinking that summer would be here in a month and they had no air conditioning at home, every summer they just used an old fan that everyone shared. She directly ordered 2 air conditioners from Taobao, spending 5,000 yuan. The toilet at home needed to be replaced, and they needed a new refrigerator and TV. She also wanted to change her bed, but there were jewelry items under it, so she couldn't do that for now. Qing, it's time for dinner.
Coming.
Xia Qing went downstairs and found a beautiful jade bracelet among the jewelry Siyu had given her. She immediately liked it and didn't want to sell it, so she decided to give it to her mother instead. If her mother didn't like it, she would take her to a jewelry store to choose something else. She was just worried that her mother wouldn't want to spend money, so she would slowly help them get used to it. Today, I made dumplings, Yang Xia said happily. Ever since her daughter returned, everything had been going well, and her mood improved too. The reason Grandma Xia was willing to stay at the second son's house was that Yang Xia cooked delicious meals and was generous with her cooking, especially when Xia Qing was around. Having one daughter was different from having 3 sons like the eldest family who would all need to buy houses and spend money to marry in the future. We're having dumplings for dinner tonight. The shepherd's purse we picked this morning was so fresh. Yang Xia chopped the green shepherd's purse and mixed it with plump local pork. Then she took some soft dough to wrap the filling and prepared a soy sauce and vinegar dip. The smell was wonderful. Xia Jixiang ate 3 big bowls by himself. Xiao Xia's dumplings are delicious. Save a bowl for Xiao Peng, Grandma Xia praised. Xiao Peng was the youngest son of the uncle's family. Yang Xia didn't look too happy. Every time Grandma Xia said this, she would give some of their food to the uncle's children. Were their kids just kids? Was Qing not one? Mom, I have a bracelet for you, Xia Qing said as she took out the jade bracelet. Yang Xia was instantly attracted to it and forgot about being upset with Grandma Xia. This jade bracelet is beautiful. Grandma Xia didn't know how much jade was worth. She was more familiar with gold and thought the bracelet looked nice, but wasn't valuable. Actually, Xia Qing didn't know the price either, as it didn't have a tag. This jade bracelet is much clearer than the one your aunt wears. Yang Xia couldn't stop admiring it. Xia Qing knew her Aunt Yang Mei was the one in the family with the best living conditions. She was the first person in the village to go to college and had married into a big city. That's why Yang Xia worked so hard to send her daughter to college. When she studied and worked in the big city, her aunt helped her out, but even though the 2 sisters were close, they sometimes compared themselves. While talking, Yang Xia sent a short video to Yang Mei along with a message. This is the jade bracelet my daughter gave me. Isn't it pretty? I didn't let her spend money, but she insisted on getting it for me. Before long, Aunt Yang Mei replied, "Can you send me a video? Your jade bracelet is very shiny, like it's of high quality." What does high quality mean? Yang Mei quickly sent her a picture, explaining that high-quality jade can cost anywhere from 30,000 to several million, with the cheapest being around 100,000. Really? It looks real and very shiny, like it's high-quality jade. Yang Xia looked at the message from her sister and then at the shiny bracelet. Qing, how much did you buy this bracelet for?
Yang Xia asket nerfo usli.
It better not be tens of thousands. She wouldn't dare wear it and would have to lock it away in a drawer under the bed to feel safe. Xia Qing had no idea how much it cost. The value in another world should be different, right? Besides, she didn't pay anything for it. Xia Qing casually replied, it was just a few hundred. Although a few hundred was still not cheap for them, it was nothing compared to gold. Yang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. A bracelet costing a few hundred was fine to wear. Your aunt said we should visit them next month. Your cousin is getting engaged. Going back to the city again? Xia Qing frowned slightly, remembering how messy things were when she left. It takes a long time to get there by train, and tickets are a few hundred each. Yang Xia hesitated. Then they saw a message from their aunt saying they would buy the train tickets and suggested bringing their grandparent along. Grandma needed to see a doctor in the city.
Go.
You two sisters haven't seen each other in a long time. I'll take care of things at home, Xia Qing said, noticing Yang Xia's hesitation but wanting her to go. He knew she was worried about home. Don't worry. I won't need to sell vegetables in the city. I can just grow some cabbage. I can handle it myself. Go, go. You've worked hard these years. Take a trip to the city. Yang Xia's eyes turned red. Her husband really cared for her. What do you mean go? Who will take care of the chickens and ducks at home? Grandma frowned, realizing that if Yang Xia left, no one would cook for her. These chores are easy. I can manage alone. Mom, don't worry about this. Next month, you'll be staying at your brother's house. Xia Qing frowned. That's a waste of money. Grandma's face turned red with anger.
Fine.
Then next month, Qing, you can come with me, Yang Xia said, smiling brightly. Okay. Xia Qing didn't want to upset her mom, but the city. Still, she felt a bit more confident this time. At least she had some money now. With a month left, she needed to earn a bit more. The big city is not like their small village. A few hundred yuan can last a month here, but in the big city, a meal costs at least hundreds or even thousands. They can't expect Annie to pay for everything. After lunch, Xia Qing watched her mom washing dishes and thought about ordering a dishwasher and a robot vacuum online. Summer is fine, but in winter, washing dishes and clothes leaves Yang Xia's hands red and cracked. First, she needed to pack up the items she sold on an online platform yesterday and send them out from the delivery store. There were quite a few buyers for her items on another shopping site, and roughly calculating, she made about 20,000 yuan from her online sales. The cost was just the shipping fees. Xia Qing found the second volume of the book from the pile that Siyu helped her with and scanned it. She also flipped through a few novels that were quite interesting, and before she knew it, she had read all morning. Thinking of the crystals, she absorbed several at once. After absorbing them, her space indeed expanded, and her skin became smoother, her body filled with energy. Qing, I'm treating my classmates to dinner tomorrow night. Remember to come too, at the Four Seasons Qing restaurant in the county, room 201. Okay, Xia Qing replied and hung up the phone. She didn't attend the wedding. This was likely a thank you dinner in return. It was perfect since she needed to go to the county tomorrow for driving school, and she paid extra to take the test quickly. She could just stop by for dinner afterward. The appliances she ordered online were out for delivery today. She ordered them yesterday afternoon, and they were being delivered this morning. That online store is really fast. They must be afraid she would cancel her order. At noon, Yang Xia made a big pot of stew with local pork, adding some cooking wine, salt, and MSG, stirring it with a slotted spoon. Then she sautéed some green onions and added large chunks of pork, seaweed, meatballs, and winter melon, and finally added some noodles. It smelled delicious and was refreshing. How could it not be tasty? To avoid it being too greasy, she picked 2 tomatoes from the garden, cut them into pieces, and mixed them with a bit of sugar. So sweet and refreshing. I must say, Yang Xia's cooking is really good, and the steamed buns from their home are soft and fragrant. Xia Qing ate a big bowl. Woof, woof. Every household in the village keeps a couple of dogs, and Xia Qing's family is no exception. The leftover food at home is given to the big yellow dog, who is pregnant and has a round belly. Grr. Xia Qing rubbed the big yellow dog's head while checking her phone. Today is September 2nd, and the payment from Chi Mao has come out. Last month, it was only published for 3 to 5 days, so I expected the payment to be small. But when I checked my phone, I was surprised to see that the payment for those few days was over 5,000 yuan. What a big surprise. If I sell the copyright in the future, it could be worth hundreds of thousands, right? The novels that Suyu found are quite interesting. Once I finish reading them, I can scan and publish them to earn some money too. Qing, the tomatoes can be picked in the next few days. Where should I deliver them? Xia Qing asked. To warehouse number 20 in Nanpu, the county town. After picking, I'll go with you to deliver. Summer Qing replied.
Just focus on picking.
Someone will come to transport them later, she added. Otherwise, her dad would have to make several trips on his tricycle. She could just rent a truck. That's great news. I'm so happy, Xia Qing said with a big smile. This year is really good. I don't have to go out at 3 or 4 in the morning to haul goods anymore. Thanks to Qing. Sending Qing to school was definitely the right choice. Xia Qing was very pleased. Xia Qing is not yet 50, but years of hard work have given him gray hair and wrinkles. People would believe he was 70. Farming and delivering vegetables without sleep in the early morning is normal. In the afternoon, when there are fewer buyers, he can find a shady spot on the street to take a nap. Summer is fine, but winter is too cold. Setting up a greenhouse in winter costs a lot. That's why winter vegetables are more expensive. As long as Xia stays healthy, she will have enough income, and there will always be someone to buy their vegetables. In the afternoon, Summer Qing's delivery phone didn't stop ringing. Large packages were delivered to the door, and she had to go outside to carry them. What did you buy? Yang Xia and Xia Qing were both curious. Neighbors gathered around, including her dad's friend, Sun Zhengwo. I bought an air conditioner. Summer is coming, so I'm installing one in my parents' room and one in mine. Our fridge is too small and noisy, so I bought a new one. I also got a big 80-inch TV for you, so you can watch comfortably. And this multifunctional sofa chair is so comfortable. I also bought a dishwasher, but the floor cleaner will probably arrive tomorrow. Having a big house in the countryside is nice. That sounds like a lot of money. Yang Xia felt her daughter spent quite a bit. Do you mean you won't have to wash dishes anymore? It's not that much. Mom, Dad, I have money now. Let's enjoy a better life from now on. Earning money is for spending, right? Sure, daughter. If you're being good to us, we'll happily accept. Xia Qing said with a big smile. He felt optimistic. Having conditions means living well. Even without a son, a daughter is still a child. He was never stingy, but he didn't have many skills, just farming, which didn't pay much. Now that his daughter is successful, he couldn't be happier. Let the villagers see that he has a daughter to be proud of. All this is thanks to my daughter. Jiangua, when our new TV is set up, come over to watch. It's so big, it must look amazing. Xia Qing's voice was loud, and the neighbors heard him clearly. Sun Zhengwo looked a bit uncomfortable, but managed to keep a neutral expression. Okay, I'll come see how big your TV is. Sun Zhengwo also had 2 sons and a daughter, but his daughter was already married. He had secretly mocked Xia Qing for having only 1 girl, thinking it would be a problem. Now, seeing Xia's daughter return and buy new phones and appliances for the house, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Such a big box. Zhengwo, come help me move it. I'll treat you to drinks tonight, Xia Qing said cheerfully. Sun Zhengwo's lips twitched. He wasn't interested in the drinks. He needed to go home and talk to his sons about this. I'll help. Xia Qing tried to assist, but was quickly blocked by her father. It's too heavy for you. I'll do it. Zhengwo, come help. Sun Zhengwo reluctantly went to help lift it. Actually, Xia Qing could manage. It didn't feel heavy to her, probably due to the energy she absorbed from the crystal. Using the air conditioner in summer wastes a lot of electricity. Such a wasteful thing. If it's hot, just use a fan, the old lady said angrily.
Don't worry, Mom.
Just use the fan when you need it. Qing only bought 2 air conditioners, and we won't put one in your room, Yang Xia said. The old lady's face turned pale with anger, but she tried to calm down and said, 1 air conditioner is enough. We can give the other one to your older brother's family. That way it will be cool when I visit. My daughter spends money to honor her parents. What about giving something to my older brother? The old lady moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but several neighbors around her spoke up enviously, saying, Xia, you are so lucky. Your daughter has done well. Yes, Xia, you really have a wonderful daughter. The neighbors looked at the big and small boxes in the house, along with the large television, and they all felt envious. There are TVs in the village now, but very few families have air conditioning because people think it uses too much electricity. The arrival of such a large delivery truck stirred up quite a buzz in the village, and soon the news spread everywhere. Uncle's house is only about 10 minutes away, and Tian Kaiwa heard that her younger brother's family bought so many things. Did my younger brother's family buy all this? Is Qingqing doing well outside? Let's adopt our youngest son to Uncle's family. When Qingqing marries over, the land and house will all belong to us. We'll discuss this when Qingqing gets engaged, Xia Qing said with a frown. He was feeling unhappy because, while they had also worked hard to support their university graduate, Qingqing returned home and bought gifts for her parents. But what about his eldest son? Every time he called, it was just to ask for money, saying that living in the big city was expensive and rent was high. He hadn't bought anything for them. Yet Qingqing could come home and buy so many things. Father Xia was unpacking boxes, and the installer wouldn't come until tomorrow. I'm going out tomorrow morning. Mom and Dad, please keep an eye on the house. Okay. The two were very happy. This TV is really big, Xia Qing said, looking at the large television. Our old small TV and refrigerator will be sold tomorrow. They're just taking up space at home, haha. They still had an old-fashioned TV in their living room. Now with this new big, slim TV, it surely looked great. Let's not forget, this was bought with money, Yang Xia said, feeling a bit reluctant. But that feeling only lasted until tomorrow. Once the TV and refrigerator were set up, Yang Xia decided to get rid of the old noisy TV and the shaking refrigerator. Suyu received a large meat bun from Xia Qing along with several bags of milk powder, instant noodles, and bottled water. Liao, take a few bags of milk powder for your child and share the rest with the younger kids. Okay, Liao said, trembling as he held the milk powder. Everyone, eat these meat buns and pancakes first, and we'll divide the rest later. Several large bags of steaming meat buns appeared on the ground. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang smelled the delicious aroma and swallowed hard. They felt they could each eat a dozen buns in one go. However, there were too many people at the base, so they could only have one or two. Distribute the water first. Let the children drink. Okay. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang were so excited they could hardly speak. Tell everyone at the base that food will only be provided for 7 days. After that, only children will receive food. Everyone else will need to trade for it. With 7 days' worth of food, their strength would stabilize. They wouldn't have to eat those poisonous leaves, and their health would improve.
What will we trade with?
Wang Chong asked, looking confused. Li Yao gave him a look. Of course, with crystal beads or valuable items. Valuable items are easy to find. They're everywhere. Although these people weren't very strong, zombies were less active during the day and couldn't run as fast as adults. In the county and villages, food was gone, but valuable items were still around. Li Yao, you are in charge of collecting valuable items at home and keeping a record for trading. Okay. Suyu had other tasks. He needed to hunt zombies during the day to gather crystal beads and provide as much as possible to help her space grow. This way, they could collect plenty of supplies at once. The four quickly settled the plan, and Wang Chong and Zhang Liang prepared to announce it. Li Yao returned home, giving milk powder to Tian Rui, along with a few large meat buns and bottled water. Dad. Little Do Ding had been eating normal food for a few days, and his eyes were clearer now.
Good.
You won't go hungry anymore. We will have food from now on, right? Tian Rui's voice was hoarse and trembling. Yes. If we find more valuable items, we will have a steady supply of food, Li Yao said seriously. Yao, do you remember my house? Of course. Before the apocalypse, Tian Rui was a wealthy young lady, the daughter of the richest man in Jiang City. My basement has my dad's safe, filled with gold, precious diamonds, and famous paintings. Li Yao felt a surge of excitement and said, Wait for me. I'll call you over right now. Tian Rui's house was in a wealthy villa area outside the city, where there were likely fewer zombies. However, searching for gold shops in the city would definitely attract many zombies. In our family's safe, every pink diamond is of auction quality. Back in the day, Tian Rui spent lavishly for Li Yao, but after the apocalypse, all that money became meaningless. Suyu knew that area was full of wealthy people. Let's clear out that wealthy area and move there. They were living in a makeshift shelter now, which was fine, but if they waited until the extreme cold arrived, many people might not survive. Now that they had food, they had strength, and they no longer had to wait aimlessly for death. Life had a purpose, and they needed to take action. If someone had to lead, it was clear that Suyu had become the leader. Before, they couldn't manage the base because they were close to starving, but now things were different.
All right.
Let's gather all the evolved ones and clear it out. Li Yao was very enthusiastic and motivated. The living conditions there would be much better than here. There were only 5 evolved ones in their base, but there were also some former soldiers. Let's organize a vanguard team. No pressure. Great benefits. Food and drinks provided. That was a really good deal. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I'll make sure to get you something valuable. Once we finish in Jiangcheng, we can move on to other cities. There are also vaults. Li Yao said excitedly. In these times, finding food was hard, but shiny gold was everywhere. Suyu also left a note for Xia Qing, telling her that he needed a lot of food and valuable items, which she could ask for any time. He was ready. Xia Qing knew that Suyu had prepared many valuable items for her, but there was no space at home. Plus, keeping them in the bedroom felt very unsafe. She had to deal with these items first. Thinking about the wealth waiting for her made her heart race with excitement. Who cares about matchmaking or dating? It's all about making money and building a career. That's what really matters. In big cities, the richer you are, the more you can enjoy life. Talk of fairness only applies among equals. The wealthy enjoy things that ordinary people can't even imagine. Cars, villas. Those who laughed at her for not being able to afford luxury brands could now buy them. The next morning, she scanned a book and submitted a contract application for $20,000. Then she went to the county town because she was taking the first subject exam that day. Dad, Mom, make sure to study. You'll need to take the first subject exam soon too. Got it, Xia Qing replied. This morning, someone came to install a TV, air conditioner, dishwasher, and robot vacuum in their home. The air conditioning feels so refreshing. Yang Xia said happily as she enjoyed the cool breeze in her bedroom. Otherwise, every summer, especially during the hottest days, she would get heat rashes. Xia, come and see this big TV. The picture quality is so clear, you can even see the pores on the people. And look at this sofa that Qing bought. I can take a nap on it. It's electric. How amazing. Jixiang, check out this big fridge that Qing got for us. It makes no noise, and it opens just by touching it. And this dishwasher. Just place the pots and dishes in it, press a button, and it does the work. Yang Xia said with excitement. After washing dishes for half her life, her hands were rough and dry. Now she wouldn't have to wash dishes anymore. Grandma Xia looked at all the new appliances in the house and realized she hadn't enjoyed them for even a day. She was supposed to go to her eldest son's house today. She was supposed to go 3 days ago, but she had delayed it. If she waited any longer, it wouldn't look good. Now, her daughter-in-law, Tian Kaihua, had come specifically to pick her up. She still had farming to do. Her second son was boarding, and she had to pick up her youngest son every day. Grandma Xia could help with cooking, which would save Tian Kaihua a lot of trouble. Mom, I'm here to pick you up today, Tian Kaihua said with a smile. But when she entered and saw the big TV in the bedroom, her smile quickly faded. Although she had heard many people in the village talking about it yesterday, seeing it in person was still shocking. She had visited the electronics store in the county before, and such a large LCD TV would cost at least several thousand, if not over 10,000. Grandma Xia didn't want to leave. Although she favored her eldest son, she was comfortable at her youngest son's house and didn't have to cook. I'm not ready yet. Grandma Xia tried to buy more time. Yang Xia took out a large package filled with Grandma Xia's things and said, No worries, Mom. I've packed everything for you. I'll come to pick you up again next month. Reluctantly, Grandma Xia followed behind Tian Kaihua. Then I won't see you off, Yang Xia said with a smile, barely able to contain her joy. Grandma Xia had looked down on her since she walked in. When she gave birth to Qing, she was scolded for eating a few extra pieces of pumpkin. It was her own mother and sister who eventually came to take care of her. Now, she could treat her well because her husband was good to her. Tian Kaiwa glanced at the big TV and the brand new refrigerator, wishing she could take them home. Once Qing gets married, these things will belong to her son. Xia Qing successfully took her first driving test in the morning. She wasn't sure if it was because of the crystal beads, but she felt her memory had improved. She passed the test, and now it was time to practice driving. She planned to practice 2 or 3 times a week and take the second test in half a month, using the fast track for a fee. At noon, she had lunch in the county and bought a lot of big meat buns, steamed buns, and pancakes. Suyu said these were filling, so she bought 500 of them, sharing the purchase with several stores. Then she went to a jewelry store and sold 2 diamond rings. The resale price for diamonds was good, and she noticed that gold prices were rising. In the afternoon, she went to a big mall in the county to buy a new outfit and got her hair done. With her fair skin and new look, her confidence increased a lot. She checked the restaurant address that Wang Sisi had sent her and took a taxi there. After visiting the restroom, she overheard some people talking outside. I heard Sula is coming today too? Yeah. I also informed Xia Qing. Suli's partner is my husband's sister. I didn't expect him to come today. Looks like there will be some drama. Didn't Xia Qing have a crush on Sulo, only to be rejected in front of so many people? Just look at Suli's background. His family runs the biggest mall in the county, and he's the school heartthrob. And Xia Qing? She's just a country girl confessing to him. Wang Sisi frowned slightly. After all, she had invited Xia Qing, and she was quite pretty now. Jia, don't say anything later. You're my good friend, and Xia Qing is from my village too. Let's not make it too awkward, Wang Sisi said with a frown. If she had known Su Lo would be there, she wouldn't have invited Xia Qing. In the restroom, Xia Qing frowned slightly. This felt like a cliché drama. She had once received money to help deliver a love letter. When Su Lo saw her, he didn't even read the letter and rejected her right away. Everyone thought she was the one confessing. She knew her parents worked hard to support her education, waking up early and staying late. When someone offered her money, which was just enough for 2 days' meals, she agreed, not realizing it would become a joke among everyone. From then on, she understood that some money was just not worth earning. She studies very well, otherwise, it would be impossible for her to get into a design university in the city. Poor people think that going to college is the way out, but very few actually succeed. The major she chose is very expensive. After arriving in the city, she realized that talent and luck come second, money and power come first. Can we blame those with influence? Everyone is like that. What's the big deal? Isn't she just a village student who got into the city? She'll just go home to farm, Sun Jejia said disdainfully. At first, both Sun Jejia and Xia Qing were in the top 3 of their class, but later Xia Qing got into the city, while Sun Jejia also got into college. The former's parents scraped together money for her education, while the latter's family disapproved and only allowed her to attend a vocational school before starting to work. After they left, Xia Qing came out of the restroom and looked at herself in the mirror. A month ago, her skin was dark, she had severe myopia, and wore thick black glasses. She was exhausted from working long hours, and her skin was rough from staying up late. But now, her skin has become fairer. She took off her glasses, and her eyes look brighter. She has hundreds of thousands in her bank account. Indeed, having money gives her confidence. Before, her clothes were from budget stores, costing less than 200 yuan. She hardly had any clothes in her wardrobe. Today, she spent 2,000 yuan at the county mall without hesitation, and the salespeople treated her differently, with much more enthusiasm. This made her feel really good. All her feelings of sadness and insecurity disappeared. When Xia Qing came out of the restroom, she didn't feel like eating the dinner anymore. The private room Wang Sisi booked was not far from the restroom, and she ran into Wang Sisi outside as she was receiving guests. Xia Qing, Wang Sisi said in surprise, even though she had already seen Xia Qing's transformation that day. But today, Xia Qing looked even more stunning. After all, looks are partly about appearance and partly about how one presents themselves. Xia Qing had given her a gift, and she had also bought a lot of vegetables from the village, including from her uncle's family. Now that she can buy vegetables in bulk, it's clear she has connections, and Xia Qing bought a lot of things for her family yesterday. Even small news spreads quickly in the village. Wang Sisi initially wanted to remind Xia Qing that Sula was coming today, but her husband also arrived and was taken aback by the beautiful Xia Qing. Is she a friend of Sisi's? Please come in, Zhang Wen said with a smile. Congratulations, congratulations. Xia Qing said some polite words and even brought a gift for Wang Sisi. A wedding gift. Wang Sisi looked down and saw that Xia Qing's gift bag contained a luxury Dior lipstick, making her smile widely. Who doesn't like a generous friend? Wang Sisi's face lit up even more. You're too kind.
Come in and sit down.
There were 2 tables for the return invitation in one hall, and Wang Sisi pulled Xia Qing over to her friend's table. One man, seeing Xia Qing approach, looked surprised and asked with a smile, Sisi, who is this beautiful lady? Aren't you going to introduce us? Zhang Chao, this is Xia Qing. Don't you remember? We were in the same class in high school. Wang Sisi replied, admitting that she also didn't recognize her at first. Xia Qing? Zhang Chao said, shocked and speechless. Xia Qing was the top student in high school, so many people knew her, but aside from her studies, she was quite ordinary. Moreover, in Zhang Chao's memory, Xia Qing had dull, dry skin back then. Sun Jiejie stood up in surprise and looked Xia Qing over from head to toe. Zhang Chao, Xia Qing greeted with a smile. She was good at studying and had a great memory, especially after absorbing a lot of knowledge recently. She could remember things after seeing them just a few times. She could recall her high school classmates, which sometimes was painful because bad memories were also hard to forget. Yes, that's me.
Come sit.
This is our class's top student. Scored over 600 on the college entrance exam. Zhang Chao said eagerly. He secretly glanced at Xia Qing, surprised at how beautiful she looked after getting fairer. So what? She's just back to farming, right? Sun Jiejie said with a raised eyebrow, looking down on her. Others thought Xia Qing must have struggled outside and returned home to farm. Zhang Chao, Li Chui, and Wang Sisi all knew about the conflict between Sun Jiejie and Xia Qing. Wang Sisi walked over, pulled Sun Jiejie aside, and whispered with a frown, Jiejie, don't cause trouble. Xia Qing was here to celebrate with her today, and she not only brought a gift but also came to support her. Zhang Chao politely pulled out a chair beside him and said with a smile, Xia Qing, come sit here. It's been so long since we last met. Let's add each other on WeChat. Back then, both of them from their class got into college, but Xia Qing went, while Sun Jiejie did not, which must have hurt her feelings. Okay. Xia Qing gracefully took a seat. Wang Sisi watched Sun Jiejie, hoping she wouldn't cause any more trouble. Xia Qing took out her phone and added Zhang Chao on WeChat. This is the latest Apple 17 model, just released for $89.99. Zhang Chao was surprised to see the phone. Usually, people in small towns wouldn't spend that much on a phone. After all, that's 3 to 4 months' salary. Sun Jiejie looked dismissively, thinking that those who come back from the city like to show off, and maybe they even bought it through online loans. You came back from the city? What are you busy with? Zhang Chao asked warmly. Xia Qing was a top student, and while she didn't attract much attention before, things were different now. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, I'm buying vegetables to sell to food factories in the city. Li Chui's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, I heard from people in our village that you bought a lot of vegetables. Yes. Li Chui shyly asked, I have 3 acres of vegetables at home. Can you buy them? Potatoes and sweet potatoes. She had heard that Xia Qing was buying a lot, mainly because her parents were older and there weren't many people at home to help harvest and sell the vegetables in the city. That process was really tiring, so having someone to buy them would be a big help. Xia Qing smiled and said, Sure. There were many people on Suyu's side, and they needed food. Li Chui's eyes showed excitement, and she said, That's great. Thank you so much, Xia Qing. Xia Qing readily replied, "How about this? Add me on WeChat, and I'll send you a deposit." Li Chui looked at the WeChat transfer of 500 yuan, and her round face broke into a big smile. Sun Jiejie watched this scene with displeasure, but when she saw Su Le come in, she greeted him warmly. "Su Le, come sit here." The girl next to him, dressed in a stylish outfit, was Su Li's girlfriend. Sun Jiejie glanced at Xia Qing, thinking that no matter how well she dressed, she was still just a girl from the village. Zhang Chao and Li Chui both looked at Xia Qing, noticing her calm and relaxed demeanor. Among the people at the table, the ones with the highest education were Xia Qing and Su Le. Su Le wore gold-rimmed glasses and a black casual shirt, looking very respectable, not at all like a rich kid. There were 2 tables, one for the male friends and one for the female friends. "This is Sun Jiejie and Zhang Chao, my high school classmates," Su Lu introduced to his girlfriend, Xiao Jing. Sun Jiejie pointed at Xia Qing and said deliberately, "This is Xia Qing. Don't you remember? She wrote you a love letter back then." Wang Sisi frowned, wondering if Sun Jiejie was acting out today. Although she was her good friend, this wasn't the right occasion to embarrass her. Wang Sisi quickly explained, "This is Xia Qing, the top student from our high school class. That was a long time ago, so don't take it seriously, Xiao Jing." Xiao Jing looked at the relaxed Xia Qing and playfully linked arms with Su Le, saying, "Su Le is so outstanding. If someone likes him, it shows I have good taste." Back then, Su Le tore up the love letter without a second thought, showing no mercy. Wang Sisi frowned and said. Jiejie shrugged it off. She just couldn't stand Xia Qing and felt jealous of her. Their grades were similar in high school, and sometimes Jiejie even did better than Xia Qing. Even though their family situations were quite similar, Jiejie's was slightly better. She also got into Kyoto University, but she couldn't attend, while Xia Qing could, which made her envious. Seeing Xia Qing again reminded her of painful memories. She believed she should have been able to go to college and live a better life than Xia Qing. Su Li's expression was not good. To be precise, it was because he had a bad day at home and didn't do well on his exams, so he was feeling upset. Xia Qing stood up, a gentle smile on her face, and said, "Su Le, that love letter was actually written by Wang Jingjing for you. I took 20 yuan from her." Everyone was stunned, not expecting Xia Qing to reveal this in public. "It wasn't written by Xia Qing, right? I remember Wang Jingjing really liked Su Le back then and even asked me to help deliver things to him," Zhang Chao recalled. Li Chui also remembered, saying, "Wang Jingjing bought me milk and asked me to deliver a love letter to Su Le. Yes. She also offered me money to help deliver things, but I didn't agree," Wang Sisi added, recalling that she didn't go because she secretly liked Su Le at the time. At this moment, Jiejie's expression turned sour because she remembered Wang Jingjing had approached her too. Yeah, many classmates were approached by Wang Jingjing back then. How did it end up with Xia Qing?
Li Kui Said, defending Xia Qing.
Just now, Xia Qing had transferred her deposit, and that couldn't fall through. "We were young and made a big deal out of small things," Su Le said, his lips twitching as he looked at Xia Qing. "I'm sorry. I didn't do well on the exam, and it wasn't directed at you." Everyone was surprised that Su Le, who was usually the proudest in class, publicly apologized. They were all taken aback. Jiejie wanted to say something, but Wang Sisi held her back and whispered, "Let's not cause trouble today." Soon, everyone sat down, and things settled down as they chatted and drank. "Xiao Qing, I heard you went to the Design University in Magic City." "That's one of the top universities in the country," Li Chui said enviously.
"Yes.
I heard many celebrities visit the design school. Did you see Zhouling? The design school is right across from the Film Academy in Magic City." "Not really," Xiao Qing replied. She usually didn't pay much attention, as she was busy working and studying every day. After a few rounds of drinks, several people had quite a bit, but Xiao Qing remained clear-headed, feeling no effects from the alcohol. This was her first time drinking. Sun Jiejie, perhaps feeling down, had a little too much to drink. She stood up unsteadily after hearing everyone ask Xiao Qing about college. "Xiao Qing, why do you get to go to college?" To Magic City? My grades are just as good as yours. Everyone looked at Sun Jiejie, realizing she was drunk and about to say something foolish. Sun Jiejie, sit down, Li Chui said, frowning as she pulled her back. But Jiejie, being drunk, shrugged off Li Chui and walked toward Xia Qing. Why did your parents go to such lengths to send you to school? I can't. Xia Qing glanced at her and frowned, saying, you should ask your parents. It's not like I'm stopping you. Jiejie looked down and saw Xia Qing's iPhone, feeling resentful. You're blocking my luck. Buying an iPhone 17 makes you special? Maybe you got it through some online loan. Xia Qing couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Sun Jiejie, are you out of your mind? Jiejie, stop it. She's drunk. I'll take her outside. Xia Qing, I'll come back later to apologize. Wang Sisi said, frowning as she pulled Jiejie away. I'm not causing trouble. She's blocking my path. Jiejie pushed Wang Sisi away and lunged at Xia Qing. Xia Qing frowned and stood up, just raising her hand to block. Everyone heard aloud. Jiejie let out a painful scream. Ah. Later that night, a few of them were at the police station. Wang Sisi and her husband Zhang Chao, along with Su Le and Zhang Xiaojing, had come along too. Jiejie's arm was in a bandage from the hospital, and she was now sober. In the interrogation room, a man in a dark blue police uniform asked, do you want to press charges for her breaking your arm? Yes. This is the X-ray I just got from the hospital. Jiejie placed the X-ray on the table, showing clear cracks, along with a report stating a fracture in her right wrist. The police looked at Xia Qing, who was next to them. Unlike Sun Jiejie's aggressive attitude, this girl seemed gentle and elegant. Besides, she looked like she weighed less than 100 pounds. How could she have such strength? She tried to hit me, and I was just defending myself. I only blocked her. I didn't fight back. The restaurant has surveillance, and there were witnesses outside. Outside, Wang Sisi and a few others were present, and many people saw what happened. Even though Wang Sisi was friends with Sun Jiejie, she wouldn't lie about this. The police reviewed the restaurant's surveillance footage and saw a drunken Sun Jiejie push Wang Sisi and then reach out to hit Xia Qing. Just as Xia Qing said, she only blocked the attack. Ms. Xia Qing was indeed acting in self-defense. Will you hold Sun Jiejie accountable? Xia Qing replied without hesitation, of course, I will. No. She caused my arm to break. How could I have a fracture otherwise? The police frowned and emphasized, Ms. Sun, it's clear you were the one who started the fight, leading to these consequences. You will be held responsible, fined 1,000 yuan for disturbing public order, and you must apologize to Ms. Xia. No, I won't apologize. If you refuse to apologize, you will have to spend 3 days in detention. But my arm is really fractured. The police's expression turned serious as they said, please sign here. Choose to apologize to Ms. Xia or go to detention. Don't waste public resources. Sun Jiejie's face turned red with anger. If she didn't apologize, she would have to go to detention. Gritting her teeth, she said, I'm sorry. Today, she not only had to pay a fine of 1,000 yuan but also had to bow and apologize to Xia Qing in front of so many people. After the police completed the paperwork, they let them leave the station. One female officer, watching them walk away, couldn't help but say to her colleague, that girl must be lacking calcium. I heard excessive sun exposure can lead to calcium deficiency. She hurt herself while trying to hit someone. It's just another funny incident for our station. Sisi, what happened with your friend Sun Jiejie today? Zhang Wen frowned. What was supposed to be a happy gathering with friends turned chaotic because of Sun Jiejie. Initially, Wang Sisi took Sun Jiejie to the hospital, where they found out about the fracture after an emergency visit and x-rays. She then insisted on calling the police. At first, only Sun Jiejie and Xia Qing from our class got into college, but Jiejie's family disagreed. She even threatened to commit suicide, and in the end, she went to a vocational school for 2 years. Does she have a mental illness? Zhang Xiaojing pointed to her head and asked. Wang Sisi shook her head, saying she hadn't heard of any mental health issues. Sisi, it's better to stay away from Sun Jiejie in the future. Today's situation was really embarrassing, involving both the hospital and the police station. Zhang Wen frowned and said, "It wasn't like this before. Who knew things would turn out this way with Xia Qing?"
Wang Sisi replied helplessly.
It seemed that seeing Xia Qing doing better than her had gotten to Jejia, especially after drinking too much. Zhang Wen thought for a moment and said, "You should limit your contact with Sun Jejia. I think your friend Xia Qing is pretty good. She has connections to buy a large amount of vegetables." Zhang Wen works for the county government, and lately, they have been thinking about how to improve the sales channels for agricultural products to help farmers prosper. Yes. Several families in our village are growing sweet potatoes this year, and the purchase price has made many people upset. But I didn't expect Xia Qing to buy from a few of them. Today, they also saw that Xia Qing directly transferred the deposit to Li Chui. This showed that the purchase was real. Otherwise, why would she be so quick? She didn't even check the fields and just transferred the deposit right away. Xia Qing is a straightforward person. Xia Qing took a taxi home, and it was already past 2 in the morning. Wang Sisi sent her a WeChat message saying she would treat her properly next time. Once home, she immediately entered her space and realized that the food she had stored during the day was all gone. She planned to ask her main client if she needed anything for tomorrow. "Suyu, what are you doing?"
On Suyu's side, it was daytime.
He was leading several evolved individuals, along with some new members of the Vanguard team, to clear out zombies. Then he heard Xia Qing's sweet voice. "Aren't you in the middle of the night? Haven't you slept?" Suyu's voice was bright, like the moonlight outside at night. "I just got attacked, and the person ended up breaking her arm." Xia Qing couldn't help but laugh and cry a little as she briefly told Suyu about what had happened. After absorbing the crystal, your body enhances to different degrees. Since you weren't contaminated in that time-space, the enhancement is quite significant. "I see." It turned out that Sun Jejia's injury had its own reason, but she brought it upon herself. "I bought a large amount of sweet potatoes and potatoes. I'll harvest them in a couple of days and bring them to you. Tomorrow, I'll continue to buy steamed buns for you." "Okay." With a soft sound, Suyu dealt with a zombie and took out a crystal bead, storing it in her space. She noticed a warm crystal bead. "In the next few days, we need to clear out the wealthy area, which requires a lot of food and water." "Okay, I'll prepare it for you as soon as it gets light. I have several boxes of gold bars and various diamonds, paintings, and antiques. When do you want them?" Xia Qing felt a bit excited upon hearing this, but looking at her small room, she realized she had no place to store them. The safest option was to sell them first. For the valuable diamonds, she would have to go to the big city to find an auction house. She remembered that she still had 2 large suitcases of unsold items under her bed and resisted the urge to say, "Just give me a batch of diamonds in a few days." In a few days, she would go to the Magic City, where selling expensive items wouldn't attract too much attention. After all, it was a major city. "Do you have mobile phones there?" Xia Qing asked, curious about that time and space. A basic old phone appeared in the space, a Nokia. Suyu usually used military-issue devices for his tasks. They were all coded phones, which Xia Qing didn't quite understand. "Do you have guns or weapons?" "We do, but they can't be purchased. The government regulates that." Suyu knew she lived in a peaceful and wealthy country and didn't make any unreasonable requests. As long as they had clean water and unpolluted food, they could have hope for survival. Xia Qing exited the space and hurried to sleep, eager to buy food the next day. She thought about selling diamonds in a few days and how her bank account would grow by several zeros. Suyu was leading the team to clear the zombies. "Brother Yu, by the day after tomorrow, the zombies in this wealthy area will be mostly cleared." Suyu replied, "Find a few generators and set up electric fences around the area. Assign people for 24-hour protection." A man rushed over, anxious. "Brother Yu, Brother Yu, 2 people have been bitten." Suyu frowned and quickly followed him. 2 people were in trouble. One had been grabbed by the arm, and the other had been bitten on the leg. These 2 didn't listen to our orders and ran into a small group of zombies. We tried to save them, but they were already injured. Both were trapped. Suyu looked at the sky. There were still 6 hours until dark. Wait 3 hours. If they mutate, we'll have to eliminate them. If not, find a place to keep them locked up. Generally, a person who gets bitten will start to change quickly if bitten on the neck, within a few minutes. For bites on the arms or legs, which are farther from the brain, the transformation can take several hours. If they're lucky, they become evolved beings. If not, they become zombies and are dealt with by them. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. Don't kill me. The man was very scared and tried to break free, but the ropes were tied too tightly. Another man, bitten on the arm, had a blank look in his eyes. He thought it would be better to end it quickly than to turn into a zombie. However, they were not given a choice and were simply locked away in a room. Zhang Liang held a sticky crystal bead and said, "We have collected a total of 23 crystal beads. Keep a few for evolution and give me the rest." One crystal bead is enough for several days of absorption. For someone like Xia Qing, who absorbs incompletely, it would be a waste. But to help Xia Qing level up quickly, this method of absorption is the fastest. Now, in the base, they have food to eat. Although it's not as plentiful as before the apocalypse, being able to eat normal meals is a great happiness compared to the days of gnawing on tree bark. Xia Qing got up at 7 o'clock after only 4 hours of sleep. Perhaps because she absorbed a lot of crystal beads, she felt very energetic. If she had this energy earlier, working 996 wouldn't be a problem. Remembering Suyu's request from last night, she planned to buy more food today. She opened her computer and found that many items in her Taobao store were sold out. She quickly made a list to pack and ship those items. I didn't expect these items from another dimension to sell so well. After all, it crossed an era, and the cultures on both sides are different. If I could borrow ideas from clothing and other designs from that side, I could earn a lot without having to think too hard. Her phone received several thousand yuan. She opened her phone to check the 7Mao app, and surprisingly, both of her books were popular. Books that became hits in another dimension would do well here too. Each book had a 10,000-word release, and there were many comments and favorites pouring in. On her desk, there were also comics from another dimension. Since she studied drawing, she could create those too, but she needed a tablet to scan them. Drawing and designing now is so difficult. It's because of AI that only drawing is possible. Although it lacks soul, a large number of designers have emerged. She looked at these books with fresh styles and bought a tablet from Taobao. Once it arrived, she could submit her comics. Now, literary value is more important than anything else. People pay more attention to emotional value than to antiques.
Downstairs, young Xia showed that loudly, "Xia Qing."
Aunt Sun is here to see you. Aunt Sun, we've dug up over 3,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. Where should we send them? Aunt Sun, pack the sweet potatoes well, and I'll come by with a cart later. Aunt Sun smiled widely upon hearing this. Someone is coming to transport them. That's wonderful. Okay, Aunt Sun, wait for me at home. Someone should be there by this afternoon.
All right.
Here are some sweet potatoes we dug up today for your family to enjoy. Aunt Sun happily left a bag of sweet potatoes and went on her way. Xia Qing quickly contacted the warehouse in the county. I need 2 trucks to Southbridge Village this afternoon. 1 truck costs 500 for loading and unloading. Okay. Xia Qing had money and didn't want to waste time haggling. The two immediately added each other on WeChat. The labor costs and truck fees are quite high, and villagers are reluctant to rent trucks for transporting vegetables. Most families use tricycles instead. South Mountain Village is not very wealthy. They talk about poverty alleviation and helping farmers, but few actually put it into practice. Qing, your dad is picking tomatoes in the field. Go help him in a bit. Sure. On her way, Xia Qing met many people who greeted her warmly. Qing, we have 3 acres of eggplants. Are you interested? They sell for 70 cents a pound outside, but we can sell them for 50 cents. I have cucumbers at 40 cents a pound. I'll take them. I'll take them. Xia Qing paid deposits, and the happy uncles and aunts left. Thinking of this, she called for 2 carts. She refused the remaining people who came looking for her. The warehouse was nearly full, and she needed to store everything in her space later that night. Grandpa Zhang, who had just been turned down by Xia Qing, looked unhappy, and his wife was still complaining.
Oh,
I told you to ask Xia Qing earlier. Now she's not taking any more. By evening, her warehouse was already filled with the vegetables collected that day. She immediately entered her space to contact Suyu. It was still late at night there.
Suyu?
Before the apocalypse, he was a special forces soldier and lived under intense pressure for a year during the crisis. Even in his sleep, he would wake up at the slightest sound. I collected a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes, but I can't carry them all at once. Suyu quickly understood her meaning. Wait, I'll find a place right now. They were still in an underground shelter and needed to find an empty room. In the middle of the night, Li Yao, Wang Chong, and Zhang Liang were also woken up. The three brothers were excited rather than unwilling.
All right.
When Xia Qing heard Suyu's voice, she knew they were ready, so she started gathering vegetables from the warehouse. One collected, one fetched. The two worked together seamlessly. Before long, the warehouse was empty of vegetables. They had filled several bags, stacking them high. Looking at the empty warehouse, Xia Qing said, "Done."
Got it.
Suyu and the others looked at the mountain of filled bags, some even rolling off the top. Li Yao picked one up and exclaimed, "Is this sweet potato?" There were not just sweet potatoes but also potatoes and tomatoes. "It's fresh." Li Yao's eyes turned red. It had been so long that they had almost forgotten the taste of fresh vegetables. Those bright red vegetables had grown from the soil. Now, the land was mutated, and plants were scarce. "This is a tomato." Wang Chong held a tomato in his hand, took a bite without washing it, and the sour juice filled his mouth. Li Yao and Zhang Liang also grabbed one and took a big bite. "It's fresh, not mutated. I need to let my wife and son try this." Li Yao couldn't wait for his family to taste it. Suyu said, "Wait, it's midnight. Let's distribute them when it gets light."
Right.
"They're still sleeping." I got too excited. These were fresh vegetables. If other bases found out they had so many, they might come to take them. They had to protect these vegetables. Although they had food in the past few days, it was still not enough. This time, the quantity was huge. Everyone would be able to eat their fill. Before, they could only survive, but now they could live better. After eating these fresh vegetables, the toxins in our bodies will slowly decrease. There was more hope for their future. "Wang Chong, go wake up the few people in the advanced team." "Okay." A little while later, 7 or 8 people hurriedly walked over. These individuals, suffering from long-term hunger and toxins in their bodies, looked pale due to lack of sleep. These few were in slightly better condition. When they saw Yugo, they greeted Suyu first.
鱼也.
Then they noticed the mountain of bags piled up. "You guys eat first. Fill up so you can work." "Oh my, am I dreaming?" Sweet potatoes. Potatoes and eggplants. A few of them picked up tomatoes and started eating them raw. Seeing they had eaten enough, Suyu instructed, "The advanced team will distribute food tomorrow morning, and you guys are in charge of guarding it." The advanced team and their members hadn't slept all night, and they were so excited to see so many vegetables. It felt like they were holding billions in their hands. These were fresh, non-toxic, and uncontaminated vegetables. Moreover, the plants here were barely growing, and without these vegetables in a few months, they would have nothing left to eat, not even tree bark. At that point, they might have to resort to cannibalism, something they had seen happen in other bases. However, in their base, although there were hundreds of people, such things had never occurred, mainly due to Suyu's strict management. They were all holding on to their humanity. Li Yao informed everyone in the base early in the morning to start distributing food. "It's sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes." The line, which was already a bit crowded, became even more so when people saw the fresh sweet potatoes. "Fresh sweet potatoes." Wang Chong shouted as the crowd grew tighter. "Everyone be quiet. No cutting in line."
Get back.
There are always a couple of troublemakers trying to push to the front, and Zhang Liang kicked one of them away. They had eaten well the night before. A man with thinning hair curled up on the ground, holding his stomach. Anyone who cuts in line will be thrown out. You won't get any food from us." Saying this, Zhang Liang dragged the man on the ground and tossed him out. The man grabbed Zhang Liang's pant leg, pleading, "Please, don't make me leave. I was wrong. I won't cut in line again." Due to the previous distribution of buns and steamed buns, dozens of people at the back hadn't received anything, so those in the back wanted to rush to the front this time. "Go to the back." The man struggled a bit more. "Please, can I go back to my previous spot?" Zhang Liang insisted on his principles, saying no. Either leave the base or stay at the back of the line. Many people in the base were losing their hair. Besides the few evolved ones, most others were suffering from long-term malnutrition, and some young people were already bald.
No.
"I won't leave the base. I'll just go to the back." There were fresh vegetables in the base, a sign of hope for the future. Only a fool would leave. With one person standing up, the rest in line behaved themselves. The people at the front were distributing sweet potatoes. The first person to receive one was a woman in her 20s, but she had very little hair left and looked so frail that she could fall over in the wind. Her skin also showed signs of poor health. The children received an extra tomato. Suyu thought for a moment, took out his Nokia phone, and recorded the scene of the vegetable distribution, planning to save it for later. When they built their base, he had already decided on a name: Sunny Base. This time, the amount of vegetables sent by Xia Qing was substantial, and everyone received some, with plenty left over. Keep an eye on the leftover food. Okay. These were precious resources, and they needed to prevent anyone from taking them. In a few days, once we clear that area, we'll move over completely. That area was the wealthy district with villas, making construction easier. The main goal now was to ensure everyone was well-fed and regain some strength before starting the building process. If anyone didn't get enough food, they can trade valuable items for more. The members of the advanced team firmly stated, "Understood, brother Yu. Even if we lose our lives, we won't let these food supplies go." Before long, the entire base was busy cooking. Some people with pots boiled sweet potatoes and eggplants, while those without pots roasted them. The rare smell of cooking filled the air, bringing a sense of hope for survival. Younger children, especially orphans, received special care. "Brother, this is so delicious. It's better than eating tree bark." A child wearing shoes that no longer fit showed his darkened thumb, holding a sweet potato in one hand and a tomato in the other. His dirty face lit up with a pained yet bright smile as he bit into the juicy tomato, staining his mouth red while looking at Suyu with shining eyes. Suyu gently patted the child's head. At just 4 or 5 years old, a light touch made several strands of hair fall out. A child of a few years old has long forgotten the food from the past. Since gaining memories, they have only eaten expired snacks and even some harmful leaves. Meanwhile, Li Yao is cooking sweet potatoes and potatoes for his wife. Once cooked, they can be mashed, making them easy for the child to eat. "Wife, you should eat more." "No need. Let's save some," Tian Rue said reluctantly. "There's plenty. Brother Yu said we won't run out of food in the future. You can trust his words. You need to eat well to get better. Only when you are healthy can we survive, and our family of 3 will live well." Tian Rue's eyes turned red as she looked at her hands, which were once smooth and white, but now lacked nutrition, with visible veins. On this day of food distribution, everyone received food. Some were overjoyed, while others cried, "Dad, wake up. There's food. It's sweet potatoes." A man in his 20s cried out loudly. He had just received food, but his father, in his 50s, had already passed away. He opened his hand to find he was still holding half a bun from 2 days ago, of which he had only taken 1 bite. His father had wanted to save the rest for him, but his body couldn't hold on any longer. Some people were excitedly sharing their food, taking small bites to savor it, while others, too hungry to wait, swallowed their food quickly. Suyu watched the man holding his father's body, his voice hoarse from crying, and said, "Wang Chong, let everyone know there will be food distribution in the coming days." Okay. It's a sad reality for all parents. When some heard there would be food tomorrow, everyone was excited, But they also knew that the days of daily food distribution were limited. They needed to go out and find valuable items to trade. Some forward-thinking individuals had already started forming teams. Their previous lives had no hope because there was no clean food, and even if they went out, there was hardly anything edible. Of course, some took risks to venture into the city, searching for food in areas surrounded by danger, but most of it was expired or contaminated, breeding bacteria. Is anyone interested in teaming up with me to find valuable items? Let's start in less crowded places, like inside cars on the highway. Yes. Let's go find some. Brother, you said that in a few days we will need valuable items to trade, and many people will be looking for them. The next day, Xia Qing woke up early to continue working on her batch of jewelry. She had almost finished sorting through the 2 large boxes of jewelry under her bed. Then she noticed the phone that Siyu had left for her in the space. It was turned on, which meant he had managed to get power. Since Xia Qing didn't have a compatible charger, she opened the phone to read the text messages. I thank you for the food on their behalf. There are photos. Photos? Xia Qing curiously opened the album. She wasn't used to this old phone, as the screen couldn't be touched directly. The first photo shocked her. It looked poorer than a struggling village, with men and women who were nothing but skin and bones. But their eyes sparkled with hope. The first person held a sweet potato and showed an excited smile. One sweet potato was enough to make them happy. The next photo was of a little girl who looked only a few years old, with sparse hair that seemed almost gone. She was holding a sweet potato and a tomato, but she looked very content, as if she had received the best food ever. Xia Qing felt her eyes welling up. She thought her own life had been tough, but at least she had never lacked food and drink compared to these children. Today, she planned to go to the neighboring village where they raised cows for milk. She intended to order several large barrels of milk for those children. They looked so pitiful. Just a sweet potato and a tomato could bring such smiles to their faces. She had seen the photos, so she was not far from knowing what Xi looked like, right? She was a voice person. Her voice was lovely, so she must look good too, right? But in this apocalyptic world, where people were starving, Xi probably wasn't doing much better. In the photos, everyone looked worse than refugees. If they weren't alive, they seemed like walking corpses. For now, they were just online friends, and they shouldn't think too much about mutual benefits. Looking at the extra crystal beads in her space, she absorbed them all, feeling that her space had expanded quite a bit. Today, she should be able to store more supplies. Qing, come eat breakfast. In the morning, Yang Xia made crispy fried dough sticks, paired with 2 salted duck eggs, and the sweet millet porridge had small bits of vegetables in it. Xia Qing, enjoying the sweet porridge, said with a smile, Today, we planted bok choy in the field, and we should be able to harvest it in a month. This year, I don't have to wake up early to sell vegetables anymore, which is much easier. The newly planted bok choy doesn't need any care either. I can actually rest for a few days now. Okay, I'll take them all. Yang Xia was still a bit worried and asked with concern, Qing, can you sell all these vegetables? You won't lose money, will you?
No.
I'm back specifically to collect vegetables for a big company. I'm not making much money in between. I'm just trying to benefit our village. Xia Qing was very happy and said, Daughter, you are such a good child. You've helped several families in our village. Yang Xia was a bit anxious. Qing, don't spend money too freely. You've only earned a little, and you're buying so many things for the family? Yang Xia was genuinely worried about her daughter facing hardships and wanted her to save some money. She recalled that neighbors had been whispering that her daughter suddenly came back with money, thinking she might be involved in something inappropriate or had taken out a loan online. Many college students have gotten into trouble with online loans. Just as Xia Qing was about to give a reasonable explanation, a call came in from an unknown number in Shanghai, so she answered on speaker while eating. Hello, are you Chao Jiao? I'm Wan, an editor from Qimao. Hello. Xia Qing remembered that she had signed 2 books with Qimao, both of which had been successfully contracted under Wan. Your 2 books, Power Over the World and The First Empress, have a film company interested in buying the rights. But these 2 books aren't finished yet. Xia Qing had updated both books with 50,000 words last night. Since she didn't have to write them herself, she just scanned and uploaded them. I saw that you posted 100,000 words yesterday, so you must have some drafts ready. The company interested in buying your rights is Tion Entertainment, offering $2 million for a 3-year film license. After personal income tax, you would receive $1.8 million for both books. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing felt quite excited. With a loud thud, she looked up to see Xia Jixiang drop his chopsticks on the floor. Yang Xia covered her mouth in disbelief. If it gets published, we can share the profits. If you're willing, I've sent the contract to your QQ. Okay, I'll take a look at the contract. The dining table fell silent for 5 minutes, and finally, Xia Qing, suppressing her excitement, calmly said, "See, I told you I have money." Yang Xia often reads novels, preferring free ones over paid ones. She had also recently read the 2 popular novels mentioned on the phone. You are actually Chao La Jiao. Yang Xia's eyes sparkled as she said, "When will you send the rest? Can you show me first? Is Mom becoming a fan?" Xia Jixiang didn't really like reading novels. He used to watch short videos on Sun Jiangwo's phone, but since Xia Qing bought him a smartphone, he downloaded a video app. However, Xia Jixiang's focus was on that $2 million. He could never earn that much from farming his whole life. "Dad, Mom, when my money comes in, I'll buy you a house in the county. A lifetime farmer. What would you do in the county? Then I'll renovate our home," Xia Qing said with a smile. "Okay." Yang Xia replied with a smile. "Today I'll prepare a chicken and make a potato chicken stew for lunch. Then you both hurry up and get your driver's licenses. I'll buy each of you a small car." Xia Jixiang quickly responded, "Sure. I'll go study for the test right now." In the morning, Xia Qing had things to do. She needed to go to the neighboring village to buy a large amount of milk for the children. After breakfast, she rode her electric scooter out. The neighboring village was known for its dairy farms, supplying milk to nearby towns and cities. This village was quite prosperous, with wide and well-maintained roads, and almost every household had a car. Xia Qing casually walked into one farm, where many cows were mooing, and the freshly squeezed milk looked very fresh. "Hello, I'd like to order some milk. I don't sell it in small quantities." Selling in small amounts was too much trouble. "I'm not asking for small quantities. I want to place an order." "How much do these barrels weigh?" There were several barrels of fresh milk at the entrance. A woman was labeling the large barrels, preparing for someone to come and pick them up. When she saw Xia Qing wasn't there for small purchases, her expression brightened, and she said, "Those are no longer available. They've already been ordered. If you want some, it will be ready tomorrow morning. This barrel is 500 pounds at $2 a pound." Xia Qing calculated. 1 barrel would cost $1,000. She could fit about 10 barrels in her space, and if not, she would have to call Suyu for help. "Then I'll take 10 barrels, and please deliver them to the warehouse in the county tomorrow morning." When the woman heard Xia Qing was ordering 10 barrels of fresh milk, her face immediately lit up with a smile, and her attitude improved. "If you buy 10 barrels, I'll give you an extra 10 pounds of milk. The total will be $10,000. 500 pounds per barrel, $2 per pound, making 1 barrel $1,000. The usual packaged milk is 250 milliliters, which is half a pound. She plans to buy this milk at the supermarket, but it costs significantly more and contains preservatives, while this is pure fresh milk. However, there is a downside. It can only be stored for a long time if kept in a special space. Otherwise, it lasts a maximum of 7 days outside. The two of them added each other on WeChat, and Xia Qing directly transferred 10,000 yuan, holding the 10 pounds of milk as she went home. Once home, both books each released 50,000 words. She looked through the comments. Wow, the updates are super fast. I love it. With more content ready, she felt at ease. She glanced at the electronic contract. There were no issues, so she signed it right away. So, she set both novels to automatically update with 50,000 words each day. One novel is a short to medium length, and the other is a long one. 50,000 words every day. The author is really working hard. Xia Qing turned off the software notifications. There were too many comments. At this update rate, both books would be finished in less than half a month, and she would earn nearly 2 million. No one sells rights like she does. In Shanghai, at the Qimao headquarters. Wan, you really did it. You signed a new author and sold 2 book rights so quickly. A colleague said enviously. Why wasn't it me who signed them first? With 2 hit books and the commission from selling rights, plus the year-end bonus, she now has a top-tier author under her. Wan had planned to resign, but now she couldn't dare to leave. Meanwhile, Xia Qing found a historical comic she liked, and her tablet arrived, so she scanned and published it on the popular comic platform, Icon. This is a well-known comic platform. It used to be very popular, but since AI-generated art became available, the app's traffic has dropped significantly. After all, people have emotions, and there is a difference between human-drawn art and AI-generated art. Xia Qing only uploaded the first 3 pages. She would continue uploading the rest after signing the contract. Qing, your aunt has bought us high-speed train tickets for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. We'll arrive in Shanghai in the afternoon.
Great.
Yang Xia felt both nervous and excited. It was her first time visiting such a big city like Shanghai after all these years. She needs to prepare more supplies for Suyu today and tomorrow before heading to Shanghai the day after tomorrow. In the afternoon, she went out again and ordered a lot of noodles, instant noodles in buckets, and bottled water to be delivered to the warehouse. All of this was prepared and delivered to her in 2 hours. Now it's 4 in the afternoon. Although it's still late at night where Suyu is, she needs to deliver all these items today. Tomorrow morning, a large amount of milk also needs to be transported. Thinking about it being nighttime there, Xia Qing softly called out, Suyu, are you there? She thought he might take a while to respond or that she would need to call him a few times. However, Suyu replied almost instantly, his voice a bit lazy and hoarse.
Yes.
His voice was really pleasant, deep and strong. I bought a lot of supplies for you, and there will be milk tomorrow. Can you receive them today? I need to go out the day after tomorrow, and I'm worried I won't get the supplies in time. Once he goes to the Magic City, there won't be a warehouse, and he won't be able to buy a lot of supplies. Hearing Xia Qing's voice instantly lifted Suyu's spirits as he said, yes. Wait for me. He quickly called a few people since Xia Qing was sending over quite a bit of supplies. This big box is specially for you. Xia Qing had bought many items just for him and placed them in a large cardboard box. That small box is for the little girl who took a picture of you. I still don't know her name. I'll ask her next time and let you know. Okay, I'm going to the Magic City the day after tomorrow. Can you find me some valuable items to sell there? Not too many. Xia Qing quickly added. Suyu paused for a moment and said, all right. He had already found quite a few valuable items for her, even hiding some good things in the warehouse under Tianrui's house in the villa area. However, he realized that Xia Qing also needed to find a reasonable way to sell these items. After settling the food Xia Qing provided, Li Yao and the others noticed the expiration dates and some foods they had never seen before. These items are from another world. How do you eat this self-heating pot? Wang Chong said, frowning slightly at the self-heating pot.
I know how.
I'll teach you in a bit. We can share this self-heating pot. It's really delicious. Li Yao said with a smile. What is in this big box? Zhang Liang asked curiously. Suyu quickly moved his big box and the small box aside. This is mine. Li Yao, seeing Suyu's stern expression, felt nervous about the big box and quickly moved it away. I suspect this box is a gift from a woman to Brother Yu. How is that possible? Brother Yu has a woman? Wang Chong said in disbelief. In his mind, Suyu was a soldier. He had dealt with many dangerous drug dealers and had been undercover on the edge. What kind of woman hadn't he seen? Yet, this did not shake Brother Yu's strong heart. Even after the apocalypse, many helpless women wanted to rely on him, but he rejected them all. He was very cold. Brother Yu, he's a man. How could he not like women? Zhang Liang said skeptically. Do you think Brother Yu is like you, unable to resist temptation? Cough, I was just protecting her. Zhang Liang said, feeling embarrassed. After the apocalypse, Zhang Liang met a woman who initially clung to him for protection, and later, they ended up together. Among them, only Wang Chong, besides Suyu, didn't have a girlfriend. Suyu had always been distant, while Wang Chong was still haunted by the loss of his loved one who had turned into a zombie. There's so much food here. The dates and origins are not from our world. Could it be from somewhere else? Who cares where it comes from, as long as there's food to eat? Why worry so much? Less talk, more action. Follow Brother Yu, Li Yao said with a frown. Yao is right. Suyu took the box back. His bed was a hammock, and he usually slept on it. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and carefully cut the tape. When the box opened, it contained a solar lamp, a smartphone, and various delicious canned goods. There were cans of fish, meat, various sausages, and a whole big box of eggs. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. Was this special treatment for him? A new smartphone had a line of neat little text next to it, along with a cute little drawing. Use this to take pictures for me. They will be clearer. Suyu didn't know how to use it and accidentally took a picture of himself. Suyu went to find the little girl early. Unlike other children who often looked confused, this little girl's eyes were exceptionally bright, like a ray of hope in this ruined world. What is your name? The little girl shook her head. She didn't know her name. There's a sister named Sunny who asked me to give this to you. Suyu placed a small box beside the little girl. It wasn't big for him, but it was quite large for a 4-year-old girl. The little girl looked at the box on the ground with a puzzled expression, unsure of what was inside. Suyu gently said to her, I'll help you open it. When the box was opened, a cute plush doll came into view, followed by a set of brand new, clean clothes and a pair of shoes. The bottom was filled with small breads and other treats for children, making the box completely full.
Wow.
The little girl instantly fell in love with the adorable doll. What little girl doesn't like dolls? She wanted to hug the doll, but her hands were dirty, with black under her nails. She felt nervous about touching the clean doll, as if it didn't belong with her. Suyu picked up the doll and placed it in her arms. Is this from the mommy in the sky? The little girl vaguely remembered her mother saying before hiding her in the cupboard that she would watch over her from above. Mommy, on a sunny day. Suyu saw the little girl's hopeful gaze and couldn't bring himself to shatter her joy. Yes, it's your mommy. She gave you all of this. My mommy. All of this is from my mommy. The little girl's face lit up with a big smile, and her eyes sparkled even more. Suyu prepared to leave with the items, as he needed to collect some valuable things to give to Xia Qing. Xia Qing had said not to take too much, so he only took a small jewelry box, which he had pried open from a safe. In their time, it would be worth several million. However, there was a time difference, so the prices varied. Before the end of the world, gold was about 150 yuan per gram here. Remembering Xia Qing's words about taking pictures, he quickly returned and found the little girl, only to discover she was hugging her doll and fighting with a boy who was much taller than her. Are you a dog? Open your mouth, the boy said, grimacing in pain. Here, adults were not allowed to bully the weak, and if caught, they would be expelled from the base. However, children often got into fights. Some children had parents, while others were orphans, forming two groups. It hurts. I'm not stealing your stuff. Let go. The little girl released her grip after hearing the boy's words, but he had bitten her arm and drawn blood. You little brat, you bit me. The boy tried to hit her, but a strong hand grabbed him by the back of his collar. Suyu lifted him up effortlessly. Let me go, let me go. The little boy cried in fear, his legs struggling in the air. You go, the child doesn't understand. Don't be too harsh. A man rushed over from behind. It was the boy's father. He had just witnessed everything. Why didn't you stop him when he was stealing? If I catch you doing this again, you're out. Yes, yes. I won't do it again. The man quickly replied. Now that there was food at their base, who would want to leave? Suyu put the little boy down, and at that moment, the boy's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't even dare to look at Suyu, trembling all over. Suyu helped the fallen little girl and gently patted her head. Children don't understand, but do adults? You won't be getting food tomorrow. Su Yu coldly stated this, holding the little girl in one arm and carrying a box in the other as he left. The man, who had just panicked, wanted to kneel and beg Su Yu, but when he met his cold gaze, he didn't dare to say another word. The other little orphans were hiding nearby, watching the scene. They had been envious but hadn't tried to steal. They were satisfied with the food they had received. Su Yu looked at the little orphans, slightly frowning, and glanced down at the little girl he was holding, who was tightly clutching the toy Mom had given her. Things would get better. Tomorrow, Xia Qing would bring them plenty of milk for the children to drink. Xia Qing's mother was packing things at home, thinking about how expensive everything was in the big city. She had also prepared many homemade dishes in containers, along with steamed buns. Xia Qing noticed a smart device and 2 boxes. When she opened them, the bright and shiny contents almost blinded her. They were filled with seashell beads. Some were large and some were small. These were all natural seashell beads, mostly very small and oval-shaped, with a few being symmetrically teardrop-shaped. There were light pink and orange-pink beads, with the pink ones being the most valuable. She remembered a famous actress, Haina, who wore teardrop-shaped earrings made from seashell beads worth 300,000. One of these beads was valued at around 100,000, and she counted 30 in the box. This box was worth at least 3 million. However, one bead was noticeably larger and of very pure color, likely worth a lot. But these seashell beads were priced by weight, ranging from 5,000 to 100,000 per gram. In an instant, her wealth exceeded 1 million. She noticed a thick short story book, a modern romance with a touch of drama, and after glancing at it, she became intrigued. These kinds of stories are hard to put down, and even though it's a short novel of about 200,000 to 300,000 words, she could scan it, sign a contract, and sell it, confident that she wouldn't have to worry about earning royalties. All that was left was a phone with only 10% battery remaining, indicating that Su Yu had been playing for a long time. She opened the photo album and saw pictures of a little girl that Su Yu had taken. The girl was now dressed in clean clothes, hugging the doll that Su Yu had given her. She didn't yet realize that she had become the mother of another orphan in a different time and space. He doesn't have a name. She said she wants you to give her one. There was a note with this sentence. Xia Qing thought for a moment and wrote 3 words on it, hoping she would always be lucky and live on. As she flipped to the last page of the album, she saw a blurry shadow and suddenly felt tense. Was this a selfie? His profile, illuminated by the flash, showed sharp and steady lines, with a straight and handsome nose. Just the profile. Xia Qing felt a mix of nervousness, hope, and excitement. Why was it only the profile? She charged her phone and planned to return to her space after waking up tomorrow. In the morning, she would deliver milk and also buy some supplies. Life over there was truly harsh, especially for the children. So you mentioned there were at least dozens of kids. Most of them were orphans. Today, she went to the county market and ordered 3 pigs, which were delivered to the warehouse already butchered. Each pig weighed about 200 pounds, and she bought 3. She also purchased 50 bags each of rice and millet to store in the warehouse. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to buy enough supplies in the city. She bought over 100 baskets of 10-pound eggs. In total, she spent nearly 100,000 yuan. The items she bought were gradually being delivered to the warehouse.
Su Yu.
A pleasant male voice responded, sounding a bit low. I'm here. He was waiting for her. Knowing he was there, Xia Qing began to store her items in the space. To keep the milk fresh, Su Yu didn't rush to take it out. Distributing 1 bucket daily to those in need was enough. The remaining large buckets of milk and eggs were stored in the space for preservation. Looking at her empty warehouse, Xia Qing said, I'm going to the city tomorrow. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Okay. I found many books that girls love to read. When Xia Qing thought about the few heart-wrenching novels she had read before, most of them were about military marriages and romances.
Great.
Let's put them in the storage. She had been absorbing crystal beads these days, and the storage space had expanded quite a bit. After storing several large barrels of milk and dozens of pounds of eggs, there was still room for more. Suyu had set up a small cabinet in the storage to keep the books he found, and he also stored jewelry inside for Xia Qing to access easily. If Xia Qing hadn't asked him not to give her too much at once, he could have filled the entire space for her. Xia Qing was also slowly processing these items, accumulating her original assets without drawing too much attention. Li Yao and the others woke up again, still a bit sleepy, but this time they were prepared. I noticed that food has been delivered to us at night lately. Then we should be thankful. Zhang Liang saw the pork and started to drool. That's a lot of pork. We can make some stew. Tomorrow, let's have a few reliable members from the advanced team cook all this meat. Not only was there meat, but Xia Qing had also bought the seasoning for the stew, showing how thoughtful she was. Let's assign someone to distribute milk to the women and children. Su Yu quickly arranged everything. Zhang Liang thought of something and asked, Brother Yu, there are only 8 people in the advanced team, and 2 more want to join. Liao, Yu, and the others will assess their character. If 2/3 agree, they can join. For now, 10 people will be enough. We can plan again after we move to the villa area in a few days. The others replied, okay. In the morning, Li Yao and Zhang Liang, you 2 stay behind. Wang Chong, come with me to the villa area.
All right.
Wang Chong replied. The villa area has its own generator, but needs some repairs. They will also search for zombies in the area and clean up carefully. By the way, Brother Yu, one of the 2 people bitten by zombies last time has been eliminated, and the other has successfully become an evolved person. I've already let him join the advanced team. That man is named Wang Shuai, a former soldier. Both were bitten, but one panicked and struggled, fearing death and transformation into a zombie, while Wang Shuai remained calm and waited patiently, showing great mental strength. Good. The evolved individuals have antibodies against zombies, which can enhance their physical strength. However, if a weaker evolved person is bitten by a zombie or encounters a stronger one, the toxins may increase, and they could become infected again. If an evolved person is reinfected and turns into a zombie, they will become a mutated zombie, more powerful than before. As dawn broke, a long line formed at the entrance to receive food, and everyone lined up orderly. Suyu stood at the front and said coldly, Today is the last day for food distribution. In the future, you will need valuable items to exchange for food. Anything valuable will do, except for electronic products. Electronic products include phones, pagers, and similar items. Today, we will distribute steamed buns along with half a pound of rice. Tomorrow, we will have stewed meat. Those who are able should go collect valuable items so we can have a steady supply of food. After Suyu spoke, everyone was filled with excitement. Meat tomorrow.
Pork.
I really want to eat it. But we need to trade something for it, someone in line said eagerly. The few people in the center smiled because they had gone out yesterday to find various valuable items. It was like a treasure hunt. If they couldn't find food, surely they could find something valuable? Who doesn't have a few gold ornaments at home? Today, we can finally eat meat. It's been so long since I smelled it. Eating normal food lately has made me feel much stronger. As long as they stopped eating those toxic leaves, their bodies would slowly recover, but the lingering damage remained. Liao looked at the thin orphans and children squeezed outside. He said, Children, come over here to get some milk. Both the elderly and children get a portion. So, bring a cup. Just 1 spoonful. Milk. There's milk. The people in line stretched their necks to see. Today there was meat, rice, and milk. Their eyes sparkled, feeling like the world was starting to brighten. Zombies weren't the scariest thing. Not having enough to eat was the most desperate situation. This food represented their hope for survival. Can I trade something valuable for some milk? A man asked excitedly. Only the elderly and children can receive it because there isn't much milk, Li Yao replied with a frown. My wife is pregnant, but she's malnourished. Can I please exchange for a little? The man pleaded. Beside him, Suyu looked back and saw a thin woman with a round belly, as if she were 6 or 7 months pregnant, but she was actually about to give birth. Let your wife come and collect it. Pregnant women are considered a vulnerable group. Thank you. Thank you. The man was very grateful and nearly knelt down. The children who received the milk were very happy. Some orphans didn't have cups and used strange containers instead. Although they were dirty, they were used to it. Just being able to drink milk made them very happy. Not only did the children get milk, but Xia Qing also bought them bread and cheese sticks. This time, every child received some. "These are gifts from my sky mom, Sunny," a little girl said with a smile. Suyu walked over, crouched down, and gently patted the little girl's head. She had changed into clean clothes, but her face was still dirty. Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of compassion as he said, "Sunny has given you a name, Lucky. She hopes you can live a lucky life."
Great.
"I have a name now." Little Lucky was very happy, and not just her. All the other children were joyful too. Every day with food was a happy day. "It's so good."
Soft.
One child exclaimed while eating a cheese stick. Some children swallowed it whole, afraid someone would take it, while others chewed slowly to savor it. A few clumsy, nervous kids dropped their food on the ground and quickly picked it up to eat. When they had no water to drink before, they had even drunk their own. What was a little food falling on the ground? They picked it up and ate it anyway. After distributing the food, Suyu and Wang Chong continued toward the villa area, each carrying a backpack filled with water and some food. This time, they planned to stay there for 2 days to clear out the surrounding zombies. Once they had cleaned up enough and surrounded the area with electric poles, they would be able to live there and change their environment. However, this time, the atmosphere seemed a bit different. "Brother Yu, look. I found a gold ring." "Brother Yu, I discovered this crystal ornament." "Brother Yu, this zombie has a big gold watch." As they killed zombies, the group rummaged through the area, and within just a few hours, they had already filled half a backpack. Suyu held the gold watch, which had no signs of damage. The time was correct, and it even had a circle of small diamonds. After looking at the zombie that Wang Chong had just killed, it was hard to tell anything from its torn clothes. It seemed that before the apocalypse, it was probably a wealthy person. Now, whenever Wang Chong sees something valuable, especially shiny items, he feels a strong urge to collect them. Those things can be traded for food. The next day, they were set to leave for the big city, needing to take a bus to the high-speed train station in Han City. They got up at 6 in the morning to prepare. Xia Qing was surprised to see Yang Xia carrying so many bags. "Mom, are you going to a market in the big city? Why are you bringing so much?" "The big city has expensive food on the train, so I'm bringing some to save money," Yang Xia replied. Xia Qing put the bags of food back and smiled. "Mom, don't forget. I have money now. We don't need to bring all this." Yang Xia hesitated, but then Xia Jixiang stepped in and took the bags away, saying, "Just listen to your daughter."
Mom.
"Don't worry. I can easily make millions from selling a copyright, and I earn money for my novels every day. You can just enjoy life with me." Yang Xia nodded, though she still felt a bit sad about leaving her homemade meals behind. But they didn't need to carry heavy bags, which made things much easier. Yang Xia took one suitcase, and Xia Qing carried a small backpack. On this trip to the big city, they were also accompanied by Grandma. Grandma wasn't feeling well, so they planned to get a checkup while they were there. "Dad, while we're gone for a few days, practice driving well. Once you pass the test, we'll buy a small car," Xia Jixiang said eagerly, smiling widely. Sure. The three of them arrived at the Han City high-speed train station just in time for their train. It was Grandma and Yang Xia's first time on a high-speed train, and they were curious about everything looking around. "This seat is quite comfortable," Grandma said with a smile. "I'm a little nervous." "It's okay, Mom. Don't be nervous. I'll take you on high-speed trains often in the future."
Great.
Yang Xia felt both happy and nervous. It was exciting to go on a trip for the first time. A few people ahead were discussing the novels they had recently read. "Have you read Power in the World and The First Empress? They are really amazing. The author is so productive, writing 50,000 words a day for both books. It's such a thrill to follow the updates. I heard they're going to adapt it into a TV series. It's going to be fantastic. Choosing between characters is really tough. The surface looks bright and beautiful, but the inner character of the Grand Tutor is dark and crazy.
Who can portray that?
It really tests acting skills. Yang Xia listened to the two young women discussing this. These two novels were published by her daughter. She couldn't help but smile widely. Xia Qing knew that after selling the film rights, she didn't know who would star in it yet, and they might even ask for her opinion later. In Magic City, at Xia Qing's aunt's house. Lin Zhen, you promised to pick up my mom and sister at noon. How can you go back on your word? Lin Zhen replied impatiently, why don't you just take a taxi with them? I'm too busy with work. You just don't want to bring them from the countryside. Yang Mei frowned slightly. For many years, during holidays, she always took the two kids back home, while her husband always found excuses not to go. I've already arranged a hotel for them. What more do you want? I'm too busy to leave, so stop being unreasonable. After saying this, Lin Zhen hung up the phone. He had another female secretary in his office. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat for lunch? The woman looked at him flirtatiously. Lin Zhen looked at her, youthful and beautiful, while the older women from his hometown seemed so plain and bothersome. Especially since he heard that more relatives were coming from the village, annoying poor relatives he didn't want to deal with. He didn't even want to invite them to the engagement of the kids. Yang Mei frowned, her eyes red with anger. Although Lin Zhen was from Magic City, he was once a poor young man. They had come a long way together. She was a top student from the village and a university graduate in those days. After getting married and having kids, she stayed home to raise them. Lin Zhen's career had been rising rapidly in recent years, but their gap had grown wider. Since her husband wouldn't pick them up, she decided to call her son for help. Ah Zhe, can you take me to pick up your grandma and aunt at 1 p.m.? Sure. Grandma and aunt are coming over? I'll take the afternoon off, Lin Zhe replied happily. Yang Mei has two children. Her eldest son, Lin Zhe, is 28 and works at a government office in Magic City. His salary isn't high, but the benefits are good. Her daughter, Lin Wan, is 20 and has signed with an entertainment company, but hasn't debuted yet. Yang Xia looked at the bustling crowd at the high-speed train station, the bright lights, and the flashing advertisements, feeling a bit overwhelmed. There are so many people at the Magic City train station. I'm feeling dizzy.
Just follow me.
Xia Qing held one hand and led Yang Xia and her grandmother out of the high-speed train station. Yang Xia felt relieved that her daughter didn't make her carry too many things. The big bags were really inconvenient. They still had to walk a bit after leaving the station. Lin Zhe said, Mom, are Grandma and Aunt staying at our house? Since Nuan and I aren't home, it's perfect for them to stay. Yang Mei thought her son was very considerate, but she didn't expect Lin Zhen to book them a budget hotel. She wanted them to stay at home because it was definitely more comfortable than a hotel. Your dad booked a budget hotel for Grandma and Aunt. Your grandmother is still at home. Lin Zhe understood his grandmother's temperament and didn't say anything more. Soon, after 15 minutes, Xia Qing led Yang Xia and her grandmother out of the high-speed train station. When Grandma saw Yang Mei, she became excited and quickened her steps.
Mom.
Yang Mei's eyes also turned red. She lived far away and could only come home once a year at most.
Mei.
Grandma's voice was a bit choked with emotion. Although they sometimes video chatted, it wasn't the same as meeting in person. They could see and feel each other. Lin Zhe looked at the two elderly women and smiled gently. Grandma.
Aunt.
This must be Xiaoliang.
Yo me grown taller.
Grandma said with a smile, looking at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's nickname was Xiaoliang, but he was called that less as he grew up.
Yes.
Lin Zhe's gaze fell on Xia Qing, clearly surprised, and uncertainly said, Qing Qing? Cousin Lin Zhe. Xia Qing nodded in response. When Lin Zhe came back to their hometown as a child, they often played together, and she was envious of Lin Zhe and Lin Wan. They always wore nice clothes. Aunt would buy her new outfits every year, so she felt quite close to her. Qing Qing, girls change a lot by 18. I almost didn't recognize you. You look great. Xia Qing smiled slightly and said, I just got a bit fairer. And you're not wearing glasses anymore. Lin Zhe observed.
I'm wearing contacts.
She smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say that after absorbing the crystal, her eyesight had improved, and now she could see perfectly. Once they got in the car, Aunt, Grandma, and Yang Xia chatted endlessly. Lindsay had to leave after dropping them off at the hotel entrance due to a last-minute commitment. They hadn't eaten all morning after sitting on the high-speed train, so Yang Mei took them to find a restaurant. Grandma, Xia, what do you want to eat? Never mind, I'll order for you. Yang Mei was worried they wouldn't want to order if they saw the prices, so she just placed the order herself. Mom, I'm sorry you have to stay in this budget hotel. Yang Mei's eyes turned red at this thought. It's okay. I can stay anywhere, Grandma said kindly. She understood Yang Mei's struggles. Even if she never spoke about them, she could still hear some things from the kids. After dinner, the budget hotel was right across the street. How can there be just one room? Yang Mei's face turned red with anger as she called Lin Zhen. The first call was hung up, but Yang Mei didn't give up and called 2 more times until she finally got through. However, she didn't want to sound too harsh. Perhaps being a housewife for so long made her lose that edge. She said, Lin Zhen, my mom and sister are here. Why did you only book 1 room? How many rooms do you want? 1 room costs 500 a night, and besides, they won't be staying long. After Lin Zhe's engagement tomorrow, he would send them back. Yang Mei frowned and lowered her voice. My niece is here too. You can't let them all sleep in one bed. That's too cramped. What's wrong with that? Why can't a family sleep together? I have a meeting soon. We can talk about this later, and make sure the food isn't too salty tonight. My mom can't eat salty food. Lin Zhen impatiently hung up the phone. Grandma and Yang Xia had never been to a big city, and they were curious about the small-budget hotel, not noticing the unusual expression on Yang Mei's face. However, Xia Qing had sharp hearing and clearly heard the conversation between her aunt and uncle. She walked straight to the front desk and said, Please book another king room, and upgrade the standard room to a king room as well. I'll cover the extra cost. Okay, please wait a moment. Please show me your payment code. Xia Qing scanned her phone and didn't pay much attention to the payment amount. At that moment, Yang Xia hung up the phone and walked over with a displeased expression. Seeing Xia Qing pay for another room made her face pale slightly.
Yang Mei awkwardly spoke up, King King.
Xia Qing, wanting to spare Yang Mei's feelings, smiled and said, Aunt, let's let Grandma rest. She's had a long day.
All right.
Mom, make sure to rest well today. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll come see you first thing in the morning. Okay. Yang Mei took a taxi home, feeling reluctant to leave. Thinking about Lin Zhen's attitude made her both angry and anxious, so she decided to transfer 3,000 yuan to Xia Qing. Qing, here is the money for the hotel, and your mom and grandma are reluctant to spend, but the prices here are high. Don't be stingy. Buy whatever you want for them, without telling them the prices. I understand. Don't worry, Aunt. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and decided to take the money from her aunt. Otherwise, she might not feel at ease. Yang Xia wanted to have Grandma stay in 1 room for easier care. This hotel must cost a lot, right? After we attend Xiaoliang's engagement party tomorrow, let's go back the day after, Grandma said with concern. Don't think your aunt is happy just because she lives in a big city, Grandma pointed to her heart and said. Xiaoqing looked at Grandma in surprise. Throughout the journey and during dinner, Aunt had been very nice. If she hadn't overheard the conversation between Aunt and Uncle, she wouldn't have known their marriage seemed to have issues. She also remembered visiting Aunt's house during college and seeing Aunt's mother-in-law, who looked down on her. Really? When my brother-in-law was pursuing my sister, he wrote almost 100 letters in a month, Yang Xia said, not fully believing it. I think my sister is doing well. She's about 50, but looks almost like she's in her 40s, younger than me. Just last year, she told me my brother-in-law got a promotion. Grandma didn't say anything, just shook her head. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and Xiaoqing was eager to sell her box of conch pearls. She had already searched online for several shops in the city, but decided to visit a jewelry store first to ask about the selling price. After comparing, she chose to go with the jewelry store. Xiaoqing had been there before, and the receptionist was still friendly. After all, someone who could bring in a box of conch pearls must have a good background. Let's sell it at the price we discussed earlier, Xiaoqing said, finding the jewelry store's buyback price to be higher. Okay, I'll notify the manager now. Don't worry, the inspection will be done in front of you, the receptionist said with a smile.
All right.
Please wait here for a moment. The receptionist used a walkie-talkie to inform the manager and then prepared a pot of tea for Xia Qing, with some snacks on the small table. Soon, the manager arrived with a quality inspector. The inspector held a special light testing tool to examine the box of conch pearls and then used a small device for further testing. These qualities are quite good, and 4 of them are very symmetrical. The quality is also nice, especially the popular bright pink ones, priced at 200,000. The others are priced at 100,000 and 50,000 respectively. The inspector was very professional, sorting everything out. The larger the conch pearls, the higher their value. All right, you can calculate the total. The manager was smiling widely. These conch pearls were very well preserved with no damage. They would be turned into jewelry again and paired with other items, the price would double. The total is 1,800,000. Please show us your bank card, and we will transfer the money within 5 minutes.
Okay.
The buyback also needed to be confirmed, and the transfer would take some time. So you found her some other items as well. She thought for a moment and took something out of her backpack, actually retrieving it from her space. Can you help me see how much this is worth now? It was a diamond ring, with a diamond wrapped in a violet design, looking dreamy and romantic. The manager said, "This diamond isn't very large, but the design is quite eye-catching. This was custom designed for me, but I no longer want it. How much can I sell it for?" Xia Qing said calmly, not wanting to mention that it was brought back from another dimension. The inspector, understanding the situation, took the ring with white gloves to avoid leaving any marks on the valuable item. This has a weight of about 70 points, color H, clarity VVS1, and cut 3x. The current buyback price is 9,800 per carat. He placed the diamond on a special weighing machine, which showed 0.5. That meant it was about 5 carats. This style is still very beautiful. The buyback price can reach 10,000 yuan. Then let's sell it. Xia Qing had no attachment. She had plenty in her space cabinet. She just wanted to know the approximate buyback price for future reference.
All right.
The manager didn't ask any questions and just focused on his work. Soon, her money was transferred. They had seen many cases of buying and selling, even returns on the same day. They had even once bought back jewelry worth over 10 million. Men often like to buy gold and silver jewelry for women. In divorce settlements, only jewelry belongs to the individual. Wealthy wives tend to buy a lot of jewelry. Xia Qing visited 3 stores, and now her palms were shaking. Because she already had over 10 million in her bank account. The items in the cabinet were almost sold out, but by the next day, she found that Suyu had restocked it. Just a few hours had passed, and she had already become a millionaire. However, in this city, having 10 million is not unusual. There are people with hundreds of millions. Engagement parties in the city are held in the evening, so Lin Zhe is getting engaged tomorrow night. She quickly went to the 2nd floor of the mall. These were all brand stores, and no piece of clothing was priced under 4 digits. Xia Qing walked into a store and looked at the styles, while the other salespeople stood coldly by, sizing her up from head to toe the moment she entered. No one came to assist her, except for a seemingly inexperienced young girl who warmly approached Xia Qing. That person definitely can't afford anything. None of her clothes are branded. She's probably just browsing. Once she sees the prices on the tags, she'll leave in under a minute. The 2 older salespeople whispered behind her. They could easily tell how much the customer's clothes were worth at a glance. Then, another woman entered the store, dressed fashionably in designer brands. The 2 salespeople rushed to assist her, full of enthusiasm, creating a stark contrast to how they treated Xia Qing. "Miss, this dress is our latest style. And this skirt suits your elegance perfectly." The 2 salespeople circled around the woman, introducing the items, but she only took a quick look before leaving. Xia Qing found 2 outfits that were perfect for her grandmother and mother. "Do you have these in medium size?"
Yes.
The intern salesperson nodded. "Then please wrap these 2 sets for me. Are you sure you want to buy them?" Xia Qing looked at the young woman in front of her, who appeared fresh out of college and somewhat naive, and smiled. Yes, I want to buy them. The previously dismissive saleswoman immediately changed her attitude and approached with a big smile. Hello, you want these 2 outfits? Follow me, and I'll wrap them for you. The intern was pushed aside, looking embarrassed, realizing she was about to lose the sale. Xia Qing frowned and said, She can wrap them for me. The intern's eyes lit up upon hearing Xia Qing's words. Okay, wait a moment, I'll find the outfits for you. The rejected saleswoman's expression froze. Did she think she didn't hear their earlier whispers? Soon, the intern salesperson wrapped up 2 outfits, and Xia Qing picked out 2 pairs of shoes, saying, Please wrap these up for me too. Sure. The intern was so surprised she could hardly speak. This was a big sale. She hadn't sold a single item all month, and this was her first sale since starting work. Xia Qing followed the salesperson to the checkout, and the young girl was a bit excited as she typed in the order. Hello, the total is 16,000 yuan. After Xia Qing scanned her payment code and heard the confirmation sound, she left with her bags. With this sale, her commission for the month would be at least 2,000 yuan. She was so excited. In the evening, Yang Mei video called her grandmother and Yang Xia. Qing just came back, bought us clothes and even dinner. You don't have to worry, Yang Xia said. Through the video, Yang Mei saw several gift bags on the bed. The clothes were from a high-end brand. The 3,000 yuan she gave Qing might only be enough for 1 outfit. On the table, there was warm porridge and takeout dumplings. After chatting for a while, Yang Mei ended the video call. What time is it? Is dinner not ready yet? Do you want to starve me? A strong-voiced old lady said. This woman, dressed in a qipao with curly hair, was Yang Mei's mother-in-law, a true Shanghai woman. That's not my mom. My sister came over to chat for a bit. I'll go cook now. Yang Mei put on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, feeling increasingly upset. After taking care of her mother-in-law for over 10 years, she couldn't even attend to her own mom when she visited. Before long, she made a few simple dishes. Lin Zhen returned home that evening. The dishes on the table were exquisite and delicious, but someone was still not satisfied. This meat is a bit tough, her mother-in-law frowned and complained, spitting out a piece of meat. Lin Zhen, hearing this, angrily said, Next time, cook the meat longer. Doesn't mom have trouble chewing? Yang Xia held back her frustration and thought about the 3,000 yuan she sent to Xia Qing, saying, I'm out of money this month. Please send me some for household expenses. Lin Zhen, hearing this, threw down his chopsticks in anger and said, Out of money again? I give you 10,000 a month. How can it be gone already? My mom and sister came over, and I sent them 1,000 yuan. She didn't dare to mention it was 3,000. Weren't the hotel expenses covered for them? Why do you need more money? You're insisting on inviting them to the engagement party tomorrow night. Yang Mei held back her anger but replied gently, It's my son's engagement. How can I not invite my family? What's the point? Buying round-trip tickets for them and booking a hotel will cost over 10,000 yuan. You have no idea how hard I've worked to earn money these past few years. My son is getting engaged and married. The dowry, the house, the car, who do you think is paying for all that? And our daughter, Nuan, is ignoring her good university to chase after being a star. She hasn't even debuted yet. Yang Mei felt her confidence wane with each word, knowing she was at a disadvantage.
Stop arguing.
It's giving me a headache. I told you not to marry a country girl. Too many problems and poor relatives. Yang Mei's face turned pale as she looked at the table full of exquisite dishes. She suddenly felt dizzy. After years of hard work caring for 2 children, serving her father-in-law, and then her mother-in-law after he passed away, she felt overwhelmed. Today, she had picked up her sister and saw how happy her sister was living in the countryside. Her brother-in-law had called her twice on the way. Suddenly, she made a decision and said, From now on, I will go out and find a job. If mom can't manage, you can hire a caregiver. Yang Mei put down her chopsticks, went straight to her room, and locked the door. She called her son but didn't want to worry him, and her daughter's phone was unreachable. So, she called Yang Xia and the voice on the other end was a bit chaotic. "We're at the Oriental Pearl. Xia Qing brought us here to ride a boat." The signal was poor, making it hard to hear. "This boat and this tower are so big. This building is so tall."
Yang Xia exclaimed excitedly.
Yang Mei saw them on the video, enjoying their boat ride with the Shanghai Tower in view. She had never visited properly. After hanging up, Lin Jin knocked on the door, surprisingly in a calmer mood. "Is it just 1,000 yuan? Finding a job is harder and more tiring. What can you do at your age? I'll transfer you 2,000 yuan. Take good care of mom at home. I have work at the company, so I have to go." Yang Mei looked at her phone. Lin Jun had sent her 2,000 yuan. Hiring a caregiver, especially for the elderly, would cost at least 10 to 20,000 a month. Who could handle her mother-in-law's temperament? Xia Qing took her grandmother and Yang Xia for a stroll, and they went to bed when they returned. She wasn't tired at all. In fact, she felt energetic after seeing that her fitness tracker showed she had walked 20,000 steps today. After absorbing the crystal beads, her health had truly improved. She bought a lot of Shanghai's famous soup dumplings and stored them in her space. Buying in bulk was too noticeable, but small purchases were still manageable. Suyu has cleared all the zombies around the villa area. "This villa is amazing. The interior is so comfortable. Brother Yu, this mural on the wall looks quite valuable, right? Brother Yu, I think this porcelain plate is also worth a lot. Let's keep everything." Suyu shook his head helplessly. Over the past 2 days, Wang Chong wanted to take back anything he thought was valuable. When Suyu entered the storage space, he saw that half of the cabinet was empty, so he filled it up again. Not only that, but he also stored a set of song lyrics. He remembered that Xia Qing wanted a novel, and these lyrics should be useful to her. Suyu took out steaming dumplings. Xia Qing had bought 10 baskets. He and Wang Chong each took 5 baskets, but he decided to wait a bit before eating because they were hot. Wang Chong couldn't wait. He swallowed one whole and nearly burned his mouth, but didn't want to spit it out. Following Brother Yu these past few days, he felt like he was eating well at every meal and gaining strength. Wang Chong mumbled, "Delicious. This generator is fixed and works well, but it's not very powerful. Let's make do with it for now. In a few days, everyone will migrate here." They planned to build railings and walls for safety. In the afternoon, they returned to the base, which showed clear signs of a fight. Li Yao sighed in relief when he saw Suyu return and said, "Brother Yu, you're finally back." A group of over 10 people heard we had food and came to rob us. Li Yao had a head injury, and several others were hurt to varying degrees. The leader of the evolved ones was captured. This group was no match for us. The faces of the intruders were pale. They hadn't eaten in a long time and were weak, but still tried to steal their food. "Please don't kill us. We just want something to eat. We can't go on like this. Please don't eat us." Some of them were already panicking, showing signs of fear. The captured leader was brought over. Suyu looked him over and asked, "Where are you from?" "Wushan City." Suyu frowned slightly. It was about 200 kilometers away. "We escaped from there, but everywhere is the same. Plants are dead, there's no food, and the cities are full of zombies. We originally had over 100 people, but now only these 10 are left with me. We barely escaped from another group that specializes in hunting the living. They eat people." Upon hearing this, the others felt uneasy. Although they had heard of extreme situations before, they had never encountered one. "Don't eat me. Don't eat me." Among the captured individuals, some were so frightened that they wet their pants, and a foul smell filled the air. Suyu and the others took a few steps back. "How did you find your way here?" "We overheard someone say they were looking for valuable items to exchange for food, so we followed those people here." They initially thought it was a lie, but upon seeing the food, they couldn't help but rush in to grab it. "Brother Yu, what should we do with these people?" Li Yao was unsure how to handle the group of about 10. They wanted to grab food but were stopped. "Let them stay for now. We can share some food with them." With a shortage of labor, he needed help to build a proper walled base. "Can we really have some food?" the man asked, clearly excited. Sure. Are you an evolved one? The man appeared much stronger than the others. Yes. And my brother too. He quickly pointed out his value and brought his younger brother forward. An 8 or 9-year-old boy was pulled out. He was also evolved but looked weak due to long-term malnutrition. This was the first time they had seen such a young, evolved person. They had never witnessed a child successfully evolve before. The little boy looked nervous. He had seen people resort to cooking and eating corpses out of desperation, which had left a huge impact on him. Give them 2 extra portions of food. The 2 were extremely excited and even knelt down to thank Suyu. Food was incredibly precious now. However, let me make one thing clear. No stealing. No fighting. Follow the rules. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the base or worse. Suyu shot them a cold glance, and a few of them trembled. His gaze was intimidating. We won't. We will definitely follow the rules. The man quickly replied. After arranging everything, Li Yao handed each of them a sweet potato, and the 2 evolved individuals received an extra portion. These people were so hungry that they even stuffed dirt into their mouths when they felt dizzy from hunger. The sweet potatoes were raw. They didn't even bother to cook them and started gnawing on them. Tomorrow, send some people to the villa area to set up a fence. Okay. In another time and space, after waking up, Xia Qing noticed that several big bags of the dumplings she had stored yesterday were missing. The small cabinet was filled with many items, including some jewelry and a large gold watch that looked quite valuable, surrounded by small diamonds. There was also a book of song lyrics, which were really good. She found an old-fashioned lyric book that would fit perfectly into her novel, and she immediately uploaded it. Early in the morning, Yang Mei came over and suggested taking Grandma to the hospital for a checkup, as she had already made an appointment. Yang Xia went along, but Xia Qing stayed behind to handle some things she could sell during her trip to the city. She took the gold watch directly to a shop. The origin of this watch is unclear, but it has diamonds around it, and the watch face is also made of gold, said a slightly plump man with glasses. This watch is indeed a good piece, and if it's I can offer you a bit more money. How much for this? 250,000. That's the highest I can offer. The man said sincerely. Then I'll sell it. It's a deal. Great. The man felt happy. They were pleased with such a straightforward transaction. The watch truly matched his taste, shining brightly. After that, she sold several items at a gold recycling shop. Suyu left her a message, saying he found Tian Rui's house, where there was a jewelry box in the basement. Inside was a pink diamond worth tens of millions. There were also jewels worth over 10 million. Xia Qing was instantly excited. In their time, diamonds worth over 10 million were now auction level, worth at least 100 million. She didn't dare sell it right away. Selling it to jewelry stores would be a huge loss. She needed enough capital, and later, selling these would be quite normal. This morning, she sold for 1 million, and now she had over 10 million. She needed to invest this money and also buy food for Suyu. With these thoughts in mind, she had a plan. Once she finished here and returned home, she wanted to open a store in Han City to buy vegetables in bulk. Feeling a bit thirsty, she bought a cup of milk tea for 25 yuan from a nearby shop. Her phone rang, and when she looked, it was her mother calling. As soon as she answered, she heard Yang Xia's panicked voice. Qing, hurry to the hospital. Your grandma's condition isn't good. Xia Qing immediately felt anxious and quickly took a taxi to the hospital. In the hospital office, an elderly lady sat outside, seemingly aware of something. The thing is, the old lady is quite old, but her health seems okay. My suggestion is to have surgery. If she doesn't have the surgery, with her current heart failure, she might only have a month left. What if she has the surgery? If she has it and has no other underlying conditions, she could live at least 5 more years. This is a major hospital in the city, so I trust their skills. How can this be? She was fine when she was checked at the county hospital 6 months ago. Yang Xia said, her eyes red. The conditions at the county hospital are definitely not the same as those in a big city. She must have had some symptoms already. Sleeping must be uncomfortable for her, the doctor sighed. She doesn't have health insurance and is always reluctant to go to the hospital, Yang Xia recalled. Let's do it. We will have the surgery.
Yang Mei sighed.
Yes, let's do it.
Yang Xia replied firmly.
Since they are at a major hospital in the city and can get treatment, they must proceed. Yang Xia immediately called their uncle to explain the situation. Their grandfather was still at home and almost came over upon hearing this, but he was old and had trouble walking, and their uncle couldn't leave. There were children at home, as well as elderly family members and land to take care of. The couple couldn't come. Xia, give me your bank account number. I will transfer you 50,000 yuan first, Yang Zhiyuan said. After hanging up, Yang Zhiyuan told his wife, transfer 50,000 yuan to our second sister. The surgery costs 250,000 yuan. That much money? But that's for Leilei's college next year, and Ye also needs to go to school, Hu Fang said reluctantly. Still, my mom needs treatment. Yang Zhiyuan replied irritably. Do we really need to give so much? Our eldest sister is in the city. Her living conditions are better than ours. Our second sister has just one child and seems to be earning quite a bit lately, buying a lot for the family. Our family has limited funds, Hu Fang said unwillingly. They were poor, and such a large sum was a fortune for them. Then my mom needs treatment. If necessary, I'll work this year. Yang Mei called Lin Zhen. Unfortunately, he only provided her with monthly living expenses and nothing extra. I have no money. Do you know I work every day like a servant? The engagement party for my son costs 50,000 yuan. With the dowry, wedding, and housing, I have no money left. Handle your family matters yourself. Lin Zhen finished speaking and hung up the phone, frowning as he smoked in the hotel. This is the bracelet I bought for you. It's a gift. The woman, wearing a bathrobe and around 30 years old, smiled brightly as she accepted the Cartier bracelet. Yang Mei had no choice but to call Lin Zhe over, as Lin Wan was working in another city and couldn't help much. Xia Qing hurried over, having heard that the surgery cost was 250,000 yuan. Her uncle had gathered 50,000 yuan, and Yang Xia contributed 60,000 yuan from her savings. Yang Mei was already thinking of selling her jewelry. By the time Yang Mei sold her jewelry and brought Lin Zhe along, they had already arranged for Grandma to be hospitalized. Yang Mei learned that Grandma had been admitted and knew that the surgery fees needed to be paid in advance. Mom is hospitalized? Have you gathered enough for the surgery?
Yang Mei exclaimed in shock.
Aunt, don't worry, I've already paid, Xia Qing said firmly. Yes, Qing has paid. Yang Xia sighed, realizing that if she didn't know her daughter's copyright fees were over 1 million, she would be very worried about the 200,000 yuan. Lin Zhe and his girlfriend rushed over. They were originally preparing for an engagement that evening, but came as soon as they heard about Grandma. Paid? Lin Zhe asked in surprise. He had been to Yang Mei's hometown as a child, which was quite ordinary. He had planned to gather funds slowly, but he didn't expect the payment to be needed so soon. Lin Zhe's girlfriend looked like a social elite, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Yes, it's already paid, Xia Qing replied with a smile. At that moment, she was really grateful to Su Yu because without him, she would likely be worrying about money, even though they could afford to live. Otherwise, they might have had to give up on Grandma's surgery. Lin Zhe and Liemo came over but couldn't help much. They both went to see Grandma. Liemo brought a valuable fruit basket. Grandma smiled and said, "This is a little gift for you, just a token of my appreciation." Grandma pulled out a red envelope she had kept for a long time. "No, Grandma," Lin Zhe said, feeling a bit pained that the elderly woman had come just to give him a red envelope. "It's just a small gesture from Grandma. Please accept it," Yang Xia said. Lin Zhe nodded, while Li Mo frowned slightly, not wanting to take it. Seeing some dark spots on the envelope, she felt a bit disgusted, but her good upbringing made her accept it anyway. As soon as they exited the hospital, Li Mo didn't want to open the envelope and handed it back to Lin Zhe. "It's from your grandma, I don't need it." Lin Zhe opened the red envelope and found a brand new 500 yuan note inside. His eyes turned slightly red. It's hard for elderly people in the countryside to save money without a pension. In the village, Taking care of the elderly is genuine support, unlike in the city where many rely on their parents. I heard from your sister that you went back to the countryside. Did you really pay $250,000 just like that? What job are you doing? Liamo asked curiously. Even though she earns a high salary of $20,000 a month, taking out $250,000 all at once is still a bit challenging, as most people live paycheck to paycheck. I'm not sure. I haven't seen her in a long time, Lindsay replied with a frown. Now, none of the three could attend the engagement party. Both Grandma and her mother were not going, and it wouldn't be much fun for Xia Qing to go alone. Qing, I gave your card number to your uncle, and he transferred $50,000 to you. Xia Qing checked her phone and saw the notification of the deposit. Her aunt looked a bit awkward and said, "We can't let you cover all of Mom's surgery costs. I'll find a way to contribute my share." Xia Qing didn't mind, but since both sides mentioned it, she agreed. Xia Qing booked a room at a hotel across from the hospital, as overnight stays at the hospital were not allowed. During the day, she would order meals for young Xia and her aunt. "Hello, I'm Liu Yu's manager. I got your number from your editor." The singing star Liu Yu. Xia Qing remembered that Liu Yu was quite popular. "Yes, I'm her manager. I've been following your novel, and I saw the lyrics you wrote later on. Liu Yu is very interested. Can we buy the copyright for your lyrics?" "Of course. I have many more lyrics. I mean, I've written a lot before," Xia Qing said with a smile. "Which city are you in now? I'd like to meet you to sign the contract. Although electronic signing is possible, I prefer to discuss it in person." Liu Yu really loves these lyrics. They seem tailor-made for her, especially with the novel's background. "I'm in Magic City right now." The voice on the other end sounded even more excited. "That's great. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you the address, so we can set a time." "Okay." Soon, Xia Qing added her on WeChat, and they arranged to meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the People's Cafe in Magic City, where a table was already reserved. In a good mood, Xia Qing bought 20 cups of milk tea and left a note for Su Yu, inviting him to enjoy the treat. "I bought another box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles." Buying so many things at once in the city is quite noticeable. She usually buys a little bit at a time, but she really enjoys shopping. It seems to give her a sense of achievement. The next morning at 9, she took a taxi. This is a cafe in the city where all the seats need to be reserved. Otherwise, you can't get in. There are 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, and in the evening, during sunset, you can overlook the beautiful scenery of the city. Xia Qing arrived on time and found that Liu Yu's agent was already there, an elegant and capable woman. Xia Qing casually ordered a cappuccino. "Liu Yu really likes your lyrics and wants to buy the copyright." Before coming, Xia Qing had researched and found that famous lyricists could sell their words for 8,000 or even tens of thousands per word. She wasn't famous at all. "We are very sincere. Liu Yu really likes your lyrics. Would you accept 3,000 yuan per word?" "Sure." Xia Qing quickly agreed. She didn't even have a name yet, and some slightly well-known authors only got 1,000 yuan per word. The top lyricists could sell for over 10,000 per word. In fact, according to the agent's plan, this song could even be priced at 8,000 per word, but the fame of the lyricist is also very important. For someone who only writes lyrics, a price of 1,000 per word is already quite high. This song matches a popular novel, which is rumored to have sold its film rights, so they would definitely look for them for the theme song, leading to a compromise on a high price. They also hoped to collaborate with the girl in the future. Xia Qing had also checked some market prices beforehand. The 3,000 yuan price for her first published work, with no fame, was indeed quite high. "Okay. Then I'll prepare the contract. The payment will be sent to you within 2 hours, and you will retain your authorship rights." This song has 320 words, so at 3,000 yuan per word, the total is 96,000 yuan. The agent, named Jiang Nan, handed her the contract. After checking it and finding no issues, they both signed the agreement. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. Jiang Nan really liked Xia Qing, especially since she enjoyed reading novels, particularly strong female lead stories. Miss Xia, if you have any good lyrics in the future, please send them to me. I hope we can work together for a long time. No problem. The contract is complete, and Jiang Nan has other matters to attend to. The lyrics have been purchased, so the creative process needs to speed up. Good lyrics and melodies are hard to find. Most are quite similar. Finding a good song is already quite a challenge. When the new song from Li Yue is released, it might even become popular again. Grandma's surgery was very successful, and she will fully recover after a few days of rest. Mom, let me go back with you this time. Lindsay just got engaged. Aren't you going to stay? Grandma is still worried about her eldest daughter. The wedding is next year, so there's no rush. Yang Mei wants to go home to take care of her mother. She hasn't been by her side for many years. I'm fine, and besides, there's Xiao Xia and Ji Yuan. You don't need to worry. Grandma gently patted Yang Mei's hand to comfort her. It really is a major hospital. The surgery went very smoothly, and she can be discharged after 2 days of observation. Such a big surgery, and they let her go after just a week. Yang Xia frowned, feeling uneasy. At the county hospital, she stayed for over half a month. Xia Qing smiled and said, "Big hospitals have limited beds. Since Grandma's surgery went well, she can leave early." Xia Qing bought the train tickets for their return, opting for a quiet and comfortable business class seat on the high-speed train. In another timeline, Su Yu and his team have already moved to the villa area. Su Yu said, "A few evolved individuals will stay in this villa. The 2 newcomers should be settled in first. There is an underground storage room in the villa for supplies." Li Yao said, "The generator has started working, and those people have been assigned tasks. We have too few workers. There are less than 300 of us, with over 100 elderly and children, leaving fewer than 200 who can work. If only we had a radio, we could reach out to other survivors." Su Yu immediately thought of a solution. Perhaps Xia Qing's timeline has more advanced technology that could help. He noted it down on his phone, planning to ask Xia Qing for assistance later. "Let's settle these people first. They have just begun to eat and need time to recover. They can't bounce back immediately." She said it's milk tea. "You all can share and try some." With that, Su Yu magically produced over 20 cups of milk tea. There were various flavors, including bawang tea and honey snow ice city, as well as iced coffee. "I'll get some for my son." Li Yao took 2 cups without hesitation. Everyone else also took a cup for themselves. Su Yu casually picked a flavor and started drinking. It tasted slightly bitter. Looking down at the milk tea, he exclaimed, "This is delicious. This one is still cold, and there are ice cubes in it. It's so refreshing." Zhang Liang couldn't help but praise. He had never tried these drinks before. While drinking, he added, "Brother Yu, I found a lot of good stuff from other villas and moved them to the room on the west side of the first floor." He would put them in storage whenever Xia Qing needed them. This area is a wealthy villa district located on the west side of the city, near the suburbs. They had surrounded the area with fences, and any approaching zombies would be electrocuted. Occasionally, some wandering zombies would come by during the day, but the evolved ones took care of them. Just having a fence wasn't enough. Building walls with concrete and rebar would be even safer. Su Yu was already thinking about how to build it in his mind, and had given Xia Qing the necessary items. That night, Xia Qing couldn't sleep and saw Su Yu's message. "I'll buy you some drones plus surveillance cameras and a network system, so you can detect zombies in real time." Su Yu was a bit confused, but he knew about surveillance cameras, even though they weren't common in her time. "Thank you so much." Su Yu felt very grateful to Xia Qing. When he was injured and went days without food or water, the world seemed dark, and she gave him hope to keep living. "No need to thank me. I should thank you too. Thank you for making me so wealthy. Otherwise, my grandmother might not have had the money for surgery and could have lost years of her life." It was a kind of mutual rescue. Xia Qing immediately ordered several drones, infrared cameras, and a network system online. The next morning, she contacted someone on WeChat and ordered 10 barrels of milk. Xia Qing thought she should inform her parents if she wanted to open a supermarket. "Dad, Mom, I want to open a supermarket. I have enough money to start." "Open a supermarket? In our village?" Xia Qing was surprised. No, I want to open it in the county. She initially thought about opening it in Han City, but the county would work too, as it would still supply goods to Suyu. Okay, I support you, daughter. With her parents' support, it became much easier for Xia Qing. In the morning, she went to the county to find an agent. Are you sure you want to buy this? The location is a bit remote, but it has great potential for development in the coming years, the agent explained. This area is on the outskirts of the county, with newly developed surroundings. The buildings are already constructed, but the foot traffic is relatively low. Yes, I'll buy this, including the 2 surrounding shops. Later, the 2 shops can be used as storage. When the agent heard Xia Qing's words, her eyes lit up with excitement. She just secured 3 big deals. How could she not be thrilled? However, she kept her excitement in check and immediately arranged the necessary processes. The shops in the county town are not very expensive, but 3 of them, one of which is quite large, cost her over 4 million. This was the first time she spent so much money, so she felt a bit nervous. Once purchased, she would find a renovation company to do some simple work. After the renovations are done, the storage on this side will no longer be needed. Suyu received the drone and initially didn't know how to use it, but Xia Qing had downloaded instructional videos. With the installation of surveillance and network setup, Suyu, being a skilled soldier, learned quickly. He immediately arranged for the installation, and with this, they could remotely monitor the surroundings and even search for survivors. At first, he was a bit clumsy controlling the drone. Suyu handed the drone to a few members of the scouting team for daily patrols. The remaining 20 or so cameras were installed along the railings. When food was scarce, there were many people. Now that a base is established, there are actually not enough people. Li Yao said, with the drone, we can search for survivors. Suyu frowned and replied, we need to be careful in identifying survivors before letting them into our base.
Understood, Li Yao responda.
They would keep those who uphold human morals, but some people, due to lack of food, have resorted to cannibalism. They no longer deserve to be called human. They're no different from zombies. From now on, our base will be called Sunny Base. Suyu had thought of this name long ago.
Great.
The others had no objections. They could move here and have hope for survival thanks to Suyu. Now that there are fewer people in the base, the number of houses is ample. It's not like living in a cramped, cold underground shelter that lacks ventilation and often has unpleasant smells. The living conditions have greatly improved, and most supplies like clothing can now be found. Suyu recalled what Xia Qing said and added, Zhang Liang, when distributing supplies today, please gather information on their previous professions or skills.
Sure.
The distribution and collection were done quickly. Most of these people were workers, and a few had special skills. Xia Qing also went to the village to buy a lot of vegetables and purchased rice and flour to send to the warehouse. Food is a consumable, and since they now have to build walls, they need to do physical work every day, so they eat more. The space has also increased a lot. Recently, she has been absorbing crystal beads, and now the space is over 100 square meters. She can clear out everything in the warehouse at once. While the store is being renovated, Xia Qing also got her driver's license. She practiced for subjects 2 and 3 twice and passed subject for the next day. After getting her license, she went to the county town today to buy a car. She headed straight to the BMW dealership, where they had both gasoline and electric cars. I'll take this SUV and that red sedan, she said. She plans to give the SUV to Suyu, but it seems that gasoline is polluted in that world, and there are very few gas stations, so she also bought a few barrels of gasoline. The salesperson, seeing how quickly Xia Qing was buying the car, smiled and said, great. Please sit and rest for a moment. I'll take care of the paperwork for you. The salesperson also brought Xia Qing drinks and snacks. She first took the sedan home and had them deliver the other car to the warehouse. Tomorrow, after the large barrels of milk, rice, and oil she ordered are delivered, she will take everything to Suyu. I saw that person is only 22 years old and bought 2 cars today, worth over 600,000. Buying a car is so straightforward. Unlike others who take days to decide, the salesperson said with envy. Driving the sedan into the village immediately attracted a lot of attention until they saw the car parked at Xia Qing's doorstep. The entrance to the village is spacious, so cars can park anywhere. Old Hua, you are really lucky. I saw your granddaughter drive back a brand new sedan. Grandma Xia was holding vegetables and was counting the days until she could return to her younger son's house, as she had to cook every day at her elder son's place. Bought a car? No way, Grandma Xia said, frowning in disbelief. Just a few days ago, she heard that Yang Xia's mother had surgery in the big city and spent a lot of money. She was worried about being asked to lend money. Really? That new sedan, everyone in the village saw it. You are truly lucky. Your granddaughter is doing so well. Hearing others congratulate her, Grandma Xia felt a mix of pride and unease. Although she enjoyed the compliments, the thought of her granddaughter buying a car made her a bit unhappy. From disbelief to doubt, she decided to visit her younger son's house. Sure enough, as she reached the intersection, she saw a sedan from a distance. Daughter, this car is really nice. Can I drive it? Of course. Dad, Mom, you both need to finish your driving tests so you can drive. You can't go on the road without a license.
All right.
Our family has a car now, Xia Qing said happily. Tomorrow, I will take you to the county town. The store is ready, and I want to show you. She also needs to go to the factory to discuss supplies. Running a supermarket is quite busy. The three of them happily gathered around the new car, dreaming of buying a plane when they have more money. I want to order vegetables and fruits from our village for the supermarket. Dad, please help me with this. No problem. I know exactly what everyone in the village grows. This will also help our village. Xia Qing replied with a smile. Most of the people left in the village to farm are elderly, as the young ones have gone to work in the city. By buying vegetables from the village, many people will appreciate Xia Qing. An elderly lady with a basket quickly walked up to the car. Hey, Qing.
Xia.
Mom, what are you doing here? Xia Qing asked playfully. He calculated that it was still 7 or 8 days until he was supposed to pick her up. If his mother weren't so biased, he would be more than happy to take care of her, but she often bullied his wife and children when he wasn't around. What's wrong? Can I come to see? Did you buy a little car? That must have cost a lot. Qing, I'm not saying this to upset you, but in a few years, when you get married, the groom's family will buy a car. Why are you buying one early to send to his family? The elderly lady said with concern. A girl shouldn't need to buy a car. She looked worried, thinking it was her money being spent. Xia Qing frowned slightly, and before she could respond, Xia Qing got angry. Mom, since I was little, I've bought pretty clothes for Qing, and you said she didn't need them and could wear old clothes. I let her go to school and learn to paint, and you said a girl didn't need that. Whatever I buy, you say a girl doesn't need it. What's wrong with girls? She's my daughter too. Now that my daughter is capable, she can buy whatever she wants. Xia Qing said all this in one breath, feeling very relieved. Yang Xia's eyes turned red, and Xia Qing felt warm inside. Seeing her younger son stand up for her, the elderly lady softened and didn't know what else to say. All right, if you bought it, then you bought it. At least our family has a little car now. Thinking about how the villagers looked at her with envy when she returned, she felt quite happy. When she got home, she told her eldest son and daughter-in-law about it. As soon as they walked in, the daughter-in-law started complaining. Mom, why are you back so late? Pum will be home from school soon, and when will we eat? Grandma Xia didn't mind and replied cheerfully, Today, the Qing family bought a small car. I just want to see it, and it's really nice. Didn't my grandson say he didn't have enough money to get his driver's license? I'll give him 1,000 so he can get it done quickly. Tian Saihua's eyes widened in shock. What? The second brother's family bought a car? They did. I told you. Why would a girl's family buy a car? But your second brother wasn't willing. Once they get married, it will belong to someone else. Grandma Xia felt angry thinking about what her second son had said. When the second brother's family is gone, there won't even be a man to break the pot at the funeral. The eldest grandson will have to do it. Breaking the pot at a funeral is a tradition that has been passed down for thousands of years. Tian Kaiwa finally snapped out of her shock, but when she heard Grandma Xia was going to give her eldest son $1,000, her mood lightened. What is Qing doing outside to earn so much money? It wouldn't be anything shady, would it? Tian Kaiwa thought of dramatic TV shows about being supported by someone. I want to get a driver's license too. The second brother has already signed up for one, said Xia Qing. Don't bother. Let Feifei learn instead. She can drive us around later, Tian Kaiwa frowned. Getting a driver's license costs several $1,000s. It's better for the son to learn. Xia Qing thought about it, but felt conflicted. Okay. But that car belongs to Qing. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward to borrow it? Grandma Xia heard this and said unhappily, What's awkward about it? You're his uncle. We're all family. What's wrong with borrowing? Mom is right. We're all family, so why not borrow? Tian Kaiwa agreed. She thought, the second brother's family only has one child, so we'll need their help with things in the future. What's the big deal about borrowing a car? Their land will eventually belong to them, anyway. The next day, Xia Qing took her parents to visit her supermarket, which she planned to open in a few days. It's located in the suburbs of the county, and it's only a short drive of about 10 minutes from their home. Mom, if you don't want to stay at home, come here and take a look. I just posted job ads a couple of days ago. Yang Xia nodded as she looked at the large supermarket, feeling very excited inside. Xia Qing took a look around, slightly worried, and said, Qing, the surroundings seem a bit desolate. Although Xia Qing did not have a high education level, his family owned a supermarket, which needed a lot of people nearby to sell well. Even though buildings were constructed around, the area was nice, but no one had moved in yet. I've checked this area thoroughly. Plus, I have regular customers.
Don't worry, Dad.
Then I'll trust my daughter. Soon after, Xia Qing directly joined a city supermarket chain, allowing her to source supplies from there. Before the opening, Xia Qing had already ordered a large quantity of goods. The supermarket had a huge warehouse in the back and a basement for storage. In the following days, several people came to apply for jobs, and Xia Qing hired 3 in total. She installed many self-checkout machines at the entrance to save on labor. She ordered a lot of goods for Suyu, so she didn't plan to hire too many people. She hired 3 people, 2 women in their 30s, Wang Qin and Zhang Li, and 1 woman in her 40s, Wu Fang. All 3 were very honest people. Aunt Wu, you will work from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., responsible for cleaning the store. You can have 2 days off a week, and the monthly salary is 2,800. Okay, I promise to keep it clean, Wu Fang said happily. This was a great job close to home, with only 4 hours of work each day and 2 days off. Where else could she find such a good job? Qin Jie, Zhang Li, you will handle the cash register. There will be 2 shifts, the first from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. and the second from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. You will have 2 days off a week, and the salary is 3,500. By the way, you will receive double pay on holidays, and there will be overtime pay. Before coming for the interview, they thought it would be tough, as over 20 candidates had applied, but only these 3 were selected. Others who left said the boss was strange and didn't know why they were rejected. Unexpectedly, the boss only asked a few questions and chose them. In fact, Xia Qing had absorbed too many crystal beads, making her voice and eyes sharper, allowing her to catch small expressions and movements from people. The earlier candidates were not honest, but these 3 were good, 2 were mothers and 1 was an aunt. All 3 were very happy, especially the 2 mothers, as they could work shifts without getting too tired and still take care of their children. The key salary is high. There's even overtime pay during holidays. That's great. Let's sign this employment contract. The trial period is 1 month, and the salary will be paid as usual. Sounds good. The group expressed their satisfaction and smoothly signed the contract. Xia Qing asked them to come to work the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, the factory she supplies will arrive, bringing rice, flour, and oil, all ordered in double quantities, 1 set for the regular warehouse and another for the empty store next door. As they left the store, everyone was very happy. Wang Qin said excitedly. The supermarket cashier job I applied for has me working until 10 p.m., but this job ends at 6 p.m. The salary is good, and the benefits are nice. With the shift schedule, I can also take care of my kids at home. No wonder the interviews were so strict before. With such good benefits, everyone wanted to join. After finishing the supermarket arrangements, Xia Qing's comic became a huge hit, and the editor even called her to urge her to update. Her 2 ancient romance novels were also very popular, ranking first and second on the charts. After selling the rights to these 2 books, there was a buzz online about who should star in the adaptations. However, the endings of both books had not been fully released yet. On Weibo's trending topics, there was a discussion about the main characters of power in the world and the first empress, debating who would be suitable for the roles. This is the first major female lead drama. Of course, it should be played by Haina. Xing Bao is also very suitable. In short, a poll was created online, and many people were tagging her Weibo account. Her account was verified, and as the author of Spicy Peppers, she already had over 2 million followers. Xia Qing's phone rang. Hello, I'm a producer from Tian Entertainment Company. Hello. I read your novel, and was wondering if you could adapt it into a script? Xia Qing frowned. She didn't have time with so many tasks waiting for her. Sorry, I don't have time right now, as I'm updating 2 books. That's fine. How about I add you on WeChat? Could you suggest a few suitable candidates for the main characters? Xia Qing thought for a moment and replied, Sure. The producer added her on WeChat and sent her a list of several actresses and actors, asking for her thoughts on the choices. Xia Qing considered it and felt that Xing Bao and the rising star Zhou Ling would be very suitable, but ultimately, they would need to make their own decisions. Once the official start date is confirmed, can I invite you to Shanghai for a meal? We can sit down and chat with the screenwriter and the main actors. This book is of excellent quality and is the first novel featuring a strong female lead adapted into a TV series. They expect it to be a big hit. Sure. Xia Qing felt very excited after replying on WeChat. These are all popular stars who used to seem out of reach. Now she actually has the chance to have dinner with them. She remembered a recent short video on Douyin where a wealthy woman was seen with a male model, making many women envious. In the afternoon, the cement Xia Qing ordered arrived at the warehouse, so she planned to go there in the evening to transport it through her space. She had gathered too many crystal beads lately, with at least a dozen waiting for her to absorb each day. The more she absorbed, the more her space grew, and she could faintly hear Suyu talking to someone late at night. Her money was running low, with only 3 to 4 million left. She decided to take another trip to Kyoto to sell some jewelry. The most important thing for Suyu was weapons, but their country did not allow weapon sales. Xia Qing thought that once she sold enough and had a few billion, she could buy a batch of firearms and ammunition in the US for Suyu. Mom, I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow morning. Do you want to come along? It only takes a few hours to get to Kyoto by high-speed train. Sure.
Yang Xia replied happily.
After packing, Xia Qing bought 2 high-speed train tickets for the morning trip to Kyoto. This time, Yang Xia found the train ride less unusual than before. Kyoto is the capital of China, so it was very crowded. Yesterday, a middle-aged man sitting nearby, slightly balding and wearing glasses, kept glancing at Yang Xia's arm. Xia Qing noticed this. She was always very observant. The man seemed unable to resist and started a conversation. Hello, I see your jade bracelet is of excellent quality, a rare type of sheep fat white jade. Yang Xia, not knowing much about it, smiled and said, I have no idea. My daughter bought it for a few hundred yuan. The man was taken aback. When did sheep fat white jade cost only a few hundred? Where could he buy it? He wanted to buy them all. Typically, ordinary sheep fat white jade costs over 1 million. I can see that your piece has a very bright color and is well crafted, with a round inner circle and a fine outer edge. The man was confident in his judgment. He was very interested in collecting jade bracelets and jewelry. Over 1 million. Yang Xia couldn't believe her ears. She looked at the jade bracelet in her hand, feeling as if it weighed a ton. Yes, the man nodded seriously, asking her not to doubt his expertise. Beside them, Xia Qing touched her nose, unsure of the bracelet's actual value since it was given to her by Su Yu. Yang Xia turned to Xia Qing in shock and asked, Qing, is this jade bracelet really worth over $1 million? Xia Qing had already prepared her response and said, I bought it for a few thousand when I was traveling in an ancient town. A few thousand? The man almost blurted out, which ancient town? I want to check it out. Many ancient towns have families with heirlooms. In the past, many people would go to these villages to find treasures. Items like ceramics, wooden doors, and more were bought for hundreds to thousands of yuan and then sold for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The elderly often didn't understand the value of these items. To them, selling something for a few thousand was already a good deal. Songnan Ancient Town. This place really exists in their country, and the man silently noted the name, planning to visit after finishing his work in Kyoto. This can't really be worth over $1 million, right? I can't keep wearing it, Yang Xia said nervously. She liked the bracelet, but knowing its price made her hesitant to wear it. She had never earned $1 million in her life, and now it was so openly on her wrist. Thinking this, Yang Xia wanted to take off the bracelet. Mom, you don't need to take it off. I bought it for just a few thousand. Weren't you saying it was a few hundred? I said a few thousand so you wouldn't hesitate to wear it. Xia Qing leaned closer to Yang Xia and whispered, that man might not know for sure. What if he's just trying to scare you? The man smirked. He was a big jewelry collector. His eyes had never been wrong. How about this? I can offer 200,000 to buy your jade bracelet. I can transfer the money to you as soon as I get off the high-speed train. The man said immediately. Yang Xia fell into doubt again. In truth, Xia Qing wasn't sure how much the bracelet was worth either, as she hadn't had it appraised. When Su Yu gave her the jewelry, she picked this one for Yang Xia because she thought it looked nice. This one is not for sale. My mom really likes it. If you want to buy jade, could you help me check the value of this bracelet? Summer Qing took a jade bracelet out of her backpack. Although it wasn't as clear as the one Yang Xia had, it was still quite nice. This jade bracelet is considered a high-quality ice type, and its texture is decent. However, its market price is between 300,000 to 800,000. If you want to sell it, I can offer you 750,000. To make his words more convincing, the man took out a black business card from his wallet and handed it to Summer Qing. I am Lin from Wanbao Hang in Kyoto. You can search for me online, the man said with a confident smile. Summer Qing obediently searched for the name online. Lin was 43 years old, the vice chairman of Wanbao Hang, the vice president of the Chinese Jewelry Association, and an expert appraiser. Yang Xia felt very nervous, occasionally glancing at her wrist and then covering it with her clothes. Upon arriving in Kyoto, Summer Qing booked a luxury hotel, but first, she took Yang Xia for a tour of the Guamao shopping mall. Yang Xia looked at the bracelets in the stores, each costing tens of thousands, and bags priced in the hundreds of thousands. What kind of blanket is this? It costs 720,000. It must be made of gold. And these shoes, which aren't even comfortable, cost 50,000. At first, Yang Xia was in shock and seemed to not understand, but after seeing the prices of various items in the mall, she became numb to the astonishment. With blankets costing 720,000 and frying pans over 100,000, wearing a bracelet worth millions didn't seem like much. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Summer Qing thought she should take Yang Xia shopping here more often. When she first came to the big city for university, she thought it was a fresh start, only to later realize how little she knew. Hello, Mr. Lin, do you remember me? I was on the train yesterday. I remember. Are you here to sell the jade bracelet? The man smiled. Yes. Lin gave her an address, and Summer Qing took a taxi there, asking Yang Xia to wait for her at a nearby cafe. Mom, wait for me here for a bit. I need to take care of something. Okay. Go ahead, Yang Xia replied, understanding that her daughter had something to do. The last time they visited the big city, it wasn't as overwhelming. This time in Kyoto, she truly experienced the high cost of living in a big city. Wanbao Hang was located in a bustling commercial area of Kyoto, where only discreetly luxurious wealthy people entered. Only a few pieces of jewelry were displayed in the lobby. The rest required entry into a special service area for one-on-one assistance. After Xia Qing entered, she directly asked, "Mr. Lin sent me here. You must be Miss Xia. Please come this way. Mr. Lin has already informed us that a professional appraiser will be coming."
Okay.
There was a genuine leather sofa, and in front of it was a large TV playing various jewelry shows. She had a remote control at hand to switch channels freely. Once they made their selections, the actual items would be brought out for her to try on. "Would you like some coffee?" A woman brought over a delicate tray with a cup of coffee and some sugar cubes. Soon, a well-dressed appraiser entered. "Hello, I am Su Yang," the man said politely. Xia Qing wasted no time and took out a plastic bag from her purse, which contained a pink diamond. Su Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of the pink diamond, and he quickly put on white gloves to take the plastic bag. He began to examine it closely. Among the dazzling array of jewelry, the charm of the pink diamond was undeniable. A collectible pink diamond is truly a treasure. The color is soft and enchanting, with high saturation and softness. "I need to confirm this with a machine."
Okay.
Xia Qing noticed that Su Yang seemed excited. After testing with professional equipment, he appeared shocked by the results. "Miss Xia, please wait a moment." Su Yang seemed to be making a phone call, and soon another professional appraiser arrived. Su Yang smiled and said, "This is a very pure pink diamond. Such diamonds can be auctioned." "Auction-level pink diamonds?" But Xia Qing remembered Su saying this was an ordinary pink diamond. She had only taken out the smallest one from the box to try selling first. "In our country, pink diamonds are very rare because of their beautiful color, so I suggest we auction it here. We charge a 2% service fee on the auction price." "Okay," Xia Qing agreed. The auction price would be much higher than the buyback price. Xia Qing signed a series of agreements, and the auction would take place in 3 days. The proceeds, minus the service fee, would be transferred to her bank account. After spending 2 days in Kyoto with Yang Xia, she returned home. That night, she directly asked Suyu, "How much do pink diamonds cost there?" "From tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. We have abundant resources here." As expected, he casually found her a box of pink diamonds, which could be easily found in an ordinary jewelry store. The time space, or on Suyu's side, was much richer than theirs. "How are things on your end?" "We're using the cement you gave us to repair the walls and prevent zombie invasions. We're also actively looking for survivors. We're trying to figure out if we can grow crops in the mutated land. Before, we didn't have enough to eat, so we didn't think about it. Now that we have food from Xia Qing, we're exploring ways to cultivate the altered land. You can dig up some soil for me, and I'll have someone test it for you." "Okay." Recently, Xia Qing absorbed a lot of crystal beads, expanding her space. At night, when she felt drowsy, she sensed the other world. She even had the illusion that she could go there. When Xia Qing entered the space, she felt a white ahead, with a faint glow inside. As she took a couple of steps forward, everything went dark, and she felt dizzy. She clearly remembered that when she first entered the space, it was dark, but now it was bright, almost blinding her. Before she could react, someone grabbed her neck, making it hard for her to breathe.
"Who are you?"
"How did you get here?" the man said coldly. She could sense a strong killing intent, but the voice sounded familiar. With her eyes slightly lowered, she noticed his high nose and pale lips, each feature radiating a chilling aura. Xia Qing didn't know where she found the strength to grab Suyu's hand that was pressing against her throat.
"Suyu."
"Is that you?" If it weren't for Suyu, she wouldn't have been choked right after arriving here, right? Hearing her sweet voice, which was now a bit hoarse from his grip, he showed a moment of shock. He quickly released his hand, regret and guilt flooding over him. How could he treat her like this? Just as Xia Qing wanted to say something to Suyu, she felt a powerful force pulling her back into the space, as if she were being bounced back. Suyu hurriedly asked, "Xia Qing?" "It's me. I just saw in the space and went in. I didn't expect it to be your world." Xia Qing replied, feeling excited. Suyu felt immense regret. He had just choked her. Her delicate neck must have turned red from his grip. If he had applied more force, he might have accidentally harmed her. Living in the apocalypse and being a special forces soldier, he was always on high alert, even while sleeping. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." They were both familiar with each other's voices, but they had never met before. "It's okay. Although I can enter your space, it seems I can't stay for long before being sent back. This situation never happened before. It must be because of the crystal." For some reason, Suyu felt excited thinking about it. They only met briefly, but does this mean that Xia Qing can come to his world in the future? He is still there, but Xia Qing feels her energy is depleted. Does she need to absorb the crystal to get in? It's already late at Xia Qing's side, while it's just dawn for Suyu. The walls of the villa are now complete, and they are connected to an electric fence. Suyu walked absent-mindedly around the small base, and the people here are in much better condition than before. Some people quickly lowered their heads and called out to him when they saw him, but he seemed not to hear them. "Brother Yu, why do you keep staring at your hand?" "Yeah, I saw that too. I called him, but he didn't seem to hear," Li Yao said, feeling puzzled. What could that hand have done? Usually, the group takes turns going out to hunt zombies. One reason is to clear them out to prevent harm to ordinary survivors, and the other is to search for crystals. The energy from the crystals is very useful for them as evolved beings, as it can enhance their physical abilities. Suyu first sent someone to dig up some soil from outside and put it into the space. Now that we have a vehicle, I want to go to the military secret base, where there are communication devices linked to satellites that we can bring back. With that, they would have a military system that could connect to global satellite signals, allowing them to contact other cities. A vehicle? Li Yao frowned, as they didn't even have a bicycle. Suyu took out an SUV. Although it wasn't as good as his off-road vehicle, having a car was great. A car?
Li Yao exclaimed in shock.
"Brother, you can not only get food but also a car?" The distance was too far before. Walking would take us days. If it were before the apocalypse, he wouldn't worry at all. He had once traveled alone through the tropical rainforests of Zambia. But after the apocalypse, with food being scarce, how could they think of finding a military-based signal source after days without eating? Ignoring Li Yao's shocked expression, Suyu said to Wang Chong, "With the car, we should be able to get there in the morning. Li Yao, you stay at home, and Wang Chong, you stay too." "I can go too. Brother Yu," Li Yao said with determination. He can't stay at home all the time. Dangerous tasks are left for Suyu to handle. Suyu patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "The child is still young, and you can't be careless about things in the base. Make sure to protect the survivors' safety. We also need to prevent the survivors from causing trouble." "That won't happen. Who would dare to cause trouble now?" Li Yao said in a low voice. "Without food, who would dare to steal? Anyone who tries would be kicked out of the base." "Then I'll go with you," Wang Chong said. Suyu shook his head. It would be easier for him to go alone. "I'll be back quickly, just one day. You guys handle things at the base. Don't worry, Brother Yu."
Li Yao replia.
Suyu drove away from the base. He initially wanted to take Wang Chong with him, but he thought about how Xia Qing might suddenly appear by his side, so he decided to go alone. While driving, Suyu regretted what he did to Xia Qing that morning. He hoped he didn't scare her. Her world is peaceful, where killing is against the law. She has never seen such an environment.
What if she got scared and didn't come back?
Xia Qing woke up that morning to a text message on her phone. Seeing the bank notification, she instantly perked up. The pink diamond was auctioned for over 90 million, and after giving Wanbaohang a 2% service fee, she still had over 90 million left. But Wanbaohang really makes money. They earned over $1 million just by auctioning one item. She saw the soil Suyu had given her, along with nearly 30 crystal beads. So many crystal beads? Is this for him to absorb more? She thought that in that world, Suyu would be rough around the edges, as he seemed like a starving person, but his appearance was quite stern. Unfortunately, she only caught a glimpse and didn't get to say much before being pulled back. She found herself having a crush on a man from another dimension. Today, she finished both of her small books in one go, and surprisingly, This news made it to Weibo's trending topics in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the trending topic, the drama power in the world officially announced its cast. This wave of excitement came quickly. Shortly after, the first Empress also announced its adaptation, but the lead actress has yet to be confirmed. On WeChat, the producer from Tianyu Media is named Xia Qing. The novel finished today with no major issues, and the script is basically a direct adaptation. They want to seize the momentum and start filming quickly. Hello, Miss Xia. We're set to start filming next month. Do you have time to meet for a meal?
Sure.
Two people agreed to meet in a city nearby, just a 2-hour train ride from their homes. They were excited to see a real celebrity. Looking at the 30 or so crystal beads in the space, she absorbed more than 10 at once and entered the space. The gap was still there, and this time it felt much more energetic. It was noon for her, while it should be evening for Suyu, so entering now seemed a bit inappropriate. As she hesitated, she saw a faint light and heard shouting from the gap. Thinking Suyu might be in danger, she stepped into the opening. Every time she traveled through the gap, she felt a drain of energy. Suyu planned to arrive and retrieve the signal device in one day, but unexpectedly encountered a group of survivors, so he stayed. One man exclaimed, "Sue, it's really you. You saved my life again." This man was Yang Shua, a Special Forces soldier from the International Peacekeeping Team, who had fought against many criminal organizations together. "You all share this food." Suyu took out a box of bread and water for Yang Shua. Yang Shua trembled with excitement as he looked at the food. They had searched for food for days, but everything had gone moldy. "It's food." Yang Shua suddenly knelt down, feeling increasingly desperate as time went on. There was no food, and even the river water was covered with layers of black, greasy substance. Some couldn't resist their thirst and drank it, finding it tasted disgusting, like gasoline. "Thank you, Sue." Those who hadn't experienced such hardship couldn't understand this pain or the value of food. At that moment, someone sharing food felt like a lifesaver. "Quickly distribute it and follow me from now on," Sue said, helping Yang Shua up. "Yes." Yang Shua was very excited and tried to calm himself as he trembled while handing out food to others. The room was lit only by a faint fire. It was nighttime and the zombies were active, so everyone tried to stay quiet. Xia Qing suddenly appeared beside Suyu again. This time, he quickly reacted, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and asked, "Is it you?" "Yes. It's me. It's nighttime here." Xia Qing was much calmer during this second visit, with only the faint firelight illuminating them. They could only see each other's shapes. Xia Qing noticed a foul smell and frowned, asking, "Where are you? What's that awful smell?" A strange, fishy smell lingered in the air. Suyu looked at the zombie's body ahead and frowned, saying, "It's the smell of decay. It's taken care of. This place is safe." Even though she knew this was a post-apocalyptic world, the presence of so many corpses and the stench made Xia Qing feel uneasy. She had only heard Suyu describe their world before and imagined it while watching movies, but now it was all too real. Xia Qing felt a bit lost. "It's food, it's food." Yang Shua distributed the food, and several people devoured it hungrily. Their dirty hair and frail bodies were shocking. She even spotted a pregnant woman with a skeletal frame, except for her round belly. The people here looked terrifying, even worse off than starving refugees. Xia Qing tried to see Suyu through the firelight, but could only make out his tall figure. Just as Xia Qing wanted to say something, she felt a pull that drew her back into her own space. "I'm back. It seems I can't stay in your time for long," she said, a bit disappointed. "You stayed longer this time, 3 minutes," Suyu replied. It seemed her ability to absorb crystal energy and evolve was linked to the time she could spend there. Unfortunately, she could only enter once a day. They had been chatting through voice before, but now it switched to video, making her a bit nervous. The previous time was short, and with the unclear view, she could only see Suyu's broad figure and defined face. His deep-set eyes, which had held a hint of menace the first time they met, appeared much softer now. "I've sent the soil sample for testing to a professional agency. The results will be out in 3 days, he said.
Great.
Suyu pressed down his excitement. Soon, she would be able to visit this world. He felt thrilled, as if he would no longer be alone. Xia Qing ordered a large amount of food. The people there were too pitiful. Seeing it in person was truly shocking. She thought she would wait until evening to go back, since it would be daytime there. It felt like an adventure to her, quite thrilling, but the short time she could spend there was frustrating. It felt like the time was pushing her back. Xia Qing absorbed the remaining crystal energy in her space, swallowing it directly to avoid waste. The beginning was tough, but it became easier to accept afterward. This time, she absorbed too much at once and almost fainted. When she woke up again, it was already midnight. When she came to, she felt a bit smelly, so she took another shower. Her hair had not only grown longer, but also thicker. She felt full of energy. When she entered the space again, she noticed many new items, like large military equipment. Suyu, I'm coming over. This time, she remembered to give a heads up. She was worried that suddenly appearing might catch Suyu off guard, even though this had happened twice before. Suyu was about to say not to come over, but Xia Qing was already heading towards the gap. This time, she appeared right next to Suyu, who was holding a sharp short knife and had just cut open a zombie's head. The head rolled like a ball to Xia Qing's feet. She nervously swallowed, but luckily, she enjoyed watching movies about zombies and horror. However, the reality was much more intense than what she had seen on TV. She found herself on a broken road, with a gray sky that showed no hint of blue. Suyu quickly dealt with a few wandering zombies and didn't immediately cut open their heads in front of Xia Qing. Xia Qing was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and clean white shoes, with her thick hair flowing like a waterfall. Suyu wore camouflage pants and a black t-shirt, revealing his strong, long arms, though one side had a large bruise. His military boots were ankle-high, making him look tall. His features were sharp, exuding a cold aura, with thick black hair and a calm expression. This was the first time Xia Qing had seen Suyu's face clearly. His presence was powerful, and his features were distinct. Be careful. Come here, Suyu said, grabbing her hand and pulling her behind him. His hand was hot, rough, and strong. There are zombies that come by on this road from time to time. The road was littered with old cars and dried-up bodies. Some zombies had their lower halves missing, but their heads were still moving, dragging their intestines behind them, creating a very disgusting scene. Yang Shuo looked at the suddenly appearing girl, her clean face and smooth, fair skin momentarily, leaving him stunned.
Who are you?
How did you suddenly appear? Yang Shuo asked in surprise. Suyu stood in front of Xia Qing and coldly said, She is mine. This was the first time Yang Shuo saw Suyu protect someone like this. Even though he had many questions, he wisely chose not to ask. One of their team members was a pregnant woman who had just been bitten by a zombie. Yang Shuo quickly rushed over and dealt with the zombie that had suddenly appeared. She's going to change, right? Another girl said fearfully. There were about 10 people in total, mostly boys, with only 2 or 3 girls. When Xia Qing suddenly appeared, they were all surprised, but with their stomachs empty, they had no other thoughts. When hungry, it's hard to think of anything else. They were so starved that they didn't even have the strength to speak. The girl knelt on the ground, her face pale, her neck swollen, and her eyes red, looking like she was about to change. She had a wound on her leg, a mark from the zombie's bite. Help! The baby, she said hoarsely, struggling to get the words out. She felt she couldn't go on. She had been bitten and was about to change, but maybe her baby could survive. The woman's skin quickly became dry and shriveled, the infection spreading rapidly. Suyu frowned and said coldly, She's going to change. Hearing this, the others stepped back in fear. Even the girl who wanted to help was now far away. Change? Is she going to be infected by the zombie? Before Xia Qing could finish her question, Yang Shuo, holding a knife, said, Farewell. Baby, the woman said with her last strength. Amniotic fluid flowed, and the people around silently watched, no one daring to help. A large hand covered her eyes, but her keen hearing could still catch the sound of the knife piercing skin and blood spraying. Yang Shua cut open the woman's belly, and to his surprise, a weak baby was there, barely breathing.
Wow.
It let out a faint cry. With a swift motion, he also severed the infected pregnant woman's head. The others, witnessing this scene, were no longer afraid, as such events had become a daily occurrence. Yang Shua marveled at the miracle of life, saying, "He's still alive. But without food, he would also die." The girl, Tang Nguyen, ran over and said, "Shua Ge, let me help." Tang Nguyen took a somewhat dirty piece of clothing from her backpack and wrapped the filthy baby in it. The pale child had colorless lips and was so thin, only a few centimeters tall. "A new life," Tang Nguyen said quietly. Having witnessed too much death, this child's survival seemed to lift everyone's spirits. Yang Shua had said that going with the man in front of them to Sunny Base would mean finding food. Xia Qing had her eyes covered by Su Yu and couldn't see anything. His hands were so big.
"We need to leave here," Su Yu said.
They had to hurry back to Sunny Base, or it would get dark, and dangers would arise at night. "You don't need to cover my eyes anymore," Xia Qing frowned. She understood this was a post-apocalyptic world, so she had prepared herself mentally to come here. Su Yu nervously withdrew his hand, his long eyelashes brushing against his rough palm. Without the blindfold, Xia Qing realized her head barely reached his shoulder. Su Yu was really tall. She was about 1.62 meters, so he must be at least 1.85 meters. His hair smelled so nice, like mint shampoo.
Oh my.
Even though Xia Qing had mentally prepared herself, seeing the blood everywhere and the mangled bodies was shocking.
Ugh.
Xia Qing turned and couldn't help but. Luckily, she had already digested her dinner. Su Yu looked down and asked, "Are you okay?" The reality was overwhelming. She took out a drink from her space and quickly took a few sips, her face turning pale, her lips colorless. "I'm perfectly fine," Xia Qing said stubbornly, though she struggled to stand straight. Taking a breath, she caught the scent of blood in the air and nearly vomited again. She felt a pull and returned to her space, rushing to the bathroom to throw up. 5 minutes, Su said quietly, watching Xia Qing disappear. Yang Shua, curious about the woman who had suddenly appeared and vanished, was intrigued. How did that person disappear? Am I seeing things because I'm hungry? A man blinked in disbelief. Let's go. Sunny Base is almost here, Su said calmly. Yang Shua's curiosity was forced back down. Su turned back and cut open the 2 zombie heads on the ground. His movements were quick and efficient as he took out 2 crystal beads and placed them in his space. Not a single zombie head was left behind. After returning, Xia Qing couldn't sleep. She opened her computer and rewatched movies like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Alien, and A Nightmare on Elm Street, indulging in all the gory scenes. This was really embarrassing. I just met Su Yu and ended up vomiting in less than 2 minutes. She remembered seeing that Su Yu's military boots were a bit worn out, as well as his clothes. So, she decided to order him a nice outfit online. Since this isn't the end of the world, a suit wouldn't work, so she chose practical outdoor sportswear for him. Durable and stain-resistant clothes were best, and she picked the most expensive outdoor brand, with wind and rain protection. The total for the clothes, pants, and shoes came to 50,000 yuan. She really didn't mind spending money on a man. After thinking for a moment, she also bought herself a matching set from the same brand. Wearing shorts or a skirt wouldn't be very convenient. By the time she finished all this, it was already morning, and she hadn't slept all night. She felt energetic and decided to go out to check the fields early in the morning. Their vegetable garden had already been planted with bok choy. Xia Qing, are you still harvesting vegetables? Aunt Sun asked with a smile. Of course. But you should tell my dad about the harvesting. Xia Qing had already handed this task to her dad. The more vegetables, the better. The land over there wasn't producing, and she saw those starving people looking terrible. After walking around the vegetable garden, she drove to the warehouse in the county. The vegetables they had collected and the stored milk were kept there. Suyu and his group arrived at the Sunny Day base. The people here looked much more energetic than they did. Brother Yu. The vanguard team guarding the gate recognized Suyu and quickly let them in. Arrange a place for these new survivors. Okay, Brother Yu, the man replied immediately. He turned to the survivors and said, "Follow me." On the way, today, I found a gold bar. I exchanged it for eggplants and a watermelon. You're lucky, but I worked an extra 2 hours today and got some processing points. The people in the base had hope for a better life. When this group saw someone carrying a watermelon, they couldn't help but rush forward to ask for it, but they were quickly held back by the vanguard team. At Sunny Day Base, anyone who steals food from others will be kicked out. Serious cases will face the death penalty. Since you just arrived, there are 2 ways to get food at Sunny Day Base. One is to earn points through labor to exchange for food, and the other is to trade valuable items like gold bars for food. Newcomers can get 3 days' worth of food for free. After that, you'll have to rely on yourselves. No fighting, no stealing. Minor offenses will get you kicked out, and serious ones will lead to the death penalty. Suyu manages the Sunny Base very strictly. You could say he has an iron fist. It is precisely this approach that allows him to enforce laws and establish rules. Brother Liang, these are the new survivors. Make sure all survivors register. Write down what jobs you had before the apocalypse and any special skills. Come here to receive food. The survivors lined up to register, seeing that those in front of them received a bottle of water and 2 sweet potatoes. It's water. Clean water. A man exclaimed excitedly as he received his water. Zhang Liang noticed a girl holding a small baby who seemed to have just been born and looked a bit pale. This can of baby formula is for you to give to the child. You can take your baby to the treatment room to check on their condition. Tang Yuan stared at the can of formula, feeling a bit hopeless. She wasn't sure if the baby would survive. Even with food and water, a newborn needed milk, and she couldn't provide that, but she didn't want to give up. With tears in her eyes, Tang Yuan said, "Thank you. Thank you." Here, they found hope for life. It was no longer complete darkness. This time, the survivors were assigned to Villa Number 6. With fewer people, the houses were still livable. Yang Shuo registered as an evolver and received supplies, learning that he could also join the vanguard team here. Suyu took out the equipment from storage and found a special place for it. In this area, there was internet access. He took the intercom from the table and called Li Yao. "Go get Yang Shuo, the new survivor."
Yang Shuo?
"He's here too."
Li Yao replied in surprise. "Yes."
Before long, Yang Shuo was called over. Seeing the equipment in the room, he understood why he was summoned. After checking it, Yang Shuo said, "It's usable. We can try to connect it." Suyu could operate it too, but since he often went out, they needed to leave someone behind. Yang Shuo and Suyu worked together to reassemble it. "We still need to install the antenna outside." After more than 2 hours, they finally completed the assembly. Suyu used the intercom to call Li Yao and the other evolvers over. Xia Qing always brought him plenty of things, saying it was special treatment for him. "What is this? Rice with grilled meat." Yang Shuo was already drooling. "Go ahead and eat. Brother Yu has all kinds of delicious food," Li Yao said calmly. Yang Shuo swallowed hard and immediately grabbed the rice to eat. Yang Shuo ate 3 boxes of mixed rice in one go because he was very hungry. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said seriously, "Brother Yu, from now on, I will follow you. Now we have 6 evolvers in the base, including you, and that child is a backup." One evolver leads a team of 6 vanguard squads. Li Yao is in charge of base security, Zhang Liang handles resource backup, and Wang Chang is responsible for searching for supplies. Yang Shuo, you should get familiar with things first. The new evolver, retired soldier Wang Shuai, is in charge of building the base. Wang Shuai nodded. Being bitten by a zombie was a turning point in his life. He became an evolver. Suyu said, "With greater power comes greater responsibility. Our sunny base will get better and better." He believes that even in a dark world, he will create a way forward and establish a ray of hope. I walked all the way from Anya City and found a granary, but the rice there was rotten and infested with bugs. They had to cook the rotten, blackened rice to survive. Originally, there were over 200 people, but after eating that food, nearly 100 of them died. Rotten food is very toxic. Moreover, there is a small base in Anya City with dozens of survivors, and they resort to cannibalism, Yang Shua said coldly. He had rescued a few people, and the scenes were terrifying. They specifically captured living people and kept them locked up like livestock without food or water. Yang Shua worriedly said, "Those people can no longer be called human. They have guns, and many of them are revolvers. Anya City is very close to us. Are you worried they will come to our base?" Liao asked with a frown. They have captured all the nearby survivors. Once they run out of food, they will definitely migrate to the surrounding areas. How many of them are there? You said they have guns? Were they once soldiers? Only military personnel would use firearms. They are not soldiers. We soldiers have our limits. Even if we starve, we wouldn't do such things. They came from prison. During the zombie crisis, the people in prison were safer due to their remote location and confinement. One of my childhood friends was a prison guard. I fled to Anya City to find him, but he's been tortured and is in a daze. At this point, Yang Shua was in tears. He recalled how he had to kill him. His friend's arms and legs were already gone. He had been eaten by those people. To help his brother find peace, he killed his childhood friend himself. He burned the body, not wanting to leave it for those terrible people. Those people deserve to die. Yang Shua said, his emotions rising and his eyes red. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, all armed. After being hungry for days, he could only save a few who hadn't been eaten yet. Everyone fell silent. Liao said, if we could get our hands on some guns, that would be great. Guns were hard to come by, and Suyu was also quiet, lost in thought. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had a gun, but he had run out of bullets long ago. The weapons are with the military, but their bases are hidden. When I was in the military, we were out in the wilderness, he said. Weapon caches are not easy to find. Even if those people have guns, they are just consumables. After so long, they might not even have bullets left, Wang Chong added. After a pause, Xu said, tomorrow let's go to the motorcycle factory in the city and get some motorcycles. They wouldn't let those people come after them. He would personally lead the team to eliminate those who deserve to go to. With motorcycles, their range of movement would expand. The survivors also had to work. It would be best to modify the motorcycles into off-road bikes. The roads were too bumpy to navigate, and regular cars would get stuck in the potholes. Meanwhile, Xia Qing received the soil test report and opened the file on WeChat. Everything was marked in red. It was no wonder nothing could grow there. Xia Qing directly ordered a soil quality testing device online to send to Suyu, hoping they could find land suitable for planting. Suddenly, she had an idea. If she transported the clean, fertile soil from her world to another dimension, could they grow crops? This needed to be tested. So she shared her idea with Suyu. Suyu, take this big pot to your world and see if you can grow something.
I am planting bok choy.
Okay. Suyu took out a large flower pot from his space and placed it in his bedroom, along with a watering can just for that purpose. I bought you these clothes and shoes. Suyu looked at the clean set of clothes, which even included an electric razor. He tried them on. They were very comfortable, especially the fabric, which was windproof and waterproof. The best part was that the size fit perfectly. In the following days, Xia Qing noticed that there were many more crystal beads in the space. How many zombies had Suyu killed in these days? She had been watching bloody movies for several days, so she should be immune by now. She hadn't visited Suyu's world in the past few days. At 1 a.m., Xia Qing was awake and entered the space. Suyu? I'm here. What are you doing over there? Can I come? I'm searching for supplies in the city. Suyu was examining a zombie's head when he heard Xia Qing's voice and quickly moved into a nearby medium-sized mall. He had been hunting zombies, but he was also genuinely looking for supplies. He could trade food with Xia Qing, but they also needed other items, like clothing and everyday necessities. Searching for supplies? Xia Qing perked up at the thought of freely taking things in this post-apocalyptic world. She quickly changed her clothes and stepped into the gap. She always appeared right next to Suyu. Do these clothes fit well? Her amazement was hard to hide. Look at that figure, and those long legs. Suyu noticed that Xia Qing was wearing the same outfit as him, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. The area was a mall, covered in cobwebs from years of neglect. Just as Suyu had told her before, the jewelry counters were dusty and untouched. She picked out some beautiful accessories and stored them in her space. No need to pay. She could just take them. Brother Yu. Wang Chong and his team rushed in from outside. They had just been killing zombies together, but when they turned around, Suyu was gone. When some team members saw Suyu heading into the mall, they followed. Their clothes were stained with blood, and they looked scruffy. Seeing a clean girl next to Suyu felt like she didn't belong in this world. Suyu frowned slightly when he saw Wang Chong and the others enter. Wang Chong noticed that the two were clearly wearing couples' outfits. Who is this? Where did this clean and bright girl come from? The boys were momentarily stunned. Most girls nowadays were pale and thin, their faces lacking color, with dry skin and sunken eyes. The girl in front of them was too exquisite, with thick, flowing hair and bright eyes full of hope. Suyu stepped forward to block the men's gaze, his tone turning cold. She's my friend. By asserting his claim, he was also protecting her. The others dared not look at Xia Qing again, even though they had many questions. Wang Chong seemed to guess something and felt very excited inside. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Brother Yu, these are the crystal beads we found, Wang Chong said, breaking the awkwardness. He had kept 2 for himself, enough to last him a few days. Suyu took the crystal beads and stored them away. So, she gets dozens of crystal beads every day like this? Xia Qing, aware of the limited time, said, should we go upstairs and take a look? I'm afraid we won't have enough time. The others were a bit stunned. This girl wants to shop? Is she crazy? Shouldn't they be focused on finding the supplies they need and leaving? In the apocalypse, talking about shopping could get you killed. Suyu said, let's go, I'll take you. Wang Chong's friends looked confused. That girl actually wants to shop? And she says there's no time. There are plenty of zombies in the mall upstairs. Is she out of her mind? They whispered among themselves, unsure where Brother Yu found such a burden. Wang Chong turned back and shot them a cold look. Stop talking nonsense. Go upstairs with Brother Yu. Xia Qing faintly heard roaring sounds from the 2nd floor and nervously swallowed. She had seen so many zombie movies in her mind. Roar. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, a zombie charged at them. Since it was daytime, they were slow. Before the zombie could reach Xia Qing, Suyu dashed forward and swiftly dealt with it. Xia Qing's face turned pale, but she felt better now, still able to smell the foul odor in the air. Soon, a few more zombies, attracted by the scent of living humans, rushed over but were taken down by Wang Chong and his friends. The zombie heads rolled on the ground, and blood stuck to the floor. There aren't many valuable items on this floor, mostly clothing. Before Suyu could finish speaking, Xia Qing vanished again. He checked his watch. It hadn't even been 10 minutes. Looking at the blood-soaked floor. Maybe she got scared? Suyu quickly asked through his space, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I'm not scared, but I can't get used to this smell right now. She was immune to the bloody movies, but this was real. The zombies themselves emitted a rotten stench, and the green, thick blood sprayed everywhere when their heads were chopped off. The smell was a mix of fishy and foul odors. She needed to go back and order a respirator. Wang Chong and the others were shocked. The person had appeared and then suddenly disappeared. They opened their mouths, eyes wide with surprise, but wisely kept their questions to themselves. They were very curious. Curiosity can be tormenting. They only need to know that the food comes from Suyu. If they offend him, the food will disappear. They shouldn't ask questions that aren't theirs to ask. Suyu coldly instructed, don't talk about today's events. The others replied in unison, understood. They would be foolish to tell others, and even if they didn't speak, they were still very curious inside. They speculated about the girl's identity. Could she be a special evolved being with unique abilities? Invisibility powers? They all guessed wildly in their minds, but only Wang Chong had some inkling of the truth. Wang Chong, Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and the others were brothers who had fought alongside Suyu, so they naturally knew more than the rest. However, they were all evolved beings now, with physical abilities much stronger than ordinary people. Aside from Suyu, who had spatial powers, the others had not seen anything like it. Today, Xia Qing experienced the feeling of shopping without paying. There were many items over there, and she could take some to sell in her shop. Next to her supermarket, she bought 2 stores to sell ordinary jewelry and other items. It was practically zero cost. Thinking this, she contacted a renovation company to remodel the 2 stores they had purchased. The supermarket wasn't very crowded, with regular customers every day, and the new housing nearby had a good occupancy rate. In half a month, it would be the peak tourist season here. Han City is an ancient city surrounded by several counties with cultural relics. Their county, Handan, is famous for flowers and ceramics. Xia Qing walked around the supermarket, and the cashier on duty in the morning, Wang Qin, greeted her warmly when she saw her. Just as Xia Qing left, a young woman walked over, gossiping. "Isn't that Xia Shu's daughter from our village? Do you know her?" "Yes. She's our boss." "Oh, our boss is really great. We get overtime pay and double pay on holidays. The shifts are also flexible," Wang Qin said happily. "Getting this job with such a good salary is really great. Usually, not many residents come to shop here, most just buy groceries. But now, with the only large supermarket nearby, more and more people are coming to shop. There is a row of self-checkout machines, each equipped with a camera, and Wang Qin only handles the manual checkout, so she isn't too busy." Recently, Xia Qing hired a stock clerk to manage the supermarket's restocking. This young woman is also from the same village and will go home to tell her mother about this. "Mom, the new large supermarket downstairs is opened by Uncle Xia's family. Their family is related to the Xia family. She is Xia Qing's cousin. Her grandfather and Xia Qing's grandfather are brothers." "How is that possible? Can Uncle Xia's family afford such a big supermarket?" "Really? I just saw Xia Qing at the supermarket while shopping. The cashier was very polite and friendly to her. When I asked, I found out that Xia Qing is the owner. That sounds like an easy job, with double pay on holidays, and it's so close to our home. She is currently not working and is at home. Her mother is helping to take care of the child, while her mother-in-law is working outside to pay off debts. I'll go back home and ask Aunt Yang if it's true. If it is, I'll talk to her." "You could at least get a job there," the elder said while holding the child. However, she still found it hard to believe that the Xia family opened a supermarket in the county. "They don't even have a house there. It's convenient for me to take care of the child since it's so close," the woman said with a smile. "Being able to work there on a salary and take care of a child while being nearby sounds great." The elder thought about it and placed the child on a small sofa, saying, "I'll go back and ask. Since we are relatives, they will surely help you." Not long after Xia Qing left the supermarket, she received a call from Zhang Xian, a producer at Tianyu Entertainment. "We have a dinner meeting tonight in Kyoto, and we hope you can come. Our screenwriter would like to discuss the plot with you." "Okay." Xia Qing saw the address of the Kyoto Grand Hotel on WeChat. It is a 5-star hotel. She bought a high-speed train ticket to Kyoto and arrived around noon, where she had a simple meal. In the afternoon, she went to a beauty salon for a treatment, thinking she would likely meet celebrities at the dinner, so she decided to buy a new outfit and do a simple hairstyle. At 6 in the evening, she took a taxi to the 5-star hotel. The Kyoto Grand Hotel had a huge crystal chandelier that sparkled beautifully, and the lobby had many valuable decorations. "Hello. Do you have a reservation?" the polite staff asked with a smile. Mr. Zhang reserved the Plum Blossom Hall. "Okay, please follow me," the staff said with a smile, leading Xia Qing. The temperature and humidity in the hotel were very comfortable, all carefully controlled. Suddenly, a cheerful female voice called out to her. Sister Qing? Xia Qing turned around and saw Lin Nuan, dressed in a small evening gown with exquisite makeup, but she recognized her right away. When Aunt took Xianwan back to her hometown to play, Xianwan always stuck close to her.
Xianwan.
This is Lin Nuan, Aunt's daughter, who is here to attend the banquet and has a small role in it, which is not easy to get. The novel Power in the World is currently very popular, and a TV adaptation is being made to ride the wave of its success. Even before filming, the show has gained a lot of attention and popularity. Qing, it's really you. We haven't seen each other in 6 months. Lin Nuan smiled. Yes. Lin Nuan, what are you still doing here? Hurry up. Do you know how much effort it took to bring you here? The manager frowned and said, Lin Nuan has good potential, and with some investors backing her, she was brought along to make an appearance as a maid to the female lead. Okay, I'll go up now. After I'm done, I'll treat you to a meal, Lin Nuan quickly said, knowing how important this opportunity is, and hurriedly followed her manager. Don't you realize what you're here for? You can't be late to such an event. Stop chatting with your friend. The manager frowned again. That's my cousin. Isn't your cousin the one who went back to the village? What is she doing at this 5-star hotel? The manager knows about Lin Nuan's family situation. It's basic knowledge for a manager. That's true. Lin Nuan also wondered how her cousin, who had always struggled in college, could afford to come to a 5-star hotel.
Forget it, don't worry about that.
Today, Xing Bao and Zhou Ling will be here. The director, producer, and screenwriter will also be present, so you need to stay close to me. Normally, you wouldn't need to come as a maid, but since you have many scenes with the female lead, it's important. I fought for this opportunity for you, so make sure to get along well with Xing Bao. The maid's role involves a lot of interaction with her. I understand. I'll do my best, Lin Nuan replied. The manager nodded, seeing potential in Lin Nuan. The manager took Lin Nuan to the 2nd floor and found the private room, Manhwa Hall. This is a large room that can accommodate 3 tables. At this moment, the producer and director have mostly arrived, except for the male and female leads. The producer and director are seated at the main table, while some supporting characters are at the side table. Everyone is chatting warmly, and since the manager is not only bringing Lin Nuan but also a male supporting actor, they are able to bring Lin Nuan along as well. In general, when writing a script for a film or a TV show, the crew, actors, and main creative staff are already determined. The plot structure of the novel is very good, and there are no scenes that would not pass review, so the confirmation process is quite fast. What matters is efficiency. Today, everyone is gathering together, and tomorrow they will officially start filming. Xia Qing called Zhang Xian. She felt it was a bit sudden to join in, especially since she didn't know the others yet. Are you the one who wrote Spicy Pepper?
Giang xin dit cơ tin asset Xia Qing.
The girl in front of him had a nice figure and fair skin, especially her bright eyes. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty, she had a unique charm. In the entertainment industry, even if someone is beautiful, lacking a distinct identity makes them blend in with the crowd. Some achieve minor fame through their looks, while others gain major success through luck. Yes, that's me, Xia Qing replied. Zhang Xian valued her, as their company had acquired the rights to 2 of her works. To avoid conflicts, the 2 projects would be filmed separately. Filming isn't difficult. The most important thing is having a good script. Some popular novels can be adapted, but there are many restrictions, and the final product often ends up unrecognizable. Let's go, Zhang Xian said with a smile, leading Xia Qing into the private room and heading straight to the main table. Lin Nuan, sitting at the side table with her manager, was stunned. Isn't that your cousin? Why is she with the producer? Lin Nuan shook her head, surprised and speechless. Is she the producer's girlfriend? The manager guessed randomly, thinking that even if she were, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring her to such an event. Let me introduce everyone. This is Spicy Pepper, the author of The Power Behind the Throne and the First Empress, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Lin Nuan's eyes widened in shock, and her manager was also taken aback. Lin Nuan, your cousin is Spicy Pepper? Why didn't you say anything earlier? The manager frowned, realizing that if she had known about this connection, she wouldn't have had to work so hard to bring Lin Yuan here. This is spicy pepper. Recently, she has become incredibly popular, gaining nearly 5 million followers on Weibo in just a month. Xia Qing nodded and looked around but didn't see Bao or Zhouling. She did see the second male lead, Wang Xingqing, and the supporting actress, Yang Shan. Today, Bao and Zhouling's flight was delayed, but they will join the filming tomorrow, Zhang Xian explained. Both of them are top stars, so no one minds the delay. Xia Qing felt a bit disappointed not to meet the two top stars. In the evening, everyone was having dinner. Xia Qing was busy with a screenwriter, discussing questions about the book. After all, acting requires bringing the characters from the novel to life. You can send me your scripts directly in the future, and I'll transfer the royalties to you, Zhang Xian said with a smile. This script is definitely going to be a hit. The female lead is a police officer in a suspenseful romance. You should write this script. Once it's finished, I'll buy it right away, Zhang Xian declared. Finding a good script is rare, so it's best to secure the rights immediately. Okay. Xia Qing nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Xingqing, playing the male second lead in your book. Wang Xingqing was a charming young man, and Xia Qing had seen his elegant appearance in historical dramas. They clinked glasses amicably. It's worth noting that even supporting male stars in the entertainment industry are quite handsome with impressive physiques. Xia Qing couldn't help but think of Su Yu's distinct features and strong build. His presence was unmatched. I really love the female antagonist you wrote. She's so unique, Yang Shan exclaimed, finding it a significant challenge for herself. This female antagonist is not just purely evil. She has become this way due to past injustices, making it a true test of acting skills. I really love your novels, including The First Imperial Princess. They're amazing. Yang Shan and Xia Qing enjoyed their conversation and exchanged WeChat contacts. At 11 p.m., the dinner party finally ended. Xia Qing planned to stay in Kyoto for the night and booked a hotel there. Cousin, I never expected you to be so talented at writing, Lin Yuan said in surprise. She remembered her cousin studying art and was amazed at how successful her novels had become. I didn't expect you to become an actress, Xia Qing replied, recalling how Lin Yuan loved playing house as a child. I just signed a contract. This is my first official role, Lin Yuan said. Two people chatted for a while and arranged to have lunch the next day, as they would start filming then. After Xia Qing left, the agent pulled Lin Yuan aside and said, "Why didn't you mention your role to your cousin? My cousin isn't a screenwriter, so she can't add anything. Build a good relationship with her. I heard that another drama, The First Princess, has also been bought by your cousin's entertainment company. I just heard from Zhang Xian that your cousin has a modern drama script that's really good. She might be the screenwriter. I can try to get you a role in it, and maybe you can get more scenes." The agent smiled. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. When she arrived, she saw her cousin greet her with an air of superiority, and now she was being told to build a good relationship with her. The entertainment industry really prioritizes interests. The next day, Xia Qing and Lin Yuan had lunch together, and in the afternoon, they officially started filming in Hengqin. Xia Qing was also thinking about this. She had a script and money, so she didn't necessarily have to sell her script to make money. She could invest in her own script and produce it. Starting an entertainment company was also a possibility. Xia Qing had already made plans in her mind. Since she had such great conditions now, she would use the money from another time and place to build her business empire. She would enjoy the luxurious life that wealthy women have in the future. In the afternoon, Xia Qing took the high-speed train home. There were 2 boxes of gift milk at home, which must have been delivered by someone, as they wouldn't buy gift boxes themselves. "Qing, your second aunt came to see me this morning. I don't know how she found out that you opened a supermarket in the county, but she wants your cousin to work there." That cousin, living in the same village, they were all related. "Xia Fang got married a few years ago and lives very close to your supermarket," Yang Xia said with a frown. "Maybe your dad mentioned it while collecting vegetables and accidentally let it slip." The downside of village life is that everyone knows each other's business. Unlike big cities, where even neighbors who have lived there for years remain unfamiliar. This isn't the only issue. Your uncle's family also knows we have a supermarket in the county and wants to work there too. Yang Xia was quite worried. Running a supermarket pays 2,000 to 3,000 a month, which is much better than farming. Plus, it's in the county, so taking breaks doesn't interfere with watering, and it's easy to take a few days off during harvest time. The supermarket doesn't need people anymore. There are still 2 shops nearby that are being renovated. I plan to open a clothing store and a ceramic store, and then I will let them come to work. The salary for the first month is 2,005 plus commission, with breaks and double pay on holidays. Are you really going to open 2 stores?
Yang Xia asked.
Yes. Let's do it. Tonight, she will go to another dimension to buy supplies. That day, she saw a ceramic shop in a rundown mall, and the styles were quite nice. She plans to buy all the shops in that row tomorrow. In the evening, Xia Qing scanned a novel into her laptop folder, planning to send it to Zhang Xian later. She thought if he wanted to accept the script, she would invest in it and discuss it with him once he was close to finishing the filming of the TV show. After taking a shower, Xia Qing bought a red velvet cake from the city, ate a few pieces, and watched a horror movie. At 1 a.m., she changed her clothes and entered the space again.
Suyu?
There was no response from Suyu in the space. She frowned slightly, wondering if he didn't hear her. The next moment, before she could react, she was pulled into a space rift, holding a steel baseball bat she had bought for protection. Every time she entered, there was a chance of encountering zombies, so having a baseball bat for defense wasn't unreasonable, right? A flash of light, and Xia Qing found herself in a room, looking at her surroundings. This was the place from her first visit to this dimension, Suyu's room. She turned to see Suyu shirtless, wearing only black windbreaker pants, with a red mark on his shoulder. His well-defined abs and attractive lines were evident, with no excess fat. His skin was slightly tanned, and every muscle on his shoulders showcased strength. Xia Qing's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, seemingly stunned by the sight before her, swallowing hard. Suyu was just tending to his wound when he suddenly noticed Xia Qing, momentarily frozen. Xia Qing blinked and said, "You have an injury on your shoulder." "Yeah, just a small injury." Suyu's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression became a bit awkward. "Where is this?" "This is my safe base that I built. There's an underground storage below. Do you want to take a look?" Suyu had already put on a shirt, and a simple black t-shirt looked like it was made for him. Suyu's figure is perfectly proportioned, much better than the celebrities she has seen. Most celebrities focus on looking good on camera and tend to be quite thin in real life. Suyu's physique shows strength and gives a sense of security, but when she wears clothes, she looks slim, and without them, her muscles are quite impressive. "Okay, let's go take a look," said Xia Qing, her cheeks a bit flushed and feeling awkward. Suyu took Xia Qing to the storage room downstairs. They were on the 3rd floor, while the 2nd and 1st floors were where the evolved residents lived. As soon as they reached the 1st floor, they ran into Li Yao's wife, Tian Rui, who was busy taking care of her child. The families of the evolved also lived in this building, with the women responsible for household chores, including cooking. "Brother Yu," Tian Rui smiled, looking much healthier with the fresh food around. When Tian Rui noticed the girl suddenly next to Brother Yu, she was surprised. This girl looked so vibrant, almost like she didn't belong to this world. "We're going to the basement downstairs." This villa used to be Tian Rui's home, so she was very familiar with it. "Brother Yu, let me take you there," Tian Rui quickly offered. She knew the value of the items in the safe down there. Suyu thought for a moment and agreed. "Mommy." A 2-year-old boy ran over, wanting Tian Rui to pick him up. The dirty, small boy looked like he was only 1 year old to Xia Qing. "What a small and thin child," Xia Qing said, feeling a bit heartbroken seeing so many poor children. She then took out a few boxes of cheese sticks she had just bought, originally meant for Suyu. She handed a bag of cheese sticks to the child gently, saying, "Here, sister gives you this to eat. Okay?"
This.
Tian Rui saw the item Xia Qing pulled out of nowhere and looked at Suyu, who nodded. Only then did she excitedly take the bag, saying, "Thank you. Thank you. This girl must be special." The items were fresh, and they didn't even know where they were from. Tianrui quickly put the items away and led Suyu and Xia Qing to the basement. There were many items stored here, not just from Tianrui's family, but also from others who came to exchange or store their belongings. Tianrui opened a safe and took out a box, saying, "Inside is an auction-grade pink diamond that my dad bought for tens of millions back in the day." Xia Qing took it and saw that this pink diamond was larger than any she had seen before, and its color was stunning. "It's so beautiful." In her world, this pink diamond would probably be worth hundreds of millions. This painting is a traditional Chinese painting, created by Master Zhen. Master Zhen? He is a master of traditional Chinese painting here and is very famous internationally. Every one of his works starts at a high auction price. Xia Qing, who also studies painting, recognized that this artwork was indeed very well done and had deep cultural significance. "I'll take this." She wanted to take it home to copy. Suyu said, "Everything here is prepared for you. This box contains South Sea white pearls, this one is cold white pearls, and there are also South Sea gold pearls and cold blue pearls. This box has rare sea snail pearls, which are high quality and perfectly round. This one is a blue diamond, the Oppenheimer blue diamond, which my mom bought for over 50 million back then." Tianrui could accurately explain every luxury item here. Although her complexion was pale and she looked a bit thin, her elegance was still evident. She must have been a wealthy young lady in the past. Hearing her words, Xia Qing realized that most of the items here belonged to her family. "This is something your mother left for you. It wouldn't be right for me to take it," Xia Qing said firmly. She could take the unclaimed items outside, but this blue diamond was bought by someone's mother. "No need. Brother Yu said everything here is yours, so it's yours. Having these won't help me. When I'm starving, they won't fill my stomach, and when my child is sick, they won't cure them. For me, that bag of cheese sticks you gave me is more precious than all of this. When a person is hungry, everything else feels meaningless. Then I'll leave this blue sapphire for you. I have enough with all this," Xia Qing said. "Thank you," Tianrui said, her eyes red. That blue sapphire was meant for her by her mother, but after the apocalypse, her parents had turned into zombies. "These are antiques. My dad loves collecting them. This is a white jade wine vessel from the Shang dynasty, bought for 1,200,000. This is a white jade bottle made from high-value jade, also worth over $1 million. Tianrui truly lived up to her past as a wealthy young lady, as she could identify these valuable items. Xia Qing noticed a box on the table that looked like a makeup case, with ancient patterns on it. "Inside is a meteorite that my dad bought for his collection. Later, they said meteorites can emit radiation, so it was sealed in this iron box." Xia Qing was very interested in this item, feeling that what was inside was quite captivating. She stored the item in a space, and the things inside emitted a blue light that instantly merged into the space. There were still dozens of gold bars and quite a few gold ornaments left. It was too much. "Can I go to the mall we visited last time? There's a ceramic shop there." She planned to collect everything from there to sell in her store. "Do you want ceramics?" Tianrui asked. "Yes. There's a ceramic factory in our city that specializes in porcelain. This city is famous for its ceramics. That factory belongs to my family," Tianrui said, as her family used to thrive on porcelain, making exquisite pieces. Xia Qing exclaimed, "That's great." Suyu said, "I'll take you there." Suyu frowned slightly and asked, "How long can you stay this time?" "I haven't tried before. I can explore your base today and see how much time I have to go tomorrow." "That works." After calculating the time, Suyu planned to drive to the ceramic factory tomorrow and call Xia Qing out when they arrived. Tianrui listened to Suyu and Xia Qing's conversation and seemed to understand something, looking at Xia Qing with excitement. This was the woman who provided them with food. To them, she was a benefactor. As Suyu walked with Xia Qing around the base, people were shocked to see a girl next to him. "Who is that girl?" "She's actually next to you, Ge." No woman had approached Suyu before. A few reckless ones had tried, but he had thrown them out. Anyone who approached would be kicked out of the base, which prevented such situations in the future. I don't know, but that girl looks so clean, not showing any signs of malnutrition. Xia Qing noticed that the surrounding walls were already built, and they had even installed surveillance. Drones were flying above, and with the walls, they could ensure their safety without living in constant fear. Su said, "These were all sent by you."
Yes.
As they passed the square, a few children were playing. The oldest was only 6, and the youngest was just 3. Why do these kids have so little hair? Xia Qing frowned, noticing that some of the children were even bald. They were previously malnourished, eating tree bark, leaves, and even dirt, which contained toxic substances. These children had decent immunity, as those with weaker resistance had died early on. Xia Qing looked at Suyu's relatively thick hair. If Suyu were bald, he might look like a monk, which made her imagine a bit of a disciplined monk vibe. I should give them some cheese sticks. A little girl ran over, holding a doll that was now dirty, but it was still very precious to her. Mommy Qing Tian. You are my Mommy Qing Tian, right? The little girl looked at Xia Qing with big, hopeful eyes. In her few memories, her mother had thick hair and a gentle appearance. You are Xiao Xingyan? That name was given by her. Yes, yes. The little girl nodded excitedly, looking at Xia Qing. Xia Qing, seeing her clear eyes, affectionately patted her head, but accidentally pulled out a strand of her hair. I didn't mean to do that, Xia Qing said, feeling flustered. The little girl didn't mind at all and said, It's okay, it's all fallen out anyway. If it's all gone, I won't waste water washing it. Water resources are precious too. Xia Qing took out some cheese sticks from her space and said apologetically, Here, have this. Wow. Thank you, Mommy Qing Tian. Xiao Xingyan laughed happily while holding a big bag of cheese sticks. A few other children looked on eagerly, but didn't dare to come forward. Xia Qing said to the poor little ones, Come here, kids. 7 or 8 children's eyes lit up, and they hurried over. Xia Qing took out a whole box of cheese sticks and gave each one a big bag. Some of the children were shy and ran off with their treats, but 2 sweet-talking kids stayed. Thank you, pretty sister. The kids happily ran away with their cheese sticks. Xiao Xingyan didn't run away, but stood still, watching Xia Qing. Xia Qing picked up Xiao Xingyan. She was so light, probably just over 20 pounds. The child had a bit of an unpleasant smell, looking like she hadn't bathed in a long time. Would not bathing for a long time lead to lice? I'll get you a filter next time to try. Even if the filtered water isn't drinkable, it can still be used for bathing. They would collect rainwater when it rains, as only rainwater is clean.
Okay.
At the base, besides the children, everyone else was busy. Some were repairing the walls, cleaning up trash, and building houses. Some people went out from the base to look for supplies, and when they returned, they checked for any injuries. Today was a good haul. I found a backpack full of jewelry. We can trade it for a watermelon. I'm really craving one. I want to trade for 2 potatoes. Several people were carrying a lot of items as they walked back to the base, and they naturally stepped aside when they saw Suyu. 2 people curiously looked at Xia Qing. Their living conditions improved a bit after moving here. The place they were in before was very dirty. They were all trying to find treasures for her. She was now like an invisible, wealthy person. After about 20 minutes, Xia Qing finally returned, which was longer than her last visit. I'll go to the ceramic factory tomorrow. I'll call you when I get there. Okay. Xia Qing was in a good mood. She planned to buy some filters there and would also buy bottled water for Suyu every day. The next day, she first went to the county and bought a row of shops. Then in the afternoon, she went to the Kyoto Bank to sell several gold bars and visited an antique shop to sell 2 pieces. This antique is definitely old, but it seems to be from the Tang dynasty, though it also resembles the Han dynasty, the appraiser said, unsure. I need to find someone else to verify this white jade cup. It might take some time. Okay. Xia Qing wasn't in a hurry. After all, the higher the price, the better when selling items. Before long, 2 tired professors arrived, examining the white jade cup closely with magnifying glasses. Most are green jade cups, but this one is a rare white jade cup. In fact, the green jade cup is just a teacup, but this white jade cup was exquisite. This must be from the Western Han period, with a bluish-white color. The entire piece is carved from jade, combining the cup with a dragon, and the Big Dipper in jade clothing transforms into a blue dragon, which was represented in bamboo form during the Han Dynasty. As soon as the two professors arrived, they quickly identified the period. They were part of an antique group, and they rushed over as soon as they got the information. "May I ask where you found this?" "This has been passed down in my family," Xia Qing said casually. "I'll offer 5 million, said the professor wearing glasses immediately. "This is a Han Dynasty white jade cup. The last green jade cup auction from abroad went for 7 million. This white jade cup will be worth even more," Professor Zhang said, frowning. "The value will only increase. I suggest you auction it here," Professor Zhang continued. After all, auction prices are usually higher than direct sales. Just now, Professor Zhang's expression was a bit unpleasant. He originally wanted to find a good deal, but it was clear that this Professor Zhang was very knowledgeable. The value of this collection is still quite high. At least there are no white jade items available on the market right now. "Then I'll put it up for auction here," Xia Qing said. Professor Liang looked very unhappy. If he wanted to buy it now, he wouldn't know how much more expensive it would be. "Old Liang, we need to have trust in our evaluations, right?" Professor Liang's mouth twitched. If Zhang Guodong hadn't come, he would have definitely found a great deal. He could have made a few million by reselling it. "I'm not as wealthy as you," Old Liang said, feeling both angry and anxious, but he couldn't be upset with Zhang Guodong. Xia Qing signed the agreement and placed the item for auction. There would also be a 2% handling fee, and the auction proceeds would be transferred to her bank account. "Hello, Professor Zhang, can I add you on WeChat?" Xia Qing asked with a smile. She felt that this professor was quite genuine. If he hadn't spoken up earlier, she might have sold it for over 5 million directly.
"Sure."
"I have another item at home that I'd like you to take a look at."
"Great," Professor Zhang said happily.
He loved seeing these antiques, and even if he didn't buy anything, he enjoyed the experience. Xia Qing took out a small pot from her backpack, and Professor Zhang immediately took an interest in it. He quickly put on white gloves, his expression becoming serious as he began to examine it. This is a reverse flow pot. Water is poured in through the bottom, and the spout doesn't release any water. When the pot is upright, no water comes out, but when tilted, the water flows from the spout. This type of reverse flow pot originated in the spring and autumn period, became popular during the Tang and Song dynasties, and was perfected in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The base color and glaze of this pot are very distinct, indicating it is from the Tang dynasty. "I really like your reverse flow pot. They are quite rare in our country. Only a pair from the Ming dynasty has been unearthed, which auctioned for 12 million. I genuinely like this one. If you auction it, the price would be between 8 million and 10 million. If you sell it to me, I'll give you 10 million and you won't have to pay the 2% handling fee." Are all these professors this wealthy? They can casually take out 10 million? These antique-level professors also have their own businesses and have collected many items in the past.
"All right."
"Then I'll sell it to you."
"Great."
Professor Zhang was very happy. The two people exchanged money for goods smoothly. "Here is my business card," Professor Zhang said with a smile as he handed one to Xia Qing. It turned out he was a famous collector in China and also the vice chairman of ASUS Group. Is the chairman really coming out to collect antiques now? Usually they don't come unless it's a true antique or something they like. Professor Zhang is also a collector who enjoys gathering antiques. He took the hourglass teapot and quickly bought a box worth hundreds of thousands to store it. When he saw Xia Qing using a backpack to carry what she had, he felt a pang of worry, afraid it might get damaged. If the antique gets even a small scratch, its value as a collectible will decrease. Xia Qing had a lot more money now and ordered 2 boxes of water purification machines to be stored. Suyu received the purifiers and started installing them. The tap water was very murky, even containing viruses and bacteria. Li Yao said, "Brother Yu, The water from the purifier is a bit cleaner, but it can't filter out the viruses and bacteria. Boil the water from the purifier before drinking it. With the purifier, the water quality improved a lot, so everyone could take showers. Otherwise, the water pollution was so serious that it could cause skin infections and, in severe cases, lead to skin diseases. Xi said, install these purifiers in the residential area for the residents to use for showers. Put 2 in our villa area.
Great.
We can finally take a shower today. It had been a long time since anyone had a shower. Suyu was fine. He had enough water, and Xia Qing always took special care of him, providing not just water but also shampoo. Make sure someone is watching over the purifiers. Everyone can shower once every 7 days. Okay, I'll send some people to keep an eye on them. Now there are too many tasks, and we don't have enough people in the team, Liao frowned and said. We urgently need to select more people. There's a lot to do, and we can't fall behind in any area. Select a group of strong individuals to join the team, Xi said. Strength is respected, and that should apply in their base as well. Both men and women can join as long as they have the skills, Xi added. The signal network has been restored, and we have sent out the signal for Qing Tian base. Recently, we received 2 waves of messages. Some survivors are heading toward our base, Yang Shua said. As more survivors join us, our sunny base will grow stronger, but there will also be conflicts with the new arrivals, so we must manage them strictly, Xi said calmly. Everyone nodded. Previously, when Yang Shua brought in a dozen survivors, there were conflicts at first, but they were resolved. However, they received a signal that hundreds of survivors would arrive in about 5 days, which would likely lead to more friction. In short, food is not free. Anyone who causes trouble will face serious consequences, Xi said coldly. In this world, kindness could lead to trouble. He aimed to create a home that preserved humanity's last order. Understood. Several people replied in unison. They were all soldiers and knew that moral constraints wouldn't hold people back in this world. Only a strong hand could establish order. The girl who appeared today is named Xia Qing. You all need to protect her. They exchanged glances, understanding the importance, and replied seriously, we will protect her with our lives. Xia Qing and Sunny Base were clearly connected in everyone's minds. In the following days, Xia Qing focused on her shops, which were gradually being renovated. She planned to open a ceramic shop, a regular jewelry store, and a clothing store with items from other worlds. Xia Qing was single-handedly boosting the economy of the street. Yesterday, she visited the ceramics factory from another world and collected many pieces, which were now stored in the warehouse and ready to be transported to her shop. Uncle, just place these ceramics on display. This is the cash register, and the prices are already marked, she instructed. This ceramic bowl costs over 200. That's too expensive. No one will buy it, her uncle frowned. Selling at such high prices in a county town, not a big city, seemed unrealistic. Uncle, just sell it at the prices I've set, she insisted. If sold in the capital, they could fetch 1 or 2,000. This is too expensive, no one will buy it. Qing, you'll lose money selling like this, her uncle replied. Xia Qing frowned slightly. This was why she hesitated to hire familiar people, especially family, as they often interfered with her decisions. Uncle, just follow my instructions, she said firmly. Seeing that Xia Qing was a bit upset, her uncle nodded but still worried about the potential losses. Xia Qing then hired a young man, saying, you can take turns working with my uncle. The morning shift is from 8 to 2, and the afternoon shift is from 2 to 8. Okay. The new kid is very obedient. He remembers everything Xia Qing says. These items are not discounted and cannot be bargained. Remember, here you can get a 10% discount, Xia Qing said. Okay. The ceramic shop is all set up, and next to it is her art shop. She also hired 2 girls, one of whom is Xia Fang. These paintings are not discounted. My requirement is that I will give you a Douyin account, and you must live stream for 2 hours every day. Okay. Qing, we are all family. I don't know how to live stream. Let Xiaolan handle that. Xiaolan frowned slightly. Who doesn't know how to use Douyin these days? Alright, Xiaolan, you will live stream for 2 hours every day. For every painting sold online, I will give you a commission of 100 yuan, Xia Qing said. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face lit up with joy as she said, Great. Xia Fong didn't mind much. She thought selling paintings through live streaming wouldn't earn much. But the commission was tempting. A commission of 100 yuan per painting. She was a bit interested. If she sold 10 paintings in a day, that would be a commission of 1,000 yuan. Qing, I can also live stream, Xia Fong quickly said, eager for the commission. Xia Qing shot her a glance and said, one person live streaming is enough. Xia Fong frowned slightly, thinking that since they were relatives, why not help her? Didn't you say you couldn't do it? Xia Qing's word back. She had just said she couldn't live stream. Xia Fong's expression soured. She thought to herself that even if she live streamed, she wouldn't make much money. These paintings are so expensive. Who would buy them? All the shops are equipped with 360-degree surveillance cameras, 3 in total, plus 1 wireless camera that can record for a while even during a power outage. Both shops opened at the same time, and the live streams for both began gradually, under the accounts Qing Tian Art Shop and Ceramic Shop. The paintings in the art shop were collected from the end of the world, and some were her own copies. The shop also sold some creative stationery and dried flowers. There were also 2 paintings made by an elderly man from the end of the world and a middle-aged man who could write. Xia Qing provided them with paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. They painted traditional Chinese paintings and wrote calligraphy. She specifically told Suyu about it. By painting and writing, they could earn points to exchange for food, which was much easier than doing hard labor. The shops gradually got on track, and Xia Qing spent money to directly attract traffic to the Douyin live stream.
Wingya.
Zhouling is so handsome. The chosen one, Xia Yan, Lin Nuan sent a message with a photo. In the photo, Zhouling stands tall in a simple long robe, flowing in the wind and highlighting his slender figure. His eyebrows reveal an extraordinary aura, with sharp brows extending into his hairline. He truly looks like a top star in historical dramas. Xia Qing thought of Suyu. If he wore ancient clothing, he would definitely resemble a commanding general or a powerful prince. I recently wrote a new script and want to invest in it myself. How about you playing the lead female role? Of course, she would support her close younger sister. A flurry of shocked emojis appeared on WeChat. Is that really true, Sister Qing? Of course. I just need to discuss it with your producer. How long will you be filming? This drama will likely have 2 parts. The first part will take about a month to shoot. Filming progress for dramas is quite fast these days.
Great.
I'll contact the producer to review the script. You need to perform well. Yes. I'm learning from Mingbao. She's really amazing. Unlike Wang Xinjie, who just acts like a diva as the 3rd female lead. Today during our scene, she slapped me 3 times and my face is all swollen, Lin Nuan said, feeling wronged. Most of the slaps were fake, but Wang Xinjie's acting wasn't good, so the fake slaps ended up being real. Xia Qing offered some comfort, saying it's normal to be bullied unless you have backing when starting out. When Xia Qing used to work long hours, she was treated like a workhorse, even during the National Day holiday. Now that she has money, anyone working for her on holidays gets double pay. Otherwise, they can take a break. In the next drama, I'll be your investor, Xia Qing said confidently. Thank you, big sister. Lin Nuan sent a sticker. Lin Nuan was resting in her room, feeling very happy. What's making you so happy? Her manager asked, noticing Lin Nuan had been slapped several times that afternoon, which looked painful. Lin Nuan had endured it. My sister said she wants to invest in her next script and let me play the lead. Sister Jiang, you will agree, right? Your sister is investing? Do you know how much it costs to invest in a drama? Even a regular school drama costs several million. Several million is just for a small production. My cousin's script will definitely be great. I'm willing to do a small production. Please let me go, Sister Jiang. Lin Nuan pleaded. Last year, low-budget historical drama had investments in the hundreds of millions. She really couldn't believe that someone who writes novels could afford to invest that much in a new drama. Even modern dramas usually cost tens of millions, right? Sister Jiang wasn't keen on letting Lin Wan go, thinking it would be a waste of time, and said, "Let's talk about it later." Lin Wan really wanted to go. No matter if Sister Jiang agreed or not, she was determined to go. Even though her cousin was in a small production, the script was surely good. Being the lead in a small production was better than being a maid in a big one. Xia Qing had a few shops that were nicely decorated and needed only slight renovations. She thought about opening a jewelry store and also a gold shop next to it. She wanted to open a milk tea shop too, but that would need to be a franchise. The rest of the supplies could be sourced from different dimensions. She named this street Sunny Street. Recently, Xia Qing had been busy. During the day, she had to go to the commercial street and hire people. She needed to find reliable staff for the jewelry and gold shops, especially for the gold shop. She also wanted to renovate the street and set up a live streaming area to attract customers. This area was close to the ancient city attractions, so she planned to build some ancient-style buildings for filming. She remembered that Suyu had a construction engineer who drew beautiful designs, so she would ask him to create a design for an ancient city from another dimension. That scenery would surely attract people to come and film, turning it into a filming spot. All of this required money. Recently, the weather had started to get hot, and their house had turned on the air conditioning. Grandma had decided to move in. So early in the morning, she packed her things and came over without waiting for anyone to pick her up. All the old, broken items in the house had been replaced with new ones, and the old sofa was now a soft, comfortable leather one. There was even a robot vacuum cleaning the floor. Tian Kaiwa also came over. As soon as she entered, she looked around at the brand new furniture and the refreshed environment, feeling an indescribable envy. She had already worked up a sweat on the way, but as soon as she entered the house, the cool air was very refreshing. Second brother, I heard that Qing opened a supermarket in the county and is hiring for several shops. Do you think I could go? Tian Kaiwa asked with a smile. Since Xia Qing's cousins were going, she thought she could too. The pay was good and they were all relatives, making it easier to take time off. Qing has already filled all the positions. Besides, don't you have to pick up the kids? When would you have time to work? Yang Xia said with a slight frown. I was just thinking that family can help each other. I can take a day off to pick up the kids without it affecting my work. Then it's better for you to take care of the kids. I've already finished hiring and the contracts are signed, Xia Qing said as she came down from upstairs with a smile. Tian Saihua's expression darkened. Why could her cousins work, but she couldn't? Qing, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your aunt is family. Not hiring family and hiring outsiders instead doesn't make sense. How can outsiders care for their own family? Grandma Xia frowned. But I've already signed the contract, and breaking it means paying double the penalty. I can't afford to lose money. The investment is already huge. Xia Qing said helplessly. Besides, Aunt, my dad always picks vegetables from Uncle's place first, and the buying price is a bit higher than others. Tian Kaiwa felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. Well, what work do you have in mind for your aunt? Tian Kaiwa said, still being bold. Mom, I'll come to pick you up next month. Grandma Xia shuddered. She really didn't want to go to her eldest son's house. After leaving Xia Jixiang's home, Tian Kaiwa saw a small car parked outside. She heard this brand costs over 200,000. According to Yang Xia, writing novels pays well. What kind of novel can earn that much money? Xiaolei, your cousin makes a good income from writing novels. You've graduated from college and even got into graduate school. Isn't your writing better than hers? You should give it a try. Tian Kaiwa messaged her son. Soon, Tian Kaiwa received a reply. I'm busy studying for graduate school. Did Qing really make a lot of money? That car is brand new. They even opened a supermarket in town. Tian Kaiwa sent him a video of the car. Xiaolei was surprised to see it was a BMW, worth over 200,000. Once he finishes his driving test, he plans to borrow the car. Wang Kaiwa sent a long message. They earn so much from writing novels. You can too. You're definitely a better writer than her. You can earn money. Since they both went to college, Tian Kaiwa didn't think her son was any less capable. After that, Xiaolei stopped replying and didn't answer her voice calls. On the other end, Xiaolei realized that Xia Qing really had made a lot of money, so he messaged her. Qing, can you lend me 5,000 for an emergency? He had borrowed money from her before, and it still hadn't been repaid. First, return the 3,000 you borrowed earlier. Are you really that stingy? You're running a supermarket now and making good money from writing novels. Can you lend me 5,000 for an emergency?
No.
Xia Qing refused. She remembered that Xiaolei had once asked her for money in an emergency, and she had lent it all to him. During those 2 months, she had to buy groceries at the market and prepare lunchboxes for work to save on subway fare, walking a long distance instead. What was supposed to be a half-month repayment turned into a month, then 2 months. Eventually, after being laid off, she was left with only a few hundred in her pocket. The ticket home was almost too expensive for her, and when she asked him for money, he refused for various reasons. Now he wants to borrow money from her? No way. Xia Qing simply blocked Xiaolei, and he was furious when he couldn't send messages on WeChat. How stingy. He won't lend me money even when he has it. Xiaolei said angrily. If he doesn't lend money, so be it. He assumed his uncle would definitely lend him the car. Meanwhile, in another space, Suyu was deep in thought while holding a crystal bead. Unfortunately, Xia Qing's time to come over was limited, and he had tried to enter the space but failed. He also tried to absorb the crystal bead, but there was no change in the space. It seemed that only Xia Qing could enhance the space by absorbing the crystal bead. So far, the crystal bead only seemed to enlarge the space, but he felt it was more complex than that. He recalled when he awakened the space, it felt like his soul had left his body, but he couldn't remember what happened afterward. Regardless, he was now connected with Xia Qing in the normal world and was hopeful for the future, but merely exchanging supplies wasn't enough. He was also worried about whether this connection would remain stable. If one day they couldn't connect, they would lose their food supply. He needed to find a way to be self-sufficient. Xia Qing entered the space and saw a fin that could lead to another time. It was amazing. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. Why does this space cross 2 timelines? It was like a passageway. She looked at the other cracks. If more appeared, would they lead to different worlds? She tried to go through one, but was bounced back. What's going on? I can't get in?
Xia Qing wondered why the had changed.
Did she need to absorb the crystal bead to pass through? Suyu, are you there? She quickly called out, worried he might not be able to connect either. I'm here. Hearing Suyu's voice, Xia Qing felt relieved. I don't know what happened today, but this seems to have shrunk, and I can't get through, she said, feeling disappointed. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart. It's okay. Try absorbing the crystal bead. The might be unstable, Suyu said calmly. All right, I'll go back and try to absorb the crystal bead. You go. A large group of survivors arrived today, a total of 107 people, including 13 children, 20 women, and 5 evolved ones, Li Yao said. Their leader wants to see you. The strength of these 5 evolved individuals is quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have led so many people here alive. Please arrange for them to wait downstairs. I will be down shortly, Suyu said through the intercom. He placed the crystal orbs he collected today into his storage space, planning to find information about the ability users. There are many evolved individuals now, but ability users are very rare. He remembered meeting someone who also had a storage space ability. It would be great if he could find him, as he might have some useful information. These survivors are mainly managed by these 5 evolved individuals, with Li Zhong as the captain and Wang Zhen as the vice captain. Li Zhong looked unwell, his lips were severely chapped, and his skin had dark veins. Wang Zhen was not much better. The others were still outside the base, not allowed in, while a group of people resembling refugees sat weakly around the base. Li Zhong and Wang Zhen entered the base for a full body check. In the square, children were playing and looked healthy. Everyone was busy with their tasks. I wish I could paint traditional Chinese paintings. Painting can earn points, which is much safer than going out to find supplies. Teacher Wang is a university professor of traditional Chinese painting. Your painting wouldn't earn even 1 point. Today was good. I found a jade bracelet that can be exchanged for points. Li Zhong was confused listening to their conversation. Shouldn't they be looking for food? What use is painting? Can you eat gold? Although the people in the base looked a bit thin, they appeared much healthier than him and Wang Zhen. They were much cleaner, and children were playing eating cheese sticks. He licked his lips, resisting the urge to grab some, knowing that if he did, these people wouldn't take it lightly. Wang Zhen had the same thought. They exchanged a glance, seeing shock and restraint in each other's eyes. The children had cheese sticks. The announcement was true. There was no contaminated food here. This further confirmed his determination to come here. Upon entering the villa, Li Yao asked them to wait, saying the base leader would be down shortly. Soon, Su came downstairs, dressed sharply and looking serious. The two of them were very clean and appeared well, making Li Zhong and Wang Zhen look like refugees in comparison. This is our base leader, Su, Li Yao introduced. The man in front of them was able to establish such a large base and had food, which showed he was very strong. Captain Su, Li Zhong said hoarsely. His throat was dry and cracked from not drinking water for a long time. Su gave Li Yao a glance and, he understood, quickly going to get 2 bottles of clean water and 2 bowls of cooked tomato noodles. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, you must be hungry after your journey. Please eat this food first, and once you're full, we can talk, Su said calmly. Since they were coming to join them, it was good to offer them something nice first to make future discussions easier. Li Zhong and Wang Zhen looked at the 2 steaming bowls of noodles and tomatoes, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. They hadn't eaten in 2 days, and the last thing they had was expired, moldy crackers that left a bitter taste and even caused them to have stomach issues. I don't care. Let's eat. Li Zhong couldn't resist the temptation of food. Even if the noodles were poisoned, he would eat them. If he had to die, he wanted to die with a full stomach. Wang Zhen stared at the 2 bowls of noodles, completely oblivious to what was happening around him. He grabbed his chopsticks and started eating furiously. If someone tried to take his food, he would not hesitate to fight back. The freshly cooked noodles were still hot, but they seemed not to notice as they devoured them. Li Yao and the others did not look down on them because they had been in a similar situation when they first found food. Only those who have experienced hunger understand this pain. Although the 2 bowls of noodles were not enough to fill them up, they finally tasted food. It had been a year since they had forgotten what real food tasted like, only imagining it countless times in their minds. Of course, we have food, noodles, vegetables, and clean water, Li Yao said with a smile. They even had meat, which was available only to the children and the members of the advance team. The other survivors needed points to trade for it. We request to join your base. We will agree to any conditions. Li Zhong said excitedly, as long as they could have clean food like this today. Before coming, they had doubts because they had traveled a long way searching for something edible, and there were no green plants in sight. Much of the land had turned to desert. Not only that, but even the animals had mutated, and who would dare to eat something that looked like a corpse?
Yes.
We all agree. Wang Zhen also spoke up. At first, he was scared and had prepared himself, worried that the so-called food here might be dangerous, as some groups trick survivors into coming and then trap them. They had escaped from danger, but they didn't want to give up any hope of survival. Of course, you must follow our rules when entering our base. Anyone causing trouble will be expelled. Su said coldly. You have a lot of people, so let the children, women, and elderly enter in groups first and we will arrange it. With over 100 people coming in at once, accommodation would be a problem, and it would definitely get crowded. They were already working on building more houses. More people meant more labor. Okay, can you give us some food and water first? Li Zhong asked with a hint of desperation, as they hadn't had proper food in a long time. No, that's against the base's rules. Only by becoming one of us can you enjoy the resources we provide, Su replied firmly. Those who are not part of the base won't receive food for free. They need to establish a sense of belonging from the start. Li Zhong nodded gently. As long as there was food, there was hope. A determined look crossed his eyes. All right. I will arrange for the elderly, women, and children to enter the base first. As long as they entered the base, they would be given food. Wang Zhan exchanged a knowing glance with Li Zhong, and then the two quickly began organizing the elderly and children in their group. Su Yu also assigned people to check the new survivors entering the base, register them, and provide clean clothes to prevent any diseases, as he needed to be responsible for the entire base. Qing Tian base has food.
Real food.
Li Zhong announced. Hearing this, the 100 people became excited and rushed toward the gates of Qing Tian base. Don't push. Don't rush the door. Otherwise, the base won't give you food. Wang Chong shouted coldly, standing at the entrance with a megaphone. Everyone quiet down. Li Zhong, the leader of the group and a former martial arts expert, commanded, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Elderly and children go in first, and the rest will enter the base in order. Once inside Qing Tian base, you must follow the base's arrangements. Anyone who causes trouble will face the same fate as Zhang San.
Li Zhong Barnat.
Everyone had seen what happened to Zhang San, who was beaten to death for causing trouble. Wang Zhen, you arrange for the children and elderly to enter first.
Li Zhong instructa.
Children and elderly people are lining up and slowly walking towards the entrance of the sunny base. What about us, the remaining 3 evolvers? Asked the other 3. Li Zhong shared the 2 bottles of water they had just received. This water is clean. It's not contaminated. One of the evolvers exclaimed, noticing that the bottled water had no floating black particles. You can share these 2 bottles. We are all evolvers, and even when we enter the base, we should be treated well. Li Zhong said. It's better than drifting outside with no hope. The longer they waited, the less confident they became, and they couldn't find clean food anymore. Even their strong determination started to waver. There will be food inside, but we must stay alert. If they dare to harm us, we will fight back, said another bald evolver cautiously. They had encountered similar situations before. That shouldn't happen. We just had noodles inside. Tomato and egg noodles. Wang Jin said, still savoring the smooth taste. You had noodles? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Zhang Yuan, who hadn't entered, said skeptically. He couldn't believe there was still clean food in this world. They had gone to many places with high hopes, only to return disappointed each time. They even searched for grain storage, but the rice had turned black, filled with some dark, worm-like substances that were inedible. They had survived this long by finding a truckload of canned food. Even though it had gone bad and didn't taste great, at least it was still edible. It was noodles. We both had big bowls. Wang Zhen insisted, confident that what they ate was real. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in. Zhang Yuan urged. Let's wait a bit longer and let the elderly, women, and children go in first. You can share the water, and I'm sure we'll be allowed in before nightfall, Li Zhong said. The other 3 evolvers were a bit reluctant since Li Zhong and Wang Zhen had already eaten, while they were still hungry. However, they didn't argue with Li Zhong. Even though they were all evolvers, Li Zhong could take on all 3 of them alone. The 3 of them shared the 2 bottles of water and drank eagerly, relieved that it didn't have a foul, mutated taste, which made them believe in the base. Now, they were all eager to enter the base as soon as possible. The elderly and children continued to line up. Let me in first. Let me go. A young man, baring his teeth, tried to push his way to the front, even knocking a child to the ground. Give me water, please, give me water. The man cried out. You can't enter. The scout from the base immediately stopped him and noticed the man's arms were covered in numerous red rashes. Step aside. Does this person have an infectious disease?
No.
I don't. Please let me into the base. The man pleaded, but he was no match for the scout, weakened by long-term malnutrition and the unknown rashes on his body. It was uncertain whether the man had an infectious disease, and soon several others were found to have similar symptoms and were pushed outside the base. Go find the base doctor. In the treatment room of the base, a doctor who had treated previous survivors hurried over, wearing a mask and tightly wrapped up. These look like blood rashes. Do they itch or hurt? The male doctor asked. A bit itchy, but not painful, the sick man replied, scratching at the rash. Is this an infectious disease, doctor? The man asked nervously. He feared infectious diseases, as they could lead to abandonment and death. Food was already scarce, and medicine was in short supply. It's not an infectious disease, the doctor said with a frown, though he still looked serious. The man visibly relaxed. I need to take a blood sample for testing, the doctor said. He then took out a syringe to collect blood for testing. Some sick individuals were not allowed into the base and had to stay outside for now. Soon, the doctor reported the situation to the scouts and then to Suyu. Do we have any idea what the illness is? Suyu asked. It's an autoimmune disease, including some sexually transmitted diseases. And some young children are affected too, the man hesitated to say. That's just unacceptable, Li Yao said coldly, unable to hold back his anger. With people already struggling to find enough food, there were still those doing such terrible things. Find out who it is. Such people cannot enter the base, Suyu said sternly. Understood. Li Yao replied sharply, feeling that physical punishment would be too lenient for those who harmed children. The doctor said it can be treated, but we need medicine. What kind of medicine? Xia Qing asked from the side. The doctor mentioned several names of medications, but Xia Qing couldn't remember them before being sent back by the space. Su Yu and the others seemed used to her sudden appearances and disappearances. I feel like I've absorbed a lot of crystal beads, but I keep getting sent back without any pattern. Xia Qing complained. Maybe there is a pattern, but Xia Qing hasn't found it yet. The only way to level up now is by absorbing crystal beads. Suyu had to write down the names of the medications and send them to Xia Qing. He also quietly noted the times of her appearances and how long she stayed. He was sure they would find a pattern eventually. Meanwhile, Xia Qing quickly checked on the computer and frowned, saying, We don't have this medication here, but we do have the ingredients. Can we gather more ingredients? We can make it ourselves. Suyu replied, as he had a pharmacist available. Suyu decided to visit the city hospital tomorrow to collect equipment, including from the pharmaceutical factory. Although the medication was expired, the factory's equipment could still be used. Sounds good. I'll help you with the supplies, Xia Qing said. But they would have to wait until the next day to make the purchases. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough money right now. Otherwise, she would have wanted to buy the pharmaceutical factory. Outside the base, some sick children, women, and men were kept outside. Those who were not sick underwent testing and registration to enter the base. These are your meals. After eating, everyone must take a shower together, a team member said. There is a time limit for showers. Each person gets 20 seconds of water. Each person received a bowl of white rice and a bowl of boiled white radish soup. With their thin hands, they held the steaming bowls of rice and soup containing white strips of radish. They were too hungry to talk or be surprised. Only the sounds of them eagerly eating could be heard. After finishing their meals, not a single grain of rice was left in the bowls, and the soup was completely gone. Looking at their empty bowls, they touched their stomachs, still savoring the delicious food. They finally had food that was uncontaminated, without any bitter or moldy taste. One man, still hungry, saw a child who had finished eating and tried to grab their food. What are you doing? A team member from the Sunny base rushed over and pinned the man to the ground. Stealing is not allowed in the Sunny base. These rules had been clearly explained to them when they entered. Expel him from the base. Please. I didn't steal anything. I didn't. The man pleaded, gripping the ground. The team member struck him with a baton, dragging him out. Please, I didn't take anything. I swear. Don't let me go out. I'm just not full. The man pleaded loudly. The Vanguard members would not give them a second chance. The Vanguard members supervise each other and must follow the rules set by Suyu. To set an example, the others were too afraid to cause trouble. They had just eaten so quickly, fearing others with their food. But now, seeing the strict rules of the space, it felt like returning to a society with laws after the apocalypse, and they slowed down their eating. No one dared to take someone else's food, and they felt more at ease while eating. Gua, eat slowly, a middle-aged woman said as she hugged her daughter. Cough, cough. The little girl had eaten too quickly and started to cough. Nobody will take our food anymore, the woman said reassuringly. One by one, many people registered and entered the base, except for a few who were sick. For now, they couldn't identify the main culprit, so those who were ill couldn't enter the base. However, the 5 children were given special care. This is X disease. It won't spread without close contact. Let these children stay together, and once we have the materials for medicine, they will be saved, the doctor said. These children are so unfortunate, the doctor's assistant said. Soon, a Vanguard member wearing a red armband entered and said, Dr. Lin, this person is a new survivor. His previous job was in medical research. That's great. He can stay and help me, Dr. Lin said happily. In the Sunny Day base, he was the only doctor with a former nurse as his assistant, and he was always busy making medicine. The newcomer was a young man wearing glasses, a top student from a medical university. I graduated from Longhua Medical University. I worked at Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company. The man quickly stated his qualifications and usefulness. Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company is a major pharmaceutical manufacturer in Longhua. That's wonderful. The base leaders have gone to find pharmaceutical equipment today, and you can help with the medicine then. Working here is easier and safer than doing hard labor outside, and you earn more points, Dr. Lin said. Building walls is tiring, and going out to find supplies is dangerous. Of course, working here requires real skills. Trying to deceive to get food won't end well. Those people got a disease. It was caused by one of the evolved ones. But that person was killed by Li Zhong half a month ago, the man said. This is also why we trust Li Zhong so much. The man is a beast. He escaped from prison after being sentenced to 10 years for assaulting a neighbor's young daughter before the apocalypse, the man said angrily. At first, there were over 100 survivors, and that man specifically targeted orphans. Her girlfriend tried to stop him but ended up being harmed as well, and he nearly lost his life in the process. Then, about half a month ago, Li Zhong and a few others came and killed that scoundrel. After hearing the message from the Qing Tian base, Li Zhong brought the remaining survivors over. Xia Qing quickly bought many traditional Chinese medicine ingredients and some Western medicine components based on the note from Suyu. Lin City is a large pharmaceutical hub. The purchasing went smoothly, and Xia Qing arranged for a truck to deliver the goods to the warehouse. Later that night, she planned to store them in her space. Suyu took a group to the hospital today, where there were many zombies, making their journey very dangerous. Fortunately, they had a drone to create noise and attract a large group of zombies, allowing them to enter safely. Xia Qing expanded her crystal space significantly, which allowed Suyu to bring back a large number of manufacturing machines and medical equipment. However, they couldn't collect the crystals on their way out due to the overwhelming number of zombies. The 3 of them got into Suyu's car, which was an SUV that Xia Qing had purchased and Suyu had modified. As they drove into the base, there were several sick people at the entrance who couldn't get in.
Please let us in,
2 women cried, blocking Suyu's car. They were not there by choice. They had also been infected. Move aside. Move aside. Once the medicine is ready, you'll be able to enter, so don't block the vehicle, Zhang Liang said coldly. The car was covered in zombie blood and had several body parts as well. Upon entering the base, there were designated personnel to clean and disinfect Suyu's vehicle. He handed the equipment over to Dr. Lin for adjustment. The equipment has arrived. Luckily, we have another person. My assistant, and I can't handle it all alone, Dr. Lin said. Make the medicine as quickly as possible.
Shuyueri.
He also collected a significant amount of medicine from the hospital pharmacy, keeping anything that might be useful. Understood. We'll work overtime tonight to produce the medicine, Dr. Lin assured him. The condition of the children was not optimistic. On another note, Xia Qing's novel earned over $1 million in royalties this month from 2 books. The filming of the TV series is coming to an end. Xia Qing contacted Zhang Xian and said, I have finished writing the script. I want to invite you to be the producer, and I will invest myself. Zhang Xian paused for a moment and replied uncertainly, "You are investing yourself? A low-budget film still needs millions. Even if you hire me, my fee is 200,000. He is already a well-known producer." Zhang Xian had read Xia Qing's previous script, which was quite good, and since it was a modern drama, the cost wouldn't be too high. However, if they hired top stars, the investment would increase significantly. This script is good. If you invest in Tianyu Company, it could attract at least tens of millions. However, investing in a modern drama requires meetings and a series of approvals. A good script is just the beginning. There is still a lot of preparation work, including team building, signing actors, and securing funding. Right now, the market is mostly focused on historical dramas and fantasy series. Modern dramas have been less popular in recent years, Zhang Xian said. Investors need to keep up with trends. I have tens of millions to invest. I want to hire you as the producer for this drama, with a salary of 300,000. What do you think? Zhang Xian hesitated for a few seconds. His producer fee was already high, but the offer included an extra 100,000. Who wouldn't be tempted? Okay, but the current drama is not finished yet. I can help you find a director and production team first.
Sure.
Can I ask what the investment budget is? 50 to 70 million, Xia Qing replied. She currently has over 70 million in total. Although she has a lot of jewelry, she can't sell it all at once. If it's 70 million, that's fine. We can at least hire second or third-tier stars, Zhang Xian said. A top-tier star can earn tens of millions, or even over 100 million for a single drama. I have already chosen the female lead. For the male lead, I think we can consider Su Jia. Su Jia is a rising actor known for his emotional roles, standing at 187 centimeters tall, and his acting skills are quite good. Zhang Xian quickly replied, "Okay, I'll contact them. Once the team is confirmed, I'll send it to you. If you're not satisfied, you can make changes. After all, Xia Qing is the investor now."
Okay.
Xia Qing has opened several new stores on Douyin and is live streaming. The commercial street has just opened and is not yet profitable, but it is gradually gaining popularity, and there are stalls selling snacks. This traditional Chinese painting is very beautiful, created by a mysterious master whose name cannot be revealed, Xiaolon introduced. The paintings above are not for sale at a discount. Xiaolon doesn't know much about appreciating traditional Chinese art, but she can sense a feeling of desolation in them. This painting is priced at 50,000, while the others range from a few hundred to 1,000. She is also trying to copy that ancient painting, which is priced at 999. Someone actually bid on it. A painting worth 50,000. Xiaolon exclaimed in surprise. Although her commission is only 100, she didn't expect a painting priced so high to actually sell. She thought it would be the hardest to sell. Xiaolon was very excited. After ending her live stream, she told Xiaoqing about it on WeChat, and Xiaoqing immediately sent her a 1,000 yuan red envelope. This is a reward. Great job. Xiaolon felt thrilled reading Xiaoqing's reply. She received a bonus of 1,000 today, which is half a month's salary. Thank you, boss. I will keep working hard. Xiaolon has learned a lot about selling paintings, and now she spends her free time studying more about them. Knowing about the art is important. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to introduce them during her live streams. Still feeling excited, Xiaolon called a delivery service to carefully pack the painting. "Dad, you spent 50,000 on a painting?
Did you buy it on Douyin?"
The daughter asked, surprised to see the delivery. She wondered if her dad had been scammed. Are older people easily fooled by online shopping? Yes. This painting is really nice. The lines, the use of space, especially the sense of beauty in its decay, he replied. Only a painter with over 10 years of experience could create something like this. 50,000 isn't too much. The girl leaned in, noticing two framed paintings on the living room table, one of which looked quite desolate and worn. It's a pity the artist is unknown. If they had some fame, it could sell for hundreds of thousands. The father chuckled. Famous artists can command sky-high prices. There have been paintings auctioned for 200 or 300 million. But this painting is indeed well crafted. While there are many modern art pieces, this traditional style is rare. What's this Douyin shop? I want to check it out. The girl asked curiously. Her father is a member of the National Association of Fine Arts and a collector, as well as an appraiser of art, calligraphy, and antiques. He works at the National Museum and has seen many great things. It's intriguing that he praises a small Douyin shop. I'll take this to show my old friends. Some of the paintings are quite nice, but they lack a bit of that ancient charm. He also bought a painting worth $999. The brushwork is a bit inexperienced. It's clearly a copy. He actually wants to see the original that was copied. The jewelry store was already selling on Taobao, and now they started live streaming. These pieces were sourced by Xia Qing from a jewelry store in a different time and place, and the live sales are even more popular than in the store. Because of this, the delivery company opened a delivery station across the street to handle their shipments. Supermarkets, gold shops, ceramics, accessories, and art stores. A milk tea shop is still in preparation. She has bought all 10 shops on this street, and she hasn't agreed to let others rent any. She plans to open more shops later. After absorbing the crystal beads from Suyu, her space expanded again, and tonight she will go to the city with Suyu. Suyu, I'm here. Xia Qing greeted as she stepped through the space rift. Suyu was already waiting for her, along with Zhang Liang and Wang Chang. They were all going to the city together. She arrived around 8 or 9 in the evening, but for Suyu, it was 8 or 9 in the morning. Xia Qing even adjusted her watch to the time of the different dimension. All of them had their weapons ready, and Xia Qing was dressed in a black windbreaker. Why does it feel colder here? Xia Qing asked. When she came before, they were all in short sleeves, but now they were wearing jackets. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees overnight, Siyu said quietly. That's not a good sign. Today we're going to a large wholesale market in the city. There will be many zombies there. If you encounter danger, just enter the space, Siyu instructed. Okay. Xia Qing's eyes lit up at the mention of the wholesale market. She wanted to see what she could bring back to sell. She can now stay in the different dimension for 2.5 hours. Driving there takes about half an hour. The base is installing solar lights, which Xia Qing provided, saving a lot of electricity. Xia Qing also wanted to check their pharmacy, so Siyu took her directly to the treatment room. Brother Yu, the doctor's assistant said nervously. Dr. Lin and the new man were preparing medicine in the pharmacy. Upon hearing Suyu, they immediately stopped working and came out. Base leader. The two were surprised to see Xia Qing next to Suyu, but didn't say anything further. She took a few boxes of medicine, looked at the names and ingredients, and exclaimed, "These are all traditional Chinese medicine components." Last time, when Suyu asked her to find medicine, she discovered that some of the medicines didn't exist in their world. That's right. Dr. Lin frowned. Most of the medicines in their country are traditional Chinese medicine. She learned that traditional Chinese medicine in this time and space is very advanced and well-known internationally, especially acupuncture. Do you have cancer here? Like terminal illnesses? Leukemia? Tumors? Dr. Lin looked at Xia Qing's curious expression. Her outfit clearly indicated she was not an ordinary survivor, especially since she was with Suyu, so he answered carefully. Of course, but cancer, as you mentioned, is not necessarily terminal. It's just a long-term chronic illness. It requires lifelong medication. This is common knowledge here. How could this girl not know? Dr. Lin was curious, but didn't ask. Xia Qing was already excited, as he said that cancer and tumors are not terminal illnesses here. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, there are no medicines left, Dr. Lin said with a frown. The most critical point is that during this apocalypse, many weak individuals have already been eliminated. Can you treat cancer? Xia Qing asked. Of course, but we lack operating tables and enough doctors, Dr. Lin replied. Although cancer is not terminal, treating it is much more complicated than other illnesses. Xia Qing nodded, feeling a surge of hope. If she could find these medicines and make them, people suffering in her world could be saved, and the profits from these medicines would be enormous. There is a crucial tumor inhibitor that only exists in their world, but now, due to the apocalypse, it is very difficult to extract. Xia Qing temporarily set this thought aside. Information has been sent out nationwide. Anyone who can receive broadcasts will know about our sunny base, Siyu said. As long as survivors come, various talents will arrive. He had military equipment that could broadcast nationwide, and if he knew the satellite code, he could broadcast globally. Hearing the name of the sunny base, Xia Qing realized it was named after her by Suyu. The two of them left the treatment room, and Zhang Liang had already brought the car over.
Brother Yu, Zhang Liang said.
Suyu and Xia Qing sat in the back, Zhang Liang drove, and Wang Chong sat in the front passenger seat. The base gate slowly opened, and the people around consciously made way. The zombies around here have been cleared out many times, but occasionally, some still come by. The wholesale market is on the other side of the city, so they need to take the outer ring road to get there. Looking through the window, the plants outside are not green. The trees are black and yellow, and the leaves have turned completely black. Are those the toxic leaves? Walking on the road, there are bodies everywhere, already decayed and smelling bad, turned into skeletons. How did the apocalypse start? In the quiet of the car, Xia Qing couldn't help but bring up a topic. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, and Zhang Liang spoke first. It all began with a thick fog that spread globally, lasting for several months, and then the zombie infections started happening one after another. I was on a mission in the mountains when I heard a sudden loud noise from the sky. Mist appeared instantly, and when it cleared, many people had been infected, Wang Chong recalled. At first, we thought those infected had some kind of illness, so we captured them and told residents not to go outside. But later, those infected started to attack people. If someone was bitten or injured, they would also get infected. The spread was too fast to control. It's a bit like the biohazard crisis we have, Xia Qing sighed. Was there no research done? Could it be some kind of biological weapon?
She asked.
The zombies in the biohazard crisis are mutated biological weapons. What kind of biological weapon could cause mutations worldwide on the same day? If that were true, it would mean they intended to wipe out all of humanity, Zhang Liang replied. Right now, no one knows how this apocalypse started. It all began with a globally reported fog, Zhang Liang said. Suyu, a member of the Dragon Kingdom's special forces, was on leave after completing a mission in a neighboring country when a thick fog suddenly appeared. Facing this global fog, countries around the world began researching it. However, they didn't find anything and claimed the fog was not dangerous, which was false. We have been abandoned, Suyu suddenly said. The people in the car immediately tensed up upon hearing Suyu's words. What does he know? His statement piqued their curiosity. Why do you say that?
Xia Qing asked.
Suyu is a special forces soldier from the Dragon Kingdom, a top-tier operative. Suyu shook his head, paused for a moment, and said, when the fog appeared, those in power weren't foolish. They had already started stockpiling supplies. The 4 major powers have long had secret safe bases. Noah's Ark, underground bunkers. Only the top survivors of the nation can enter the underground bunkers. Suyu was responsible for safely transferring those people. At that time, Suyu could have stayed, but thinking about it made his eyes turn cold, and the wound on his back still seemed to ache. Does that mean there are still people living in the underground bunkers? Zhang Liang asked in surprise. Yes, only a few people, and they have long given up on the surviving humans. But those people might not be living as well as we are now, Suyu said calmly. He wanted them to know that not only did he survive, but he also built a survivor base himself. Everything he gave up, he would rebuild. That's right. Now we can eat rice and even have fresh vegetables, and the kids have milk to drink. How lucky we are, Wang Chong said. A month ago, he couldn't even imagine this. Now life is hope. Suyu looked at Xia Qing. They didn't speak, but they both silently expressed gratitude through their eyes. The road ahead won't be easy, Zhang Liang said. There was an accident ahead, and the road was bumpy. Xia Qing held onto the handrail, feeling nauseous from the bumps. A new experience in the car. About half an hour later, they encountered more and more zombies. The car knocked zombies aside, and Xia Qing finally understood why the front of the car was reinforced with thick steel plates. They were at a large wholesale market, where almost everything was for sale, in Area 12 on the 4th floor. The zombies, hearing the noise, gathered towards them, and for the first time, she saw a scene from a video game come to life. The difference was that these zombies weren't very fast, giving them plenty of time. Suyu said, "Get out and enter the mall." The group quickly got out of the car, and Suyu immediately stored the vehicle in his space. They walked up the stairs into the mall, with 3 of them instinctively surrounding Xia Qing. Xia Qing took out the baseball bat she had bought, and her watch showed her heart rate was around 108. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. On the way to the 2nd floor, there weren't many zombies yet, just a few staggering towards them. The 3 of them quickly dealt with the zombies, each taking one down with a swift strike to the head, while another quickly extracted the crystal from the zombie's brain. Xia Qing didn't get a chance to act. This floor was mainly for selling blankets and pillows, and Suyu collected quite a few items. The weather suddenly got colder, and they needed all these supplies. In the toy area, Xia Qing also collected some cute dolls into her space. After an hour, her space was already full. "Suyu, I'm going back to clear out the things I've collected, and then you can continue." They had come a long way, so she wanted to help them gather all the supplies. Okay. By the time Xia Qing came out of her space, it was already 10 p.m. She got in her car and drove straight to the warehouse. There weren't many people at night, so she drove quickly and reached the warehouse in 15 minutes. She hurriedly put all the things she collected into her space. "Suyu, I'm done." Suyu received Xia Qing's message and saw that a large area in her space was empty, and she had collected a lot more. The warehouse was already full, so they would have to wait until tomorrow to collect more supplies. The remaining toys and other items would be used to open a general store. It was already past 11 p.m. when she left the warehouse, and she felt a bit hungry. Since she was already in the county, she decided to go to Hadaleo Hot Pot. Suyu had finished collecting supplies and was on his way back. Beef tripe, beef rolls, lamb rolls, spicy beef, duck intestines, shrimp paste, duck blood. "I'll have 2 portions of these, and one of the rest." "Okay. Please wait a moment," the staff member said with a smile. She was scrolling through her phone while waiting for the staff to prepare her order. Suyu was already back, and she had about an hour and a half before they returned. She planned to join them for a late-night meal. She noticed that Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, and Suyu were all quite worried about her. The zombies hadn't reached her before the 3 of them took care of them. "Miss, can I add you on WeChat?" A drunken voice called out. "Sorry, I don't know you," a nearby woman replied coldly. "If we don't know each other, adding me will make us acquainted," the young man with yellow hair grinned. "I don't want to." The woman's voice remained icy. At that moment, the young man's 2 friends approached. "Hey, beautiful. Wearing something so revealing at night is just asking for attention, right?" Another man in a sleeveless shirt showed off his tattooed arms. "Are you out of your mind?" The girl's friend, a short-haired girl, couldn't help but stand up and scold him. "Isn't it? Wearing a tank top out like this, you might as well not wear anything," a chubby man behind them provocatively said. Seeing the commotion, the staff at Hadaleo quickly rushed over to intervene. "Please do not argue here. Everyone should eat politely," the staff member said politely. "Polite my foot. Isn't that woman dressed so little just to attract attention? Freedom to dress. What's it to you? What are you pretending with that awful yellow hair?" The short-haired girl said angrily. "What did you say?" The girl with yellow hair exploded in anger and slapped the woman. The girl was caught off guard and instantly had a swollen face. The staff rushed over to stop it, but was kicked to the ground by another tattooed man. It was already 1 a.m., with only 2 staff members left and just 2 tables of customers, including Xia Qing, who was waiting to pack her food. The girl with yellow hair started fighting with the short-haired girl, and a nearby heavy-set man joined in. The 2 weak girls were no match for the 2 big men. The staff member was pinned to the ground and beaten by the tattooed man. One girl was slapped so hard that her mouth started to bleed. Another beautiful girl ran towards Xia Qing. "Help me." Just as Xia Qing took out her phone to call the police, she saw the woman running towards her. People can fall when they are nervous, and this woman was no exception. "Don't you dare meddle," the girl with yellow hair warned Xia Qing, pointing a finger at her. Xia Qing was dressed in a black windbreaker, wearing a mask and a hat. She had just come out of a tough situation and hadn't had time to change. "Please help me," the beautiful girl pleaded, her top revealing a bit too much. This made the girl with yellow hair even more agitated. "I've already called the police. They will be here soon," Xia Qing said coldly. Having faced zombies before, she surprisingly wasn't very scared of this threatening fight. "Get lost, you annoying woman. I'll hit you too." The girl with yellow hair tried to slap Xia Qing. Xia Qing wouldn't just stand there. To her, the opponent's movements seemed to slow down. She caught the girl's hand in midair. Xia Qing twisted her arm, and the man realized he was weaker than a woman. In a fit of rage, he kicked at her, but the next second, Xia Qing kicked his calf. There was and the pain made him sober up from the alcohol. Seeing his friend hurt, the heavy-set man rushed at her, but Xia Qing kicked him back, and he fell to his knees. The heavy man weighed about 200 pounds, and Xia Qing held him down, making it hard for him to move his arms. "It hurts." The overweight man was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. The tattooed man wadding a female store clerk. Xia Qing frowned slightly, let go of the overweight man's hand, and quickly ran in front of the tattooed man. At that moment, the female clerk's face was already swollen from the beating, and it looked quite terrible. Xia Qing kicked the tattooed man from behind, and he was surprisingly knocked down to the ground. "Are you okay?" Xia Qing asked the injured clerk with concern. The clerk, frightened and with swollen eyes bleeding, could barely see. "You hit me. I'm going to call the police." The young man with yellow hair, who had just been injured by Xia Qing, was still shouting about calling the police. The beautiful girl and the short-haired girl went from being scared to feeling admiration. "Did you see that? That girl is amazing." The short-haired girl looked at Xia Qing in awe. However, her face also hurt. She had just been slapped hard. The two girls, still shaken, approached Xia Qing and said, "Thank you. When the police arrive, we will explain everything." Xia Qing saved them, and she wouldn't let anyone wrong her. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the police arrived. The restaurant had surveillance cameras, so it was clear what had happened. The items the clerk had packed were also given to Xia Qing. "Our manager said you can have this for free. Thank you for saving our customers and staff." The restaurant really had great service and was generous. What she ordered was worth at least 3,000 yuan. The police took statements, and with the surveillance footage showing her acting in self-defense, Xia Qing and the two girls left in less than half an hour. The three troublemakers were taken into custody for causing a disturbance while drunk. At the police station, the officers watched the footage. "Has this girl trained? She took on 3 men by herself. That's impressive. You 3 still want to cause trouble? Do you think girls are easy to bully? After drinking, you don't even know what's happening. Each of you will be fined 3,000. Chun Chong, you owe the clerk 25,000 for medical expenses. Ma Chao, you owe the victim 5,000. You will each be held in detention for 15 days, the officer said. "I'm not satisfied. My arm is broken," the young man with yellow hair complained, still in a cast. "My leg is fractured," the overweight man groaned. The tattooed man was not in a better situation, with blood on his forehead. The girl was acting in self-defense. The officer said sternly, "You 3 caused trouble, disturbed the peace, and even tried to harass the girl. 15 days is lenient, and we will see if she wants to press charges later." The police finished speaking, and the 3 men became quiet, locked up in the detention center. "My hurts," said the tattooed man as he tried to sit down but jumped up after being kicked by Xia Qing, hurting his tailbone. "It's so embarrassing to say that none of us from Handan County have ever hit a woman. Don't let me find out who she is. When we get out, we'll deal with her." The tattooed man fumed. "Why do you need to know who she is?" "You're really meddling," another man replied. "It's so embarrassing." They were all a bit drunk and feeling bold. A few police officers watched the 3 men and couldn't help but discuss among themselves. These three deserve to be beaten. If they hadn't run into someone tough, those two girls might have been bullied. I really admire that girl. She's amazing. Is she a female police officer or something? Xia Qing, wearing a mask, didn't show her face, but the girl she saved was a popular internet celebrity from Hangzhou, and she posted the surveillance video that day. Had a late-night snack today, thanks to the hero who saved me. I'm going to sign up for self-defense classes. The surveillance video quickly gained hundreds of thousands of views. Many people were amazed, saying the girl is so strong. She took on three. Some thought it was staged, but the internet celebrity posted the police report as proof. The next day, official police accounts shared it. Girls must learn to protect themselves. Know some self-defense tricks. With the official police sharing it, it couldn't be fake. Wow, I really admire her. I want my daughter to learn self-defense too. Is it too late to sign up for fighting classes? I carry pepper spray with me. Xia Qing didn't pay attention to any of this. She got home at 2:30 a.m. Suyu, have you all returned to the base? Yeah. Hearing Suyu's voice, she walked through the gap. They had just returned from the wholesale market, having taken down quite a few zombies and were covered in dirt and blood, but had changed into clean clothes. Shall I bring out some hot pot for us to eat? Xia Qing smiled. Sure. With a small gas stove, she took out the packed food. Let's make a mixed hot pot, Xia Qing suggested. Sounds good. By the way, let's invite Zhang Liang and Wang Chong over too. This meal was on Xia Qing. Su Yu's eyes softened as he said, okay. He used the intercom to call Zhang Chong and Zhang Liang over. The table in Su Yu's room was already filled with a large spread of food. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang's eyes lit up when they saw it. Is this hot pot? It has been a long time since I had this. What do you want to drink? Xia Qing asked as she took out 3 large bottles of drinks. Coke. In their world, there is no such drink as Coke, but they all enjoy it because it's refreshing. At least Su provided them with small cans of Coke. The few of them were enjoying hot pot, while Wang Chong and Zhang Liang felt a bit nervous. Both of them thought to themselves that they needed to control their eating and not gulp down their food. It was really great to have such a delicious meal with Su Yu and Xia Qing. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang were almost competing to eat, but they didn't dare to move too quickly. The cool weather combined with the hot pot made them sweat from the spicy food. The temperature has dropped here, but it's still summer where we are. It's not cold. During missions, we crawled in temperatures below -10 degrees, Zhang Liang said. The soldiers had experienced all kinds of harsh weather. Brother Yu was once someone who traveled through rainforests. They all admired him for that. No one had succeeded before. Su Yu was the first. Was it a dangerous place? Xia Qing guessed. Yes, it was an uninhabited area where he navigated the rainforest and took down a notorious international drug gang. They all respected Suyu greatly. Xia Qing had eaten enough. She originally came for a late-night snack, and now she was full and feeling sleepy. Suyu, I'm heading back now. I'll put the things from the warehouse into the space tomorrow. Okay.
Suyu replied.
In the next moment, Xia Qing disappeared from the spot, and Wang Chong and Zhang Liang stopped pretending. Just now, Xia Qing was trying to be modest, worried that they would eat too quickly and scare her. My tripe. I put that in first. Wang Chong shouted, seeing a large piece of tripe being taken by Zhang Liang. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Zhang Liang stuffed it into his mouth. It was both spicy and hot. He took a sip of Coke. The 3 of them finished all the food, leaving almost nothing behind, and were about to drink the broth. That was amazing. When Li Yao came in, he could smell the hot pot aroma filling the room. Where did this hot pot come from? Why didn't you call me? Li Yao said with a look of grievance. His friends were having hot pot without inviting him. Miss Xia treated us today, and we didn't call you, Wang Chong said, feeling a bit guilty as he touched his nose. Next time Miss Xia goes out, I want to join too. Li Yao took a few deep breaths, still smelling the delicious hot pot, but saw that only the broth was left. He moved all the pots and said, I'll take the noodles to cook. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang both patted their bellies, feeling full. Xia Qing went back and slept until the next afternoon, and Yang Xia left her lunch. While eating and scrolling through Douyin, she saw a trending post. How can girls protect themselves? A woman fights 3. A female hero. A woman is a Sonda champion. There were many strange trending topics below. She was a Sonda champion? Only she knew that absorbing crystal beads had caused her body to evolve. Douyin really has some odd trending topics. The whole internet is searching for female heroes saving the day. Luckily, I wore a mask that day. Otherwise, I would be a public figure now. Xia Qing said, feeling thrilled. Unexpectedly, this event sparked a trend among girls to learn Sonda fighting. Xia Qing had never learned it. She just fought a lot when she was younger, and her body evolution had greatly increased her strength. After finishing her meal, Xia Qing planned to head to the county town to move everything from the warehouse to the shop. The grocery store needed to open soon. She had interviewed 5 people before and kept 2. Let's arrange these items in the next few days. The prices are all set. Boss, do we need to do live streaming in our store too? Asked the new young employee, who had just graduated from college and looked clean and innocent. Other stores were doing live streams. Not for now, Xia Qing replied. The items in this grocery store were too mixed. Toys and decorations were all sourced from a wholesale market in another dimension. First, organize the products. Got it, boss. The shy boy replied. Then Xia Qing went to the ceramic shop. Qing, you finally came. Someone wants to place a large order for these teacups. We only have 28 in stock. Then we won't sell them.
No stock.
Xia Qing said nonchalantly. Should we order more? These ceramic cups sell really well.
Yang Xiwan suggested.
We can't order more for now. Let's focus on other items. New stock will arrive tomorrow, Xia Qing said.
Yang Xiwan frowned slightly.
Although he didn't understand business, it was like selling vegetables. He would sell more of what was popular. Qing, let's order more. These ceramics are selling so well. If not, give me the factory's number and I'll order, Yang Xiwan said, eager to restock. My uncle said they're out of stock. Otherwise, I would order more, Xia Qing replied. This is why she is unwilling to hire relatives. Unlike other employees, they just do what she says without asking questions. I see. Why not try working at another factory? I think this product sells really well, Yang Xiwan said. Uncle, don't worry. I'll get the supplies when I can, Xia Qing replied patiently. She needed to get supplies from Suyu. Besides, the factory here couldn't make that kind of ceramic due to the soil quality. Yang Xiwan frowned slightly and sighed. Since Xia Qing opened a supermarket and a store, she has become a topic of discussion in the village. Whenever villagers see Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia, they want to help with matchmaking. My daughter is not in a hurry, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Jixiang, did you plant sweet potatoes this year? Old son asked. Yes, we planted sweet potatoes this year. Our family has a good harvest, Xia Jixiang replied with a smile. His daughter told him they had a good yield of sweet potatoes this year. Since the temperature dropped, sweet potatoes are easier to store and fill you up.
Great.
Then we'll all plant sweet potatoes this year, Old son said happily. Sweet potatoes are easy to grow and have a high yield. They not only handle the harvest but also send people to transport them, making things much easier without worrying about selling them. Jiangua, where are you going? Xia Jixiang asked cheerfully when he saw Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo had been avoiding him lately. In the past, he would seek out Xia Jixiang to talk about what his family bought or what his son sent him. Now, with his daughter buying a car and opening a supermarket and store, he was the one hiding. I'm going to the city. That's great. I'm heading to the city too. I can give you a ride, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Drive? You can drive? Sun Jiangwo asked in shock. Yes. I just got my driver's license a few days ago, and my daughter bought me a car. I'll take you, Xia Jixiang said happily, completely unaware of the change in the man's expression. You have 3 people in your family and bought 2 cars? Sun Jiangwo clearly didn't believe it. Buying a car also means paying for gas, insurance, and maintenance. Just being able to buy a car doesn't mean you can afford to keep it. I just picked up the car yesterday.
Come on, I'll show you.
Xia Qing said enthusiastically. Sun Jiangwo immediately followed to see. He couldn't believe the Xia family bought 2 cars in less than a month. They were neighbors, just a short walk to the Xia home. At that moment, there was a black sedan parked in front of the Xia house. What do you think of this car? My daughter bought it for me. It's worth over 300,000. Although Volvo is known for its high safety performance, my daughter originally wanted to buy me that expensive Land Rover, but it's a bit too big, and I'm worried I won't be able to drive it well as a beginner. Xia Qing pressed a button on the key, and the black car's lights flashed twice. Come on, I'll take you to the city. It's hot riding your electric bike, and my car has air conditioning. Xia Qing said proudly. No need, I'm fine riding my bike. Sun Jiangwo replied with a frown and rode off on his electric tricycle. Watching him leave, Xia Qing wasn't angry. He felt quite happy. For the past 2 years, Sun Jiangwo had often bragged about his son, saying he only had 1 daughter and would suffer when he got old without anyone to take care of him. Now, Xia Qing couldn't stop talking about how his daughter bought him things. The more Sun Jiangwo thought about it, the angrier he got. Even though their relationship was generally good, seeing someone else do better made him uncomfortable. The key point was that this person was Xia Qing, whom he had previously looked down on for having just 1 daughter. Thinking about this made Sun Jiangwo even angrier. Zhang Xian called and said, I've assembled the team, but we still need to meet to confirm everything. As the investor, Xia Qing had to personally sign many contracts and register an entertainment company. Registering the company was quick. She just needed some capital and to hire a few people. Okay, let's meet tomorrow, Xia Qing said. She registered Qing Tian Cultural Entertainment Company in Han City with a capital of 5 million. She rented an office in Qimao Building and worked overnight to make a sign. However, she still needed to hire staff and had already posted job announcements, contracting the accounting work to an accounting firm. The next day, she arranged to meet the producer in Kyoto at the Guamao restaurant. In Box 105, besides Xia Qing, there were 2 others, one of whom was the director Zhang Yuan, whom Zhang Xian had found. He was a new director who had previously won a newcomer award in college, but he hadn't produced any work since because he didn't want to shoot bad scripts. This is Zhang Yuan, the director. I've shown him your script, Zhang Xian introduced. Hello, Miss Xia, Zhang Yuan said politely. Xia Qing sized him up. The man had somewhat long, curly hair. Zhang Xian had already sent her his information. The man looked to be in his 30s, with a bit of a scruffy beard. I've read the script, and I really appreciate producer Zhang recommending me, Zhang Yuan said, clearly excited about the script. Lu Yuan and Zhang Xian have been good friends since college. Xia Qing nodded and said, I hope this script won't be heavily modified. It won't. I've read the script, and it doesn't need any changes. It will definitely pass the review, Zhang Yuan replied. Most novels adapted into dramas face strict reviews, leading to many changes. But this one doesn't need any adjustments. There's nothing that would fail the review. I hope the female lead will be Lin Wan. I have no other requests. I plan to invest around 70 million. That's a reasonable investment. Lu Yuan smiled. If the female lead isn't a famous actress, then at least the male lead should be a second-tier star. It's fine to use newcomers. Just ensure the quality of the drama, Xia Qing said. Absolutely. I can guarantee the quality of the drama, Lu Yuan said excitedly. Currently, big investments in dramas often go to star salaries, which reduces the budget for special effects and other aspects. We are in an era focused on popularity. In that case, I will choose the male lead from the Film Academy. You have no objections, right? Director Lu Yuan said. He had reviewed the script and found no suitable second-tier stars. No objections. Actually, I think Su Jia would be a good fit. You should consider him, Xia Qing suggested.
Great.
Lu Yuan noted the name, as it was a request from the investor. If everything is fine, I will initially invest 30 million, and I will provide more later. You can start recruiting for the drama now and officially set it up, Xia Qing said. Okay, this drama will wrap up soon, Zhang Xian added. They are filming 2 parts of Power Over the World, and the first part will air during the winter break. If the first part is well, they will proceed with the second, especially since the production cost several hundred million. It's a historical drama with top stars and a big budget. After discussing everything, Xia Qing settled the accounts and left, planning to sell some jewelry while in Kyoto. She wished she could open a jewelry store in Kyoto. I'll contact Lin Wan's agent now, and Yuan, you can check out Su Jia for the male lead. Zhang Xian said. Sure, this script is really good. We need actors with talent and charisma, Lu Yuan replied. The female lead is already decided by the investors. He had seen Lin Wan's photos, and she looks good. He just hopes her acting skills are up to par. Lu Yuan was also worried, since it's a great script. Lu Yuan went back to find a male lead and quickly finalized the casting. Zhang Xian sent a WeChat message to Lin Wan's agent. Jiang, how are you considering the matter I mentioned? I've sent you the script. Agent Jiang replied immediately. Sure. Lin Wan is available. The agent asked, your cousin really invested in a drama? I've already agreed to it for you, at 100,000 per episode for a total of 24 episodes. I can't believe your cousin actually invested. Although it's a small script, the pay is quite good. With 24 episodes, that totals 2.4 million, and their company will take a cut of 1 million. They signed the contract to make money, and for someone like Lin Wan, getting 100,000 per episode as a newcomer is impressive. In contrast, Lin Wan's role as a supporting character in a big production only pays 10,000 per episode, and for the first half of 16 episodes, she would earn 160,000, with the company taking 70,000. Their agent is always focused on profit. Really? That's great. Lin Wan said happily. By the way, Jiang, I want to tell you something, Lin Wan said a bit shyly. What is it? My cousin also registered a company called Sunny Entertainment. I plan not to renew my contract when it expires and want to join my cousin's company. Lin Wan said. She knew her cousin had really invested in a drama and made her the female lead. Not only that, but she also started an entertainment company. Even if it's small now, she wants to go to her cousin. Agent Zhang's expression changed slightly as she said, do you think just because you are the lead in your first drama you can become famous? You want to leave our company? Tian Entertainment is indeed a large company with many stars, including top-tier ones, but the best resources have already been taken. Lin Wan wants to go to her cousin's company, which is just starting out, but as an investor, her cousin will surely support her. It's better than staying here. She has had enough of her time in the industry. Acting is her dream, and she doesn't want to compromise her values, especially as a newcomer. She sees this as an opportunity and nodded seriously, saying, yes. Agent Jiang laughed in frustration, saying, all right, I will prepare the contract for your release, but you still need to share the earnings from this new drama with us. Newcomers earning 2.4 million means they get 1 million, and the agent's commission will be 300,000. No problem, Lin Wan replied, considering it a parting fee. Jiang, the agent, looked at Lin Wan and frowned, saying, Lin Wan, you are just a newcomer. Don't get too carried away. Just because you got the lead role in a small production, you think you're something special. I really misjudged you. If you want to come back later, that won't be possible. Jiang was both angry and amused. Lin Wan had decent looks, which was why she was willing to promote her. I just want to act well. I don't want to please those people. Every time they had to drink with investors, and these agents even took them to various drinking events.
Ha.
Am I giving you face? Others want to go but can't. It's just about drinking. Who in this industry doesn't drink? I only see you have some looks. Lin Wan shook her head, knowing some things but choosing not to speak about them. Jiang, don't be upset. It's not worth it for a newcomer like me. I chose this path myself, and even if I don't do well in the future, I will still appreciate your help. Lin Wan held Zhang's arm and smiled. Zhang's attitude softened as she looked at Lin Wan. After all, she was still getting a commission of 300,000, which was what second and third-tier stars earned.
Fine.
You chose this path, so go ahead. Jiang picked up her bag and left. Not long after she stepped out, she remembered the dinner party tomorrow night, frowned, and picked up her phone to make a call. Yuan, a director has taken an interest in you recently. Remember to dress simply and sweetly for the audition tomorrow night. Really? That's great. Thank you, Jiang, for this opportunity. I will definitely dress beautifully. The excited voice of a girl came through the phone. Jiang was very pleased with this attitude. She hung up and looked back at the hotel. You want to terminate the contract? You're lucky someone else wants to join. Not knowing what's good for you. Thinking being the lead in a small production is a big deal? It's just an online drama. Who knows how many male and female leads there are in online dramas each year? How many actually become popular? She frowned slightly and called the investor again. Mr. Liu, our Lin Wan is sick and can't audition for that drama tomorrow. I've sent a recent graduate, Yuan, to audition instead. The voice on the phone sounded clearly unhappy, but upon hearing that another female college student would take her place, he reluctantly said, let her try. Okay, see you tomorrow, Jiang said with a smile as she hung up the phone. Lin Wan's looks were still decent, but every time she had to drink, it was always some issue or another. Let's see how you manage without my support. Do you think you can become popular? Just a small investment, and you're acting all proud. Even if you film a leading role, so what? Many haven't made it big. Jiang, the manager, left in her high heels. Meanwhile, Xia Qing received a message from Lin Wan. Cousin, once my contract is up, can I sign with your company?
Sure.
I'll find you an assistant and a manager. If you come here, you'll be our star. Xia Qing joked. Her entertainment company had just opened, and she hadn't signed any stars yet.
Great.
I'll follow you from now on. Lin Wan sent a big emoji. When they were kids, Nuan always liked to stick to her. Xia Qing shook her head and put the thought aside for now. Xia Qing's entertainment company had just opened. She bought a lot of office supplies and interviewed 5 groups of people today. They temporarily hired 2 cleaners and 1 administrative staff. The rest were recent graduates, full of energy and ideas. The company was up and running, but they hadn't signed any artists yet, just 1 film in preparation. Lin Wan's contract wouldn't end until next month. In the meeting room of Qing Tian Entertainment, there were only 5 people, 3 recent graduates and 2 hired from other film companies by Xia Qing at a high salary. We're about to start filming this project. Zhang Nan, you'll join the team, and we'll handle the promotion ourselves.
Got it.
Next, I'll need your help with planning, Manager Jiang. Xia Qing smiled. I'll make sure to get it done. It was a joke. The boss was paying them double. From now on, the company was like home. I'm busy, so you can contact me via WeChat for anything. This meant she was almost never available to come to the office. Right now, we have 1 project, and there will be more later. Let's focus on finishing this one first. She had a lot of scripts in hand. No problem. If this show gets over 10,000 views, everyone gets a bonus of 10,000. Xia, you're generous. The employees got excited at Xia Qing's words. After finishing the entertainment company matters, the coal she ordered had already been delivered to the warehouse. She drove to the county town again that night.
Shuyu?
Yes, I'm here. After his reply, Xia Qing stored the 500 boxes of coal at her space and walked toward the space portal. The weather on Suyu's side had turned colder, dropping to 7-8 degrees. It's cold again. Although she was well prepared, Xia Qing felt it was much colder than the last time she visited. It has gotten colder. The temperature will drop by 5 to 6 degrees every day for the next few days, Suyu said in a low voice. The base had already stocked up on supplies, and with the coal that Xia Qing brought, they would stay warm. However, as the weather gets colder, people become lazy, and fewer go out to gather supplies. Xia Qing, you mentioned that there aren't many ceramic factories left. We could build a small ceramic factory here. Build a ceramic factory? Xia Qing exclaimed in surprise. We can produce ceramics here and trade them for food. The cold weather would give these survivors some work to do, allowing them to exchange it for food. Of course. Xia Qing smiled as she was out of stock for her ceramic cups. The last ceramic factory they visited had limited supplies, and they couldn't produce more. Do you have anyone here who can fire ceramics? We use machines for firing ceramics. As long as we have the template data, we can manage. I already have that, Xia replied with a smile. Additionally, there were survivors who used to work in ceramics. That's great, Xia Qing said. This way, the survivors would have worked to earn food. How many people are at the base now? Over 400, and more people are on their way after receiving our messages, Xia said. The military equipment they found could send signals that broadcast nationwide, allowing anyone who could receive the broadcast to get their information. By the way, I want to use your architect to design an ancient street based on the style of your supermarket. Sure. I'll call him over, Xia said in a serious tone. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in nervously. Base leader, the man said, fidgeting. He was an architect who designed the base's walls and was now teaching his son. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a skill was essential for survival. Hello, I would like to design an ancient commercial street and an ancient film city. Currently, I don't have enough funds, but that won't delay the preparations. I also have a storage facility from Suyu. If I run out of money, I can sell it, so I'm not too worried. The architect was initially nervous, but when he heard Xia Qing wanted him to design an ancient film city, he became enthusiastic. Absolutely. No problem. I participated in the design of the Hengdian film city in Dragon Country back in the day. The man immediately replied. The Hengdian film and television city in the Dragon Country has hosted many movies and TV shows over the years. I will prepare the tools for you to draw. There's no rush to finish the drawing. It must be unique. Once it's done, just give it to Suyu. Oh, by the way, what reward do you want? Food or supplies? Xia Qing asked, blinking her eyes. Money might not be very useful to them. Supplies and food are more practical. The man was very excited to hear Xia Qing's words. He was an architect, but usually only built walls for the base to earn points. I would like some baby formula, if that's okay? If not, sure. Xia Qing replied readily. For her, it was just a few cans of baby formula. Hiring a designer would cost thousands, right? Moreover, she wanted something unique, designed from an ancient era of another time and space. Thank you. The man excitedly left, and the next day he received 10 cans of baby formula. This was baby formula. Honey, after the baby is born, there will be formula to drink, the man said excitedly. He didn't expect to receive 10 whole cans of baby formula. Even if he only got one, he would still design it carefully. Make sure to keep these safe, the man said nervously. Although the base was strictly managed to prevent theft, and there were cameras everywhere, anyone caught would be expelled from the base. The base was the only place with regular food. Who would want to leave? Leaving the base meant certain death. However, some people would beg others for help, as many women in the base were pregnant. Currently, there were no measures in place, and those who survived were the strongest, with a high pregnancy rate. It's somewhat ironic that without food and due to mutations, the remaining people's ability to reproduce had increased. Is this humanity's way of saving itself? Now, with so many people in the base, living space was becoming limited. It's getting cold, and everyone can exchange for 1 bag of coal for free. If you want more, you'll need to use points, a woman said with a frown. Actually, the base was doing quite well. Each person could receive a large bag, and those who were pregnant, elderly, or sick would get an extra bag. Looking at this temperature, I wonder if the coal will be enough, the woman said worriedly. We've distributed thick blankets and warm clothes for free these past few days, but we still need to work and stay active, the woman added. I'm fine. You should rest well. I need to hurry and finish the drawing, the man said, adjusting his glasses. He had exchanged for 10 cans of baby formula. He needs to design a perfect structure to justify these 10 cans of milk powder. This is a warm sticker. I bought many of them. When it's cold, you stick them on your body, and it keeps you warm, Xia Qing said. Okay, let's give them to the kids first, Xia replied. There is a villa in the base specifically for orphans, and they're responsible for cleaning it themselves. However, the food for these children is free, with 2 meals a day. Now the base is open to school to teach the children to read and learn special skills. These kids are the hope for the future. The orphans often feel insecure. At first, the children with parents would bully the orphans, thinking they had no one to support them. So most of the orphans stick together to avoid being bullied. There are now over 50 orphans. When Xia Qing arrived, some of the children were playing, some were running, and the older kids were studying hard. When the children saw Suyu coming, they lined up on their own. They had all seen him before. This time, Xia Qing did not see Xiao Xingyun and frowned slightly, saying, "Where is Xiao Xingyun?" Suyu looked around and also did not see her, so he waved over an older child and asked, "Where did Xiao Xingyun go?" "I don't know. She should be in the house." The kids are quite strong. Although the weather has cooled down quickly, these children are generally healthier than adults. Plus, they receive milk and meat every day, which boosts their immunity. "Take me to see her," Xia Qing said. "Okay," a 7-year-old girl nodded understandingly. Here, anyone over 12 years old cannot stay in the orphanage. The base arranges some light work for them. In the villa, there aren't enough beds, so they sleep on the floor. "Xiao Xingyun?" Xia Qing looked at a girl curled up in the corner of the room, hugging a toy. "What happened?" Suyu asked coldly, and the two children in the same room were too scared to speak. Xia Qing walked over, picked up Xiao Xingyun and frowned, saying, "She feels very hot. She must have a fever. She has been like this since last night." Brother Lin has already gone to the treatment room to find a doctor, but the doctor hasn't arrived yet, the girl said nervously. There was a sense of pressure from Suyu, making the child a bit afraid to speak. Xia Qing carried Xiao Xingyun and followed Suyu to the treatment room. At that moment, Dr. Lin was busy, and there were many people in the treatment room due to seasonal colds. The treatment room fell silent when Suyu arrived, and everyone instinctively made way for him. "Dr. Lin, come over and check on her condition," Suyu said in a low voice. "Okay." Dr. Lin quickly replied, setting aside what he was doing to come over. The others naturally didn't dare to say anything. Dr. Lin examined Little Lucky and took a blood sample to give to his assistant for testing. Before long, the results came back. She is not sick. All her vital signs are very good. Then, why is she running a fever? Xia Qing asked, confused. Perhaps she is evolving. Suyu said, understanding the situation. Evolving? Didn't you say evolution happens when someone is bitten by a zombie and their body fights back to evolve? Yes. But it's also possible to evolve on her own, Suyu said solemnly. Because he himself had evolved on his own years ago. Dr. Lin, please keep a close watch on the child. Sure. Once Suyu spoke, he would definitely follow orders. If you need any medicine, let Suyu know, Xia Qing added. Dr. Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. They were indeed short on medicine. They could treat the illness, but there were no medicines available. Suyu took Xia Qing to a nearby open area and said, "We can build a small ceramic factory here." Won't building a ceramic factory so close to your living area cause pollution? Xia Qing asked worriedly. No. Our ceramic factory generates power, Suyu assured her. The ceramic factory can be set up quickly. I'll take a team tomorrow to bring over the equipment. Having ready-made equipment would speed up the process significantly. Tian Rui has an existing ceramic factory. I'll have her take charge. Tian Rui's factory is among the top 3 large ceramic factories in Long Country and has been showcased at international ceramic exhibitions. Thank you so much, Xia Qing said happily. With that, she could create any design she wanted for the ceramics. She could also place bulk orders for popular products. You still haven't absorbed all the crystal beads I gave you, Suyu asked. Now the space had expanded to over 200 square meters. I'll absorb them when I get back. Xia Qing smiled. Then, Suyu called over Li Yao and Tian Rui. I'm planning to build a ceramic factory, and I'll collect the equipment from the factory tomorrow, Suyu said. A ceramic factory? Tian Rui said in surprise. You want to establish a ceramic factory now? How will that even work? Where will it be sold? Yes, a ceramic factory. I remember your family is in the ceramics business, and I hope you can take charge of the factory, Suyu said. Tian Rui felt a bit excited. Before the apocalypse, she was not just a wealthy second generation. She had dual bachelor's degrees from a university in Washington. Her grandfather was also a well-known master of ceramic culture in the Dragon Country. Really? Tian Rui said, somewhat in disbelief. She was currently at the villa, spending her days taking care of the baby and cleaning. Li Yao's points were enough for their supplies. However, Tian Rui didn't want to live like this. She felt that the longer she stayed in this situation, the more disconnected she would become, but she felt powerless to change it. Now that she had this opportunity, she was eager to take it. She had originally thought about applying to be a teacher to help children learn, but she didn't go through with it because she needed to care for the baby. Li Yao didn't want her to struggle too much. Working at the base was like earning points, while teaching was relatively easier, and could also earn some points. Li Yao's points were enough for their food, and since they lived in the same villa as Suyu, they occasionally received extra food. The factory needs to be set up quickly in the next few days, and you will be in charge of selecting the workers, Suyu said. Yes, brother Yu, Tian Rui replied excitedly. After Suyu left, she immediately hugged Li Yao. Honey, I will make the ceramics factory successful and won't let brother Yu down, Tian Rui said earnestly. I will definitely support you, Li Yao said affectionately. I know it will be hard, but I'm willing to do it. This is the opportunity brother Yu gave me. Li Yao understood that establishing a ceramics factory in the apocalypse was also what Miss Xia wanted. They were willing to work together for the long term. Since the apocalypse, Tian Rui's life had drastically changed after having a child. The to her was significant, but the belief that kept her going was Li Yao and their child. Now she finally had something to do, and her mood became much brighter. Li Yao was also happy to see the change in Tian Rui. The next day, Suyu threw a large bag of items to Li Yao. This is for your wife, Suyu said in a deep voice. Thank you, brother Yu, Li Yao replied happily. Excited, Li Yao took the items back, and at that moment, Tian Rui was putting the baby to sleep. Wife, this is from brother Yu for you, Li Yao said as he handed her a large box. What could it be? Such a big box. Tian Rui opened the box to find a set of skincare products, several large packs of sanitary pads, some sets of undergarments, and baby food like small noodles and milk powder. This definitely wasn't prepared by brother Yu, Tian Rui said. Tian Rui thought of the girl from earlier. It must have been her, as only a girl could understand another girl. Yes, I will work hard. Brother Yu said you can use it freely. You'll get a big package like this every month, Li Yao said with a grin. Okay. Tian Rui was very happy. Her face had become dry due to malnutrition and lack of water, but this skincare set looked expensive. She used to buy luxury items often. Alright, I won't mention brother Yu looking for me. Today, we are going to the ceramic factory to retrieve the equipment. See how many workers you need. There are 2 former workers from the ceramic factory who can help you. Sure. Thank you, dear husband. Please come back safely. Okay. There are many styles of ceramic cups. Now that it's the end of the world, previous copyrights likely don't matter anymore, so she can recreate those famous and beautiful designs. The villa still has a computer, though there's no internet now. However, there are saved images that can be used as templates. On Xia Qing's side, the crew is fully prepared. The male lead, Su Jia, agreed to the script immediately after reading it. Su Jia's fee is 7 million in total. We plan to shoot this drama in Xiakou, starting in 3 days, Zhang Nan said.
Great.
Xiakou is located at the intersection of the Yangtze River and Han River, a first-tier city. Xia Qing opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhang Nan, saying, "We're starting in 2 days. You should go too and prepare for promotion."
Got it.
Zhang Nan replied instantly. This is their company's first project, so he definitely wants to do well. Otherwise, how could he justify the high salary from the boss? I'm going on a business trip to Xiakou tomorrow, and I might be gone for a month or 2, Zhang Nan told his girlfriend. A month or 2 away. She complained slightly. Yes, to Xiakou with the crew. You can come visit when you miss me. Is your company reliable? Didn't it just register not long ago? Yes. We even got Su Jia to star. Zhang Nan said with a smile. Getting a second-tier star like Su Jia for a newly open entertainment company is impressive. Most small companies usually start with short dramas. He felt that his boss must have some connections. Xia Qing wasn't in a hurry to start a second project. She could wait until the first drama aired before moving on to the next one. Jijilu, I will add 15 more barrels of milk tomorrow. Xia Qing sent a message to Lu Jiao on WeChat. Below was the transfer.
Got it.
I will deliver it to the warehouse as usual tomorrow. Lu Jia replied immediately before accepting the transfer. There are more survivors now, so more milk is needed. She now has a supply contact for her supermarket and sent a supply order to the person in charge, saying, please send 50 of each item to this address. Okay, I will arrange the goods, and they will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. This time, she ordered a few hundred more pounds of lamb, as the weather is cold, and a warm dish of braised lamb will be very comforting. Suyu was with Wang Chong, Liao, and a worker from the ceramic factory. The worker sat in the back, looking a bit nervous, as they might encounter zombies outside. Also, being in the same vehicle as the base leader and a few other officials made him quite anxious. It felt like an ordinary citizen riding in the same car as the president. His heart rate never dropped below 100. The factory equipment that could be used still needed to be checked by the worker. The display screen in the car showed the temperature at only 5 degrees. Thankfully, the air conditioning kept the car a bit warmer. A thin layer of fog formed on the car windows. If this keeps up, it will probably drop below 0 tomorrow. Hopefully, the temperature won't decrease any further. They had visited the ceramic factory before, so they were familiar with the route. Brother Yu, all this equipment is fine and usable, and there are quite a few ready-made molds here, the worker said after checking.
Great.
Suyu replied and began to gather the usable equipment. Wow, there's even a pair of national porcelain teacup molds. The ceramic worker exclaimed happily. This is a mold for national porcelain teacups and a lotus petal cup. It's very valuable, the ceramic worker said with a smile, surprised that the factory had preserved these items. Then let's take them all, Suyu said with a wave of his hand. While they collected equipment from the ceramic factory, Tianrui was busy recruiting people, having already announced it at the base, and many came to apply. As long as there are molds, the work can be done quickly. They just need people with some painting skills for the coloring part. Are they serious about opening a ceramic factory at our base? That's a joke, right? Can a ceramic factory really make money? Yeah. Are we selling to zombies? A group of them laughed together. However, the ceramic factory has good benefits. There are points in food. It's very cold outside, and having a job to exchange for food is better than going out to look for supplies. The cold limits their activities, but the zombies are not restricted at all. Soon, a long line formed at Tianrui's place. Are there really so many people coming for jobs? Li Yao said in surprise, looking at the crowd. He initially thought not many would come to the ceramic factory. All the valuable things around have been taken, and the only place left to go is the city center, which is full of zombies. Ordinary people wouldn't dare go there. Besides, working at the ceramic factory also earns points and offers extra benefits, so they are definitely willing to come. But I won't hire just anyone, Tianrui said seriously. After all, it's a family business. She had worked at the ceramic factory for a while, so she knew all the processes and could make ceramics herself. As a wealthy girl, her advantages included not just money but also a broad perspective and various educational opportunities. Taking piano lessons cost a lot, and for painting, she hired top-notch teachers. I saw the note from Xia Qing. Female workers will receive a set of extra skincare products and a hygiene gift package. Hygiene products are really helpful for women. It's hard to find supplies now. Since they are consumables, expired ones can't be used either. For example, during times of scarcity, they used cloth instead of sanitary pads, and due to water contamination, they couldn't clean them. Now having clean sanitary pads is wonderful. I must say, that girl is really thoughtful. Thinking of this made Tianrui even more determined to do a good job, even though the current conditions are very tough. With such good benefits here, it's no wonder there are so many applicants. All right, you should go take care of the kids. I need to continue the interviews. Liao looked at the long line outside and had to take the kids out to maintain order. After 3 hours of interviews, Tian Rui hired a total of 15 people. A few of them had painting skills, so coloring shouldn't be a problem. For making ceramics, they have machines and molds for mass production. The main focus is on decoration, painting, and there are also machines for sculpting. They still have some stock of colored glaze paint, which is currently hard to find. Brother Yu, I've finished hiring workers for the ceramic factory. Tomorrow I'll take them to try it out, but about the paint. If it's colored glazed ceramics, they will need paint.
You don't need to worry about that, Siyu said. Great.
Then I'll take them to get familiar with the work. Tian Rui replied. After Tian Rui left, Siyu told Xia Qing about it. It was just past midnight at the 5-star hotel in Xiakou. Xia Qing was applying a face mask, sipping milk tea, and soaking in a large bathtub with a screen playing a TV drama. With money, she had no worries. Xia Qing, are you there? Xia Qing was surprised to hear Siyu's voice and then realized she could hear him directly now. Previously, she could only hear him when she entered a special space. It seemed she had been absorbing crystal beads to upgrade her space recently. Yes, I'm here, Xia Qing quickly replied, her voice a bit shy as pink bubbles floated around her in the bathtub. The ceramic factory workers have been hired, but we don't have the materials to make the ceramic paint. They had many factories, but a lot of the paint had expired and couldn't be used. Okay, I understand. I'll go buy some tomorrow, Xia Qing said hurriedly.
Good.
Are you busy? Suyu asked, hearing a man's voice in the background. No, I'm just watching a show. She felt shy about admitting she was in the bath. Suyu seemed to relax, and Xia Qing noticed a romantic scene in the drama where the male lead was confessing his feelings to the female lead. After a long pause without Suyu's voice, Xia Qing sighed in relief. She was worried he might suddenly enter her world while she was bathing. She remembered a time when she had crossed over without a response and saw Suyu's upper body. He had a great figure and thinking about it made her cheeks warm. But Suyu couldn't enter the space. He could only take things from it, so he shouldn't be able to come over. Tomorrow, she would go check on the new drama they were filming since it was her first time as an investor. The first part of Power Over the World had been completed and was in post-production. The script was very faithful to the original, so it would definitely pass the review. They expected to air it during the winter break, while the excitement was still high. Xia Qing opened her phone and saw a message from Lin Wan sent an hour ago.
Cousin. Yay.
They actually invited Su Jia. I really like him. He's my favorite second male lead. This drama is going to be a hit. Don't worry, we can also get Zhou Ling. Xia Qing confidently replied. I'm seriously reading the script. I'll perform well. Not just Zhou Ling, but Xian can join too. Lin Wan sent a cheerful emoji. Questioning rich women, understanding rich women, and becoming a rich woman. She was on her way to becoming wealthy and would surely go further. Xiakou City has a subtropical monsoon climate with distinct seasons. It is currently hot and humid, typical for this time of year. Today, she wore a gray baseball cap, her long black hair flowing down her back. She had on a black off-the-shoulder top and gray denim shorts. She accessorized with sparkling pearl earrings, a red agate necklace, and a rose gold red agate bracelet, carrying a pink handbag. Zhang Nan sent her an address for the filming location, and she took a taxi there directly. Sorry, filming is happening here.
Please go that way. A staff member said.
I'm looking for Lu Yuan, Xia Qing replied calmly. Looking for the director? The female staff member was surprised and discreetly looked Xia Qing up and down. Could she be that actress? But that girl's bag is really nice. Over there. The staff member pointed in the direction ahead and secretly took out her phone to snap a picture of Xia Qing's bag. She couldn't find the same bag on Taobao. So, she took a screenshot of just the bag's image and posted it on Xiahongshu. Does anyone know where I can buy this bag? Help. Xia Qing thanked her and walked forward. She was also ordering takeout on Meituan, having ordered 100 servings of Farewell, My Concubine milk tea. Su Jia is so handsome. I heard that Lin Wan got into the group with funding. She's a new actress with no fame, yet she gets to act with Su Jia. Su Jia was the emotional second lead in that palace drama, so charming. A few extra actors were gossiping nearby. Su Jia had previously played a male lead's bodyguard and gained some popularity due to his looks. His role as the emotional second lead made him a bit more famous. Not far away, Lin Wan was auditioning with Su Jia. She still had 2 months left on her contract, which was for 3 years. During this time, she had attended many social events, but had only landed a few small supporting roles.
Boss.
Zhang Nan saw Xia Qing approaching and quickly ran over with a smile. Director Liu is busy. The producer is over there, Zhang Nan said, handing Xia Qing a small fan. It was so hot that many people were holding fans.
Miss Xia.
Zhang Xian saw Xia Qing and quickly stood up, smiling. Seeing the producer smile kindly at the girl, everyone around began to speculate. This drama was based on an original script, and Chao Lajiao was the investor for their production. It's okay, you all keep busy. I'm just going to look around here. By the way, Zhang Nan, the milk tea will arrive soon. Can you share it with everyone? Sure. Producer Zhang, you can keep working for now, Xia Qing said.
All right.
I will thank the boss for the milk tea on behalf of everyone. I have to get back to work now, Zhang Xian replied. The pay is good, but he is doing the work of 3 people. Lu Yuan has high standards and some of these people are new, so he has to supervise them personally. In the van, Jaga, I told you this film is being shot in Xiakou and it's really popular right now. Assistant Su Jia said. The assistant felt a bit regretful because there were 2 previous projects that approached Jaga. One was a fantasy drama and the other a modern drama. Although he was the second male lead in that one, the female and male leads were both top stars, a big production with a budget of several hundred million. At that time, Su Jia's manager, Yan Shui, was looking at both scripts and said, even though it's a big production, it's just a second male lead. The script is really good. The director is Lu Yuan. He hasn't had many works in recent years, but he had a previous award-winning project. In the end, Su Jia chose this male lead role, and the modern drama was easier since he didn't have to wear a headpiece. The assistant was preparing water for Su Jia when Yan Shui came in. How's the filming going? The female lead is from the investment side, so make sure to get along well, Yan Shui reminded. They didn't want to offend any investors. Pretty good. The filming is going smoothly, and this director has great ideas, Su Jia said with a smile. The male lead in this drama is very charming, Su Jia said while picking up the script. To be honest, the role is quite challenging. I believe in you. Your acting skills are solid. Lin Wan has good potential, but unfortunately, she doesn't have many opportunities at Tian Entertainment, Yan Shui sighed. Tian Entertainment is a large company with many first and second-tier stars, but resources are limited. Xia Qing went to find Lin Wan. Tian Entertainment wouldn't provide her with a van, so she had to wait outside. Wan, Xia Qing greeted with a smile. Cousin. Lin Wan, with her delicate features, was very beautiful and recognizable. I was so nervous filming with a star for the first time that my palms were sweating. You'll be a star too. My contract with my manager ends in 2 months, and I won't renew it. My manager has already prepared the termination contract for me. It's good that they can let you go so quickly, Xia Qing said, as she thought it would be hard to terminate a contract. I'm not a first or second-tier star. They don't lack new talent. Lin Wan clearly understands reality. I'll ask Zhang Nan to help you find an assistant, and we'll arrange a van for you.
Cousin.
You're so wonderful. I will definitely stick with you from now on, Lin Wan said with a genuine smile. The two chatted for a while, and many staff members watched their interaction, quietly guessing. Is that person the one who stirs up excitement? I heard the investor is the female lead's cousin. I wish I had a cousin like that. Soon, the delivery arrived, and Zhang Nan distributed the milk tea to the staff. Who says this is a small production? On the first day of shooting, we already have milk tea. 1 cup costs 20 yuan, so that's 100 cups. All right. Focus on your acting. I'll visit you in a few days, Xia Qing said, as she needed to buy paint. There is a paint factory nearby, but it's in the county area. Okay, I will definitely do my best, Lin Wan said seriously. Since her cousin gave her this opportunity, She would make sure to perform well. At noon, Xia Qing found a place for lunch, and in the afternoon, she rented a car to visit the Senyu paint factory. She ordered a batch of every color, and the delivery would go to the county warehouse. Here's the deposit. Please expedite the delivery. Not a problem. We will use express delivery, and it will arrive in a day or two once everything is ready, the manager said. After Xia Qing left, the manager was very happy to receive such a large order. Half a month later at the ceramic factory. This cup shape is beautiful, Xia Qing exclaimed, holding a cup that looked like a flower petal. This porcelain cup is called a Qing glaze red highfoot cup. The color is between blue and white, and the red color is due to copper elements, which make it unstable during firing, Tian Rui explained. Xia Qing nodded. They also had red porcelain in ancient times, but it was difficult to produce and not very stable, so the output was low. We can create a red gradient during firing, which gives these glazes their color, Tian Rui said. This porcelain cup was beautiful and had been showcased at the National Porcelain Exhibition. This cup is also lovely,
Xia Qing said.
This is the Buddha's hand cup. The color combination is truly stunning. The workers are just starting to get skilled. There will be even better products in the future. Half of this batch has defects, Tian Rui said with a frown. Keep producing. I'm quite satisfied with both of these designs. I'll take them back, Xia Qing said. The colors of these ceramic cups already look beautiful to her, and they will surely sell well in the store. Now, her ceramic shop's live stream has thousands of viewers every day. This batch is so successful. We should celebrate with some food, Xia Qing said with a smile. She ordered 5 roasted whole lambs for today. She also visited Xiao Xingyun, who has successfully become an evolved being but is still young and not very strong. The weather in the apocalyptic world is now -10 degrees, and it has been dry and cold without rain or snow. Tian Rui's eyes lit up. Recently, Xia Qing has been coming over occasionally, always bringing delicious food. This time, Siyu invited several key members from the ceramic factory and a master painter who works with Xia Qing. All the evolved beings in the base were invited today. The notified evolved beings were very excited. The base leader is treating us to roasted lamb chops today. It smells so good. Hurry up, Mr. Ma. The base leader invited you too. You can bring one family member. Really? I can go? Ma Kuran said excitedly.
Yes.
But you can only bring one family member. The notified team member quickly left after speaking. Ma Kuran is over 50 years old and thought he was a burden. He couldn't even work on the base's walls due to his weak health and struggled to earn points. But unexpectedly, someone appreciated his paintings, giving him hope to continue living.
Which of you two will go with me?
He asked his 2 sons. His eldest son is 20, and his youngest is only 16. Their mother has passed away, leaving just the 3 of them. Both sons are very filial, and he doesn't know who to take with him. The eldest son has a talent for painting, and has been learning from him recently. Dad, I can go too. They just said that some key members from the ceramic factory can attend, so I can go as well. If you couldn't go, I wouldn't have gone either, the eldest son said. He successfully joined the ceramic factory and does well in painting. Now we can all go together. Today is roasted whole lamb. Eating something warm in this cold weather will be amazing, the eldest son, Ma Qiao, said excitedly. They haven't had meat in a long time. They found a large warehouse where tables were already set up. A fire pit was lit in the middle, and many people had already arrived early. In the center, there was a delicious roasted whole lamb, a total of 10. There was also pig head meat, chicken legs, and roasted duck. Not only that, there are all kinds of fruits, watermelon, apples, bananas, things that usually can only be enjoyed by redeeming points, but today they are all free to eat. There are various pastries and some white wine. Having a little wine can help everyone feel warmer. Everyone is drooling at the delicious food in the center, but no one dares to rush forward to grab it. After all, the base leader hasn't spoken yet. Brother Yu. A few people called out as they saw Siyu walking over, followed by Xia Qing, who had changed into a pink ski suit. Everyone please take a seat. With that, everyone sat down around dozens of people with the evolvers in front and several team leaders from the core vanguard behind. There were also Li Zhong and Wang Zhen, who had joined not long ago. Is that roasted lamb chop? It smells so good. When can we eat it? Wang Zhen was already drooling. Brother Zhong, the woman next to the base leader, is really pretty, said another man with a buzz cut. Just look, don't get any ideas. She is probably the base leader's woman, Li Zhong warned. Not only the men, but others were also watching, especially since Xia Qing was so bright and cheerful. In this dark world, she looked like a clean pink rose. This is Miss Xia Qing, and she will be the deputy leader of the base from now on, Siyu said firmly, not giving anyone a chance to argue. Those who knew the inside story, like Zhang Liang and Wang Chang, had no objections. The people in front were silent, while a few in the back were quite surprised. Li Zhong was also shocked for a few seconds. He had thought she was the base leader's woman, and now she was the deputy leader. What Siyu said next shocked everyone even more. From now on, Xia Qing's words will represent my decisions. Xia Qing, Sunny Day Base. Those who didn't understand at first realized something when they heard her name. Deputy leader. Let me toast to you. Zhang Liang politely picked up a glass and walked to Xia Qing. Xia Qing glanced at Siyu, surprised by the sudden promotion. No need to be polite. After they toasted, others followed suit and began to toast to Xia Qing as well. Everyone here today has worked hard for the Sunny Day Base. This is a feast to reward you, Siyu said firmly. Everyone, enjoy the food. If you can't finish, you can take some home. As soon as Siyu finished speaking, everyone below couldn't sit still and started eating the food. The atmosphere was silent except for the sounds of chewing. Siyu, am I really going to be the deputy base leader? Yes. Siyu replied with a smile. The base is still unstable now, but if it becomes stable in the future, he wouldn't mind if Xia Qing took the position of base leader. Everyone ate until their bellies were full, and they packed up the leftovers to take home. A few people managed to grab some pastries to take back for their children. Xia Qing watched them eat everything without wasting a bit. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from outside. It was the sound of an airplane. There's a plane. Before long, someone rushed in to say, a large plane has landed 1 kilometer from our base. Gather a few people to check it out, Siyu instructed. I'll go too, Xia Qing said. Okay. 1 kilometer from the base, a passenger plane had landed. Inside the plane, they heard an announcement saying this was humanity's last sanctuary, with plenty of food and clean water. Due to a poor landing, the plane's nose hit a wall. Everyone, get off the plane quickly, the captain urged. If the plane leaked fuel, it could explode. They had just seen signs of other people living below from the plane. There are zombies, a man shouted in terror. One man in the cabin suddenly mutated. His limbs grew longer, and his eyes turned red. He was originally 175 centimeters tall, but suddenly grew to 2 meters, with especially long limbs and a mouth dripping with green slime. His sharp black teeth were exposed, and he had no lips.
Run.
With a swipe of its hand, the mutant zombie instantly decapitated a man. What kind of zombie is this? How did it mutate so suddenly? Everyone hurriedly fled the plane in all directions, and a few survivors ran into people from the Qingtian base who had just arrived. Don't go over there. There's a mutant zombie on the plane. 2 people gasped, warning them. Many people inside the plane had been killed by it, and those 2 had managed to escape. They jumped off the plane, their legs injured. What mutant zombie? Wang Chang asked. We flew over from Landu. That person was fine the whole way, but just before landing, his body suddenly swelled up.
It was terrifying.
Everyone was checked before getting on the plane. Mutated zombies? Wang Chang frowned slightly. Currently, zombies are only active at night. During the day, they are not as dangerous, even though they can be quite creepy. If they encounter a horde of zombies, it can be quite dangerous, but most zombies tend to gather in groups. They can sense each other's presence and come together. There were 5 people who escaped from the plane and were rescued by Wang Chang. 3 men and 2 women. Is there really clean food at this base? One of the men asked eagerly. They had abandoned the Blue City survival base and flown here. Of course, but you all need to go through a checkup and stay in a quarantine room for a day before entering the base, Wang Chang replied. It was better to be cautious about the mutated zombies and keep them isolated for a day. Before entering, we can provide you with free food. That's great, the man exclaimed excitedly. However, they also wanted to ask some questions about the Blue City survival base. Blue City is by the sea. There should be food, right? Zhang Liang asked. At first, when the zombies mutated, the land and plants started to turn black, and the government established a survival base, he explained. The seawater turned a deep green, and so far, it hasn't mutated. They have been eating seafood for nearly half a year, but the taste of the fish has become strange and sour, making them feel sick. But with no other food, they had no choice but to eat it. Water resources are very scarce due to pollution, and the seawater is undrinkable. Long-term use of seawater for bathing has damaged their skin. However, 2 months ago, they couldn't catch any fish. There were no small fish or shrimp to be found. Some people tried to leave by boat, while others stayed behind. I am the pilot, leading a group to escape from there, but we didn't know where to go. We flew to 3 places, but couldn't find a suitable place to survive. We didn't see any green plants. All they found was a black forest, with many animal carcasses hanging from the trees. Then we heard the broadcast, and we flew over here. What happened with the mutated zombie on the plane? Where did you go? Wang Chang asked. We passed by that black forest thinking there might be food, and a few people got off the plane. Some of them got scratched by branches and turned into those zombies. Later, the others managed to escape back to the plane, another woman recalled. The man who mutated on the plane kept covering his face. Maybe he got scratched too, she added. No wonder there is always a bad smell on the plane. They almost got eaten by the mutant, but fortunately, they landed just in time and escaped. There were more than 30 people on the plane. I wonder how many made it out, the woman sighed. Some of them jumped off the plane and ran without looking back until they saw Wang Chang and the others. Wang Chang frowned. It was very likely that the mutant could infect others. After learning about the situation, Su directed a drone to check things out. Su Yu and a few other evolved individuals, including Xia Qing, were in the monitoring room. Zhang Liang controlled a drone flying towards the landed plane. At that moment, the front of the plane was smashed and the cabin windows were shattered. Suddenly, a long arm reached out through the glass. The mutant zombie's limbs were unusually long as it crawled out, its mouth dripping with thick red blood. The drone clearly captured pieces of flesh in its mouth. What kind of zombie is this? How can its body twist 360 degrees? Wang Chang said in shock. Xia Qing also saw this scene and frowned slightly. It resembled the humanoid form from the movie Alien. Be prepared for safety. We need to double the patrols at the base tonight, Su said firmly. Understood. Although they had obtained an infrared system effective against warm-bodied humans, it was useless against these cold-blooded zombies. Suddenly, 2 more mutant zombies emerged from the plane. These creatures are too close. We must stay vigilant, Su said seriously. The base needed to remain quiet tonight to avoid attracting the mutant zombies. Okay. These cameras will automatically record and alert us whenever something moves, Xia Qing said. In our country, guns are banned, so I can't help you buy any weapons. If she wanted to buy firearms, she would have to wait until she went to Myanmar or the US. This meant she needed to get a passport quickly after returning, but buying a large number of guns would be easier in Myanmar. However, she was also hesitant to go to Myanmar, as it was said to be very chaotic there. Buying guns can only be done in Myanmar. It's quite chaotic there, Xia Qing said honestly. She had seen reports of scams in that area on social media, so going there to buy guns seemed a bit risky. She glanced at Su Yu's physique. Having him around would provide a lot of reassurance. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the space. Perhaps if she absorbed more crystal beads, it might be possible? Then don't go. I will find a way regarding the weapons, Su said in a low voice. Some military bases still have weapon storage, but these are secret locations hidden in the mountains. In our dragon country, firearms are also strictly controlled. These mutated zombies need to be eliminated. They are too close to the base and pose a safety risk, Siyu said. Through drones, they discovered a total of 3 mutated zombies. For now, close the base gates and do not allow anyone to go out for supplies, Siyu instructed. Okay. When Xia Qing returned to the space, Siyu frowned and said, Liao, check if there are any isolated mutated zombies. Understood. They quickly realized that Siyu wanted to eliminate these mutated zombies. Otherwise, having such a threat near their base would prevent them from sleeping peacefully. When Xia Qing returned home, she felt a bit worried about the world outside, especially with the new mutated zombie. That creature looked strong and frightening. Although she couldn't buy firearms or ammunition, she could get some baseball bats and protective helmets that might be useful, right? Xia Qing ordered a batch to be sent to the warehouse, and once it arrived, she would take it to Suyu. In the afternoon, she visited the ceramic shop to display the new goods and also had a few paintings to deliver to the art store. She placed the ceramics in the county warehouse and looked for someone to transport them to the shop. Cousin! A boy exclaimed happily upon seeing Xia Qing. What are you doing here? Are you on break? Xia Qing recognized Yongwen, her uncle's eldest son, who had just finished his college entrance exams this year. Right after the exams, my dad asked me to come help out. He's in the field harvesting vegetables today, Yongwen said. When she left home today, her mom mentioned that they had also harvested vegetables from her uncle's farm. Recently, she had ordered a lot of supplies at once, and one warehouse wasn't enough, so she rented a few more nearby. Perfect. Let's set up this new batch. There's more in the car. Xia Qing took out a large box of ceramics from the trunk. Okay. Yongwen thought the box looked light as he watched his cousin lift it easily. But when he tried to lift it, he realized it was surprisingly heavy, at least 60 or 70 pounds. Seeing Xia Qing handle it so effortlessly made him doubt himself. Was he really that weak? Xia Qing opened the boxes and arranged the cups inside. This cup looks really nice, Yongwen said with a smile. This is new stock. Let's display these. The previous items had mostly sold out, and these new ones had just arrived. Yongwen took out his phone and started taking pictures of the cup. I think your photos look great. They have a lot of feeling, Xia Qing praised. Yongwen loved taking pictures, but cameras were too expensive, so he used his phone instead. I want to apply to the photography department at Chuanyang Art Academy, but my parents don't agree, Yongwen said, feeling a bit sad. Why don't they agree? Chuanyang Art Academy is a good school. Xia Qing frowned. Yongwen had finished his college entrance exams, but his scores weren't out yet, and he hadn't submitted his application. My mom says photography is too costly, and just one camera can cost thousands. Xia Qing remembered how much she spent when she got into art school, but she was an only child. Yongwen had a younger brother and sister. Then I'll give you a camera, so you can take good photos. I think you have talent. She had just seen how Yongwen's pictures made the cups look really fancy. No, that's too expensive, Yongwen said, feeling a bit tempted but also knowing his cousin was busy with her store and supermarket, so she had money. But it's just a gift from your cousin. You can take pictures of these ceramics in the store and post them online. Xia Qing laughed. Isn't that a form of promotion? Even though Douyin has live streaming, we still need good photos. Thank you, cousin. I will definitely make our store's ceramic cups look amazing, Yongwen said excitedly. Great. Xia Qing took out her phone and looked at several camera options on JD.com. She decided to buy one right away. She ordered a Sony A7M IV for 14,899 yuan. The next day, Yongwen was helping in the store, and his dad, Yang Ziyuan, was there too. Dad, this is the ceramic encyclopedia you wanted. Take a look. Yongwen handed a book to his dad, which he had ordered online a few days ago. His dad also wanted to try live streaming. A kid had sold a lot of items through it and earned a good commission. He wanted to understand the products first. Hello, JD Delivery. Is Yongwen here? The delivery person said, carrying a box inside. That's me, Yongwen said excitedly. His cousin had told him the day before that she bought him a camera on JD.com. He didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. The delivery person placed the package down, had him sign for it, and then left. What is this? Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly, wondering where his son got the money to buy something. My cousin bought me a camera yesterday, Yang Wen said happily. He quickly opened the camera and was amazed by what he saw, unable to find the words. He had looked at many cameras online before and checked the prices of almost everyone he liked. The cheaper ones cost 2,000 to 3,000, which was his dad's monthly salary. The expensive ones were over 10,000. This is a 10,000 yuan camera, Yang Wen exclaimed with joy. I love it so much, he said, unable to put it down. Yang Ziyuan, however, was worried and said, how could you let your cousin buy you something so expensive? This is too pricey.
Yang Ziyuan frowned.
Yang Wen also thought it was expensive, but he remembered what Xia Qing had told him. Dad, don't worry. During the winter and summer breaks, I'll come to the store to help out. Excited, Yang Wen quickly took out his phone, snapped a photo, and posted it on his WeChat moments. Thanks to my cousin for the gift. I love it so much. Soon, he received many likes. He also added Xia Lei, who commented below. You can't borrow 5,000 from your sister, but she buys you a camera. Yang Wen frowned slightly and ignored the comment. He had only met Xia Lei during the New Year, which was why they connected on WeChat. He also had a younger brother in elementary school and a 3-year-old sister. He could only express his gratitude to Xia Qing on moments. He was so happy that he wanted to hug the camera while sleeping. Remembering what his cousin said, he planned to take beautiful photos of the ceramic cups in the store and post them online. Seeing his son so happy and excited, Yang Ziyuan didn't want to ruin his mood. He picked up a book, but found that he didn't recognize some of the words. Each page had a code that could be scanned with a phone for explanations. He also wanted to live stream selling ceramics and had been learning how to explain things like that kid. Xia Qing went to the art store, where Xiaolon had just finished a live stream selling 2 paintings and was very happy to see Xia Qing. However, after a while, Xiaolon showed a hesitant expression. Boss, I want to tell you something. It's about Xia Fong. Xiaolon knew that Xia Fong was related to Xia Qing, so she had been thinking about whether to say something for the past few days. But today, she saw that Xia Fong was really going too far. I was supposed to work shifts with Xia Fong, but she often comes late or is tardy, and I never have enough time to hand over the work to her. Xiaolon complained. Every time, she had to do extra work. She had to do live broadcasts daily, and also manage inventory and clean. Xia Fong often brought her child to play here. When customers came in, she didn't introduce them or help with inventory or cleaning. She always waited for Xiaolon to do it. Xia Fong was jealous of Xiaolan's high commission, as she could sell nearly 10 paintings every day during her live broadcasts. At first, when they chatted, Xiaolon was so happy that she mentioned it, and Xia Qing transferred her a bonus of 2,000 yuan. Since then, Xia Fong became envious and thought about live streaming too, but when she went live, hardly anyone watched. The screen was filled with Xiaolan's viewers. Xiaolon had researched a lot about painting for her live streams, and as her popularity grew, she found even more information. She was focused on her broadcasts, and she couldn't keep up with the store's cleanliness and inventory alone. The pay at this job was good, and the boss was very nice. There were holidays and commissions. She was eager to work. She wanted to message Xia Qing about this, but her conflict with Xia Fong grew larger, as Xia Fong often relied on being the boss's relative. Actually, Xiaolon felt a bit nervous telling Xia Qing about this. You don't need to worry about it. It will be resolved in a few days. Xia Qing said. You can sell these paintings. Another batch will arrive in a couple of days. Xia Qing smiled. They were hand-painted by her, including a special piece by a renowned artist. All were in traditional Chinese painting style. Boss, I have a friend who wants to work here too. She can also do live streaming. Xiaolon introduced her friend to Xia Qing and showed her some videos. Since most of the store sales came from live streaming, having just one person was indeed a bit busy. How about this? Your friend can be a full-time streamer. I don't mind if she streams during the day or night, as long as she works 8 hours a day. Her pay and commission will be the same as yours. Xia Qing said with a smile. You can coordinate your streaming times with her. However, if there are no results in 3 months, her salary will be halved.
Got it.
That's great, boss. In other jobs, if there were no results for a month, they would let you go, and most didn't even have a base salary, just commissions. But what about the store's cleanliness and other products? Xiaolon asked, a bit worried.
You don't need to worry about that.
Xia Qing replied. Was Xia Fang's salary just for show? Plus, she was also covered by social insurance. Xia Qing looked at the time. It was supposed to be Xia Fang's turn to come and take over, but she was already 10 minutes late. Xiaolon, you can go back first. I'll wait for her here, Xia Qing said, looking unhappy. The ceramic shop also belonged to her uncle. Sometimes when he was busy in the fields, he would ask his son to help out at the store, so it wouldn't affect the business. That was her uncle, so she could overlook some things. But Xia Fang was just a cousin they rarely interacted with, only seeing each other during family gatherings at New Year. It's fine, I'll wait here for a bit, Xiaolon replied. After a while, it would be best for them to discuss the matter face-to-face when Xia Fang arrived.
All right.
I just ordered a fingerprint time clock. Once it's delivered and installed, I'll leave, Xia Qing said. About an hour later, the fingerprint time clock was delivered, but Xia Fang still hadn't arrived. It was set up in just 5 minutes, and Xiaolon had already entered her fingerprint. Another half-hour passed before Xia Fang finally arrived, pushing a cart with her child. Her home was just upstairs. How could she be an hour and a half late? Usually, when she arrived, the shop door was locked because she often took too long, so she would let Xiaolon leave on time. Xia Qing, Xia Fang said, startled to see Xia Qing as she entered. Xia Qing rarely came by. Even deliveries were usually handled by the courier. Son, this is your aunt, Xia Fang said, pretending nothing was wrong, while holding her child and greeting Xia Qing. The child was not even a year old, and could only babble. Fang Jie, your child is still so young, and you must be busy with work, Xia Qing said sarcastically. Not busy at all. Xia Fang seemed oblivious to Xia Qing's tone. She genuinely thought the job was great. Although she couldn't sell paintings through live streaming, she could take care of her child and earn a salary, plus they provided her with insurance. Xia Qing shot her a displeased look and said, I've installed time clocks in all the stores. Everyone must clock in 4 times a day. If you're late twice, there's a fine of 100, and if you're late 3 times, it's 500. Hearing this, Xia Fang's expression turned serious. By the way, Xiaolon will be a full-time streamer from now on. As long as she streams for 8 hours a day, she won't be responsible for the store anymore. That's not acceptable. Xia Fang's tone became sharp. There were still tasks to be done in the store, and someone needed to clean. Isn't this time clock just for her? This store is mine, Xia Qing said calmly. Cousin, if you're too busy to take care of the store, I suggest you quit and stay home to look after the kids. Of course, I don't mean to disrespect mothers. If you have family matters, I allow you to take time off, and I can overlook occasional late arrivals or early departures. I've never deducted your salary for that, and I even pay double for working on holidays. Since you accepted this job, I hope you take it seriously. It's not right for you to show up an hour and a half late today, Xia Qing said with a cold tone. The atmosphere became tense, and Xiaolon was too nervous to speak. In the past, the boss was always friendly to her and even gave her rewards, which motivated her at work. But now, Xia Qing's tone was harsh, her expression serious, and she had a strong presence. Xia Fang, already feeling guilty for being late, found it hard to speak under Xia Qing's intense aura. I was late because I had family matters today, and I had to bring the kids with me. Xia Fang tried to defend herself. This store has surveillance. You had matters today, yesterday, and will have them again tomorrow? Fang Jie, this time clock will be in use starting tomorrow. If you can't accept it, you can resign.
No. Qing.
How can you fire me? She now has a salary, it's close to home, and she gets insurance while being able to take care of her kids at the store. Fang Jie, you can take leave for personal matters, but any time beyond your regular leave will be deducted from your salary. Once Xia Qing left, Xia Fang glared at Xiaolon. Xiaolon didn't care. She just needed to focus on her live stream. If necessary, she could stream at night. Xia Qing had previously registered a management company called Sunny to provide insurance for this group of people and also paid their salaries through this company. The office was on the second floor of the store, with 2 accountants handling tax reporting and salaries, along with a person in charge of human resources. She sent the salary system to HR and said, "Please improve the time clock system. The Sunny Art store will hire another streamer and let her come for an interview tomorrow. The salary will be the same as Xiaolan's." "Got it, boss." HR replied quickly. After all, her work was usually quite relaxed, and she earned $2,500 a month plus a full attendance bonus. She has opened several shops and a supermarket on this commercial street. Since she can't manage everything herself, she decided to start a company to make things easier. Xiaofeng wasn't working properly, so she stopped her salary and left the rest to the HR department. Xia Qing has bought the entire street, and there are still a few shops that haven't opened. She plans to set up a costume and makeup shop. For the clothing store, she wants to combine ancient styles from another time period, as she has some skills in painting, but she just doesn't have the time. Thinking about this, she decided to ask Suyu directly. "Suyu, are you there?" Xia Qing asked. There was no response, so she changed her clothes and entered the space. She heard a muffled sound from the other side. Could something have happened to Suyu? He is her main supporter. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed a baseball bat and entered the space. When she arrived, it was night, but it should be morning in this post-apocalyptic world. The surroundings were dim, and there was a factory with a large hole in the middle. Every time she entered, she would be near Suyu, so she quickly checked the area. Suddenly, a strange mutated zombie jumped out at her, just like the one she saw in the surveillance video. She instinctively tightened her grip on the baseball bat, but before she could react, someone covered her mouth and pulled her behind a door.
It was Suyu.
Seeing that he was okay, Xia Qing felt relieved. If Suyu were dead, she wouldn't be able to come back. The post-apocalyptic world held endless treasures for her. Suyu made a shushing gesture. The mutated zombie had a poor sense of smell but excellent hearing. He had brought Wang Chong and a few other team members with him. These mutated zombies were alone and had been found eating their own kind. There were 3 in total. They managed to take down 2, but the last one devoured the other 2. The mutated zombie had a strong recovery ability. Besides Wang Chong and Suyu, the 2 evolved ones were taken down by it. Each time it consumed one, it seemed to gain some strength. Suyu had led the mutated zombie here. Xia Qing smelled blood and saw that there was still blood on Suyu's shoulder, and his face looked a bit pale. The zombie was still outside, and they dared not make a sound. However, the mutated zombie hadn't left. It noticed a half-eaten body on the ground. It was actually gnawing on it, as if it were a delicious meal. What was worse, it was leaking something from its throat while eating. Xia Qing felt a bit nauseous at the sight. The knife was still stuck in the back of the mutated zombie. After consuming the zombie on the ground, it seemed to be evolving again. The speed of this change was so fast, and its size had grown larger. As they hid behind the door, thinking about how to get out, Suyu signaled for her to return to the safe space. Xia Qing shook her head. If Suyu died, she feared she wouldn't be able to connect to this timeline anymore. Plus, she didn't want Suyu to die. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound coming from a wooden box behind them. This noise attracted the mutated zombie, which instantly pounced on it. The wooden box was torn apart, revealing a mutated animal inside. In no time, the mutated animal was silenced, having been swallowed whole. Taking advantage of the mutated zombie moving away from the door, Suyu decisively said, "Let's go." He grabbed Xia Qing's waist and ran toward the door, where there was actually a small vehicle outside.
"Get in."
The small vehicle made a loud noise as it started. It was a sand vehicle modified by their base, similar to an off-road vehicle. It heard the noise and is coming after us. Xia Qing turned to see the mutated zombie, with its long legs running in a strange manner. Suyu drove quickly, navigating the bumpy road filled with potholes and abandoned cars. The mutated zombie was chasing them, jumping over the wrecked cars. It's so fast. The mutated creature's speed had increased. As Xia Qing watched it leap toward them, she tightened her grip on the baseball bat, waiting for the right moment. When it jumped, she swung with all her strength. Here's a ride for you. The mutated zombie was knocked away, falling in an arc and crashing into a nearby broken car. She didn't expect her strength to be so great. Ahead, there was a group of zombies, so Siyu quickly turned into a nearby residential building. He stored the vehicle in the safe space. Let's go upstairs. Finding a safe spot, Siyu's shoulder was already stained with blood. Don't move. There's medicine in the safe space. I'll help you treat your wound, Xia Qing said nervously. Siyu sat on the sofa and took off his shirt. It was still 0 degrees outside, and the room felt a bit cold. This is an old injury, Xia Qing frowned. The old wound had never healed properly, and the heavy impact had caused it to reopen. I can handle it myself. He had treated this kind of wound many times before. Let me do it. It's in the back. Xia Qing insisted, frowning. After helping Siyu treat his wounds, he said, You need to go to the treatment room to get stitches. It will heal faster that way. Okay. Siyu agreed without arguing. Once the wounds were treated, they returned to the base. Brother Yu. Wang Chong and a few others had been waiting outside the base. Seeing Siyu return, they rushed over.
I'm Fine.
The 2 team members who died had families, and their families will receive free food for a year, Siyu said. This could be considered compensation.
Great.
Brother Yu. I knew you would be okay. That mutated zombie was really strong. Even when a knife was stabbed into its neck, it didn't die. Wang Chong recalled how Siyu had struck the mutated zombie in the throat, and it still didn't die. It only made a hole in its throat, which would show when it fed. The mutated zombie even had Siyu's knife stuck in its back. That thing not only devours people, but also its own kind. It probably isn't dead yet, Siyu frowned and said. Li Yao, send out a drone to check. We can't let it enter our base.
Got it.
I'll control the drone to search. This time, 2 team members died, but they also took down 2 mutated zombies, leaving only 1. Should we install a high-voltage fence around the base? 4 to 5 meters high, Xia Qing suggested. The electric fence they had was too ordinary. If they installed a high fence like those in zoos, it would definitely be safer. The current generator can't handle that. We need to find a backup generator from a large factory. After all, they needed enough power for hundreds of people. I can buy a batch of solar panels. That should cover the base's daily needs, Xia Qing said. In that case, your generator can supply power only to the outer protective wall, which will increase the voltage and strength of the defense. With strong voltage, even a bear could be stunned, and if zombies tried to break in, they would be shocked. Thank you so much. Li Yao was very excited to hear this. The stronger the protective measures, the safer their base would be. Do any of you have experience in embroidery or the clothing industry? Can you help me find a few people? Xia Qing asked. Li Yao, look into this and make a list for me, Siyu instructed. Understood. Xia Qing had come specifically for this matter. After asking, she hurried back to contact the manufacturer of the solar panels to order a batch. The solar panels are quite expensive. For a base with hundreds of people, she needs to buy at least tens of millions worth of panels. She checked her balance and saw she still had over 20 million after recent purchases. She spent 20 million to buy a large batch of solar panels, which were all sent to the warehouse after placing the order. She divided the orders among 3 manufacturers to keep it discreet, and since they had stock, they would all arrive within a week. Meanwhile, Siyu was watching the footage from the drone. This drone's maximum range is here. The last footage shows it at this location, Li Yao said, pausing the drone's monitoring screen. The mutated zombie in the footage had grown larger, and there was a noticeable bulge in its throat. This is really disgusting, Wang Chong couldn't help but comment. This creature is a threat. We need to increase security around the base until the protective net is in place, Siyu said, feeling uneasy. Understood. With the cold weather, the patrol team increased their rounds. Li Yao instructed the advanced team to register all the information from the base. Yao, are there any embroiderers? We only have 2 female workers from the Tiancheng clothing factory. All right, give me the list.
Li Yao raplia.
He glanced at the information on the list, which included employees from clothing and machinery factories. Salespeople wouldn't be useful. What Xia Qing needed were technical personnel. He handed the list to Su Yu and noticed a pile of boxes in his room. Blood replenisher? There were also many wound treatment medicines. Xia Qing had bought high-quality blood replenishing agents for him because she saw he was losing too much blood and looked pale. By the way, the people who escaped from that plane were all senior pharmacists from the Landu pharmaceutical factory. One of them is even an expert. Li Yao said, feeling pleased about their high qualifications. They requested double the points. Senior pharmaceutical researchers earn a starting salary of $1 million. Give it to them, Su Yu said generously. In the past few days, they discovered components in Xia Qing's purchased medicines that don't exist in their world. Combining these 2 components has shown effects that can enhance the human body. It's still in the research phase. Our equipment isn't very good, Li Yao sighed. No wonder they are expert researchers. But their current equipment is too inadequate. One of the senior researchers mentioned they have a secret research facility near Jiangkou. She had worked there for a while before being transferred to Landu. The secret research facility must report to government departments, and its equipment is all professional and state-of-the-art. Then let's go retrieve it. The location is quite hidden, and this matter requires Su Yu to go personally because he has the space, and only he can bring back the large equipment. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush. Let's wait until the solar panels arrive, along with the electric fence, before we go. Otherwise, they might return to find their home attacked by zombies. Not all of the surviving humans can turn into zombies." Understood. After they finished speaking, Li Yao stared at the blood replenishment agent on Su Yu's desk but still didn't say anything. These items were specifically given to him by Xia Qing. Although Su Yu could tell that Li Yao wanted them, he didn't really want to give them away. He had never been a stingy person, but today he felt an inexplicable emotion. On the other side, Xia Qing was checking her balance. The monthly profit from these stores was only around 300,000, but aside from paying salaries, there were no other costs. For a county town, this profit was quite good. Su Yu gave her the architect's drawings and also used a computer for the design. Xia Qing looked at the images and said, "Not bad. Not bad." If she built a film city on the land behind her store, she wouldn't have to worry about low foot traffic. However, building and buying land, along with the demolition of the nearby village, would require not millions, but billions. Originally, she had 20 million, but she used it all to buy solar panels. They are really expensive. She took out a pink floral bowl from her space. This item was obtained by Su Yu and the others from a museum and should be very valuable. After thinking for a moment, she took a photo and sent it to Mr. Lin from Kyoto Wanbaoheng. Xia Qing thought that the other party must be busy and wouldn't reply quickly, so she planned to focus on other things. "Could I send a few more photos? Or should we meet to discuss?" Just as Xia Qing was about to reply, she received a phone call. She could sense that the other party seemed a bit anxious. "Hello, Mr. Lin," Xia Qing smiled. "Can you send me the photo you just shared again?" "Of course." She sent the photo to Mr. Lin so he could see how much it was worth. Xia Qing flipped her phone to use the front camera. "Let's take a closer look. It looks like Qing Dynasty enamel. This uses the rare and difficult-to-fire pink as the base color, with flowers designed in a more Western style. I suspect it was painted by a Western missionary. This, if it's real, has extremely high collectible value." "Strangely, I've never seen this pattern before," Lin thought, unsure. "Can I see it in person?" He wanted to ask a collector for an appraisal. Of course. They scheduled a time, and Xia Qing prepared to pack her things to take the high-speed train. Lin was currently in Songnan Ancient Town, and he had indeed found a valuable little item here. He quickly asked his assistant to book a flight to Kyoto. He needed to return immediately. Kyoto Wanbao Auction House. It's genuine. Absolutely genuine. But this pattern is truly a first. Its value will be even higher. The collector exclaimed excitedly. This antique came from another time and place, so it is slightly different. In a couple of days, there's a Kyoto Guardian auction. You can submit this item. Well-known international collectors will attend. Lin said. Guardian Auction House is one of the largest auction houses in China, focusing on Chinese art and antiques, holding significant importance in the Asian market. This is the Kyoto Autumn International Collectibles Auction. That's great. Here's the registration form. You can sign up and we can recommend you. Not every item can be submitted to this autumn auction. Items worth hundreds of thousands may not qualify, where you truly understand that money is just a string of numbers. Many auction items are just zeros. The Guardian auction has a preview lasting 2 to 3 days, followed by 2 days of actual bidding, Lin explained. Porcelain antiques, classical furniture, crafts, jewelry, jade, and watches. There are various paintings, ancient books, fine wines, and collectibles. Preparation materials for submission include high-definition photos of the artwork and detailed descriptions. We can help you submit it. Can we use our jewelry store's name? Lin said with a smile. He couldn't afford the item, but using their jewelry store's name would enhance their reputation. Sure. Xia Qing agreed readily, as Lin had helped her a lot. This bowl would go to the Guardian auction house, and she also got their contact information. She sent a few sets of jewelry to the Guardian auction house as well. The preview is from October 1st to 3rd, and the official auction is from October 4th to 5th, a staff member at the Guardian auction house informed her. Sounds good, Xia Qing replied, knowing that the Guardian is the most reputable auction house in China. This time, taking advantage of the holiday, many people from the upper class of Kyoto will definitely come to the international auction house. During the preview, you can register a few days in advance to participate. The auction house holds events 4 times a year. Xia Qing, are you free to grab a meal together? A pink bunny message popped up on WeChat, and the contact was Tang Tian. Is there something up? Xia Qing asked. They used to be college roommates and later worked together at a design company in Shanghai. After she returned home, they lost touch. It's about the original artwork you worked on before. Can we meet to discuss it? After graduating from art school, she went to a studio. She worked on a project for an Eastern game, focusing on character design, scene layout, and object design.
I'm Buse.
Just tell me what you need, she replied. After a pause of about a minute, Tang Tian sent a voice message. Xia Qing, it's like this. The client has always liked your style for the layout and the main character's original artwork. I've already been let go, Xia Qing said firmly. She had worked late nights to create the main artwork, only to find out that as a new intern, she wouldn't receive any overtime pay. Later, she learned that her bonus had been taken by the project supervisor, and she had tried to fight for it. But no one was willing to help her. Tang Tian sounded a bit awkward. After Xia Qing left, they continued to work on the male lead, but the client rejected the later designs. Too much time had passed, and the client clearly stated that if things didn't improve, they would switch design companies. The project supervisor, knowing that Tang Tian and Xia Qing were good friends from college, asked Tang Tian to reach out to her. That's all in the past. Now we hope you can come back to work with a double bonus. This was the offer from the project supervisor. Double the bonus. And what about Jiangxi? Xia Qing scoffed. After her first draft was accepted by the client, she worked late nights on the project, and her money was borrowed by Xiaolei. She was just waiting for her bonus. And now? Did she even receive it? A double bonus would amount to 40,000 yuan. This kind of thing happens often in the workplace, Tang Tian sighed. So you all just watched? No one spoke up for me? Tang Tian sensed her tone was off and quickly reassured her, this is my fault for not speaking up for you. In fact, Jiangxi warned us in the group. Not only did he warn them, but everyone also sent a 500 yuan red envelope. She didn't tell Xia Qing the rest. Forget it, I don't have time. After Xia Qing finished speaking, she hung up the phone. She really had no time. Besides, she didn't want to forgive those people. Tang Tian didn't expect Xia Qing to refuse so easily. That was double the bonus. Tang Tian entered Jiangxi's office, where the sign read, Head of the Art Department. The atmosphere was tense. What is this you drew? Did you even go to college? Can you use some imagination? Take it back and redraw it. With a crash, Zhang Xi threw the laptop out. The laptop's casing was damaged upon impact. Manager Zhang, I'm quitting. The young girl said angrily. You're getting an intern salary, but doing the work of a professional artist? And my laptop cost 20,000. You almost broke the screen. Repairing it will cost thousands. I'm here to work, not to be your punching bag. The girl replied coldly. She looked furious about the damaged laptop. With an intern salary of 3,000, you expect me to do work worth 30,000? Dream on. The girl slammed the door and left. Tang Tian was stunned. The girl was a new intern who hadn't even graduated yet. She always wore brand-name clothes. It was clear she came from a wealthy family and wasn't afraid to speak her mind. Tang Tian's family was ordinary, and she had a younger brother to support. Interns these days have such big tempers. Zhang Xi's face turned pale with anger. Seeing Tang Tian enter, Zhang Xi asked, Tell Xia Qing to come up with a design in 3 days. The pressure was on, and she didn't believe Xia Qing could refuse. After all, she had made a scene for a 20,000 bonus before. Tang Tian's face turned pale as she awkwardly said, I'm afraid she can't. Can't? Why can't she? Double the bonus, and she can't produce a design in 3 days?
Zhang Xi frowned.
Is this person too greedy? Zhang Xi thought Xia Qing was just trying to negotiate for a higher price. How about this? I'll add another 5,000 to make her produce a design in 3 days. Zhang Xi said confidently. No. Xia Qing said she is too busy to take on this work. Tang Tian said awkwardly. How is that possible? She won't take 40,000 in bonuses? Zhang Xi thought she was hearing things. Not take? Why wouldn't she take it? Zhang Xi asked irritably. Tang Tian secretly rolled her eyes at her. Initially, the promised bonus was supposed to go to the project department, but it never reached Xia Qing. Did it all end up in her hands? She said she is very busy. Busy? What could she possibly be busy with? I gave her a double bonus, which is 40,000, the same as her annual salary in the county.
What?
Does she want me to invite her personally? It's just a painting. Can't she work without it? Tang Tian, imitate her painting style, and I want to see the draft by tomorrow morning. Tang Tian's expression darkened. This was clearly asking her to blatantly copy Xia Qing's style. Tang Tian clenched her fists and left the office with her phone. Plagiarism is a shameful act. This client is a big customer they don't want to lose. If Zhang Xi succeeds with Tang Tian's imitation, it's fine, but if something goes wrong, she will take the blame. Tang Tian sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing. Zhang Xi was wrong about this. Can you help me? She wants me to submit the draft by tomorrow morning. Xia Qing replied. Are you being serious? She didn't help her before, and now she wants to ask for help. Is she that bold? There's a saying about mutual assistance. The preview at the Beijing Guardian Auction House was very grand. It was held at the Guardian Art Center, number 1 Wang Fujing Street. Ordinary people can attend the exhibition by making an appointment, while high-profile individuals don't need to attend the preview. The exhibits have already been compiled, and some videos have been recorded. A hidden collector in Kyoto, with graying hair and over 50 years old. Mr. Chung, these are the autumn auction items. Please take a look. The old man nodded as the latest auction items were displayed on a 100-inch screen. Stop. Mr. Chung saw a pink enamel-painted bowl. This auction has some good items. Mr. Chung nodded in satisfaction, showing great interest. When will this bowl be auctioned? Mr. Chung asked. A nearby Guardian staff member respectfully replied, It will be auctioned the day after tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. as the final highlight item. Good. Mr. Chung nodded. He had already arranged for a driver and a seat for the auction at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. There was no need to go early for items he wasn't interested in. Xia Qing was unaware that the painted bowl she brought out had attracted many prominent collectors. The solar panels Xia Qing ordered had started arriving in batches, and she was storing them in her space. The two of them worked together seamlessly, one person collecting and the other retrieving. The 5-meter power grid had also been delivered, and Xi was arranging for staff to install it. It could be set up within a day. I will visit the research institute in a couple of days and may need to stay for a few days, Xia said. Okay. I'll order 2 more batches of food, arriving tomorrow afternoon, and you can pick it up in the evening. Xia Qing immediately understood Suyu's intention. Suyu might be away for several days, and the base consumes food daily. She usually collects vegetables in large quantities every 2 to 3 days. Rice, flour, and oil can last for a while, so she stocked 2 warehouses full for a week. The weather there isn't too cold, so vegetables can stay fresh for a few days. She sent a message to the supplier. Please send 200 bags each of 50 pounds of rice and millet, 100 boxes of canned fruit, 300 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of regular milk, and 200 boxes of children's milk. Fresh milk doesn't last long, so she had been ordering that before. The supplier replied almost immediately. Got it, the goods will arrive tomorrow afternoon. The supplier had already marked Xia Qing as a special client. She called her father. Dad, please gather the sweet potatoes, and pumpkins from our village. These foods have a longer shelf life. Okay, I'll take as much as you have. The warehouse is still at the same address, and I've rented a few more nearby. Just have someone deliver it. Let me know how much it costs, Xia Qing said. Sure. I'll go collect them now, Xia Jixiang said cheerfully. He was eager to gather the vegetables. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by Mr. Wang. Hey, Lao Xia. Where are you off to today? Try some of these freshly steamed sweet potatoes from my field. Lao Xia, taste this sweet melon from my home. It's so sweet. Take some to eat, chimed in Yang Ernyang, who appeared nearby. Sun Guqiang, who had come out with Xia Jixiang, frowned. In the past, Xia Jixiang was often the village's joke. People used to say he would be left without food in the future, but now everyone greeted him warmly. This really tastes good. Wang Go, how many pounds of sweet potatoes did you harvest this year? Hearing this, Mr. Wang's face lit up with a smile. We've already dug out over 1,000 pounds, a great harvest. We can easily get several thousand pounds from an acre. I'll take them all, so hurry up and dig, Xia Jixiang said. Mr. Wang's eyes brightened. All right, I'll go do that now, and these are for you. Yang Ernyang quickly chimed in. Lao Xia, will you take my sweet melons? He had previously harvested sweet potatoes and vegetables, but he hadn't picked any baby melons yet. Harvest. Your family has already picked them. Go collect them this afternoon, said Xia Jixiang. He remembered his daughter had told him that baby melons were also needed. Okay. Yang Ernyang smiled widely and quickly informed her family not to do anything in the morning and to pick the melons from the field first. Xia Jixiang walked around the village, and when people heard that old Xia was coming to collect vegetables again, many gathered around. The more people there were, the more excited he became. Collect everything, Xia Jixiang said. If you collect this much, it must be over 10,000 pounds. Which supermarket can sell all that? You'll end up losing money, Sun Guqiang said, unable to hold back his frustration at Xia Jixiang's proud smile. Hearing Sun Guqiang's words made him a bit nervous, so he quickly sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing. She immediately transferred 50,000 yuan to Xia Jixiang. Collect as much as you can. Seeing his daughter's reply and the money transfer, he felt relieved. He had worried he had picked too much and would cause his daughter to lose money. Now that his daughter said he hadn't picked enough, he felt at ease. Xia Jixiang waved his phone in front of Sun Guqiang and happily said, My daughter said to keep collecting. Sun Guqiang saw the transfer on Xia Jixiang's phone, which had several zeros. My daughter just transferred me 50,000 yuan, telling me to use it for now, and she'll send more if needed. Sun Guqiang felt embarrassed and left in anger. Old Sun, our potatoes are ready to be harvested too. When will old Xia come to collect them? Sun Guqiang's wife thought that since their family and old Xiao's family were neighbors and had a good relationship, they should talk. Now the whole village was busy plowing the fields. This time, Xia Jixiang had bought a lot of vegetables from many families, nearly half the village. I haven't told Xia Jixiang yet, Sun Guqiang said with a frown. He had just seen Xia Jixiang's phone screen. His daughter had transferred him 50,000 yuan. His son had only sent him 500 yuan during the holidays. With 50,000 yuan, he could still save a lot after buying so many vegetables. Then hurry up and tell him, "What are you waiting for? Our land is ready to be harvested." Sun Wuqiang felt unhappy and was hesitating, thinking about why he didn't have a daughter. Wait, he did have a daughter, but she hadn't gone to college. They are all from the village. The family only supported the eldest and the youngest sons, while the second daughter dropped out of high school and is now working in Han City. Sun Wuqiang rarely called his daughter. "Dad, what's up?" Sun Ning asked, as he usually didn't call her for half a year. "Is something wrong at home?" "No, I just wanted to check how you're doing at work," Sun Wuqiang asked awkwardly. "I'm fine, Dad. I'm busy right now. Let's talk later." There was a lot of noise on the line, and Sun Ning hung up. Soon, Sun Wuqiang received a notification on WeChat. His daughter sent him 2,000 yuan. He felt a bit emotional seeing the transfer. Did he make a mistake by not letting her go to college? Would she have succeeded like the daughter of the Xia family if he had supported her? Many people in the village shared similar thoughts. When they weren't busy, a few would gather to chat. Look at the daughter of the Xia family. You all laughed at them for sending a girl to college, but now they own most of the land in the village. If the land is well cultivated, Xia can manage it all, saving time on selling. This saved them a lot of work, and they could take the opportunity to find jobs. They could do some construction work. There haven't been any big buildings going up here in recent years. To find short-term work, we have to go to other provinces. Yeah, the train tickets cost a lot. When will we have buildings here? I heard there's a land auction in the county. If it sells, they will definitely build. Then we can go for jobs. Construction work is tiring, but the pay is good. With that, they could earn some money doing short-term jobs. Right now, they could only do small tasks. Work hard to earn money, and I'll let my daughter continue her studies. If she does well, I'll send her to college. Who doesn't envy Xia Qing's family these days? Recently, Xia Qing has been very busy. During the day, she orders large quantities of goods to be delivered to the warehouse, and at night, she organizes them. She has absorbed a lot of crystal beads lately, and her space has expanded to 300 square meters. Suyu, these are the leftover solar panels. I sent you the assembly video on your phone.
Okay.
Suyu has cleared a space and arranged for people to install the solar panels. With these, they will have enough electricity for heating during the cold weather. Many people want to go out to find supplies like air conditioners and phones, anything that uses electricity, as they sometimes feel bored. Without phones or computers, there are fewer entertainment options. However, the base is still under strict control. Many survivors still want to go out to find supplies. Make sure to remind everyone that it's dangerous outside. Anyone who wants to go out for supplies must quarantine for 24 hours upon returning, Siyu said with a frown. The mutated zombie has disappeared, and the drones haven't detected it, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. It might still be evolving. For now, we need to enhance the base's security and issue warnings. I understand, Brother Yu. With the solar power now, many people want to go out to find electrical appliances.
Li Yao said.
The danger has been communicated to them. The decision is theirs. Anyone entering the base must quarantine, Siyu replied.
Yes. Li Yao responda.
Brother Yu, the 3 researchers want to see you, Wang Chong said, hurrying over. Let them in, Siyu said. Hello, base leader. I believe you know we need a large amount of titanium components. They said if we want it, we have to come to you, a polite man in his 40s said. He is Zhang Yenshin, an expert researcher. It's already a blessing that they can eat normal food here. We also need advanced research equipment, Zhang Yenshin added. Our company has a secret research facility in Junko, not far from here, but deep in the mountains, a woman around 28 or 29 said. She glanced at Suyu with admiration. He had a strong presence. Is there a location? Yes, because only I know the exact location of the secret research facility, Su Dan said. What results have you achieved in your research?
Suim asked, ignoring Sudan.
We discovered that combining 2 types of compounds can enhance cells and promote human evolution. We also took some cells from evolved individuals for comparison. While they are not as strong as the evolved cells, they can enhance various aspects of ordinary people. This excited him greatly. Unfortunately, we have limited testing equipment, and the compounds are running low. Without the right equipment, testing on humans is too dangerous. It requires thousands of trials to yield results. Suyu was already mentally preparing to set out. We will prepare to leave for the secret research facility tomorrow, Suyu decided. Wang Chong, you come with me and find one more person. Triple points. Understood. It's very dangerous. Are we just going with the three of us? Su Dan frowned. Although she wanted the equipment, there were only 3 of them, and she was very scared to face the zombies outside. Our deputy base leader will go too. We are all evolved beings, and we can definitely bring back those advanced experimental devices, Wang Chong said. Sudan nodded, instinctively thinking that the deputy base leader should be quite strong. The car could only fit 4 people, and Xia Qing still wanted to go along. She also wanted to stop by the clothing factory to take a look. However, she needed to finish her tasks here first to clear up some space. She ordered a lot of dishes from a restaurant, bought buns, milk tea, hot pot, and canned food, among other things. Mom, I will be on a business trip to the mountains for a few days. The phone signal might be bad, so please send me a message on WeChat if you need anything, and I will reply when I see it. Going to the apocalypse could be considered a business trip, right? Okay. Just be careful. Yang Xia reminded her. Xia Qing said she was going on a business trip, but she was still at home. After preparing everything, she absorbed the crystal beads that Suyu had given her. It was only at 1 a.m. that she entered the space rift. A new task is out, with 4 times the points, including food and drinks. This task has so many points. I'm not going. I have enough points already. It will definitely be dangerous outside, with mutated zombies. More points also mean more danger. With enough living supplies, they didn't want to take any more risks. Now the base has electricity and it doesn't go out. I just found a phone and it's cold outside. We can finish our work at the base and rest without worrying about zombies. But we are evolved beings, and we can only improve our strength by absorbing crystal beads. Following the base leader wouldn't be bad, right? They knew the base leader was very strong. A few evolved beings hesitated. After all, 4 times the points. Plus, they could hunt zombies outside to earn crystal beads. Zhongge, are we going? Wang Zhen asked. I'm not going. It's hard to find a stable place, and it's too chaotic outside. Li Zhong said. I don't want to go either, but 4 times the points. We could get a lot of good food. Regular points could exchange for normal food, but items like beer and cigarettes cost several times more and were limited. Fruits and vegetables had double points, while rice was the cheapest. I'll go, said an evolved being with a buzz cut. Surprisingly, the other evolved beings did not sign up. Let me go. I urgently need those 4 times the points. Xia, and what will happen to your family if you go? Yeah, I'm going for them. You all know my situation. I'm the only one in the family who can earn points, but it's not enough to support 4 or 5 people. Xian said helplessly. Every day, they could only eat plain rice and still didn't feel full. They couldn't even afford to exchange for vegetables. The others nodded in agreement. Their points were enough for food, and they didn't have as many burdens at home. This trip would last at least 7 or 8 days, and they would face dangers every day. Some of the team members from the last trip had died, and this mission was voluntary, so many were reluctant to go. In the end, Xia accepted the mission. Mom, I want to go on the mission with the base leader. Yeah, you take good care of Grandpa and Grandma and your mom at home. Okay. Yeah, who was only 10, was already very understanding. His parents were injured, one was paralyzed and the other had an arm injury, so they couldn't do heavy work and earned very few points. Honey, please come back safely, the woman said, struggling with her large belly. She was pregnant with triplets, and her big belly made it hard for her to move and earn points. The base provided a cup of milk daily for pregnant women, the elderly, and children. But for their family, that was just a drop in the bucket. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You focus on giving birth. The quadruple points will be issued tomorrow, so you can exchange them for nutritious food. And even if I really died on the mission, you would still receive compensation, which would be enough for your living. The car had been modified again by the team, reinforcing the front guard. Miss Su said the secret research facility is located here. It will take us about 2 days to get there, so we need at least a week. Wang Chang pointed at the map. The map was an old paper one found in books, so it only showed a rough location. This is near Ileo Mountain. I went there during my extreme sports days and encountered 2 stranded campers, Xia said, looking at the spot Wang Chang pointed to. Yes. It's near Ileo Mountain, Su Dan said in a low voice. It was a hidden area, which is why the secret research facility was built there, far from the city. We'll set off as soon as Brother Yu arrives, Wang Chang said. The vehicle was already prepared. Don't we need to bring supplies and water? Su Dan asked, wondering what they would eat without food. Don't worry about that. If we get hungry, food will naturally appear. Wang Chang said in a low voice. Su Dan didn't know yet, but most of the evolved ones in the base were secretly aware that their base leader was a space ability user. You go, Qingjia, Wang Chang said as he saw Su Yu and Xia Qing walking over together. Both were dressed in professional ski outfits, and Xia Qing had her hair, wearing a black windproof hat. We're ready to go. Wang Chang, you drive, Su said. Okay. Wang Chang replied, grabbing the car keys and heading to the driver's seat. Xia En automatically took the passenger seat. Su Dan frowned and asked, aren't you supposed to be going with the deputy base leader? Why is there a woman coming along? This is our deputy base leader, Xia Qing, Wang Chang introduced. Su Dan's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect the base leader in this post-apocalyptic world to be a girl. She looked quite delicate and seemed young. Hello, Xia Qing greeted with a smile. She had heard from Su Yu that they were bringing a female researcher this time. Su Dan nodded in surprise, and the 2 of them took a seat in the back, with Su sitting next to Xia Qing. The SUV was spacious enough for 4 people in the back, without any issues. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and Yang Shua came over to them. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, the base is in your hands, Su said. Don't worry. We'll protect the base. You go. We'll be waiting for your return. Li Yao replied seriously. When we come back, I'll treat you to barbecue. Xia Qing added. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and the others behind them brightened up, eagerly looking forward to Xia Qing's return. A barbecue feast. They were still drooling over the last all-you-can-eat lamb roast. The aroma was irresistible. The car drove on, and although the tires had been modified, it was still a bit bumpy. Xia Qing started to feel drowsy and leaned her head on Su Yu's shoulder. Wang Chang saw in the rearview mirror that Su Yu was looking at Xia Qing with a very gentle expression, and he couldn't help but glance a few more times out of curiosity. Suddenly, the car hit a bump, causing a big jolt. Ah! Xia Qing exclaimed. Sorry, I fell asleep, Xia Qing said awkwardly, realizing she had not only dozed off but was also leaning on Su Yu's shoulder. It's okay, sleep a bit more. We haven't arrived yet, Su Yu said softly, giving Wang Chang a sharp look in the rear-view mirror. Qingjia, didn't you want to check out the clothing factory? We're only 20 kilometers away, Wang Chang said nervously. There are many clothing factories around Jiangkou, with several large and small ones close together. Great. Let's go. By the way, let's gather a few devices. Xia Qing suddenly felt energetic and was no longer sleepy, but she was a bit thirsty. She took out a few cups of warm milk tea from her space. Here, have some. Thank you, Sister Qing. Wang Chang accepted it without hesitation, while Xia En's hands trembled as he took the cup. Thank you. If Su Dan wasn't mistaken, Xia Qing was indeed holding milk tea, and it had a sweet, milky aroma. This flavor is super delicious. You should try it.
Xia Qing candida cupto Sudan.
Su Dan took the milk tea, surprised and speechless. In the past few days at the base, she had enjoyed normal white rice and even steamed buns, which she thought were the most delicious foods ever. Carefully, Su Dan took a sip, tasting the light milk and tea flavors. It was milk tea, different from any she had tried before. Su Yu, you drink this. Xia Qing also handed a cup to Su Yu. While enjoying the milk tea, she took out a variety of snacks from her space. Perfect little snacks for the boring ride. Duck necks, duck legs, konjac snacks, and more. As they snacked and drank milk tea, it was already noon, and surprisingly, everyone felt less hungry. Xia Qing secretly tucked away a snack to take back for Yaya. He could already imagine how happy his daughter would be to have a treat. This snack is really spicy, but quite enjoyable. And this milk tea, is it made with milk and tea? It doesn't taste like what I had before, Su Dan said curiously. Do you have milk tea here too? What flavors? Xia Qing asked, intrigued. Yes, actually, it's more accurately called herbal tea. I remember. Our dragon country has herbal tea shops everywhere, paired with fruit tea, which is not only tasty, but also good for health. Xian added. They used to buy it often before the apocalypse. I can tell this milk tea is very tasty, but it seems to contain some kind of preservative. You can taste that? Xia Qing looked at Su Dan in surprise. I'm a pharmaceutical researcher, and herbal tea is part of traditional medicine. I've tasted many kinds, Su Dan replied with a smile. In that case, having it occasionally is fine, but drinking it regularly isn't good for your health. It can cause changes in insulin levels, leading to diabetes. The fat content can also cause cardiovascular issues, and the caffeine can lead to nervousness, insomnia, and digestive problems. Suddenly, Xia Qing no longer found the milk tea appealing. She still had dozens of cups in her space. Xia Qing and Wang Chong didn't mind. It was still quite tasty. They were both evolved beings, so it shouldn't be too serious, right? Sultan continued to drink, observing Xia Qing's expression, and said it's fine. Drinking occasionally is okay. Your body will metabolize it. If you're an evolved being, the metabolism is even faster. What about that herbal tea you mentioned? How is it made? Xia Qing was curious, thinking she could open a milk tea shop. There's a recipe. You prepare the herbs, and it's both beneficial and tasty. In Xia Qing's mind, herbal medicine was always very bitter. Isn't that hard to drink? Just like taking medicine. No. Each herbal ingredient is extracted and mixed with different flavors. There are sweet, sour, and fragrant tastes. Xia Qing seemed to understand a bit. They also had sour plum soup, which was made from herbs, but that was the only kind. Do you have a recipe and method? Xia Qing asked. Yes. I know how to make it. The Long Tea Chain store is run by my family, Sultan replied. Her family was in traditional Chinese medicine, and later she became a researcher to study pharmacology. That's great. Can you teach me? Xia Qing asked. This requires herbal materials.
Sultan frowned.
I can get those for you. How about this? When we return to the base in a few days, can you help me make it? What do you want in exchange? Skincare products, masks, hygiene items, clothes, anything. Xia Qing said excitedly. Really? Sultan asked in disbelief. She had wanted sanitary pads for a long time. Of course. Xia Qing replied seriously. She could provide milk tea, so other items would be no problem. At that moment, Sultan began to understand why Xia Qing was the deputy base leader and why she was on this mission with them. Okay, as long as you have the herbs, I can prepare it for you, but I will need a few assistants. The making is simple. It's just that the recipe is quite precious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a nationwide chain. The herbal tea from Long Country is also famous internationally as a healthy drink, Sultan explained. No problem. How many assistants do you need? I can arrange that, Su said. As long as they could make what Xia Qing wanted, he didn't say the rest out loud. Great. I'll get it ready when we return. Sultan agreed readily. Xia Qing immediately handed Sultan a box of cream worth 3,000. Sultan looked at the ingredient list of the cream. Is there a problem with this? Xia Qing asked, as it was a well-known brand. No problem. This cream claims to reduce wrinkles and brighten skin, but you need to use at least 3 bottles to see any effect. Also, the preservatives in it can harm the body if used for 1 or 2 years. And this ingredient can brighten the skin, but it affects women's metabolism, and long-term use may disrupt menstrual cycles. Xia Qing frowned. No wonder so many people have painful periods now. I'm sorry, I have a habit of researching ingredients, Su Dan said apologetically. This skincare product is quite expensive where we are. It costs about a month's salary for an average person to buy 1 bottle. Su Dan found Xia Qing's words a bit strange and didn't understand at first. Then your skincare products are not as good as those made with traditional Chinese medicine. We also have skincare products with traditional Chinese medicine ingredients. Let me show you. Xia Qing took out a bottle of pure traditional Chinese medicine skincare product and handed it to Su Dan. It does contain traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, but the formulation doesn't allow it to work effectively. To make traditional herbs effective, you need proper preparation and precise ratios. Su Dan didn't mention some of the technical terms, knowing Xia Qing wouldn't understand. Xia Qing listened with sparkling eyes. When we go back, can I help you create a formula? Sure. Xia Qing was already dreaming of a bright future with a traditional Chinese medicine tea shop and skincare store. I'll make a sample for you to try first. If it works well, we can find a few people to help with mass production. Sounds great. The two chatted for 2 hours without feeling tired at all. We've arrived at the clothing factory, Wang Chong said. You two stay in the car, Xia and you stay behind, Su instructed. Understood, Xia replied. He was to stay and protect the two girls. Wang Chong and Su pulled out long knives from the trunk. We should stretch our legs a bit. I need to use the restroom, Su Dan said shyly. They had been in the car for a long time and couldn't take care of it earlier. I'll go with you. Friendships among girls often start with going to the restroom together. Xia also got out of the car. There was a large billboard by the roadside, and Xia Qing and Su Dan walked over. Xia turned away, but kept his eyes alert to the surroundings. About half an hour later, Su Yu and Wang Chong came out, both looking somewhat dirty. Jingzhu, remember to absorb these, so you tossed a few crystal beads to Xia Qing. Okay. Are you an evolved being? Su Dan asked in surprise and soon understood that Xia Qing must have some space too. The zombies in the clothing factory have been dealt with, and there's a large batch of goods in the warehouse, along with machines. Let me know if you need any, Su said. Yes. Of course I need it. Otherwise, she would have to spend money on the clothing machines. Now she could just take them. Zombies' bodies were scattered everywhere on the ground. The machines in this clothing factory could create items by inputting designs into the system, using both sewing machines and manual sewing. Xia Qing took a few machines and some clothes from the warehouses. Her space was already half full, so it seemed she would need to go back to store these items. She didn't collect some unfinished products, focusing mainly on the equipment, as having the machines would allow her to start production. She could buy materials later. With these items, they had enough, and they continued on their journey. In the evening, they found a quiet abandoned factory, covered in dust and spider webs. Xia Qing took out a heating pad from her space and handed it to Su Dan. Take this, it will keep you warm. Thank you, Su Dan said gratefully, holding the fluffy, warm pad. She bought 2 windproof and warm tents so they could rest here at night, along with a small battery-powered lamp. They brought coal, a grill, and a few outdoor stools. It looked like they were out for a night adventure. I'll start the fire, Wang Chong said, putting coal into the grill and adding some fire starters. Su Yu and Xia went outside to check the surroundings. This place was on a remote road and seemed quiet, with no zombies in sight. She also took out a small heating stove and a mini generator. Looking at the various skewers Xia Qing brought out, lamb skewers, chicken wings, lamb kidneys, beef tendons, and chicken hearts, Su Dan couldn't help but drool. She had eaten all kinds of seafood earlier this year, but later on it had all gone bad, and now just seeing fish made her feel sick. However, Xia Qing still took out large shrimp, which should taste great when grilled. Wang Chong was trying to hold back his saliva as he grilled the skewers, while Xia Qing set up a small round stove with sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and a ceramic jar with hot milk mixed with goji berries and red dates. Grilling these things requires strong willpower. Wang Chong couldn't help but exclaim. When Su Yu and Xia returned, they saw the scene. Xia's eyes widened, speechless, as the aroma of grilled meat filled his nose, making him lose his ability to think for a moment. Was this what it was like to go on a mission? He imagined it would be full of dangers and lacking food. He was even prepared for a few days without eating. As long as the kids earned 4 times the points and could live well, He thought the danger and hardship were worth it. The evolved ones at the base thought this was a tough job and didn't want to go. Now, looking at the abundant food on the table, Xian thought, this isn't hard work at all. It's a treat. He wanted to grab tasks like this in the future. Xia, why are you just standing there? Come help, Wang Chong said, as he was grilling too slowly by himself. He could grill several skewers in one go. Okay. Xian stammered as he hurried over. Suyu also came to help, and the factory was filled with delicious smells. Wang Chong was a bit anxious with the grilling. He hadn't cooked the meat well at first. Grilling meat here is the biggest test of my willpower, Wang Chong said. Xia nodded in agreement. Next time, let's eat cooked food, Xia Qing suggested. She would order some oily duck, and roast chicken.
Great.
Thanks, Sister Qing. Wang Chong smiled, even though Xia Qing was several years younger than him. Sometimes calling her sister was a form of respect. After the apocalypse, long-term food shortages had made their appetites smaller. This time, she ate quite a bit. It was just too delicious. Nothing Xia Qing brought was left. At night, Xia Qing shared a tent with Su Dan, while the other three shared another tent. I'll take the first half of the night, Wang Chong said, feeling too full to sleep after eating so much. Xia actually wanted to say he couldn't sleep either. He had eaten even more. You two take the first half, and I'll take the second half, Su said. Years of healthy living habits meant he slept lightly, falling asleep quickly but waking up at the slightest noise. Inside the tent, Xia Qing had made fluffy bedding and pillows. I'll give you this set of clothes, but our shoe sizes don't match, so I can't give you those for now. It's okay. I'm really grateful for all this, Su Dan said sincerely, especially for the underwear, which she hadn't changed in a long time. By the way, I need to step away for a bit. You can sleep first, Xia Qing said. Okay. I'll wait for you to come back to sleep, Su Dan replied. But as Su Dan lay down in the fluffy bedding, feeling incredibly comfortable, sleepiness quickly swept over her. Xia Qing went out to inform Suyu and then returned to her space, which was already mostly filled. She appeared in her bedroom, which Yang Xia had cleaned thoroughly. During this time, her parents were likely busy outside. She quickly sneaked out and took a taxi to the warehouse in the county town. Xia Qing had rented several warehouses, and the previous items had already been sent to the base. She stored the clothes and machines she collected today in the warehouse. Then, she went to KFC in the city and bought 4 family buckets of fried chicken along with 10 hamburgers. While waiting, she scrolled through her phone and came across a post about the enamel-painted bowl from the upcoming auction at Jiada Auction House. The starting bid for this bowl is 50 million. Ancient artworks are so beautiful. I can't afford the real one. Is there a replica I can buy? I think this shop is nice too. I really love the pink teacup. Xia Qing noticed that her shop name, Qing Tian Ceramics, was tagged in the comments. I know this ceramic shop too. The photos are stunning. I've already made a purchase, and it's on the way. She realized that she needed at least 50 million in her account to bid on the bowl. Her WeChat was flooded with messages waiting for her reply, including several from Tang Tian, along with voice messages. Xia Qing, can you really not help me? I can't lose this job. I'm begging you. I'll give you my bonus. How can you do this? We're classmates and roommates. Can't you help? If you won't help, I see what kind of person you are. Can I borrow your style for my work? Xia Qing felt speechless. Could one really borrow a style? It's not like she could lend her food to someone else. Even if she did, they wouldn't be able to replicate her creativity. She directly blocked Tang Tian and saw a message from Lin Wan. Cousin, the filming is going smoothly and we'll wrap up in a few days. I'll treat you to a meal. Thanks, cousin. I received the van today. It's so comfortable, but a bit too eye-catching. It's even better than Su Jia's car. Love you so much. I'll definitely treat you to a meal. This message was sent last night, and Xia Qing replied, Sure. Wait for me a couple of days. I'm in the mountains, and the signal is poor. I'll get back to you. Back in her space, she absorbed the crystal bead, which expanded her space a bit more and allowed her to stay there longer. Back in the tent, Sudan was already snuggled up and fast asleep in the warm space. The beds at the base were hard, and even though there were blankets, they weren't as comfortable as this. The rabbit fur blanket was soft and very warm. After a good meal, a comfy bed, and being wrapped in a blanket made her feel like she was back before the apocalypse. To be honest, if it weren't for the advanced equipment in the lab, she wouldn't want to be out here, dealing with the hardships of living outdoors and the constant fear. Living in a dangerous environment was a strain on both her mind and body. This trip was much better than she expected. It really felt like a vacation. As soon as Xia Qing returned, Suyu noticed her, even though they were sleeping in separate tents. In this world, everyone had developed a habit of being alert. Suyu saw that there were many new items in their space and felt a bit sentimental for some reason. At first, he didn't think like that. They were just partners helping each other, but over time, things had changed without them realizing it. Sudan was so comfortable that she slept deeply for the first time, not even noticing Xia Qing lying next to her. The next day, they all woke up early. Xia Qing had been busy running between two worlds and still hadn't gotten out of bed. However, everyone silently agreed not to wake her. About an hour later, Xia Qing finally got up, packed the tent into the space, and prepared breakfast. Soy milk, spicy soup, tofu pudding, take your pick, Xia Qing said with a smile. Here are fried dough sticks, buns, and fried dough bags. Xia Qing had prepared breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks and fruits. After all, being on a business trip in the apocalypse required good preparation. Well, I won't hold back. Wang Chong laughed, feeling like he had already digested everything he ate last night. It was true that only with Qing Jia could they feel full. They were evolved beings who could withstand hunger, but they still needed a lot of energy. Xia was feeling more relaxed now. He thought this trip was a great deal. If other evolved beings knew it was like this, they would probably regret missing out. After a hearty meal, everyone packed up and continued driving. As soon as they got in the car, Xia Qing started to feel sleepy and unconsciously leaned on Suyu's broad shoulder. This time, Xia was driving, and he was very steady. Be careful. The mountain road is coming up, Sudan reminded. The winding mountain road was not easy to navigate. The surrounding roads were very quiet, and the once vibrant mountains had lost their liveliness. When I came here before, it was all green mountains and forests, but now it has changed like this. The green forest has turned into black, dry tree trunks, resembling a scene left after a fire. You guys are impressive for building a secret research facility here, Wang Chong said. Of course, it has to be in a secret place. It's confidential. The research facilities established by their company are all reported to the government and are even developed in cooperation with the state. Wasn't there a video online about 2 people who died while exploring the wild? They didn't die by accident. They were actually spies from abroad, Sudan said. Anyway, the world is chaotic now. I passed by and recorded a video that I posted online. I'm not a spy. I was just curious about the terrain of Ileo Mountain, Xian said. Now that the world is in chaos, what does it matter if you are a spy? Can they really put you in jail? Sudan replied with a laugh. As long as you don't betray our sunny base, you're fine, Wang Chong joked. How could I? Xian said. The sunny base is his home. He already feels a strong sense of belonging. The car can't go any further. The road is made of blue stone slabs. We can only walk from here, and it will take about an hour, Sudan said. After changing clothes, Suyu put the car away in storage. Ileo Mountain used to be a deep forest, filled with thick moss and strange, large trees. The tall vegetation blocked the sunlight, making the environment dark and humid, breeding various molds in the air. Now the trees are dry and black, as if they have entered a tree graveyard. Maybe we should wear masks, Xia Qing said, unable to hold back as she looked at the scene. She felt a bit nervous and wished she had bought some gas masks earlier. The group put on masks, but the foul smell in the air lingered. Oh my gosh, Xia Qing exclaimed at the sight before her. Several black tree trunks twisted together, resembling twisted dough. She thought the scene was so strange that it could be painted. This tree used to be even more unique. Its leaves were all intertwined. Everyone be careful. The research facility is over there, Sudan said. Xia Qing felt her stamina had unknowingly improved. She used to be out of breath after walking for half an hour, but now she felt fine after an hour. They saw an ancient-looking gate that resembled an old thatched house, which did not look like a high-end research facility at all. The secret research facility is very hidden. This is the place, Sudan said, panting. This machine has no power. We can't open the main door. The video intercom outside was dark at that moment. Is anyone there? Senior brother, Sudan shouted loudly. The door is underground. The research facility is equipped with special generators. No, there's no power, and without the password, we can't open it from the outside. Sudan frowned. You all wait here. Wang Chong, come with me, Su said. Okay. Su Yu and Wang Chong went inside, leaving Xia and the others outside. Su Yu is a special forces soldier. Although he has never been to his country's secret research facility, he has broken into others. About an hour later, the door was opened from the inside. It made a loud noise and released an indescribable smell, probably due to a lack of ventilation for a long time. Come in, Wang Chong called out to them. Are there others inside? Sudan quickly asked. Yes. There are 2 still alive, but it seems they haven't had water for a few days. Just now, brother, you gave them some water, Wang Chong replied. If they had waited another day, they might have died. Usually research facilities like ours have stored food. A project typically requires several months of isolation, and given the remote location, they often stock up for several months, sometimes even half a year, Sudan explained. The generator in the lab was broken, leaving only backup lights. Senior brother. 2 men lay on the ground, both very weak, pale, and unshaven, their hungry eyes looking dazed. One of the men brightened slightly upon seeing Sudan. Sudan. It's me. Sorry I'm late. Sudan felt bad seeing her senior brother like this, but it was good that he was still alive. Xia Qing took out some milk tea and said, This is high in calories. Drink some to replenish your energy. The 2 men grabbed the milk tea and drank it eagerly, then ate the hamburgers that Xia Qing had brought. They quickly devoured 5 hamburgers. After being so hungry for so long, eating too much at once could upset their stomachs, but they couldn't care less. They were too hungry. They didn't even have time to savor the food's taste. They just wanted to fill their stomachs. Xia Qing watched them eat and felt hungry herself. After the 2 men finished eating and rested for a moment, one of them finally said, More than half a year ago, something suddenly mutated in the base, and old Wang turned into a monster that eats people and even bit a colleague. Later, we locked them in the disinfection room of the Level 1 laboratory. When Su Yu and Wang Chong first entered, they indeed saw 2 zombies. Then we called the police, but the phone lines were down, and there was no internet to contact anyone. A few colleagues went out to report it, but unfortunately, they never came back. The rest of us also drove out and found that the deep forest outside had mutated. We discovered that the bodies of our colleagues had been broken down by the mutated trees, so we didn't dare to go out again. The research institute had 6 months' worth of food stored, but we were eating half of that every day, and we had very little water. They eventually survived by drinking their own. However, the food ran out, and a few days ago, the institute suddenly lost power. They needed to manually lift the restrictions to get out, but after starving for days, they had no strength left. Fortunately, we met you, the man said excitedly. Taking this opportunity, Sudan introduced, This is Su Yu, the base leader of the Sunny Day base, and Xia Qing, the deputy base leader. Yang Fan frowned slightly, seeming unsure of what a base leader was. This is my senior brother, Yang Fan, a brilliant researcher in traditional Chinese medicine. He also wanted to introduce the man next to him, but Sudan didn't know him either. This is Feng Xiang, a senior researcher, Yang Fan said. Hello. Thank you so much. We were already thinking about how to die, Feng Xiang said, feeling hopeless day by day. When they saw a faint light getting closer, they initially thought it was a guiding light to heaven. Su didn't want to waste any more time and said, Miss Su, which research equipment needs to be taken?
Take it?
How can we take so much equipment? Where would we put it? This is all research completed by the company and the country, and the equipment is worth at least hundreds of millions. The value of the research drugs is even more immeasurable.
Young Fen frowned.
Now, in this global apocalypse, the country is gone, and outside are mutated zombies. The land and water sources are all polluted. Now we at the Sunny Day base need these things. Senior brother, come with us to the Sunny Day base, Su Dan said. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang had been out before. He thought the problem was only in the Ileo Mountains, not realizing it was global. If they didn't go to the Sunny Day base, staying here would mean waiting to die.
All right.
I'm familiar with this equipment, and we need to take the advanced drugs currently in development, Yang Fan said. There's a batch of advanced ingredients in the lab, but there are 2 zombies locked in the disinfection room. Take us there, Su said. These devices are worth over 100 million. It would be difficult to take them all at once since they need to be disassembled, Yang Fan said with regret. Before he could finish, Su had already collected everything. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang stared wide-eyed at the suddenly vanished equipment. This. Beside them, Su Dan pulled Yang Fan and Feng Xiang aside and whispered something. About 5 minutes later, they stopped asking questions. However, they were still shocked and curious, wanting to speak but holding back. These 2 zombies have been locked up here for so long. I often study them. They can survive without food or water, Feng Xiang said, frowning. It had been nearly a year, and their cell division was incredibly strong. They are very sensitive to sound and smell. During the day, they enter a dormant state, but at night they become very active. After the research facility was closed, only the 2 of them remained. At first, they had high hopes, working tirelessly every day in the lab. Later, they couldn't leave or contact anyone. A few people had gone out together but ended up dead, leaving just the 2 of them to return. I extracted the blood genes from the zombies for research and found that their cell activity is very high. The cells continuously self-repair, going into a frenzy, which eventually leads to mutations. If we could control the speed of the cell division and extract an inhibitor, perhaps mutations could be prevented. If humans could receive this inhibitor in advance, they wouldn't get infected even if bitten, Feng Xiang said. That sounds a bit like a rabies vaccine, Xia Qing quietly remarked. Our bodies can also produce inhibitors. Strong individuals can overcome challenges and become evolved, while the weak cannot. However, we could enhance human cells like developing a vaccine. Exactly, it's like a vaccine. Feng Xiang replied. I still need a lot of research. Come with us to the Sunny Base. You can conduct your research there, and we will support you with whatever you need, Su said seriously.
He was very interested in this.
Feng Xiang's idea, if developed, could greatly increase the chances of human survival. After all, those who go out searching for supplies risk becoming zombies if bitten. Humans are now less than 1/10 of their original numbers. If a vaccine could prevent mutations, that would be beneficial, and then they could develop a drug to enhance human abilities. This way, humanity could continue to survive. Survival of the fittest. Humans have survived for billions of years by using tools and their brains.
Great.
I'm willing to go. With this equipment, Feng Xiang said. Researchers rely heavily on equipment. Without it, all discussions are meaningless. The Research Institute's equipment has been stored away. The generator at the institute is broken, but it can be repaired and used again. It's a high-power generator. Now there's 6 of us. The car might not fit everyone. Do we have to squeeze in? Xia and said awkwardly. Their modified SUV seems to only fit 4 people. You 5 can squeeze in. I need to go back first. Su Yu, wait for me to buy you an RV when I return. Xia Qing said generously. She wouldn't squeeze back with them. Without her, the 5 could still fit. Xia Qing's sudden disappearance shocked Yang Fan and Feng Xiang, but they remembered what Su Dan had just told them. Their curiosity was high, but they didn't ask. For researchers, curiosity is a strong obsession.